Humanity's reckless destruction of nature ignites the cosmic retribution mechanism, heralding a global apocalypse. From this moment forth, the Earth will be beset by a different cataclysm each month. All human technological means are rendered utterly ineffective. Every individual on the planet will be granted a random sanctuary. One's current residence will adapt automatically, with each sanctuary endowed with unique talents. Make wise use of them to strive for survival. Should humanity face complete annihilation, the Earth will enter a new epoch. Should humanity withstand 10,000 doomsday calamities, it shall claim eternal dominion over the planet. As the enigmatic voice resonated in the ears of every human being across the globe, the world underwent a cataclysmic transformation. At that moment, regardless of their activities, every individual was instantaneously transported back to their homes. Those dining out found themselves holding their plates while seated on their own bed. Shoppers discovered themselves surrounded by their purchases on their living room sofas. Passionate lovers, caught in an intimate moment, suddenly realized their partners had vanished. Even those without fixed abodes materialized in unfamiliar residences. Sui was no exception. Although he had been toiling at his office, listening to his boss reprimands, in the blink of an eye, the surroundings distorted, and he found himself lounging on his own sofa. Sui blinked several times, momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend the situation. In the next instant, a shiver ran down his spine. Those words, were they merely illusions born from job-induced fatigue? A mysterious entity is punishing humanity. The apocalypse is nigh. Drawing a deep breath, Sui forced his trembling body to calm down. As a 23-year-old, Sui was remarkably adaptable. He quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Every human on Earth has been granted a random sanctuary to withstand the impending apocalypse. In 10 minutes, the first round of catastrophe will commence, themed extreme heat. The minimum temperature will soar to 60 degrees Celsius around the globe. Please diligently assess the attributes of your sanctuary, gather resources, and ensure your survival. Should you perish, no one will pity you, for everyone is preoccupied with their own survival. Muttering to himself, Sui set aside a mysterious note from the table. The note was filled with essential information, enabling humanity to rapidly comprehend their current predicament. In 10 minutes, the first wave of the apocalypse would unfold. This is no delusion. Could it be the malicious prank of a high-tech organization? Furrowing his brow, Sui hesitantly whispered, "Open the sanctuary data panel." Swish! A semi-transparent data interface appeared before Sui, startling him into wide-eyed astonishment. If this is a prank, it is far too elaborate. He pondered deeply, scrutinizing the data that danced before him. Sanctuary unnamed. Sanctuary level 0. Sanctuary owner Sui. Sanctuary population 1. Sanctuary space 1 living room, 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom. Sanctuary safety 1 point. Sanctuary comfort 1 point. Sanctuary resources 7 chairs, 1 bed, 1 sofa, 1 refrigerator, 1 computer. Sanctuary food resources 5 small loaves of bread, 2 boxes of instant noodles, 3 bags of chocolate snacks, 2 packets of dried noodles, 4 bottles of beverage, 8 bottles of beer, 2 barrels of drinking water. Sanctuary miscellaneous. Nondescript items with no value. Survival points 0. Current phase. First catastrophe, extreme heat commencing soon. Current primary objective, survive. Primary objective reward. Upon completion of the task, performance will be graded for random rewards. Current special reserve. 1 sanctuary talent pending activation. Remarkably real. Sui observed the data closely before hastening to the window, drawing aside the curtain to gaze outside. The streets were already teeming with people. Chaos erupted as individuals rushed from their homes, clamoring in agitation. Some were disheveled, others wore expressions of sheer terror, while many darted toward the nearest convenience stores. What's going on? I was just at the construction site, laying bricks. How did I suddenly end up home? This is incredible. I just teleported. Can someone send me abroad? I long for a holiday. Fools! Does this collective teleportation not clarify the situation? The apocalypse is imminent. It's all over. There's no signal on my phone. I can't make any calls. Humanity's technology has truly been disabled. Boss, I need all the durable food you have, and 100 barrels of ice. Get lost. I want sell to you. Do you take me for a fool? The apocalypse is here, and your money is worthless. The streets were in utter disarray. As people surged towards supermarkets and convenience stores, small business owners hurried to roll down their shutters, while the pandemonium escalated, and police officers began to appear. Sui refrained from descending. He quietly observed the tumultuous crowd below. If the apocalypse is real, then there are only 5 minutes left before it begins. Even if I wanted to gather supplies, it would be too late. Sui checked his phone, only to confirm the absence of signal calls were impossible. He plugged it in, but there was no response. Has the power gone out? Inspecting his water supply, he found that his drinking water was still unaffected for the moment. If the apocalypse does not arrive, that would be ideal. However, should all this be true, I must swiftly devise a countermeasure. Taking a deep breath, Sui understood this might indeed be reality. After all, who possesses the means to teleport such a myriad of people home simultaneously? According to the information, the first wave of disaster is extreme heat, with a minimum temperature of 60 degrees. Without cooling measures, I fear survival would be impossible in just a few days. Even if luck shields me from heat stroke, dehydration would likely claim my life. Moreover, with technology rendered ineffective, the urban water system will encounter significant issues. In the current scenario, we should each find ourselves in our own homes. Our homes are our sanctuaries. Sui endeavored to calm himself, drawing upon all his survival instincts to formulate a plan. First, gather water. Quickly springing into action, he retrieved every pot and bottle from his home, rushing to the bathroom to fill them. He turned on the bathtub faucet, maximizing the flow to collect water. Thank goodness I rented this place with a bathtub. It will prove invaluable in a critical moment. Yet I wonder where the landlord has vanished now that this has become my sanctuary. Irrelevant. The landlord has numerous properties. Why should I concern myself with that? Sui murmured, continuously splashing cold water on his cheeks. Taking advantage of the remaining time, he aimed to keep his skin hydrated. Next, he seized the opportunity to inspect his refrigerator and other vital storage facilities. Good. They're all without power. Soon, the refrigerator would lose its cooling capabilities. Reluctant to delay, Sui opened the door to maintain the cool environment inside. Furthermore, he gathered all the thermos containers from around the house, filling them with water and packing in a few ice cubes. Thermoses not only retain heat, but also cold. From now on, minimize the frequency of refrigerator access. If it is truly a heat apocalypse, it could be my last lifeline. Glancing at the time, only 1 minute remained. If, just a minute from now, global temperatures exceed 60 degrees and all technological means are rendered futile, survival would become an arduous challenge. With my current resources, I am insufficiently equipped to weather such a perilous environment. It appears I must rely on my sanctuary's talents. Lifting his gaze to the data before him, Sui inhaled deeply and voiced his intention tentatively. Activate sanctuary talent. Greetings. A dormant talent has been detected. Initialization in progress. A new prompt materialized before Sui, and soon a radiance flickered in front of him. As the light faded, a new talent opportunity emerged. Congratulations. You have acquired the sanctuary talent. Homebody Haven. Homebody Haven SSS level. For every 24 hours you remain in your sanctuary, you will randomly receive a critical survival reward. As the sanctuary levels up, this talent's effects will also enhance. An SS level sanctuary talent. Sui stood frozen momentarily, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. Just by staying at home, I earn rewards? And they're the most urgently needed ones, providing exactly what I lack. What the hell? Why am I exerting all this effort? This talent is essentially an invitation to lounge around during the apocalypse. Chapter 2. The Supreme Shelter Talent, the Reward of the First Day. Sui was a cautious man, and of course, he was certain that when the apocalypse truly arrived, he would feel a sense of dread. Striving to utilize all the knowledge he had acquired to enhance his chances of survival. However, upon discovering the emergence of the shelter talent, he suddenly realized that perhaps it was sufficient for him to simply let things be. An SSS-level talent, it appeared undeniably formidable. Yet, he would have to wait until the same time tomorrow to ascertain its specific effects. For now, well, he had done all he could. All that remained was to wait. As Sui's murmurs faded, he was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming wave of intense heat. This sudden warmth rendered the surrounding air parched, with the temperature soaring to unbearable heights, making him feel as though the very air he breathed was ablaze. Hastily, he turned his gaze to the window, only to behold a sky ablaze in crimson, signaling a cataclysmic transformation of the world. Endless waves of scorching heat surged through the open window, inundating the room with an oven-like intensity. Oh no, I forgot to close the window. The first wave of the apocalypse has commenced. Sui's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed to the window. Just as he reached out to draw the curtains, he inadvertently burned his hand on the steel bars of the security window. Ouch, so hot. Has the temperature of the earth risen this swiftly? After a brief pause, He caught the sound of piercing screams and pleas echoing from the once chaotic streets. "It's unbearably hot. I'm going to die from the heat. What kind of weather is this? The end of the world has truly arrived. The temperature is intolerable. My dear, we must return home quickly. Someone help me. I feel faint. I think I'm suffering from heat stroke." Thud. Many who had not yet managed to return to their homes were drenched in sweat, frantically searching for shelter amidst the sweltering heat. Above their heads loomed an ominous sun, now significantly larger, relentlessly radiating boundless heat. The blood-red sky was blindingly intense. On the streets, frail bodies collapsed under the oppressive heat, succumbing to severe heat stroke. Yet, no one remained to assist these vulnerable souls. Everyone was madly rushing home or seeking nearby buildings to escape the sun's wrath. At that moment, humanity comprehended the truth. This was no illusion. It was a genuine upheaval of the world. The apocalypse had truly come. Life and death hung in the balance at this very instant. Sui sighed softly. He could not save others, only tend to his own survival. Wrapping his hand with the curtain, he gritted his teeth and closed the window, then drew the curtains tightly. The temperature within the room dropped slightly. Although it remained sweltering, it was marginally more bearable than the furnace-like conditions outside. Mere minutes had passed since the onset of the apocalypse, yet Sui was already drenched in sweat, his body losing fluids rapidly, and his lips cracked and parched. His head began to spin. Fatigue enveloping him, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of agitation. These were the telltale signs of acute dehydration. Sui dared not be careless. He quickly stripped off his clothes and downed a bottle of water before plunging into the bathtub. However, the water had already warmed considerably, the extreme heat of the earth causing the once cool water to rise in temperature. If I stay in here too long, will I end up cooking myself? This thought flitted through Sui's mind, though he swiftly dismissed it. If the temperature were merely 60 degrees, it wouldn't be that extreme. Yet the disaster report had indicated that the initial wave of the apocalypse would feature temperatures no lower than 60 degrees. With no guarantee that it wouldn't escalate further, the oppressive heat made it difficult for Sui to maintain his composure. His thoughts spiraled chaotically. He yearned to devise a strategy to navigate this crisis or enhance his chances of survival. Yet, given the current circumstances, that seemed nearly impossible. Ordinary individuals, confined to their homes, suddenly confronted with such extreme temperatures and an uncertain future, could only await the unfolding of their fates in silence. It appeared that for now, he too would have to rely on the effectiveness of his talent. With a sigh, Sui steeled himself. After soaking in the bathtub for a considerable time, he finally emerged, water dripping from him, only to find that the droplets evaporated almost instantly upon stepping out of the bathroom. Feeling slightly better, he resolved to eat something. In such sweltering weather, certain foods would spoil if left unattended. He selected items from his pantry that were less likely to be stored for long, enduring the scalding sensation as he swallowed them. I suppose I'm somewhat of a homebody. At least I have some food and drink at home. Those without such storage habits, they're likely to be among the first to perish. Sui pondered quietly, then chuckled to himself. Well, it seems the apocalypse has an unexpected affinity for homebodies. Finding joy amidst adversity is indeed an essential skill for introverts. He deliberately slowed his eating pace, allowing himself to conserve energy. Throughout this process, he could intermittently hear the desperate cries and shouts of those outside and in the neighboring apartments. Though he couldn't discern the words, the despair and anguish were palpable. It's too hot. The human body struggles to adapt to such abrupt temperature changes. With the apocalypse upon them, many with insufficient resilience would inevitably panic, some even collapsing under the weight of their mental defenses. The extreme heat would induce agitation, overwhelming pressure, and an inability to remain calm. To mitigate his own mental strain, Sui continuously drank water while taking out paper and pen to contemplate his current survival situation. If the talent were effective, then by noon tomorrow, he would receive his first reward. Reflecting on the talent's effects, what do I currently lack the most? Sui surveyed his supplies, musing. The first wave of disaster is heat. And heat correlates with rapid fluid loss. Theoretically, my most pressing need is water. However, considering my current provisions, both food and water could sustain me for a few days, so they are not the most urgent resources. In fact, I find myself in greater need of food, as perishability accelerates in extreme heat. Therefore, the reward at noon tomorrow will likely consist of either food or water. Sui lifted his gaze to the ceiling, pondering, but how will the reward be delivered to me? Will it simply descend from the heavens? He was uncertain, and all he could do was wait. Beyond his anticipation for the shelter talent, Sui was more concerned about whether the existing order of humanity still prevailed. Setting aside other considerations, within the realm of Huaxia, humans would resist disaster with unwavering determination whenever possible. This time, would they succeed? Sui did not know. He could only endure the oppressive heat, continuously counting the passing time in his mind. 8 hours later, nightfall descended. Occasionally, he could still hear signs of human activity and voices from the streets, as many ventured out during the cooler night to seek food. Yet, he had yet to receive any news of official rescue efforts. Humanity's technology had utterly failed, and combined with the sudden catastrophe, the global order had been dismantled. Even if rescue operations were underway, they would likely prove futile in the short term. After all, next month heralded a new crisis. Humanity had become mere playthings. Sui closed his eyes and lay on the bed. A night of contemplation had clarified his situation entirely. Rather than relying on others, he would depend on himself. How would he survive? By remaining indoors. The next day at noon, Sui lay groggily in bed when he suddenly raised his head to glance at the clock on the wall. Murmuring, "Time's up, the reward for the shelter talent should be arriving." Before Sui could finish his sentence, a translucent message box appeared before him. "Congratulations, you have successfully triggered the shelter talent and received a random reward. Ice Water Maker, D-Class." As the message box materialized, a radiant white light suddenly erupted from the floor in front of Sui. When the light faded, an object resembling a large freezer lay before him. Sui paused momentarily, his gaze drawn to it. He could clearly see a line of small text appearing above the freezer. Ice Water Maker. A D-Class shelter item, it possesses perpetual cooling capabilities and a refrigeration space. It can automatically generate 10 servings of drinkable ice water every 24 hours, effectively reducing body temperature 5 degrees for 2 hours. The ice water produced cannot exceed 10 servings at once. Unlimited area. With the arrival of the freezer, Sui's shelter inventory was updated to include the ice water maker, and the comfort level of the shelter increased from 1 point to 11 points. There truly is a reward. Sui took a deep breath and hurried to the freezer, slowly opening the door. Instantly, a chilling mist enveloped him, the icy sensation nearly causing him to squint in pleasure, almost prompting a cry of delight. How refreshing! It felt as though he had stepped into an air-conditioned room on a scorching summer afternoon, a sensation that was utterly exhilarating. Sui bent down, nearly diving into the freezer. As he savored the coolness, he examined the contents inside. There were 10 bottles of liquid, resembling large beverage containers, resting within the freezer. Sui retrieved one, effortlessly twisting off the cap, and cautiously took a sip. Ding! You have consumed D-Class ice water, gaining a sustained effect for 2 hours. Body temperature perception reduced by 5 degrees. A gulp of ice-cold water slid down Sui's throat, and he could distinctly feel a refreshing chill coursing through his entire body. His previously overheated skin quieted, the pores slightly closed, and the torrential sweat ceased. He felt immensely more comfortable. What a marvelous thing this is. Sui sighed contentedly, acknowledging that this was truly the most urgently needed resource at the moment. With this at his disposal, the greatest survival challenge in such a sweltering environment was resolved. No more concerns about heat stroke or dehydration. Just as Sui was about to continue examining the refrigerator, a sudden, frantic knocking echoed from outside the door. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 3. The Shelter Trading Platform. Is urine sweet? Bang, bang, bang. The sound was insistent, almost as if someone was trying to break down the door, causing Sui to tense up. His instincts told him that there seemed to be a group of people outside, their intentions unknown. Peering through narrowed eyes, Sui remained silent, holding his breath, standing stock still, making no noise. Even though this was his first experience of an apocalypse, he understood that human nature is unpredictable in the face of great calamity. In a world now in chaos, who could say if this group outside were villains? It was unwise to open the door, or even to utter a word of inquiry. "Is anyone there? Open up. We're your neighbors from upstairs," a coarse male voice called out from beyond the door. And the sheer robustness of it only heightened Sui's anxiety. He cautiously moved towards a nearby cabinet, where a row of kitchen knives lay, common household items that could serve as weapons for defense. Damn it, another deserted place. Oddly enough, according to the voice, everyone should have returned home by now. There ought to be someone in this room. Eligu, stop waiting. The person inside might have fainted from the heat. There's no need to waste time. What bad luck. Looks like another unfortunate soul is about to meet their end. The murmurs of the crowd outside were tinged with frustration, and one of them kicked the door a few times, venting their irritation over the oppressive heat, their voices gradually fading away. Throughout it all, Sui remained utterly silent, He stood motionless for a full half-hour, not reacting even as the voices retreated. Only then did he cautiously draw 2 knives, gripping them tightly as he continued to watch the door in silence. Another 2 hours passed, and Sui took a gentle sip of ice water to replenish his strength. He tiptoed to the door, peeking through the peephole. There was no one left. They had completely departed, and no one returned to check on Sui's abode. Who were they? Had they emerged in search of survivors within this building? From their discussions, it seemed they had already checked several rooms and even encountered the deceased. With limited information, Sui pondered, unable to draw many conclusions. However, one fact was certain. His sheltering talent was indeed invaluable. As long as he maintained this advantage, he need not step outside his door. By remaining indoors every day, he could easily survive the first month of this scorching apocalypse. Thankfully, he had secured the door tightly yesterday. Otherwise, if someone had broken in and discovered his refrigerator, he glanced back at his precious appliance, feeling a surge of relief. One must always be wary. If this treasure were to be discovered, who could guarantee that no one would harbor ill intentions? In a world where order had collapsed, and the law offered no protection to the people in this apocalypse, everyone had to rely solely on themselves, placing little trust in others, if he wished to survive. He must exercise extreme caution. Sui silently recited this mantra as he maneuvered furniture to barricade the entrance, even shifting the refrigerator into place, using every available item in his home to fortify the door. His strategy was simple, the tortoiseshell tactic: let the storms rage outside. He would not step out. With this arrangement, even if someone attempted to force their way in at night, it would be nearly impossible. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Sui surveyed the door, now blocked by a haphazard pile of miscellaneous items, with satisfaction. As for the window, he held no concern. The curtains were drawn tightly, and with the scorching hot security bars. No fool would dare scale 6 stories to invade his home. Such an undertaking was beyond human capability. Having prepared everything, Sui then began transporting food and water from his home to the refrigerator. This appliance was unique. It required no electricity yet maintained efficient cooling. Sui, lacking technical knowledge, could only make the best use of its potential. Fortunately, his limited supplies fit perfectly within it. After completing this task, he was drenched in sweat. He scooped some ice shavings and cubes from the refrigerator and tossed them into the bathtub to cool down, stripping off his clothes and immersing himself in the refreshing water. Sipping ice water while enjoying the not-so-scalding bathwater felt delightful. As Sui closed his eyes in enjoyment, he contemplated. My SS-level sheltering talent is indeed formidable. I wonder what rewards await me in the coming days. If my shelter possesses a talent, then surely every shelter must have one as well? Furthermore, I can only wonder how my parents are faring. Alas, there is no way to reach them now. Sui sighed inwardly, reminiscing about his parents and friends back in his hometown, now separated from him in uncertainty. Just as a wave of melancholy washed over him, a new notification chimed in his ear. Congratulations to all. Those who hear this message are the fortunate ones who have survived to see the second day. Now for today's latest Earth Apocalypse Disaster Daily Broadcast. The current number of surviving shelters worldwide. Over 8.2 billion. Yesterday, over 1.3 billion humans lost their shelters. Today's disaster update. Temperature rises by 10 degrees, with no reduction in nighttime temperatures. Please, everyone, do your utmost to survive. The data revealed by the announcement caused Sui's expression to shift slightly. The temperature is set to rise further. If it's this hot at 60 degrees, what will happen when it reaches 70? A massive number of people will perish. Sui's heart sank at the thought. The figures of lost shelters surely represented those who had died. With over 10 billion humans surviving globally, losing 1.3 billion on just the first day meant that the days to come would only see more casualties. When supplies within homes ran low, or the challenges escalated, humanity would face its most arduous struggle for survival. What on earth is this phenomenon, pushing humanity to the brink of extinction? Feeling the weight of despair. Yet another notification sounded. As a reward for surviving the first day, we are now launching a global communication platform for shelters, organized by city. Additionally, we are opening a trading section for various items and resources among shelters. Any shelter can freely trade any goods. Please note, all transactions must ensure authenticity. Any deceptive actions will result in the fraudster losing tenfold their shelter supplies. A collective reward? Organizing communication and trade by city? This was beginning to resemble a game. However, the foundation of this game was built upon the lives of humanity. Sui raised his head, observing a new data panel, reminiscent of a familiar online gaming chat interface. Prominently displaying the Jinling City Shelter communication channel. Below it, a plethora of messages began to scroll rapidly, flooding the screen with various shelter information. Unnamed shelter. Hello? Is anyone there? Unnamed shelter. Yes, but I'm about to perish from the heat. Does anyone know what's going on? Is this really the apocalypse? Unnamed shelter. What time is it? You still haven't acclimated. I have 2 liters of drinkable liquid, willing to trade for any food. IVE posted it on the trading platform. Who wants to swap? Long Dragon number 1. Shelter you haven't even named your shelter. I can't tell who SWHOBY the way. What's your shelter talent like? ILL share first. I have an A-level shelter talent, and I feel I can survive. Wang Chanshin, shelter Aren't we supposed to name it after ourselves? I want to reveal my talent. I fear you might be bad people. Unnamed shelter. What time is it and you're still hiding? We must unite as humans. Help the weak. Let us get through this together. By the way, which big brother will help me? A weakling. My child hasn't eaten in a long time, and we're running out of water. Unnamed shelter. Mom, Dad, where are you? It's me, Danielle. It's me, Danielle. It's me, Danielle. Unnamed shelter. Danielle? Can you stop spamming? We're about to die of thirst, and you're here looking for your mom. Sui silently observed the chat messages without participating. The chat was filled with pleas for help, requests for companionship, and trading offers. A few shelters attempted to discuss their talents and apocalyptic conditions, likely those with better shelter talents, currently under less survival pressure. It was only the second day. Rational analysis suggested that while most were panicked and fearful, they should still manage to hold on. The true crisis of survival had yet to arrive. After watching for a while, Sui noted that everyone was quite cautious, sharing little useful information, and of course, there were some who claimed to be officials, fervently calling for unity and the revival of the organizational spirit of the Huaxia people. Yet at this moment, no one dared to ascertain whether any of them were deceitful. After observing for a while longer, Sui opened the trading interface. The information contained herein pertains to the trading details of shelters within Jinling City and its surrounding areas, encompassing a wide array of demands. Predominantly, the transactions are conducted through barter, with numerous unilateral pleas for assistance also present. Transaction details. 1 liter of sweet-tasting urine is available. Open to exchange for food. No waste products, please. Transaction details. A bottle of 2 yuan mineral water. I seek non-perishable food equivalent to a day and a half's worth for an adult. No small knives accepted. Transaction details. A complete set of collectible Ming Dynasty general armor. Includes a sword and bow. An essential for survival at home during the apocalypse, only accepting 7 days' worth of drinking water and food. Transaction details. My neighbor hoards grains while I stockpile firearms. My neighbor is my granary. Currently available is a powerful crossbow set, accompanied by 20 iron arrows, in exchange for 5 days' worth of food and drink. The volume of transaction information is substantial and continually increasing. It appears that the survivors in the Jinling shelter are relatively numerous. However, it remains uncertain how many will be seen in the coming days. Sue meticulously perused the listings and discerned that the valuable items were rather scarce, with the majority of traded goods being food, weapons, and essential tools. Of course, some individuals were attempting to sell gold bars and jewelry at high prices, yet they attracted no interest. Conversely, the orders for sweet urine were surprisingly successful, quickly indicating order successfully completed. It seems even urine has buyers, while treasures go ignored. Truly, in chaotic times, sustenance reigns supreme. Sue glanced down at the half bottle of ice water he still held, pondering. Perhaps I should try my hand at trading and see what I might sell. He had ample ice water, so offering half a bottle was of little consequence. Sue swiftly proceeded to list half a bottle of water for trade, specifying his desire for food and weapons in the transaction requirements. Simultaneously, he made the details of the half bottle public, allowing anyone to see it was a unique item from the shelter. This would effectively demonstrate the value of the ice water, and Sui was unperturbed by the prospect of being exposed. After all, he was part of the unnamed shelter, essentially maintaining anonymity. Barely 2 seconds after listing the ice water, a notification chimed. You have new transaction information. Please respond promptly. Chapter 4. The Ice Water Brother of the Apocalypse so soon? Someone wishes to purchase. Sui was pleasantly surprised and opened the interface to examine it closely. Buyer message, unnamed shelter. Hello. I would like to exchange 2 buckets of instant noodles for your ice water. Please accept my trade request. 2 buckets of instant noodles, conservatively consumed. They could last at least 3 days. Sue rested his chin on his hand, choosing not to reply just yet. He decided to wait a little longer. After all, each order's maximum duration was 24 hours, and he currently had no worries about food shortages. Besides, with a trading platform available, Sui could exchange ice water for food daily, and in the sweltering heat. Nothing was more valuable than water. You have new transaction information. Please respond promptly. You have new transaction information. Please respond promptly. You have new transaction information. Please respond promptly. A flurry of notifications startled Sue, prompting him to check. Buyer message. Hey, are you there? I have an edible item to trade. Interested? Buyer message. A large bottle of sweet liquid. I'll trade one bottle for half of yours. No loss for you. Buyer message. How about cigarettes? 3 packs of Huazi for half a bottle. Definitely a good deal. This stuff will surely sell well in the apocalypse. Buyer message. Brother, the latest ladies' undergarments. Absolutely fragrant. 7 in various colors. Hope you'll be pleased. Sue was left dumbfounded. What on earth are these trading offers? Aside from the cigarettes, which seemed somewhat normal, the rest were utterly bizarre. There were even attempts at remote seduction. What is this? Cyber seduction? In these times, who cares about colorful undergarments? Can they be eaten? Disinclined to respond to these messages, Sue was inundated with numerous notifications. Everyone was eager for the special effects of the half bottle of ice water, which could reduce body temperature by 5 degrees. In critical moments, such a potent cooling agent could be life-saving. Many discerning individuals recognized its value, yet they all hoped to gain it at minimal cost. Sue decided to categorize his trading preferences strictly as food and weapons. Any transaction inquiries outside these 2 categories would be automatically filtered out, eliminating disturbances. After implementing this change, the influx of nuisance messages dramatically diminished. Approximately 2 hours later, amidst a collection of reasonable transaction inquiries, Sue's attention was drawn to an intriguing item. Buyer information. Plant bread, D-grade consumable, provides the basic nutrition required for 1 day upon consumption, replenishing energy for a full day of labor. Though hunger will still persist, brother, how about it? 2 miraculous breads for your half bottle. You won't regret it. This message piqued Sue's interest. The buyer referred to their bread as miraculous, and the content of the message clearly indicated that it was also a wondrous item. A special product from the shelter. Trading miraculous ice water for miraculous bread seemed beneficial for both parties. Sue promptly accepted the trade request and confirmed the transaction details. Shortly thereafter, a notification chimed. Ding! Your order has been successfully traded. As the notification sounded, new item information for plant bread appeared on the shelter interface. Sue mentally noted the details and opened his hand, revealing 2 palm-sized pieces of bread. The bread was a delightful golden hue, emanating an enticing aroma that whetted his appetite. Above the bread, the item information was clearly displayed, precisely matching what the buyer had described. Without hesitation, Sue consumed 1 piece. Quite delectable, with a hint of sweetness. Lingering on the taste, Sue licked his lips. This bread was truly delightful, and its effects were exceptional. He wondered how many more such breads the buyer possessed. Wait a moment. Looking at the remaining piece of bread in his hand, a sudden epiphany struck him. Damn, why talent grants the most urgently needed items daily? Based on my first experience, the next reward is likely to be food-related. Given the current circumstances, access to water and food is paramount. However, if I can acquire sufficient food through trading ice water, what might the second reward entail? Sue pondered. If I already possess ample food, will the second reward change? If it does this mean I can influence the content of the rewards? Realization dawned upon Sue. This may indeed be the correct application of his talent. Clearly, every individual around the globe possesses a shelter, and to endure the relentless disasters of the apocalypse, humans must learn to manage their shelters effectively. Sue immediately approached the refrigerator, retrieving 5 bottles of ice water, then listed them for trade. This time, he opted to accept only food in return. In less than 2 hours, a multitude of trade requests flooded in, consisting of both ordinary and miraculous food items. Sue selectively chose large quantities of easily stored food, such as instant noodles and biscuits, focusing primarily on volume. The pricing for miraculous food was exorbitant. While effective, it yielded minimal exchanges. After selling the 5 bottles of ice water, Sue was rewarded with a plethora of dry food items, enough to fill the bathroom, showcasing an impressive variety. Sue estimated that if he ate conservatively, he could easily last over half a month. With this, his food concerns were resolved. Tomorrow, he would see what sort of reward awaited him, Sue murmured, having devised a plan. Unless the world crumbled, he would remain indoors. Fully leveraging his shelter talent, he intended to stockpile disaster relief rewards first. Though it might be a tad monotonous, at least his safety would be assured. Reclining on the sofa, Sue idly browsed the Jinling region's chat channel. The entire city was without water and electricity, and devices such as phones and computers had long ceased to function. His only diversion was observing the city's situation and gathering intelligence through remote chat. To his surprise, as soon as he opened the chat channel, he found that a significant portion of the city's populace was calling out for him. Ice water brother, are you there? I urgently need a bottle of ice water. I can negotiate on the price. Ice water brother, please bring a few more bottles. I missed out last time, and I can offer more food. Ice water brother, big brother, I just risked my life to raid the supermarket. Please trade me a bottle of water. The city channel was abuzz with calls for ice water brother, and Sui quickly realized that they were referring to him. Everyone wanted ice water. There were also a few who seemed oblivious to the external news, curiously inquiring, what are you all shouting about? Who is Ice Water Brother? Is there still an influencer in the apocalypse? Ice Water Brother is far more impressive than any influencer, someone quickly explained. Earlier on the trading platform, several bottles of ice water appeared. Drinking it can lower body temperature. Just think, the temperature is about to rise, potentially reaching 70 degrees. If one has a bottle of ice water, it could be a lifesaver at a critical moment. An influencer? An influencer cannot compare to Ice Water Brother. Ice Water Brother, I beg you, please sell me another bottle. Ice Water Brother. Ice water. I need ice water. I feel I'm about to collapse. I'm so hot. It feels like ants are crawling on me. Please, I implore you, Ice Water Brother, sell me another bottle. I am suffering. Even half a bottle would suffice. Sui inhaled sharply. Humanity has truly gone mad. There are many discerning individuals. Amidst the exchange of information, everyone recognized the critical importance of ice water. Yet, despite their desperate pleas, they could not summon Ice Water Brother, who seemed to have vanished without a trace in the chat channel. A select few fortunate individuals flaunted their newly acquired ice water or engaged in trading it for profit. Special ice water. A minimum of 10 boxes of instant noodles. The highest bidder wins. The Ice Water Brothers stock has been listed. Feel free to bring a bounty of food, or perhaps a gentle lady as well. The one-sip version of the ice water is now available. After personal testing, even a small taste can provide a cooling effect. A special deal. 5 packages of instant noodles or 5 bottles of regular drinking water. Upon seeing this information, Sui felt a jolt of surprise. Good heavens, the entrepreneurial instinct of the Huaxia people is remarkable. Even in the apocalypse, they do not forget to profit from the margins. Keeping a portion of the miraculous ice water for himself, and then reselling some, could indeed ensure that many lucky individuals secure their initial supplies. This also made Sui realize the immense value of the ice water he possessed. Damn it, I undersold, Sui sighed. Yet he did not intend to sell the remaining ice water just at this moment. I am the sole provider of cooling ice water in Jinling. The 4.5 bottles on the market have yet to be consumed. Enlisting more would only drive the price down further. I shall wait a bit longer. When they have run out of ice water and find themselves in dire straits, that will be the moment to maximize my profits. Sui remained composed, feeling no guilt in his actions. In these times of calamity, one's own interests must take precedence. The fates of others are of no concern to me. Chapter 5. Chaos spreads. Crisis outside the door. Time flew by, and soon it was 8 o'clock in the evening. The temperature had not dropped with the fall of night. Today's additional 10 degrees of heat made every breath feel like a searing ordeal. Sui, feeling hot and irritable, continuously scrolled through transaction information and regional chats to pass the time. Suddenly, he heard a commotion outside the window. Has someone ventured out? Sui quickly approached the window. Parting the curtains slightly to peer outside, he beheld several individuals carrying candle holders and makeshift torches, emerging one after another from the residential building where Sui resided. Move quickly, don't dawdle. It is sweltering out here, Eligu. Are we really going to find food? It's much hotter outside than in here. I feel like my throat is on fire. We must look for it. Or shall we wait to starve? This dreadful weather doesn't cool down at night. Several men clad in work attire complained loudly, with windows open on every floor, and some were peering down. Ligo? Sui's heart stirred. Isn't that the man who knocked on my door earlier? Recognizing the group, Sui remained unaware of their origins or intentions, having seen little of his neighbors due to his busy work life. I am parched. I remember there are several shops on this street. Let us check them out. Did everyone bring supplies? Let us not return empty-handed like last night, Eligu. We have everything, by the way. Can we exchange for more food in return for ice water? I hear it's quite something. Ice water? Too expensive, not worth it. We'll just drink regular water. As the men conversed, they ventured deeper into the darkness. Observing from the shadows, Sui noted that many of these men carried rebar, kitchen knives, and makeshift bows. Evidently armed in this sweltering apocalypse, their weaponry suggested ulterior motives. Sui murmured, suddenly alert. There must be someone in the shops. They intend to rob them. The extreme climate brought about by the apocalyptic heat shattered humanity's original living conditions but did not directly exterminate humankind. Compared to the unbearable heat, the real danger lay in humanity's interaction with one another. With global cities at a standstill and resources dwindling, it was easy for the darkest aspects of human nature to surface in these times. Those who disregarded old rules thrived. Before long, desperate cries echoed through the night. "Spare me! Spare me! Ah, my husband! What have you done to him? There's murder! Someone, help murder!" A piercing scream abruptly shattered the night, accompanied by a man's anguished cry and a woman's heart-wrenching wail, intermixed with the cries of children. In an instant, a tense atmosphere enveloped the nearby residential buildings. Eye in the darkness, countless pair of watchful eyes silently gazed toward the source of the commotion. About an hour later, Li Gu and his companions returned, burdened with numerous supplies, still engaged in light-hearted banter. "Brother, why didn't you let me have a go at that woman? She had a certain allure. What do you understand? We need to conserve our energy. In this heat, engaging in such activities might lead to dehydration. What a pity. I only got to touch her, but what a nice feel it was. Ha. Quickly, now we have food. Let us make several trips tonight and not let others scoop up the leftovers." The men exchanged lewd smiles, their laughter ringing with pleasure, Sui observed, noting the fresh blood stains on many of them and the crimson marks on their weapons. Indeed, a dangerous group. Sui narrowed his eyes, relieved that he had not opened the door during the day. Otherwise, faced with this gang, his meager defenses would have surely resulted in the loss of his ice storage. Clearly, this group had banded together. He wondered what their talents might be. They adapted swiftly to the rules of the apocalypse, and if left unchecked, it was only a matter of time before they would come for him. A sense of unease arose within Sui. These individuals had not broken in today, but the future remained uncertain. Once humanity sheds its inner restraints, they are capable of anything, potentially leading to door-to-door raids for supplies. I must devise a means to bolster the defenses of my refuge. Self-preservation is paramount. Sui quietly drew the curtains, sitting in darkness to contemplate. Soon, he reopened the trading platform, listing the 4 bottles of ice water one by one, specifying in his trading request all effective means for the self-defense of the refuge, be it weapons, equipment, or anything else that can enhance the refuge's safety. Sui was willing to exchange. He even emphasized in his message, if the price seemed unreasonable, feel free to leave a comment for discussion. As long as the items were worthwhile, he would not hesitate to trade multiple bottles of ice water. After all, by noon tomorrow, the ice storage would automatically generate 10 more bottles. Sui's ice water trading was essentially risk-free. The Ice Water Brother has emerged once more. A new order for ice water has appeared. 4 bottles listed all at once. It must be the Ice Water Brother himself. Let me check the order. Oh my, the Ice Water Brother is looking for defense measures. That's a clear line of thought. The Ice Water Brother is not in need of food or drink. Acquiring some defensive measures would ensure a comfortable existence amid the apocalypse. Damn it, I'll die of thirst here while my neighbor's family has perished. Yet the Ice Water Brother is already considering the safety of his refuge. Humanity should unite to face these trials together. I call upon Ice Water Brother to generously provide more ice water for the community, becoming a great hero for all. Discussions regarding the new ice water orders floated through the chat channel. Yet the majority were still calls for help and self-proclaimed saviors. On the second night of the apocalypse, people had lost the initial novelty of their new reality, leaving only a lingering fear for the future. Resources grew increasingly scarce, and the sweltering heat became unbearable. It was time for people to confront the truth. This was a genuine global catastrophe that could claim lives. As resources dwindled, Sui's ice water became increasingly sought after. The few bottles purchased earlier that afternoon had been consumed entirely, and the new order for 4 bottles caught the attention of nearly all surviving refuges in the city, as replies flooded in one after another. Sui meticulously reviewed the messages, spending an hour sifting through the numerous replies to select what he desired. Ultimately, he chose a compact crossbow set, complete with 30 professional steel arrows, along with necessary maintenance tools, replacement parts, and an instruction manual in peacetime. Such an item would be strictly regulated, its lethality comparable to that of a handgun. Its value was considerable. Sui successfully traded 3 bottles of water for it, while another bottle was exchanged for a heat-resistant jacket. These individuals were quite stingy, each one more shrewd than the last. Although the ice water was precious, it only yielded so much in return. Sui took a deep breath. In this apocalypse, everyone was counting their resources carefully. Now equipped with a weapon, he felt a slight sense of security. He glanced at the door he had secured tightly and placed the crossbow by his pillow. ensuring he could grasp it at a moment's notice upon waking. He donned the heat-resistant jacket. Though its effectiveness was minimal, he still felt stifled. With food, water, and weapons secured, the only thing lacking now appeared to be medical supplies. As Sui lay in bed, he slowly contemplated his survival strategy for the future. Tomorrow's ice water, aiming to exchange it for some medicine, perhaps something like Huaxiang Zhengqi water. He wondered what the next day's reward would be. Now that he had established basic survival provisions, would the rewards consist of redundant food and water, or might they include something new? In the midst of his musings, Sui gradually drifted into slumber. Bang! Ah, don't come closer. I'll call the police. Help! Someone save me. They're going to kill. Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream from upstairs jolted Sui awake from his dreams. He hastily scrambled out of bed. Swiftly grasping his crossbow, his gaze alert as it fixed on the doorway. The front door stood unscathed, and there were no other occupants in the room. Once assured of his safety, Sui turned his attention to the ceiling. This was an old residential complex with poor sound insulation, allowing him to clearly hear the cacophony of a struggle emanating from the floor above. The shouts of men, the screams of women, and the chaotic sounds of objects being violently hurled could be distinctly perceived. What are you doing? Are you trying to harm someone? Don't come any closer. I have a weapon. Ah, another man's scream pierced through the turmoil, seemingly that of a valiant soul who had been subdued. Was it the gang led by Brotherly? Sui's expression grew grave as he pondered. Given the events of the past couple of days, it appeared that only Brother Lee's group within this building possessed significant combat prowess. Regardless of whether it was them or not, the current situation indicated that someone within this residential block had begun to search for resources, starting with the neighbors and breaking in to seize supplies. The worst-case scenario of a post-apocalyptic world was gradually unfolding, and the disordered human collective was becoming exceedingly chaotic and perilous. Tense silence. Sui awaited the unfolding events. An hour later, the commotion from above began to subside. The assailants seemingly refrained from making any further advances, choosing not to descend towards Sui's room. Yet, he understood that the resources contained in a single apartment could hardly satisfy this group of aggressors. It wouldn't be long before they would inevitably arrive at his doorstep. There was no escaping it. Sooner or later, he would confront these individuals. A weighty heaviness settled in Sui's heart as he surveyed his surroundings. Noticing that the daylight had long since brightened the exterior, revealing a sky still painted in ominous crimson, while the air was thick with a distorted, searing heat. The wall clock chimed precisely at noon. It was now the third day of the apocalypse. Congratulations! Your time spent in the shelter has met the criteria for a new 24-hour period, triggering the shelter's talent reward. Chapter 6. Recruit talent for the shelter. Initiate exploration mission. Congratulations, you have obtained a D-grade talent recruitment voucher. As a mysterious voice resonated, a lightweight, golden paper fluttered down onto the coffee table before Sui. A talent recruitment voucher? Is this my second reward? Sui picked up the paper, examining it closely. It bore only incomprehensible, intricate patterns, along with the words, D-grade recruitment. Beyond that, there was nothing else unusual. Each shelter could recruit talent. But did the recruited individuals manifest out of thin air? Or were they merely the remaining humans on Earth? Sui murmured, it really is starting to feel like a game. A game in which many lives are at stake. A seasoned gamer, Sui began to grasp the mechanics of the current apocalyptic shelter scenario through the emergence of the recruitment voucher. If he was not mistaken, that enigmatic entity seemed to have transformed the entire Earth into a vast gaming arena, with all of humanity participating as players in this apocalyptic game. Sui firmly grasped the recruitment voucher and confirmed its use. A radiant burst of golden light exploded from his palm, subsequently detaching and expanding before him, gradually coalescing into a golden human form. As the golden light dissipated, a petite young woman with bright eyes stood before Sui. A living transformation. Sui was left dumbfounded. Even with prior mental preparation, he was still deeply shaken by the spectacle. The girl before him was barely 5 feet tall, appearing to be in her early 20s, with an ordinary appearance but luminous pupils that radiated vitality. Soldier Linyu, reporting to the commander, the girl declared loudly, snapping to attention with a firm salute, chest out and head high, exuding an impressive presence. A soldier? Sui then noticed her camouflage combat uniform, adorned with meticulously designed pockets and attachments, fully functional and ergonomically crafted. Her sturdy combat boots featured slip-resistant treads, providing adequate grip on complex terrains. Linyu wore a multifunctional tactical belt at her waist, equipped with a handgun, magazine pouch, flashlight, and multi-tool survival implements. each item meticulously organized and ready for any unforeseen circumstances. A female soldier. Sui looked at Lin Yu with surprise and inquired, "Are you from Earth? Where do you come from?" Lin Yu's face was resolute yet refined, her unwavering gaze delivering a clear response. Reporting to the commander, "I am a citizen of Earth, hailing from the special combat zone of Huaxia. I have received orders. With the apocalypse upon us, the survival of humanity is at stake. I am here by command, tasked with protecting the commander and following your orders." Lin Yu's reply was unambiguous, and it led Sui to deduce certain implications. She might indeed be the new breed of humanity crafted by that mysterious entity, her memory inherently instilled with loyalty to him, aware of the current circumstances. Sui silently contemplated. This is what shelter talent entails. It truly feels increasingly like playing a post-apocalyptic management game. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in his ears. "Congratulations, successfully recruited D-grade combat type talent, Special Forces Soldier Lin Yu. You have successfully unlocked the corresponding information panel for talents. You can now check all talent information in the Shelter Talent Module interface." With the sound of the notification, an additional talent entry appeared in Suyi's shelter information. The population of the shelter increased from 1 to 2, and its safety rating rose from 1 to 11. As Sui tapped the Talent module, Lin Yu's detailed information swiftly emerged before him. Talent data information: Name, Lin Yu. Age, 22. Type, Soldier. Talent grade, D. Physical strength, 85. Neural reaction, 83. Endurance, 88. Mental will, 95. Self-healing immunity, 82. Talent characteristics: Loyalty. She is a faithful warrior of Huaxia, and regardless of the challenges faced by the shelter, she will never betray it. Talent attribute: Military basics. She is proficient in all conventional combat techniques of modern soldiers, possessing comprehensive mastery of firearms and blades, while also excelling in unarmed combat. Reconnaissance and wilderness survival skills. Combat power rating, 105 points. A panel resembling game statistics detailed Lin Yu's personal information before Sui. With a combat power of 105 points, was that considered high or low? Sui pondered briefly, quickly concluding. Regardless, she was undoubtedly stronger than him. As an ordinary office worker who occasionally indulged in gaming, read novels, and occasionally exercised, Sui recognized that, given his physical condition, he could never match a professional soldier, even if she was merely a female combatant. "Commander, what should I do now?" Lin Yu inquired, her gaze piercing as she addressed Sui, her voice crisp and clear. Her face exuded determination, her skin slightly tanned from prolonged outdoor training, and her short hair neatly tucked beneath her helmet, displaying no semblance of disarray. Her high-nosed bridge and tightly sealed lips suggested that no challenge or adversity could shake her resolve. She was a source of reassurance, a female warrior who instilled a sense of security. Even Sui, a man, could not contest that fact. "Let's not rush." Sui gestured with his hand, then asked, "Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" The talent interface contained numerous detailed data yet to be displayed, but Sui could delve deeper. Accessing information such as hunger, illness, and psychological state, it was evident that the shelter's talents required sustenance, could fall ill, and might even experience psychological issues under the immense pressure of the apocalypse. "I'm not hungry." Lin Yu shook her head, her tone calm. "Commander, our situation is dire. We are severely lacking in supplies, and I cannot afford to waste food in a non-combat state. I can't survive on a single meal every 3 days, consuming only half the amount of food typically required by an adult male. 3 days on half a meal? Wow, truly, a testament to the resilience and endurance of Huaxia soldiers. Almost superhuman." Sui gave a thumbs up, but before he could speak, a new mysterious notification sounded in his ears. Now commencing citywide announcement. A shelter has successfully recruited talent. The exploration task module for shelters is now activated. All shelters can dispatch talents to execute exploration tasks, acquire more survival resources. Simultaneously, the ranking list for shelter levels, talent rankings, and exploration task rankings are now open in this area. When this round of the apocalypse concludes, additional survival rewards will be distributed based on the rankings. This notification was a citywide broadcast in an instant. The entire city erupted with excitement, the previously stagnant chat channels igniting with fervor. Unnamed shelter. What is going on? Exploration tasks activated? Rankings initiated. This apocalypse feels oddly reminiscent of a pay-to-win online game. Unnamed shelter. Here we are, barely surviving, and this mysterious entity is watching us play a game. Damn it. I'm on the brink of dying of thirst. I'm a big shot. Which brave soul recruited a talent? How strong are they? Can you hook me up with their parents? Wang Chanchin. I checked the rankings. There's only one name on the talent leaderboard, from the unnamed shelter, but unfortunately, I can't private message this individual. Jinling Human Rescue Association. We urge this brave soul to step forward, join the Human Rescue Association, and contribute your strength to all the city's disaster victims. The chat channel buzzed with excitement. Everyone discussing this remarkable development. Some speculate that this individual is known as Bing Shui Gu, while others have stepped forward to impersonate this mysterious top-ranked figure. There are also those who are engaged in close discussions about exploring the task module. After observing silently for a moment, Sui closed the chat interface and then opened the 3 leaderboards to glance at them. The leaderboard for shelter levels was a chaotic array of 0-level shelters, and Sui noted his ranking as 35, 164. In contrast, the leaderboard for talents in the shelter was much cleaner, with Sui occupying the top position, indicating that he was the first in the city to recruit talent for the shelter. The leaderboard for exploration tasks, however, was completely empty, with no one listed. Sui closed the leaderboard and opened the newly introduced exploration module of the shelter. Chapter 7. Discovered by thugs. The crisis is imminent. 1. Material collection. E-level exploration task, duration 8 hours. May randomly obtain some materials. Task rewards depend on talent score, talent level, and task level. Requires the dispatch of 1 shelter talent. 2. Material gathering. D-level exploration task, duration 12 hours. May randomly obtain some materials for upgrading the shelter. Task rewards depend on talent score, talent level, and task level. Requires the dispatch of a talent with a minimum rating of D.3. Medicine collection. D-level exploration task. Duration 12 hours. May randomly obtain some medicines. Task rewards depend on talent score, talent level, and task level. Requires the dispatch of 1 shelter talent. There were only 3 exploration tasks, each with distinct content, yet all necessitated the dispatch of a shelter talent. This implied that as long as there were sufficient talents within the shelter, one could procure survival supplies without venturing outside. Sui pondered. This indeed seemed very safe. There was no need to risk personal safety by going out. Even if resources were scarce, he could send someone to search outside. The introduction of exploration tasks was immensely beneficial to Sui. Due to the unique nature of his shelter's talents, he had to remain inside for extended periods without venturing out, which naturally limited his ability to gather supplies like others. While this was safer, it concurrently deprived him of a channel for resource acquisition. With the presence of talent, however, Sui could remain at home while dispatching talents to explore, thus earning both talent rewards and exploration rewards. A dual harvest meant an abundance of resources. Without hesitation, Sui resolved to experiment with this exploration task module. The question now arose. Which of the 3 tasks should he select? All 3 tasks offered rewards that Sui required, but regrettably, he currently had only Linyu available. He decided to try the 8-hour task first, as it was shorter and would yield results more swiftly. Sui made his decision quickly. He did not dare to let Linyu embark on an exploration for too long. After all, there were still assailants in the building, and one could never know when they would discover his room. Having selected the task, Linyu immediately responded, "Commander, I have received the task and will ensure its completion." Linyu saluted sharply and was about to turn to leave when Sui called out to her. "Wait!" Sui glanced at the strong crossbow in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then handed over some kitchen utensils to Linyu. "Take a look and see if there are any weapons you can use. Additionally, can you make use of this insulated jacket? Bring some food and take 2 bottles of ice water. It's quite hot outside. Don't get heat stroke." Sui contemplated giving Linyu the crossbow to enhance her safety during her outing, but he was also concerned about the possibility of the assailants breaking in. He had to prioritize his own safety. "Thank you, Commander." Linyu accepted the jacket, selected 2 fruit knives as backups, and patted her holster with a beaming smile. "Commander, rest assured, I'm quite capable." Almost forgetting, Sui asked, "Is your ammunition sufficient?" Linyu nodded. "Yes, enough for a submachine gun. With a capacity of 20 rounds and 3 magazines. 60 rounds of ammunition indeed seemed adequate." Sui nodded in satisfaction. "Go, but be careful for your safety. Don't feel pressured to acquire resources." "Yes, Commander." With spirited determination, Linyu turned and walked to the door, then paused. "Commander, the door?" Linyu turned back, pointing at the pile of clutter blocking the entrance. "I forgot. We used it to barricade the door." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Sui rubbed his head. "You know I'm not adept at combat. I did this for safety." "Smart move, Commander." Linyu smiled as she helped Sui clear the entrance. Before stepping out, she took a moment to set up a rudimentary defensive trap and early warning device. "If you hear any commotion outside the door, please stay vigilant and await my return for rescue." With that, Lin Yu skillfully made her way down the corridor and into the sweltering heat outside. Without a second thought, Sui shut the main door and returned the items to their original positions to barricade the entrance. After all the commotion, Sui was drenched in sweat, feeling faint from the heat. He disregarded everything else, grabbed the crossbow, and rushed to the bathroom, using half a bottle of ice water to cool his head, followed by a large gulp from the remaining bottle, before stripping down and climbing into the bathtub. Only then did he feel that the signs of heat stroke had slightly improved. This weather was unbearable. It was hot enough to cause distress indoors, and he could only wonder what conditions awaited outside. He hoped Lin Yu would remain safe. She was currently his sole talent in the shelter. The ice water from yesterday had been entirely consumed, but the fridge had replenished with 10 bottles of water. He allocated 2 bottles for Lin Yu, used one himself, and was left with 7. Should he perhaps exchange some of these for better resources? Lying in the bathtub, Sui opened the city area trading platform for the shelter. As he browsed, he noted that there were now more intriguing items available than the previous day. Most were food and water, yet the prices were exorbitantly high. It seemed that it wasn't only his shelter's talents that were valuable. Others must possess useful talents as well. Silently, Sui contemplated his options but did not find much worth purchasing. However, considering that the value of ice water might diminish due to the increased availability of better items, he decided to spend 3 bottles on some long-lasting food supplies. With 4 bottles remaining, he opted not to use them for now and would reassess in the evening. The afternoon dragged on in monotony, prompting Sui to pull out all the comic books from his home and reread them repeatedly. Around 5 o'clock, the sound of smashing and shouting echoed from above once more. This time, Sui was somewhat accustomed to it and felt less panic. He listened intently for a moment, then checked every corner of his home to ensure everything was securely concealed. The thugs upstairs had wreaked havoc on countless individuals, and he could only wonder when it would be his turn. Sui silently mused. Regardless of the circumstances, this was a looming threat. For safety's sake, he needed to devise a solution for this group of thugs swiftly. Should he send Lin Yu, armed, to eliminate them? That seemed ill-advised. Although Lin Yu was a soldier, she was still outnumbered, and any unforeseen incident could result in significant losses for Sui. He was particularly uncertain about the talents possessed by the assailants. He had seen someone in the chat channel who had awakened a combat-related talent. If one of the thugs upstairs possessed a combat talent, Lin Yu, despite being a soldier, might not stand a chance. He resolved to endure a little longer. Taking a deep breath, he decided to continue lying low. As long as the assailants did not trouble him, he would strive to remain inconspicuous and quietly build his strength. Around 6 o'clock, he heard a cacophony of footsteps from above, along with some obscured conversations filled with curses. Damn. This heat is unbearable, bro. Could I have a sip of that ice water? Once we go out to check our haul. According to the rules, the person who finds the most stuff gets to drink. Sounds good, right? Sure thing, bro. By the way, I think I heard a woman's voice downstairs around noon, mentioning something about a commander. Is there someone important living here? A commander? In this apocalypse, what good is that? We'll look for her later and see what the deal is. The conversation drifted past Sui's door as they descended the stairs. Standing by the window, Sui silently peered through the curtains gap to see a group of men dragging empty sacks out of the building. Leading them was none other than Li Gu and his crew from yesterday. But their numbers had grown to 13. I seem to have caught their attention, Sui thought to himself. The old building's poor sound insulation had likely allowed Li Gu and his gang to notice the commotion surrounding Lin Yu. This building had 8 floors, with 4 households per floor. Given that the nearby facilities were well equipped, it was said that each household housed at least one person. Most of the residents were likely nearby workers, judging by their physique. Assuming each unit contained at least one resident, there were at least 32 individuals in the building. If Li Ge's group was indeed responsible for the violence, considering the frequency of their attacks and the death rate in the apocalypse, there should be around 20 residents remaining. Calculating silently, Sui realized that as he resided on the 6th floor, Li Ge's group could only be on the 7th or 8th floors. Given that there had already been violent incidents above, it was likely that they would search for him within the next day or two. If misfortune struck, they might even find him that very night. Time was running short. Sui felt an intense sense of crisis. The number of Li Ge's aides was steadily increasing, and relying solely on Lin Yu might not suffice to contend with the dozen or so burly men laboring at the construction site. If firearms were to be considered, perhaps they could intimidate the assailants, but should the adversaries possess any troublesome shelter-related abilities, Sui's chances of defeat would only increase. He still needed to devise a means to enhance the defensive capabilities of the shelter. Ideally, he aspired to transform the house into a fortress. Sui gazed at his front door, contemplating the feasibility of having Lin Yu single-handedly guard it. Time trickled away, by around 8 o'clock in the evening. Darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. Eligu and his entourage had yet to return, and the streets outside were eerily silent, occasionally interrupted by faint voices, seemingly from those still alive, searching for supplies. Although the nighttime temperature remained unyielding, it imparted a psychological chill. The darkness offered a comforting sense of security, as everyone appeared accustomed to navigating in the shadows. Meanwhile, Sui remained holed up at home, silently avoiding any noise, while he tirelessly scoured the online trading platform for items to bolster the shelter's defenses. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside, startling Sui in the dark. He hastily grabbed the crossbow at his side. Chapter 8. Ice Water Brother, are you my comrade? In the darkness, Sui held his breath anxiously. However, he soon discerned that the rhythm of the knocking was somewhat peculiar, irregular, and soft. This was the return signal Lin Yu had established before she left. Approaching the door, Sui remained silent, merely shifting the table obstructing the entrance, causing a slight noise. "Commander, it's me soon." A hushed voice from outside confirmed it was Lin Yu. Unsure of who was outside, Sui chose to respond with caution. Upon confirming her identity, he swiftly and quietly moved the heavy objects aside to open the door for Lin Yu, then placed the barricade back at the entrance. "How did it go? Any success?" he inquired in a subdued tone as Lin Yu slipped into the bathroom, shielding her actions with the wall while activating her tactical flashlight. The 3 backpacks she carried were gently placed on the ground. "Commander, everything is here," Lin Yu replied cautiously, deftly unzipping the backpacks to reveal them brimming with supplies. He cast his gaze over, just as a notification chimed in his ear. "Congratulations! The shelter exploration mission is complete. The explorer has returned with the following supplies: 20 bags of biscuits, 35 boxes of chocolate, 6 large bags of candy, 3 small rolls of toilet paper, 3 boxes of painkillers, 2 boxes of cold medicine, 8 boxes of Huaxiangzhengqi liquid, 20 cans of various fruits and vegetables, 20 bags of dried fruits. This exploration mission has been rated excellent. Your shelter has thereby acquired 10 survival points. Your shelter has unlocked the survival point store. You can use survival points to purchase apocalyptic items or enhance talent attributes." Survival points? Sui raised an eyebrow, recalling that there was indeed such a feature in the shelter's data. Yet he had been unaware of its significant utility. According to the description, it seemed that the more survival points one accumulated, the quicker the shelter could grow stronger, and currently, the only stable means of acquiring survival points appeared to be through exploration missions. "Well done," Sui commended, patting Lin Yu on the shoulder. "Turn off the light, put some of the supplies in the freezer, then let us have dinner." "Understood, Commander, but I'm not hungry yet." "Even if you're not hungry, you must eat something to replenish your strength." Sui noticed a barely perceptible stamina bar above Lin Yu's head, which had diminished from the full green of midday to a yellow half. This 8-hour exploration had evidently fatigued her, and she needed rest. This realization quelled Sui's earlier inclination to have Lin Yu continue exploring through the night. She was currently the sole talent in the shelter, and he needed to look after her, avoiding any undue exploitation. With an extra helper in the house, Sui found it considerably easier to manage the supplies. At 10 o'clock that evening, they had a light meal, opening 2 cans to replenish essential nutrients. Afterwards, Lin Yu suggested taking advantage of the night to enhance the basic protective measures of the house by setting up internal traps and warning devices. Sui readily agreed, pleased that a trained military professional was handling these tasks, as it would undoubtedly yield better results than his own efforts. While Lin Yu busied herself, Sui assisted and patiently inquired, "What else do you need? Just let me know, and I'll find a way to procure it." "Commander, I still need nylon rope, more knives, and conventional items like chili powder would be helpful too." Lin Yu was aware of the shelter's situation and did not make excessive demands for supplies. "Understood. I will acquire those items." Sui nodded, opening the trading platform to search for the requested items. Ever since the platform was established, people throughout the city had begun to list nearly anything for trade, even used sanitary pads. Almost every common item could be found there, and Lin Yu's requests were no exception. Sui exchanged a small quantity of perishable food and a bottle of ice water to acquire the items Lin Yu needed. Just as he was about to close the purchase order, he suddenly spotted an enticing listing: available police equipment in exchange for food and water. Interested parties please respond. Police equipment? Could the seller be at a police station? Sui quickly sent a trade request through the listing, adding a note: "I'm Ice Water Brother, with 3 bottles remaining. Do you have a handgun and bullets? Grenades would also suffice." The seller promptly replied, indicating a refusal to trade but included a note: "Hello? Ice Water Brother, we require a considerable amount of food and water. Your ice water is indeed needed, but for 3 bottles, we can only exchange for one Type 54 handgun, and I can include 10 rounds of ammunition. Enough for you to protect yourself in the near future while awaiting rescue. Awaiting rescue? It appeared the seller's identity was official, demonstrating a persistent resolve to save the city. This was consistent with the indomitable spirit of the Chinese people. In the face of disaster, heroes would always rise to the occasion. Sue pondered this. He understood that the refusal to trade was not a genuine rejection, but rather a means to facilitate private discussions between shelters. Ensuring thorough communication with potential buyers, .1 handgun and 10 rounds of ammunition didn't seem particularly helpful, Sue calculated in his mind. According to the seller's stance, it seemed they were reluctant to part with too many weapon resources, likely concerned about post-disaster weapon recovery issues and societal repercussions. If that were the case, he could forego the handgun, but acquiring more bullets would be beneficial. Turning to Linyu, who was busy working nearby, he quietly asked, "Linyu, what caliber is your ammunition?" CZ-75 submachine gun. "The magazine has been modified to hold 20 rounds, and the caliber is 919 mm, Linyu replied without turning her head. Sue, unfamiliar with military knowledge, noted this information and responded to the seller. 3 bottles of ice water for 100 rounds of 919 mm ammunition. "You have a submachine gun?" The seller quickly realized this and responded with surprise. "Ice water, brother. Who are you? How can you possess firearms in China? Are you my comrade? I can't give you that many bullets. I'm uncertain of your identity. I can only provide you with 20 rounds at most. Add 10 bags of biscuits to that, and I'll take 100 rounds. Sue did not directly answer the question, only presenting his offer, which further unsettled the seller regarding Sue's identity. "You are my comrade? Very well, 50 rounds. That's my maximum concession. Add a box of painkillers, a box of cold medicine, and a box of Huaxiangzhengqi liquid for 100 rounds. Sue's conditions nearly swayed the seller. While food shortages might be temporarily bearable, medical supplies were truly invaluable. With the current heat outside, if there were no nearby pharmacies, or if the pharmacies were closed, obtaining such medications would be exceedingly difficult. These medicines held immense significance in the present environment, especially the painkillers and Huaxiangzhengqi liquid, which were life-saving essentials. Congratulations, you have successfully completed a transaction. The seller quickly agreed, no longer sending refusal messages, and promptly accepted the order, delivering 100 rounds of ammunition. Simultaneously, the online platform deducted the items Sue had offered, reducing his supply reserves by 1/10. But all of it was worthwhile. Sue gazed at the 2 small boxes of ammunition stacked before him, filled with pristine bullets, a smile of restrained joy appearing on his face. "Linyu, did you use any bullets today? How many do you have left?" "Commander, I've been conserving. I didn't use my gun today, and I still have 60 rounds left. Here, take these 100 rounds. Don't be too frugal. Use your gun when it's a critical moment." Sue handed the box of ammunition to Linyu, smiling as he added, "It's a pity I couldn't get more magazines. I'll find a way to buy some next time." "Thank you, Commander." Linyu's eyes lit up at the sight of the ammunition, eagerly accepting the box. She understood well that their safety depended almost entirely on her gun and ammunition. With an increased supply of bullets, Sue felt a slight alleviation of pressure, a smile gracing his face. "Linyu, I'll help you set up traps." As the 2 individuals relaxed, a sudden, thunderous sound shattered the tranquility of the night. Boom! A noise reminiscent of a missile explosion erupted from outside the window, illuminating the night sky with a brilliant flash of fire. Chapter 9. The Emergence of Derivative Disasters. The Third Gift Reward. The deafening roar was alarmingly close, sending a jolt of fear through Sue, as if his very soul were about to escape him. Linyu, too, instantly became alert. What on earth was happening? Sue nearly leaped from his spot, rushing to the window to peer outside. A fiery glow reflected on his face as he gazed in horror at the scene unfolding in the neighboring street, where a ferocious blaze raged, billowing into the sky. That inexplicable explosion had ignited a conflagration within the city. Under the sweltering heat, the fire spread with alarming rapidity, engulfing several nearby structures in its wake. The terrifying flames surged higher, resembling a serpentine creature relentlessly climbing towards the rooftops. One residential building was completely enveloped in flames. Its windows flung open as residents, awakened from their slumber, emitted chilling cries for help. Sue even witnessed individuals, unable to withstand the rapid advance of the inferno, daringly leap from high floors, only to be consumed by the sea of fire. Those too terrified to jump could only writhe in agony, transforming into fireballs within their rooms, their screams echoing in despair. Scenes of human tragedy unfolded before his eyes. This is a catastrophic fire. Sue felt frozen, the firelight casting a faint glimmer of fear in his eyes. A blaze merely a street away, at such temperatures, spread with remarkable speed. This signified that the house where Sui resided was no longer safe. Amidst the chaos and paralysis engulfing the city, no one could contain the raging flames. It would not take long before the fire reached Sui's apartment complex, and in mere days, it could engulf a significant portion of the city. The entire Jinling city might very well be laid to waste in this unforeseen inferno. The roaring flames also stirred a tempest of panic within the city's chat channels, which were already saturated with despair. "It's over. I'm done for. The fire is right next to me. It's about to reach me. Help. Somebody save me. I'm trapped in the inferno. I'm nearby and I think it was a gas leak that caused the explosion. I fear we're all doomed now. Who's left to extinguish the flames? Ice Water Brother. Calling Ice Water Brother. Our city needs a hero to rise up. Stop shouting. Do you expect Ice Water to extinguish the fire with just a few bottles of water? Are you still asleep?" The entire city's chat channel descended into a state of terror, each person overwhelmed with feelings of despair. Sui's expression was somber. He understood that this was a dire situation that was nearly impossible to reverse. "Commander, we must leave here at once." Lin Yu approached Sui, her gaze heavy as she looked ahead, speaking softly. "This fire will destroy this city. It will undoubtedly reach us within 2 hours, and we have little time left. Must we simply flee?" Sui clenched his fists, his eyes a mixture of emotions. This was the end of days. Where could he possibly run to? If the shelter was destroyed, would his gifts still hold any value? Without his abilities, how would he survive? Even if he brought enough supplies and the combat-capable Lin Yu, how long could they endure? Having survived one apocalypse, there would be a second and a third. Sui was plagued with concerns. Yet he recognized Lin Yu was right. If they did not prepare soon, escape would be impossible. "Wait." Lin Yu gazed at the blazing fire, her brow furrowing in confusion as she murmured, "It seems to be ceasing its spread?" Sui's mind jolted, and he quickly looked up, observing intently, and indeed, the flames had stopped advancing. 20 minutes later, Sui was certain that the fire had not spread beyond its current boundaries, remaining confined to 2 residential buildings and their surrounding structures. The affected area spanned approximately 800 meters, while buildings beyond the fiery perimeter remained completely unscathed. The air was thick with heat waves, the temperature within the inferno ranging from 600 to 2,000 degrees, yet the flames did not affect the surroundings in the slightest, not even igniting nearby greenery. How peculiar. Why is this? Sui pondered. Furrowing his brow, it was not just him who felt bewildered. The people in the city's chat channels also noticed this anomaly and began to discuss it fervently. Some fortunate souls nearby, discovering themselves unharmed, decided to stay put and began narrating the unfolding disaster to the remaining survivors in the city. Some watched with morbid curiosity, others gripped by trepidation, but none could shield those perishing in the blaze from their fate. After half an hour, no more cries for help emerged from within the fire-enshrouded building. The last survivor succumbed to the flames. By midnight, the once raging inferno swiftly extinguished, dying down completely in less than 10 minutes. Leaving behind a few charred ruins belching thick black smoke. The fire had burned strangely, and its extinguishment was equally mysterious. Sui observed intently until the flames were completely snuffed out. He could not comprehend it. At that moment, mere seconds after the fire was extinguished, a citywide announcement appeared. Now initiating city area announcement. The first derivative disaster of the regional apocalypse has emerged. The derivative disaster module is now officially activated. Globally, at any location and at any time, derivative disasters may erupt based on the current type of apocalypse. Derivative disasters will not affect organisms and objects outside the disaster zone, and may exhibit signs before occurrence. Some disasters may provide advance notifications. Should any shelter survive a derivative disaster, it will receive significant apocalypse survival points. If not, then death shall ensue. The chilling announcement reverberated through the city, leaving its inhabitants in shock and bewilderment. It increasingly resembled a game. As random events began to unfold, Sui murmured, speculating that derivative disasters likely revolved around the potential for random catastrophic events to occur in reality. The downside was their potentially devastating nature, far exceeding the capabilities of current shelters. The upside was that they would not spread indiscriminately, only covering a defined area. If I were to encounter a derivative disaster at this stage, I fear there would be no hope for survival whatsoever. Just as Sui was deep in thought, he suddenly heard whispers from the window above. "Brother, that fire burned strangely. almost like some kind of disaster. Could it ignite here without cause? What are you afraid of? The second brother's house is sturdy. A fire cannot kill us. Yes, yes, let us cooperate, and we shall be invincible. Ha ha. It was the voices of Li Gu and his crew. They had returned, it seemed, residing on the top floor. Su Yi quietly pulled the curtain's edge, concealing any sign of disturbance. Lin Yu, who had been about to speak, was halted by Su Yi's gesture. Let us rest and discuss this tomorrow, Su Yi mouthed and gestured, while Lin Yu, her expression serious, nodded in understanding. She recognized the danger posed by those above and turned back to the entrance to continue setting traps. Su Yi retrieved a thin blanket from the cabinet and laid it on the sofa, crafting a simple bed for Lin Yu, then moved the already open freezer closer to her to lower the temperature. This freezer required no electricity and could continuously produce cold air, thus Su Yi utilized it as an air conditioner, keeping it open to lower the room's temperature. Only in this way could they ensure they would not be too hot to sleep. After preparing everything, Su Yi lay down on the makeshift bed and closed his eyes. Perhaps it was due to Lin Yu's presence beside him that Su Yi slept particularly soundly. It was not until 11 a.m. the next day that Lin Yu cautiously woke him. Commander, I heard movement outside. It seems the people upstairs have descended to scavenge for supplies. Earlier this morning, they appear to have killed someone upstairs. Judging by the sounds, it seemed to be an elderly individual. Lin Yu looked at Su Yi with a serious expression, her eyes gleaming with a righteous fury. Su Yi patted his still groggy head, waving his hand dismissively. Let us not concern ourselves with them. We must first ensure our own safety. Yes, Commander. Do I still venture out to explore today? Lin Yu inquired. Our supplies are still insufficient. While they are out, I could explore without worrying about your safety. Let us hold off for now, Su Yi declined. He was waiting for the third day's gift reward. After a simple meal, Su Yi sat beside the freezer to cool down. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was just past noon. As expected, the familiar, melodious notification chimed in Su Yi's ears. Congratulations! Your time spent in the shelter has reached 24 hours, triggering a talent reward. Time spent is now recalibrated. Chapter 10. A new talent. Conditions for shelter upgrade. Congratulations, you have successfully recruited a D-rank auxiliary talent, Engineer Li Ya. As the mysterious notification resonated, a humanoid figure of golden light materialized before Su Yi, swiftly revealing a woman. She was tall and possessed a unique aura, with smooth black hair simply styled into a low ponytail. Behind her gold-rimmed glasses shone intelligent eyes. She donned a simple, dark-colored work uniform, and a multifunctional tool belt hung at her waist, equipped with an array of small, precise tools, from screwdrivers to miniature welding devices, all one could need. Even her gloves were specially crafted anti-static ones, and she carried a backpack filled with various electronic components and measuring instruments. Yet again, a talent reward. Su Yi's eyes sparkled with realization. He noted that as long as there was an adequate supply of food and water, the talent rewards had manifested consecutively. Did this imply that, within the framework of talent mechanisms, the resource I currently lack the most is talent? Ignoring all population data, this suggests that population is also a critically scarce resource for the shelter. Talent units are essentially a more advanced form of population resource, Su Yi pondered. While the new talent, Li Ya, politely greeted him. Hello, boss, I am delighted to serve you. Boss. Another new title. However, these talents are loyal to the shelter. So the form of address is of little consequence. As Su Yi assessed Li Ya, he opened her data panel for review. Talent data information. Name, Li Ya. Age, 28. Type, engineer. Talent grade, D. Physical strength, 75. Neural reaction, 90. Endurance, 80. Mental will, 78. Self-healing immunity, 78. Talent trait, wisdom. She possesses an outstanding IQ and problem-solving ability, with strong logical thinking skills, making her an intellectual research talent. Talent gift, engineering specialization. She has an exceptionally high aptitude in the field of engineering scientific research. Proficient in various engineering techniques and adept at developing, improving, and creating technological items for the shelter. Research ability score, 85 points. A brand new type of talent, engineer, development ability. Adept at creating technological items for the shelter? Su Yi keenly sensed the uniqueness of these keywords. If Lin Yu is a typical combat talent, then Li Ya's data panel is quite intriguing. In a post-apocalyptic world, where human technology had already failed comprehensively, how could Li Ya, as a research talent, recreate technological items under such circumstances? Su Yi noticed that the technological items mentioned in Li Ya's data bore the prefix of shelter. Is there a distinction between shelter technology and human technology? Su Yi pondered briefly, then looked at Leah, seeking confirmation. Leah, what can you create? Anything that can improve the current shelter environment, I excel at, Leah replied cheerfully, her tone resolute. This includes the shelter's defensive facilities, living amenities, expansions, and so forth. Of course, I cannot yet develop anything too advanced. Leah's grade is only D, and correspondingly, the item she produces won't be of high grade either. Wait, expansions? Sui caught on to the term. Feeling a surge of excitement, Leah can actually expand the shelter. Does this not imply that the shelter's space can be increased? This is a boon. A larger space not only means accommodating more population, but can also enhance the shelter's defenses and disaster resilience through spatial design and arrangement. Leah, how do you plan to expand the shelter? Sui inquired, to which Leah respectfully responded. That depends on what type of shelter you wish to have, and in addition, I will need the corresponding expansion materials for that type of shelter. Upon Leah's utterance, it seemed a certain keyword had been triggered, and new prompt information appeared before Sui. Necessary prerequisites for expanding the shelter. Possess the corresponding type of talent or technical blueprints. Sufficient construction materials for expansion and adequate renovation space. Your current shelter is level 0. To upgrade to a level 1 shelter, the following conditions must be met. 1. Choose the type of shelter for upgrade, not completed. 2. Possess the corresponding talent or technical blueprints, engineer acquired. 3. Have 100 survival points, currently possessing 10 points. 4.1 Adjacent space double the current shelter size, not surveyed. 5.100 units of corresponding construction materials, not possessed. Construction materials can be obtained through dispatching talents on exploration missions. Hiss. Sui's eyes widened as he muttered. These 5 requirements do not appear simple, and this is just the condition for upgrading to a level 1 shelter. However, what changes will occur once the shelter is upgraded to level 1? Does this shelter type hold any special significance? Sui's gaze fixated on the shelter types, and soon the prompt box changed. Currently available upgrade options for a level 1 shelter include 1. Refuge camp. Offers more living space, with residents having a 20% resistance to various extreme natural conditions. Corresponding construction material, refugee timber. 2. Experimental house. Features a more detailed technology tree, allowing for the creation of a greater variety of shelter items. Corresponding construction material, electronic components. 3. Workshop. Reduces the time consumed for dispatching exploration missions by 20%, while increasing the resources obtained from dispatch missions by 10%. Corresponding construction material, large currency notes. Please choose your shelter type with caution. Each shelter type has its fixed upgrade path. But once the shelter type is determined, it cannot be changed in the future without specific means. Sui glanced over the information presented before him, gaining some understanding. The 3 shelter types correspond to different styles of shelter, roughly categorizing them into disaster resistance, scientific research, and proactive work. Each of these reflects a distinct attitude towards disaster, possessing their own unique advantages. Which should I choose? Wait, I haven't even met the conditions for upgrading yet. Why am I contemplating options? These 3 corresponding construction materials do not sound like anything found on Earth. Perhaps I should focus on gathering them first. Sui chuckled wryly, acknowledging that given his current situation, he could only upgrade to whichever shelter type he could gather materials for first. Linyu, prepare for an exploration mission. Sui turned and opened today's dispatch tasks, locating the material collection, exploration task which would take 12 hours. Yes, Linyu nodded, taking 2 bottles of ice water and some dry rations, then clearing away the clutter blocking the door before leaving home. It was now just past noon, and Linyu would not return until after midnight. After arranging for Linyu, Sui turned his attention to Leah. He initially considered assigning a dispatch task to her, but given her identity as an engineer, she did not seem particularly combat-oriented. Leah, could you specify what you can manufacture? Sui asked, aiming to place the talent in the right position to fully utilize her abilities. Boss, I am unsure how to introduce it. Leah shook her head and proposed. But you can tell me what you need, and if I can manufacture it, I can start working immediately. You manufacture items. Don't you need specific materials? Boss, for low-level items, I can source materials on site. Leah appeared quite confident, prompting Sui to eagerly inquire. Can you generate electricity? Perhaps create a motor or something similar? Electric energy is crucial for humanity. If we could harness electricity, we could accomplish many things. Leah shook her head. I cannot, as I lack the specific materials and blueprints. Then, can we modify our shelter to enhance its defenses? Sui asked, to which Leah nodded. I can perform simple repairs and reinforcements, but the improvements will be limited. Whatever improvements you can make, please proceed, Sui responded, satisfied as long as the shelter remained sturdy enough to withstand risks. Let us get to work now, and remember to keep the noise down so as not to disturb the neighbors. Understood, boss, Leah nodded, picking up her toolkit and beginning her work. She did not require Suyi's assistance and independently commenced measuring and planning within the room. Sui wandered about, wishing to help but finding no opportunity to do so. Ultimately, he reclined back onto the bed, contemplating the path ahead. His mind raced with thoughts regarding the shelter's upgrade, talent allocation, and the potential threats posed by Li Gu and others as various reflections collided in his mind. The room remained swelteringly hot, but fortunately, the refrigerator nearby continuously emitted cool air, providing a refreshing sensation that lulled Sui into a drowsy stupor, eventually leading him to sleep. Boss, wake up! Elia's gentle call jolted Sui awake, and he rolled over in bed. The outside world had descended into darkness, and Sui suddenly realized, Leah, how long have I been asleep? 9 hours, boss, Leah replied, squatting by the bedside. Your mental stress was quite high. So you slept very soundly. However, this is a good thing, as effective sleep can restore your mental state. Elia, has anything happened while I was asleep? Was there any commotion outside? Boss, about an hour ago. A group of men came outside, Leah softly reported. It seemed like they were trying to force our door open, but they were unsuccessful. It's Li Gu and his gang. Sui instantly tensed up, reflexively glancing towards the front door. Yet upon that glance, he was taken aback. All the obstacles he had placed beside the door had vanished, returning to their original positions in the room. Moreover, the once dilapidated wooden door now boasted an inner structure reinforced with steel bars interwoven and encasing it. The exterior is adorned with a wooden door, while within lies a meticulous lattice of steel bars interwoven for protection. Above this ironclad facade, a layer of sharp spikes has been affixed, seemingly crafted as a precaution against any forceful attempts to breach the wooden entrance. The entire door exudes a sense of weightiness and discomfort, instilling a profound sense of security in Sui. This is far superior to the cluttered entrance he previously had. It is evident that breaching it from the outside would prove exceedingly challenging. Did you create all this? Sui inquired, glancing at Leah with astonishment. Elia nodded. Indeed, boss. Due to limited materials, I could only accomplish this much for now. Materials? Where did you procure these? Sui suddenly realized that there were hardly any iron items in the house. How had Leah managed to acquire these materials to fortify the door? Could it be that this woman possessed the ability to conjure resources from thin air? Chapter 11. The thugs have arrived. A grave crisis in the dead of night, boss. I explored the 3 other households on the same floor and found some usable materials inside, Leah explained, which made Sui aware of an important point. It seemed that as long as he issued commands, Leah would find ways to accomplish tasks independently. For instance, she proactively scoured the surrounding areas of the shelter in search of suitable materials. You didn't encounter any dangers, did you? Sui paused, reminding her to prioritize safety and avoid unnecessary risks. Thank you for your concern, boss. I ensured safety before venturing out and made sure not to create any significant disturbances. Leah hesitated before continuing. I initially planned to craft some lock-picking tools to access the neighbors' doors, but upon my departure, I discovered that their homes had already been forcibly breached. The other 3 rooms on this floor are uninhabited, with only traces of blood, suggesting they were invaded from the outside. The interiors are chaotic, with food and drinking water taken, leaving me with only some unwanted repair materials. Considering the neighbors' plight, I limited my modifications to our door and also set up a few door traps. Alongside crafting 5 steel spears, Elia turned her head, her gaze directed towards the corner of the room. There lay 5 spears, approximately 2 meters in length, their shafts crafted from common steel pipes, with the spearheads welded from kitchen knives, meticulously polished to a gleaming shine. This is a splendid creation, Sui exclaimed, recognizing the value of such long-range weapons. In the absence of firearms, wielding these spears would provide a significant defense against any assailants. Leah, you are truly remarkable. Thank you for the compliment. Boss, by the way, did that group of people realize there was someone inside when they couldn't breach the door? Sui asked, feeling somewhat vexed at having slept so soundly that he had missed all the commotion. This was not entirely his fault. During the apocalyptic days, the mental strain had been immense, particularly during the solitary moments when threats loomed outside and the issue of dwindling supplies weighed heavily within. Under such prolonged stress, once he fell into a deep sleep, it became exceedingly difficult to awaken. I believe they did not notice, Leah replied, shaking her head. I remembered your instructions and remained silent. Utilizing a soundproof welding tool, however, a standard wooden door cannot withstand their forceful hammering and attempts at breaching. Eventually, they will realize we are hiding here. Lia's analysis was astute. Exposure was inevitable. Before that occurred, Sui needed to prepare more thoroughly. Understood, he replied, taking a deep breath as he surveyed the room. Numerous areas had been deliberately modified, such as the windows now fitted with an insulating layer of wooden boards. The curtains thickened, and a rudimentary cooling device added outside the freezer. Lia's enhancements considered not only the shelter's security, but also comfort, and no wonder I felt a slight chill tonight, Lia. You have truly worked hard. Sui felt satisfied. It's nearly time. Let us have dinner first. Lin, you should be returning shortly. Boss, I have already had dinner. Please, you go ahead. I still have some new modifications to complete. Lia rose, her figure melding into the shadows of the room, leaving Sui to ponder what she might be tinkering with next. He picked up some bread and chilled water, eating while preparing to check the trading platform for any new items available that day. He had developed a habit of trading any excess chilled water daily, maximizing the shelter's resource reserves. While browsing the interface, Sui noted that one of the 5 requirements for upgrading the shelter had been fulfilled. Successfully surveyed the adjacent available space needed for upgrading the shelter. Successful detection? Is this the reason Lia searched the nearby houses? Sui pondered, if this is the case, does that mean that to expand the shelter, we would have to eliminate any nearby shelters? After all, most modern residences are interconnected, and in scenarios where both properties are shelters, natural conflicts over expansion would inevitably arise. It seemed that even those who wished to avoid upgrading their shelters might still be drawn into trouble by others. In this apocalypse, everyone sought to grow stronger. The process of upgrading shelters would likely result in many perishing at the hands of their own kind. Sui sighed, realizing he could not alter the perilous environment of disaster. He merely wished to safeguard himself. Opening the trading platform, he immediately searched for weapon trading orders. As weapons were still his most pressing need if possible, Sui hoped to acquire another firearm and some ammunition. I still have 6 bottles of chilled water left. That should be enough to procure some decent weapons, right? He swiftly searched for suitable orders and soon came across a weapon sale listed by a shelter called Jinling Rescue Team. They offered a range of police weaponry and equipment in abundance, available for exchange with usable medicines, food, or water. Interested parties were encouraged to submit their information, a note added. Do not inquire about my location. The shelter has a population limit, and we cannot accommodate too many survivors, at present. No one can assist the weak. You must rely on yourselves. This information was intriguing. Not only was the seller offering weapons, but they also seemed aware of some underlying mechanisms of the shelters. It appeared they were attempting to rescue more survivors from the city but had encountered failure. Is this a mechanism of the apocalypse game? Disallowing humans from banding together? Forcing us to fend for ourselves in this desolate world? Sui mused as he submitted his chilled water order, also tentatively inquiring about his concerns in the trading information. The response came promptly, hello, chilled water guide, and I am quite interested in your order, and we can discuss it in detail. During their negotiations, the other party did not attempt to haggle much, readily agreeing to Sui's trade request. They also provided him with several key pieces of intelligence about the city. Chilled water guy, we currently know that humans possessing shelters cannot reside in other shelters. Those who voluntarily abandon their shelters cannot be accommodated in our level 0 shelter due to population limits. We cannot offer more rescue assistance. We can only strive to provide food and weapon support while considering our survival as well. This game has disrupted humanity's innate ability to unite. However, we have not given up and continue to seek new methods to assist more of our fellow beings. I hope Chilled Water Guy can do his utmost to help those in need. Our people require more heroes to step forward in times of crisis. The other party seemed to represent an official entity, earnestly encouraging Sui. They also made him aware that, despite the ongoing turmoil, there remained individuals actively engaged in rescue efforts, attempting to gather more people for mutual support. Yet they had failed and were still searching for new strategies. Thank you for your intelligence. I will do my best to assist the vulnerable, Sui replied, albeit insincerely. He had no intention of doing so, but given the generosity shown, a few pleasantries wouldn't hurt. 6 bottles of chilled water had secured him 254 handguns and 50 rounds of ammunition. What a remarkable deal! Sui marveled at the handguns before him, feeling both astonished and pleased. Despite the firearms being somewhat dated and the ammunition limited, they would at least provide each member of the shelter with a means of defense. Should any issues arise, there would be no need for excessive worry. Lia, do you know how to shoot? Sui quietly inquired into the darkness where Lia stood. She quickly poked her head out, illuminated by the moonlight filtering through the window, looking quite adorable. Boss, I can use a gun, but my aim is average. Could you teach me? I've never fired a gun before, of course. Boss, Lia obediently moved closer to Sui, patiently guiding him on how to use the firearm. The room was largely enveloped in darkness, the young man and woman alone together, each attuned to the scent of the other. In such close proximity, it was easy for the tension of being alone together to ignite sparks. Yet, Sui was currently devoid of any such distractions. He focused intently on learning, while Leah taught with equal diligence. Though their bodies were pressed closely together, their hearts remained untainted. 2 hours later, a series of heavy knocks echoed from outside the door. Due to the added steel, the sound was notably louder than before. Elia's expression shifted to one of tension as she gripped her weapon, swiftly pivoting to aim at the door. There is no need for alarm. Lin Yu has returned, Sui comforted. Having discerned the rhythm of the knocks at the door, he gestured for Leah to proceed and open it. This iron door required a particular technique to unlock. Those unfamiliar with it could never open it through brute force. Elia cautiously created a narrow gap in the door, confirming that it was indeed Lin Yu outside before fully opening the door to let her in. This time, Lin Yu returned laden with numerous bags, placing them on the ground and revealing their contents before Sui's eyes. Inside were a plethora of dazzling electronic components and a variety of colorful banknotes. Congratulations! You have acquired 103 units of electronic components and 76 units of cash in this talent exploration. Completion rating for this exploration task: perfect. You have earned 20 survival points. Lin Yu, you have done excellently. A smile of satisfaction played on Sui's lips, unable to be contained. This collection task was executed flawlessly, providing the essential materials required for upgrading the shelter. Moreover, it had awarded him 20 survival points, bringing his total to 30. However, this material collection task yielded solely upgrading materials, with no other supplies in sight. Among the prerequisites for upgrading 5 shelters, Sui had now fulfilled 4, only needing to amass 100 survival points to elevate the shelter by 1 level. According to the exchange between Leah and Sui earlier that evening, Leah had informed Sui that upgrading to a level 1 laboratory-type shelter would restore the power system, allowing it to barely meet pre-disaster living conditions. After enduring the torment of darkness for many days, Sui yearned to see the light, thus leaning towards upgrading the shelter to a laboratory type. Upon hearing Sui's praise, Lin Yu's expression remained grave. She looked at Sui and quietly warned him. Commander, on my way upstairs, I overheard that group preparing for a search. It seems they plan to thoroughly search our entire building tonight. Lin Yu's words caused Sui's expression to shift slightly. Before he could respond, a cacophony of noise erupted from the corridor outside. Hurry, grab your weapons. Tonight, we'll flush out all the survivors. Damn it. Who would have thought that killing would also yield survival points? Brotherly said to take care of this floor tonight, and we'll tackle the adjacent buildings tomorrow. Before long, the whole city will be ours. We are the emperors of Jinling. Ha ha ha, sticking with brotherly guarantees a feast. The voices of the group grew closer, soon converging at Sui's doorstep. This is the place. I sensed something was off before. I couldn't unlock this damn door. Brothers, let us break it down. If there are survivors, search for supplies. Sui's expression darkened. The actions of these thugs were quicker than he had anticipated. Without any forewarning, they were launching a nighttime assault. Chapter 12. Gunfight in the Dead of Night. A grave crisis for the shelter. Just as Lin Yu had informed Sui, the thugs were already gathering in the corridor outside his door. Sui had little time to react. He could hear the men outside beginning a thorough search of the floor, with indistinct voices from the neighboring unit. Huh? The traces I left here are gone? Has someone been here? It seems something is missing. It must be from the unit that closed the door. I told you someone was inside. Damn it, go find them. How dare they hide? Sui squinted at Lin Yu, who discreetly signaled for him and Leah to take cover in the corner of the room. Sui nodded, carefully positioning himself against the wall, while Leah stood diagonally across from him. Lin Yu crouched behind the freezer, all three armed and holding their breath, awaiting the enemy's arrival. Moments later, a series of violent banging on the door erupted. Bang, bang, bang. Come out, you inside. If you keep hiding, I'll kill you all. Damn it. How dare you play games with me? I've been knocking for a day, and you don't even respond. Break down this door, bring the hammer, bang, boom. Accompanying the thug shouts was the sound of wood splintering. The old wooden door could not withstand their assault. As the door shattered, beams of blinding flashlight illuminated the interior through the gaps in the iron bars. The flickering light allowed Sui to glimpse shadows moving outside the steel door. Roughly estimating, there were at least 20 individuals. The group of thugs had grown stronger. Outnumbered, Sui dared not recklessly expose his position by firing. Conversely, Lin Yu displayed remarkable courage, decisively firing as the light streamed in. Tat tat tat. A small burst of bullets erupted from her weapon, and almost immediately, a sound of a body being struck echoed from outside. They have guns. The people inside have guns. Damn it, I've been hit. Brotherly, I've been shot. I'm going to die. Hide. We need to hide. Where are our guns? Get them out and shoot. Outside, chaos and cries of pain erupted. Lin Yu's surprise assault effectively disrupted their arrogance. Impressive! Sui's eyes lit up as he glanced at Lin Yu, crouching behind the freezer. He was well aware of how complex the iron door had been modified by Li Ya. Although there were gaps between the steel bars, they were not large enough for a bullet to pass through easily. If Sui had attempted to fire, it was likely his bullets would have ricocheted back. Injuring his own team, Lin Yu's marksmanship was exceptional. She could achieve such precision even with a fully automatic submachine gun. However, the thugs were not to be underestimated. Soon, dark gun muzzles were aimed at the gaps in the iron door. Bang! Bang bang! The sharp crack of gunfire reverberated in the darkness, bullets ricocheting chaotically within the room, shattering various items. The thugs also possessed firearms, likely procured from the online trading platform. Kill them. Fire quickly. Out of bullets. Damn it! Do we know if anyone is dead? It's silent inside. Let us smash this rotten door open. Take advantage of their weakness. The thugs shouted outside, having emptied a magazine of bullets, just as they continued to batter the door. Sui noticed Lin Yu signaling to Li Wai. Elia nodded and exposed half her body from behind the cover, aiming at the door where the flashlight shone, firing 3 shots. Bang bang bang. 1 bullet went astray, ricocheting off the iron door, while the other 2 clearly found their mark outside. Damn. There are still survivors inside. My brother has been shot. My brother has been hit. Brotherly, what do we do now? Fire! Keep firing. The thugs outside were thrown into disarray. After reloading, they resumed shooting into the interior. However, Leah had already returned to her hiding spot. The bullets from the thugs flew wildly around the room but could not harm Sui and his companions. Thanks to Lin Yu's positioning strategy, they had considered the risk of stray bullets, ensuring their positions within the confined space remained relatively safe, avoiding direct hits as soon as the thugs finished a volley. The moment the gunfire ceased, Lin Yu almost instantly revealed herself, unleashing 2 bursts of bullets towards the door. Tat tat tat, tat tat tat. The sounds of bullets striking flesh echoed from outside, accompanied by the thugs' screams. We can't keep being targets at the door. There's a sharpshooter inside. We can't overpower them. Brotherly, let us retreat. Damn it, this is too risky. Let us fall back upstairs. The thugs lacked the fighting spirit of seasoned soldiers. After several counterattacks, many were wounded, fearing they would be the next to be shot. Amidst the noise and cries, the chaotic voices outside gradually receded. Have they left? Sui whispered, but Lin Yu held her breath. Remaining still, suddenly, Lin Yu's arm swung to the right, firing. Tat tat tat. Accompanied by the eruption of gunfire, more screams rang out at the doorway. Damn. They've discovered us. Run. Quickly. Mother-f***er. A new wave of chaos ensued outside, followed by a flurry of retreating footsteps. Cold sweat broke out on Sui's forehead. These thugs were cunning, intending to ambush those inside while waiting for them to lower their guard under pressure, ready to launch another surprise attack. Fortunately, Lin Yu was present. Her combat acumen was high, and she saw through the thugs' ambush. Commander, they've fled. Lin Yu swiftly approached Sui from behind the freezer, concern etched on her face. Are you injured? I'm fine, Sui shook his head. He hadn't fired a single shot and had hidden well, so he was, of course, unscathed. Sui was not cowardly. Rather, the darkness had hindered his vision. And as it was his first time handling a firearm, he did not dare to shoot indiscriminately for fear of hindering his teammates. As it turned out, Sui's decision was indeed correct. These bandits, in the constrained environment, were no match for Lin Yu alone. Commander, I believe we won't be able to sleep tonight. Lin Yu lowered her voice, analyzing the subsequent combat situation for Sui. The people outside have suffered losses. At least 5 of them must have been hit. They will likely attempt to ambush us again in the dead of night. This iron door should hold against them. But if they possess breaching tools, it might be precarious. Lin Yu's expression was grave, and the thick scent of blood wafting from outside corroborated her analysis. Having suffered such substantial losses, the thugs would undoubtedly seek revenge. Then we shall counterattack. Leah lowered her voice and proposed, Lin Yu, with your strength, we should take the initiative and disrupt their formation, advancing as we retreat. Your analysis is quite reasonable. Lin Yu glanced at Leah, offering a wry smile, but I cannot do that. They are likely lurking in the hallway, waiting for us to emerge. We still have no idea how many guns they possess. Moreover, The commander has mentioned that they might possess some combat abilities, which would complicate matters further. I am not afraid of death, but I worry that if I go out and fail to eliminate them all, a few enemies could slip through, putting the commander in danger. Lin Yu furrowed her brows. Currently, she was the only combat unit in the shelter. Although Li Yu could handle a firearm, her combat proficiency was certainly inferior to Lin Yu's. As for Su Yi, it was unnecessary to mention. Just a few days prior, he was an ordinary person. While urging Su Yi to fight valiantly was one thing, he could at most be considered a minor asset in terms of combat capability. It seemed that the only option left was to adopt a delaying tactic. Li Yu glanced at Su Yi and whispered, "Boss, we shouldn't let Lin Yu go out for the next few days. We need to lie in wait and find a way to inflict pain on the enemies before we can break the deadlock. I'm afraid we don't have that much time to waste." Su Yi's expression darkened as he opened the city area chat channel and encountered a shocking message. High prices offered for grenades, flamethrowers, kerosene and other weapons and equipment, negotiable supplies. Sellers, please post your orders quickly. This was the latest purchasing information appearing on the city channel. The speaker was a person from a shelter, namely DeChong, and Su Yi quickly deduced that this was the group of thugs outside. They were seeking to acquire equipment capable of forcibly breaking in. These thugs, indeed, could not swallow their anger. According to Su Yi, such equipment was available for sale on the city's trading platform. At least he had seen orders for grenades. This indicated that the thugs' next round of attacks would commence soon, and their assault methods would be even more brutal. The threat was escalating. Chapter 13. The only breakthrough, life and death on the line. If these thugs were able to obtain suitable equipment, no, it was almost certain they would. These thugs scour for supplies daily and have been killing and plundering in neighbors' homes. Their reserves must be substantial. As long as they are willing to pay a high price, they will undoubtedly acquire what they need. If they get their hands on such deadly weapons tonight, I might not make it through. Su Yi's expression was one of deep distress, his eyes filled with profound helplessness. He clearly had not wronged anyone, merely staying at home, contemplating how to survive the apocalypse, yet fate had dealt him such a cruel hand. "Commander, you?" Noticing the change in Su Yi's expression, Lin Yu quietly inquired, "Is the situation that dire?" "Yes," Su Yi nodded, sharing his concerns and discoveries with Lin Yu and Li Wei. "Do you have any solutions?" "We just need to hold on until noon tomorrow. If we can make it to that point, we will be fine." Su Yi earnestly sought their advice, hoping these two talented individuals could provide him with a sound strategy. If they could just endure until noon tomorrow, Su Yi would receive a new talent reward. According to the information regarding the talent, the reward would provide Su Yi with the most urgently needed resources, potentially allowing him to find a solution. Lin Yu bowed her head in silence, while Li Yu glanced between Su Yi and Lin Yu, hesitant to speak. "Boss, I have an idea, but it is somewhat dangerous." "Quickly, tell me." Su Yi's eyes brightened as he urgently pressed for a solution. Any breakthrough at this moment would be invaluable. If they awaited the thugs to acquire equipment and block their path again, everything would be over. The current shelter was merely an ordinary residence, incapable of withstanding the assault of flamethrowers or grenades. It seemed that Lin Yu would need to take a risk. Li Yu turned to Lin Yu, softly stating, "Among the three of us, only Lin Yu possesses the greatest combat capabilities. Moreover, it is night now, and the external conditions are ideal for defense and individual stealth operations. If we cover her while she goes outside, she will surely attract the attention of those thugs. Should they attempt to block the door again, Lin Yu can seize the opportunity to attack from outside, coordinating with us to effectively counter their assault." However, there were many challenges. One of the thugs outside might be armed and on guard. Once we open the door, we may not be able to get Lin Yu out, inadvertently compromising our own protective barrier. 2. Lin Yu can use the darkness to ensure her safety, but if dawn breaks and morning arrives, should she recklessly open fire, she might expose herself, making it exceedingly difficult to evade enemy searches in such a small building. If Lin Yu were to perish outside, the two of us inside wouldn't last long either. Li Yu's analysis was thorough. Sui opened his mouth, but ultimately sighed. Should he really send a woman to her death? She was a comrade in the shelter. Li Yu's analysis was the most coherent strategy for breaking the deadlock, and Sui could not conceive of a better plan. The disparity in numbers between them and the thugs was too great to devise any feasible tactics. "Let us proceed with this plan." Lin Yu suddenly spoke up, agreeing with Li Yu's proposal. "Commander, Li Yu is correct. If I go out, I can seize more initiative and delay those bandits for as long as possible." "You will die," Sui said, his expression complex as he looked at Lin Yu. "There is a significant chance that you will perish outside. I am not afraid of death, as long as it ensures the commander survives." Lin Yu replied without hesitation, her eyes shining brightly, her expression resolute. "The commander is the most important. I will do everything in my power to delay the enemy until noon. Sui fell silent. His humanity told him that sending a woman to her death was wrong. Yet, his instinct for survival insisted that this was the only option. Even if Lin Yu's risky endeavor was likely to be futile, it was still preferable to the three of them huddled together in this room. One more question remained. How would they get out? Leah looked at Lin Yu, who gazed out the window, her brow arching. Through the window. Can you manage that? Yes, it's part of military training. Lin Yu replied confidently, even playfully winking at Leah. For a soldier from Huaxia, scaling rooftops is fundamental. Lin Yu, you are not in training now. You do not have a safety harness. Under the current conditions, I cannot provide you with climbing tools, Leah said earnestly. You will have to scale the wall barehanded. I do not wish for you to fall, as that would be a senseless death. You might as well stay by the boss's side. Do not worry. Just protect the commander, Lin Yu said resolutely, not hesitating any longer. She bent down and swiftly approached the window, slightly pulling back the curtain, quickly dismantling the covering on the door frame, and opened the window. A wave of heat rushed into the room. Lin Yu secured a bottle of ice water to her waist, then adroitly leaped out of the window, her figure vanishing into the night. Lin Yu. Sui rushed to the window, craning his neck to look out. In the moonlight, he spotted a lithe figure stepping onto the air conditioning unit, skillfully maneuvering along the scalding water pipes on the building's exterior. Wherever she reached, the surfaces were searing hot. The sight was perilous. Should she misstep, she would shatter upon impact. The heat wave enveloped her, sapping her strength and moisture. Boss, come back. Leah pulled Sui back from behind, warning, be careful at the door. If the enemy opens fire, you could be hit from this position. Trust Lin Yu. This is our only chance of survival. Leah insisted, dragging Sui back into the corner with a grave expression. Boss, you must not be too soft-hearted. In extraordinary times, we must take extraordinary measures. Am I being too soft-hearted? Sui lowered his head, a bitter smile playing on his lips. If he were truly soft-hearted, he would not have remained silent while allowing the two to make decisions, letting Lin Yu embark on a perilous endeavor. Sui recognized that this decision was correct, yet, humanity comes with a conscience. He understood that in the apocalypse, he needed to develop a harder heart, learning to suppress his compassion. But he was not a reincarnated character from a novel. He could not become inherently cold-hearted. Yet, for the sake of survival, he had to proceed this way. Yes, I have already done so, Sui whispered to himself, his expression complex. If Lin Yu were to perish, he too would not survive until noon tomorrow. Sui's emotions were conflicted. He could only continue to reassure himself. Lin Yu might not truly be human. She could merely be a game construct created by that mysterious entity. Perhaps just a replica of a human soldier, but was she truly not human? Sui was unsure. The more he tried to convince himself, the more he recalled the sense of security Lin Yu had brought him over the past few days. Regardless of whether this woman was truly human, Sui knew he owed her something. Boss, this is the apocalypse. You must learn to be more ruthless. Leia pressed close to Sui, her eyes vigilant at the door, whispering, if you do not act this way, you will not be a qualified leader. I am learning. Sui mumbled, pressing his forehead with a deep sigh. Leia, I have already become quite ruthless. I just might need a bit more time to fully adapt. No matter how guilty he felt, he had still sent Lin Yu into danger. He had already become cold-hearted. It was merely his conscience that was troubled. The atmosphere in the room turned somber, and Sui's expression gradually softened as he adjusted his state of mind. Regardless of the circumstances, it can at least be demonstrated that the recruited individuals exhibit a profound loyalty towards me. Sui inhaled deeply, silently hoping. I wish I could endure until noon tomorrow. In the oppressive atmosphere of this apocalyptic scenario, having the luxury to reminisce about one's conscience is indeed a rare indulgence. It is uncertain how much time has elapsed. Outside the door, there remains an unsettling silence. The group of marauders appears to have failed in procuring equipment sufficient to breach the door. Only muffled curses and the anguished cries of the injured can be heard from upstairs. Lin Yu's whereabouts are also unknown. There is no sign of her body from the fall downstairs, leaving Sui in uncertainty about her hiding place. Time continues to slip away. Before long, dawn breaks. Sui, straining against his heavy fatigue, notices the sky outside turning a vivid crimson. Suddenly, rat-a-tat-tat, a rapid series of gunshots erupts from above. Lin Yu has made her move. Chapter 14, Daylight Deathmatch. The grenade has exploded. Sui jolted, quickly looking up at the ceiling. Beside him, Leah tightened her grip on her pistol, nervously glancing at the door. Soon, the sounds of gunfire reverberated from upstairs, accompanied by screams and furious curses. It's coming from the window. Over there. Damn, it's a woman. Is she one of the residents downstairs? I don't know. Ligu, my brother has stopped breathing. He is dead. He is dead. Damn it. I don't want to wait any longer. What kind of military strategist are you? Ligu, don't listen to him. Let us go take our revenge now. One grenade will suffice to crush this bastard. This filthy woman dares to counterattack me. Wait, Ligu, she has already shown herself. There is probably no one left downstairs. That is just a single occupant unit. We cannot waste a grenade on an empty house. I thought the resident downstairs was a man. When did it change to a woman? The chaos from upstairs continued to escalate, and Sui strained to listen, his expression grave. Surely, the other side has acquired grenades. No wonder Lin Yu opened fire so suddenly. She is drawing their fire to prevent them from using grenades against Sui. Shu? Leah placed a finger over her lips, signaling Sui to remain silent. If the other side discovers that there are still people downstairs, their fates would be sealed in such a confined space. The two would undoubtedly suffer the full brunt of a grenade explosion. As expected, within mere minutes, a rustling noise emerged from outside the door. Sui's hair stood on end. Using a strategically positioned mirror, he caught a glimpse of a pair of eyes peering through the gap in the iron door. Someone was spying on them. That figure pressed closely against the door, the eyes darting about like a malevolent spirit, sending chills down his spine. Before long, a shout rang out from outside, Eligu. There is no one downstairs, not a single sound. But the iron door is locked tight. It seems she hasn't exited through the front. Echoes soon followed from above. Indeed, that woman has emerged. She climbed up the window to ambush us, damn it. Is this filthy woman Spider-Man? Search the entire building. We must capture her. Motherfer, Ligu, if you catch her, hand her over to me first. I want revenge for my brother. I will make her pay. The sound of hurried footsteps cascaded from above, as if reinforcements were being summoned. Eligu, I'll accompany you. I think you're the strongest. It's safe to follow you. Stop the useless chatter. Check the guns and let the strategist carry the grenades. Are there enough bullets? That woman shot accurately last night. Don't be careless. Split into 2 teams. We'll start searching from the top floor. While you head to the first, we'll search towards the center together. Spare no room, and check every window carefully. Remember what the strategist said. Move quickly. Capture her. The marauders upstairs began their operation, and soon, the corridor was filled with the sound of rapid footsteps. Sui bit down on his lip, his eyes flickering with icy hatred. These thugs, I have done nothing, yet they seek to kill me. Lin Yu, you must survive. For the sake of my safety and Lin Yu's, Sui fervently wished for her to stay alive. Approximately 10 minutes later, rat-a-tat-tat. Another round of gunfire erupted from below. Damn it! That woman is on the 2nd floor. The strategist is dead. The strategist is dead. Motherfer, her aim is too precise. She shot him in the head. We're on the 2nd floor. Have we captured her? Sui heard Ligu urgently calling out as they hurried down from above, frantically asking, what has happened to my strategist? Ligu, the strategist is gone. That woman is in the room on the right side of the 2nd floor. We searched it before, and the door was left ajar. Damn it. Old song. Old song. A bunch of useless fools. You couldn't even protect the strategist. What are you standing around for? Don't you dare rush in and capture her. Ligu, that woman is sinister. Her aim is too accurate. The scene downstairs devolved into chaos, and Sui listened anxiously for what felt like an eternity. Yet no new gunshots rang out. Clearly, the marauders were hesitant to rush into the room, inadvertently granting Lin Yu a chance to escape. They have not captured her. Damn it. There is no one inside. Keep searching. That filthy woman. I want to dismember her. Where is my grenade? Give it to me. Ligu, it's downstairs. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. A volley of gunfire erupted from the top floor, claiming an unfortunate soul who hadn't even had the chance to sound a warning before being shot down. Ligu was nearly driven to madness, charging upwards with his men, only to come up empty-handed again. A bunch of useless fools. Hold her down. Hold her down until I arrive. Ligu was on the verge of a breakdown. His subordinates did not dare to retort, seemingly in fear of him. However, they also feared Lin Yu. The more they trembled, the greater their terror of her became. This woman was elusive, killing swiftly and then vanishing. Any hesitation would render them incapable of capturing her. Moreover, she was quite clever, completely avoiding Ligu while targeting only those around him. Good, very good. Sui clenched his fists tightly, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Unaware that he was murmuring nervously, "Lin Yu, you are doing splendidly. Avoid crossing paths with that Li. He undoubtedly possesses combat prowess. Boss, it's already 10:30 a.m., Elia whispered beside him, almost pressing her lips against Suyi's ear to avoid alerting the marauders outside. Suyi glanced up at the wall clock, which had been struck by stray bullets the previous night. Its surface battered and barely functioning, but the hand still moved sluggishly. 2 more hours. Suyi gritted his teeth. His sole concern at this moment was the effect of the talent reward. He was uncertain if the talent would truly manifest. After all, this was merely a level 0 shelter's talent reward. Even if it provided him with what he desperately needed. What if it turned out to be of no use, or could not resolve the predicament at hand? That would truly seal his fate. With no better options available, Suyi could only pray silently. His heart in torment. If only my start had been slightly better. If only I were not surrounded by these marauders. Suyi sighed deeply, lamenting that while the heavens bestowed upon him an S-level talent, they also surrounded him with a group of frenzied thugs. Truly, fortune and misfortune are intertwined, presenting an inexplicable semblance of fairness. Time trickled away, the sounds of gunfire from both sides continuing unabated, rising and falling erratically. At this point, even Suyi was uncertain of Lin Yu's location. He had taken several risks, peering out of the window, yet he could not spot Lin Yu's figure scaling the walls. Who knows how she managed to evade detection, like a ghost? This small residential building had practically become her battleground. Nevertheless, Lin Yu was not invincible. She had been waging a guerrilla war, avoiding direct confrontations, striking swiftly and then retreating. During this guerrilla warfare, Suyi heard the marauders passing by his door multiple times. Eligu even suspected at one point that Lin Yu had returned inside, attempting to force the door, but thanks to Li Yu's technical improvements, Li Gu's efforts yielded no results. Frustrated, he kicked the iron door several times. Thus, both sides were locked in a stalemate until the clock struck 12:20 p.m. Just as new rewards were about to be distributed, a deafening explosion erupted from the rooftop. Boom! The entire floor shook, and Suyi lost his balance, witnessing dust and debris falling from the ceiling. It was a grenade. Li Yu's eyes widened in shock, nearly gasping aloud. The enemy has deployed a grenade. They must have caught Lin Yu. Is she dead? Could she be dead? Suyi gritted his teeth and scrambled to his feet. Looking at Li Yu, who shook her head silently, she did not know. No one knew Lin Yu's fate at that moment. Following the explosion, the sounds of men's excited laughter could be faintly heard from upstairs. Ha ha ha, filthy woman, I want to let you escape. Li Gu, you're incredible. I thought our building was going to collapse. This old structure is indeed durable. It hasn't caved in. But where is that woman? Where is the body? I don't know. She seems to have fallen down. Quick, search for her. Even in death, I want to see her corpse. I will desecrate her body. Ha ha ha, Li Gu. Is that really a proper desecration? Form an orderly queue. I want to be second. The marauders' raucous laughter from above signified their perceived victory. After a morning of entanglement, they believed they had finally slain the woman. Suyi listened in horror, his body trembling uncontrollably, not from fear, but from rage. Lin Yu had fought desperately to buy time, and yet she had still met her end. These bastards. They have taken away what I need the most. You cannot deceive me. You have articulated your thoughts quite clearly. With his eyes shut, Suyi murmured almost to himself, his hands clenched until his knuckles turned white. I demand the reward I most desperately need. Grant it to me. I require the act of killing. At this very moment, I am in dire need of taking lives. I yearn to slay this wretched group of scoundrels. Congratulations. Your stay within the shelter has reached the requisite 24 hours. Triggering a talent reward. The countdown for your stay has been reset. Chapter 15. Cleanse the entire building. Annihilate without mercy. Congratulations. You have received a talent reward, D-Class Combat Team Card, consumable. As a line of clearly legible text flickered before Suyi's eyes, a golden card fell into his palm. This card, approximately the size of a bank card, gleamed in gold, bearing the faint silhouettes of several soldiers. At the top of the card, detailed information regarding the item was inscribed. D-Class Combat Team. Consumable. Upon use, it randomly summons a technological combat team of 3 to 6 individuals, each possessing fixed D-Class strength, with adaptive equipment based on the number summoned. The effect of this item lasts for only 2 hours, after which the combat team will be retracted. Temporary summon type, guaranteed to have at least 3 D-Class strength soldiers. Suyi's eyes lit up. The power of a D-class soldier had already been vividly demonstrated through Lin Yu, exhibiting combat capabilities rivaling those of elite special forces. A combat team of no fewer than 3 members would undoubtedly obliterate this band of thugs. Summon. Without hesitation, Sui opted to utilize the card, and a mist of golden light enveloped him. As the golden luminescence dissipated, 6 fully armed Special Forces soldiers stood ready beside him, poised for action. All were male, clad in specialized camouflage uniforms, equipped with combat boots, night vision goggles, grenades, and navigational devices at their waists, brandishing an array of black firearms of varying lengths. Each soldier bore a resolute and sharp gaze. Exuding an air of disciplined decisiveness, a mere glance allowed Sui to discern that the roles of these 6 individuals were distinctly defined. There was a combat medic carrying a medical kit, an assault soldier wielding a submachine gun, a teammate armed with a specialized rifle, and a sniper with a Barrett rifle positioned at the core point. 3 assault soldiers, 1 medic, 1 communicator, and 1 sniper, a fully equipped combat team. Commander! The leading assault soldier saluted Sui, his masked face revealing only his eyes. In a steady voice, he requested, "Please issue the operational command." "What is our mission?" "Kill." Sui inhaled deeply, his finger pointing decisively towards the entrance. "Within this building are those who threaten our lives. Eliminate them all." "Understood." The soldiers chorused, their voices a unified declaration of resolve. At that moment, Liya, awakening from her astonishment, quickly interjected, "There's also a woman. Her name is Lin Yu. She is a soldier and under your command. We must rescue her." The soldiers turned their gazes towards Sui, who nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, at your command." The lead soldier gestured, and the 6 soldiers divided into 2 groups, deploying in distinct formations. The communicator and sniper exited through the window, securing their harnesses to swiftly reach the opposite rooftop for their sniping position. The assault soldiers and medics stood ready, waiting for Liya to unlock the iron door before they promptly tossed smoke grenades into the fray. Bang! The smoke erupted, and immediately, the panicked cries of the lurking thugs echoed outside. "Ligu, the iron door is open." "What the hell? Where did this smoke come from?" Da. A burst of bullets swept through, abruptly silencing the thugs' startled exclamations. The male soldiers exchanged silent hand signals, seamlessly blending into the smoke. Moments later, the rhythmic and intense gunfire erupted from outside, each shot resulting in the dull thud of bodies collapsing, with scarcely a scream to be heard. This indicated that every enemy they detected was swiftly dispatched. Unable to utter a warning, as the soldiers commenced their cleansing operation, the shouts of the thugs soon followed. "It's the enemy. They're coming. Soldiers, damn, they really are soldiers. Is this the rescue team? Damn, they're killing our men. I surrender. Don't kill me, damn. This cannot be a regular army. How dare they attack innocent people? Fight back." The outside chaos escalated, punctuated by the sounds of grenades and smoke bombs detonating, while the gunfire never ceased. Sui too heard the distant crack of sniper fire from the rooftop. Bang bang. The sniper's shots were infrequent yet devastating. The Barrett's bullets could penetrate nearly any obstacle. Even enemies concealed behind cover could be swiftly eliminated, their positions exposed by thermal imaging. Once the thugs were targeted by the sniper, they met their demise instantaneously. "There's a sniper outside. Take cover." "Ligu? Damn it. Ligu has been shot in the head by the sniper." "Brothers, run." The cacophony of panic outside was relentless, clearly indicating that the 6 soldiers, through their coordinated efforts, rendered the disorganized mob utterly powerless. Only the anguished cries and frantic shouts of the thugs echoed. While Sui heard no sounds of the soldiers encountering setbacks, he approached the window, peering down to see numerous bloodied thugs scattering from the building, their faces etched with terror. The sniper upstairs executed each with precision, delivering fatal shots that left corpses strewn across the ground. Within moments, 7 or 8 bodies lay below, while the remaining survivors were forced to retreat indoors, continuing to face the cold, ruthless barrage of submachine guns and rifles. Standing by the window, Sui observed this scene with a cold detachment. A sense of discomfort washed over him. It was the first time he had witnessed death firsthand, and indeed, he felt unsettled. Yet, this discomfort was swiftly supplanted by the exhilaration of vengeance. Within just a few breaths, his unease evaporated, leaving no trace of feeling behind. "Have I truly acclimated?" Sui silently pondered, his expression remaining impassive. Devoid of any joy, Lin Yu had yet to appear. He still faced a loss. In 2 hours, the combat team would be retracted. Overall, it seemed he had gained nothing, merely venting his frustrations. The pace of the cleansing operation was remarkably swift. Before long, the communicator's earpiece crackled to life. "Commander, the threat has been neutralized. 5 prisoners have surrendered, though some are of uncertain identity. Please advise, I will come to assess." Sue inhaled deeply and, accompanied by Liya, exited the room. This marked his first venture outside the shelter. If necessary, he had preferred to remain within its confines. However, circumstances compelled him to confront the thugs, retaliating against their aggression. Guided by the communicator, Sue and Liya ascended to the top floor. The stairwell was littered with bodies and blood, the acrid stench prompting Liya to cover her nose, while Sue maintained his expressionless demeanor. Stepping through the pools of blood with determination, "Boss, won't you cover your nose? The stench is unbearable, and no need. Did you not tell me to learn to be ruthless?" Sue glanced at Liya. Forcing a smile, "I believe I must acclimate in advance. In the future, such scenes are likely to become commonplace." Silently, Sue continued upward, reaching the top floor, where he found the area completely interconnected. The chaotic interior was rife with the metallic scent of blood and unsanitary odors. Debris strewn about, and several headless corpses lay sprawled on the ground. Inside, he spotted around 10 women huddled in the corner, their expressions filled with terror. "Commander," the rifleman overseeing the female captives saluted Sue, quietly reporting, "All resistors have been eliminated. These women are unarmed and appear to have been abducted by the thugs. Shall we execute them as well?" "Not necessary." Sue surveyed the women, noting their lack of weapons and the desolation etched on their faces. Among them, he recognized some familiar visages. Those of joggers he had seen on his way to work, a young mother escorting her daughter to school, and a cleaning lady from a nearby office. They had all fallen victim to this cruelty. "What about the others?" Sue shifted his gaze back to the rifleman. The soldier pointed towards the adjacent room. "There are a few who have surrendered and are being detained there." "No, I am inquiring about Linyu, the female soldier." Sue fixed his gaze upon the rifleman. "Have you found her? We have deployed additional personnel for the search, but there are no results yet." The rifleman replied, shaking his head, eliciting disappointment from Sue. The longer they went without finding her, the more he feared for her fate. If she had been struck directly by a grenade, it was likely her remains would be beyond recognition. A heaviness settled in Sue's heart. He paid no mind to the group of female captives and strode towards the adjacent room, where he encountered an assault soldier guarding 3 men. They cowered in fear, and as the assault soldier called out for the commander, they all turned their eyes towards Sue. One man exclaimed, astonishment coloring his features as he recognized Sue. "You are Sue, the resident from downstairs? I knew it. I recalled that a man lived below." Sue scrutinized the man, furrowing his brow. You are the one with the daughter, right? Your surname is Zhang?" Yes, that's me. I am old Zhang." The man nodded eagerly, a fawning smile on his face as he attempted to approach Sue, only to be halted by the gun's muzzle. The assault soldier's gaze was icy. "Maintain your distance. Do not approach the commander." Yes. Old Zhang, gripped by fear, shrank back and looked pleadingly at Sue. "Sue, we are neighbors. There has been a misunderstanding. Could you please ask him to let me go?" "What about your wife and daughter?" Sue, cold and indifferent, cast a frosty gaze upon old Zhang. Taken aback, old Zhang lowered his head and murmured, "I don't know. I suppose they are next door. I saw them just now." A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Sue's mouth. "To think you could sell your wife and child. I certainly do not wish for a neighbor like you. It's not like that." "Sue, I cannot fight that man, namely." Old Zhang's face flushed crimson as he desperately tried to defend himself. To survive, he had sold his wife and daughter. Sue regarded him with detachment. "That is your family matter, which I do not concern myself with. However, you sought to kill me. You were among those who attacked my door last night, were you not?" Old Zhang opened his mouth to protest, but ultimately bowed his head in defeat. "Sue, I beg you, I truly do not wish to die." The scorching sun outside bore down upon old Zhang's spine, nearly causing him to faint, yet the heat could not dissipate the terror churning within him. Heaven knows how the previously unremarkable young man downstairs suddenly wielded such formidable power. Had he known Sue was so powerful, he would have allied with him instead of that man named Li. "What of Li?" Sue inquired, to which a nearby man hastily interjected. "Boss, he is dead. That Li was shot in the head. I saw it with my own eyes." "Where is the body?" "He hasn't died." Before Sue could finish his question, old Zhang unexpectedly spoke up, capturing Sue's attention. "What did you say?" Sue turned to old Zhang, frowning as he asked, "How do you know he hasn't died?" He possesses an immortal body. Old Zheng raised his gaze to meet Su Yi's, his resolve hardening as he decided to snitch. That guy is incredibly strong. No one can kill him. Others have tried. But he resurrected. He was stabbed through the heart, and his head was severed. Yet he still came back to life. This man cannot be killed. Chapter 16. The disappearing corpse, a new crisis. There were already those who defied him. Yet none could kill him. Old Zheng's revelation caused the expressions of the two men nearby to shift uncomfortably. They hadn't anticipated that Old Zheng would possess such audacity, completely betraying his brother without a hint of concern for retribution. Is that true? Sui frowned at Old Zheng, his disbelief evident at the notion that someone could possess such a terrifying gift. Tio die and come back to life. That must be an SSS-grade talent. In this apocalypse, it would render one nearly invincible, free from fear of any threat. Indeed. Old Zheng gritted his teeth, his face shadowed with despair. I no longer wish to live. I refuse to endure this humiliation any longer. If you can kill him, it would be for the best. If not, just grant me a swift end. Sui remained silent, and after a moment, issued an order. Take Old Zheng to identify the corpse. Find Li's body. If it cannot be found, then find someone who can. Understood. The scout nodded, escorting Old Zheng out. The remaining medics and riflemen shifted positions, with the riflemen overseeing the remaining captives and ensuring Sui's safety. Sui intended to keep these two captives, hoping to extract further information. Now, speak. What were you and Li up to? Sui cast a glance at the two captives, his tone flat. Tell me everything you know. And do not attempt to deceive me. Old Zheng has no desire to live anymore, and I will verify your claims with him. Should I discover you have lied, you shall accompany Old Zheng on his journey. Su Yi's words evidently kindled a flicker of hope for survival in the two men. They exchanged glances, and one of them, with gritted teeth, spoke. Boss, what do you wish to know? Everything, from the onset of the apocalypse. What have you done? Sui scanned the two captives, stressing his inquiry. Especially regarding that man named Li. What is so peculiar about him? Boss, if we tell you, you must not kill us, the other man stammered. His anxiety palpable as he swallowed hard and began to recount. That day, after we were brought back, the sky turned red. We lived together on the 3rd floor, and there was no food. We were starving. At that moment, Li approached us, claiming he could take us out to find food and water. We followed him, going out every night to scavenge for supplies, while sleeping and indulging in women during the day. Then Li gathered many people, and soon most of the 1st floor was taken by force. At first, he merely threatened everyone, but then one day, he resorted to murder. He declared he would kill anyone who defied him. Starting with the elderly, he took men out hunting in batches, and upon their return, they would indulge in women. Many thought, since it was the end of the world, it was better to comply with him. The man continued, his head bowed, seemingly aware of the many heinous acts they had committed. Li initially threatened everyone, but that day, he drew blood. After that, he said he would execute anyone who opposed him. And the elderly were the first victims. He had the men hunt in groups, and after hunting, returned to indulge in women. Many believed that since it was the apocalypse, it was best to follow his lead. As the man rambled on, Su-Yi interrupted, frowning. What is this about Li's immortality? I don't know. Fear flickered across the man's face as he shook his head in disbelief. I truly saw it. His head was severed. There was a girl on the rooftop. During the outbreak, her boyfriend was there too, said to be skilled in martial arts. That guy cut off Old Li's head, and then Old Li's head grew back in no time, and he killed that man. The man's woman was later killed by Old Li in a gruesome manner, after which no one dared oppose him. Huey raised an eyebrow, coldly stating, they neither dared nor wished to, did they? The man trembled, falling silent. Old Li was indeed a formidable figure, employing a combination of threats and rewards, instilling fear while also sharing the spoils with the men. In such a chaotic world, Old Li's tactics persuaded most men to follow him. If there were no unforeseen circumstances, Old Li's refuge would likely grow swiftly. Given that Old Li's talent was immortality. What was yours? Sui asked coldly. The man looked taken aback, a hint of confusion crossing his features. Talent? What do you mean by talent? Sui raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the man, who did not appear to be lying. Or perhaps his talent required concealment. Sui found it difficult to discern, while the man, under Su-Yi's gaze, grew anxious and hastily explained. Boss, you wouldn't think we were like Old Li immortal, would you? We are merely human. Mortal, a knife would kill us. Please, do not joke or test us. We just want to survive. Many of our actions were out of desperation. If we must be killed, it should be the police who come to arrest us and administer justice." The man spoke hurriedly, and Sui abruptly interrupted. "You have not returned to your own home? Have you been with Brother Lee all this time?" "Ah, yes, boss." The man paused, nodding in confusion. "Old Lee forbids us from separating. He fears betrayal, wanting everyone under his watchful eye, even when sleeping, and a wonder." Sui muttered to himself, realizing that Lee likely understood the existence of talents and was wary of troublesome adversaries, thus compelling everyone not to return to their own shelters. Many individuals had not yet unlocked their talents at the onset of the apocalypse when they were brought under Lee's control. This group of people without talents were merely ordinary folk. Sui silently summoned the panel of his refuge's data, finding it unresponsive. This indicated that, conservatively speaking, only Lee possessed a talent, and the 3 remaining individuals alive had likely not activated theirs, as Sui pondered. His greatest concern was Lee's immortality. Just then, the worst news arrived. The scout and old Zheng returned with information, stating they had thoroughly searched both upstairs and downstairs, finding no sign of Lee's body. This caused Suyi's brow to furrow with concern. The absence of a body implied that this man had indeed resurrected. A living potential enemy was an immense threat. After all, the fighting capabilities of Suyi's 5 soldiers were dwindling, lasting less than an hour. Once they were recalled, and with Lin Yu's fate uncertain, the combat strength of Suyi's refuge would plummet to its nadir. With this realization, a new sense of crisis welled up within Sui. Secure the captives and summon the communications officer. The sniper must continue searching for Lee's whereabouts. Sui frowned, swiftly issuing commands. Move all supplies from here downstairs. Gather everything edible and usable. Leave nothing behind. Additionally, inform Liya to reinforce the house. She will oversee all supplies in the building. However, the time allotted to her is merely 1 hour. With Sui's orders given, everyone except the sniper sprang into action. The 3 captives, under guard, began to toil, transporting supplies diligently, moving all the resources gathered by Lee and his group over the past few days. Downstairs, 7 robust men worked tirelessly, their pace steady, yet Sui still found it lacking. He mentally counted down the time, pacing restlessly before the group of women in the inner room. Sui harbored no ulterior motives. He simply contemplated whether he could leverage these women to provide additional security for the refuge. They must have been tormented enough by Li Gu, and likely harbor a considerable hatred towards him. Don't you think? Sui cradled his chin in thought, murmuring to himself, "If I could awaken the deep-seated animosity within them, they could become my allies. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend." As for how to deal with these women, Sui had yet to devise a plan. His sole focus was to amass as much usable strength as possible, uniting all to resist the resurrectable Li Gu. Just as he pondered how to initiate communication with these numb women, a new line of prompt information suddenly appeared before him, leaving him momentarily stunned. Chapter 17. Destroy the shelter. Inherit vast resources. Detected that you have lingered in another's shelter for over 30 minutes. The current owner of the shelter is not present and is in a state of inability to resist. Do you choose to occupy this shelter or destroy it? Occupy or destroy? Sui was taken aback. He had unknowingly stayed in this room for half an hour, triggering a potential apocalyptic game mechanism. He recalled that the group of thugs had mentioned that killing could increase survival points. From this perspective, the apocalyptic game not only brought terrifying natural disasters but also encouraged human slaughter. Given that even the act of killing was encouraged, it was hardly surprising that mechanisms for destroying and occupying other shelters had emerged. According to the captives' accounts, this house originally belonged to Li Gu, who had subsequently broken through the walls to create a larger area. Sui narrowed his eyes. If I choose this option now, will Li Gu's shelter cease to exist, and will his talents vanish as well? The answer seemed self-evident, and without hesitation, Sui swiftly confirmed. Destroy the current shelter. As he confirmed, a crimson light instantly manifested before him. The women looked on in panic, shrinking deeper into the corners. They were afraid, dreading new torment and upheaval. Sui had no time to tend to the emotions of these unfortunate women. He fixated on the red light, watching it expand and engulf much of the room within mere breaths. When the crimson glow dissipated, Sui received new prompt information. Congratulations, you have destroyed a level 0 shelter, earning a reward of 100 survival points. The current owner of the shelter will lose their shelter talents and all mechanisms of the apocalyptic game. Do you now have a 30 chance to inherit items from the current shelter with an inheritance ratio of 20? Since this is your first destruction of a shelter, the inheritance probability is increased to 100. Inheritance ratio increased to 100. Do you confirm inheritance? If you do not respond within 24 hours, it will be considered a waiver of inheritance. A series of prompts filled Su Yi with elation. Indeed, by destroying the shelter, Li Gu had lost his resurrection talent. Ha ha ha, splendid, truly splendid. Su Yi's excitement was palpable, yet he failed to notice the increasingly desperate gazes of the women before him. To them, this young man had seemed quite normal, only to suddenly break into fits of laughter. Alas, at least he was not unattractive. Allowing him to have his way would not be a complete disgrace, just as the women endeavored to soothe themselves amidst despair. Su Yi confirmed the new information. Confirm inheritance. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. He would not let any opportunity to bolster himself slip away. Although Li Ji's shelter might not contain anything valuable, every little bit counted. And Su Yi was not one to be choosy. Inheritance complete. The destroyed shelter contained 2,876 survival points, an E-grade bun-making machine, and 3 bottles of F-grade cooling liquid. You have perfectly inherited all the above items. The items and survival points have automatically entered your shelter's reserves, and you may freely extract them upon returning home. What? Su Yi was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief that Li Gu was indeed quite affluent. How could he possess over 2,000 points? Su Yi murmured, suddenly realizing he had overlooked something. If both killing and destroying shelters yielded points, then Li Gu, as a thug, must certainly have been aware of this. This building housed 32 residents, implying at least 32 shelters. Aside from Li Ji's and Su Yi's, Li Gu could theoretically have gained at least 3,000 points by destroying the other shelters in recent days. Adding in the points acquired from killing outside, when all was said and done, Li Ji's points could hardly be below 3,000. The E-grade bun-making machine and F-grade cooling liquid were items Su Yi had seen in the survival points marketplace offered by the shelter. Their prices were not exorbitant, but their presence indicated that Li Gu had begun to understand the utility of points and had started to utilize them. So why had he left behind such a substantial amount of points? Su Yi blinked, concluding that Li Gu likely knew about the potential to upgrade shelters. He probably intended to save points for upgrades or to purchase more expensive items. However, before he could accumulate enough points, Su Yi had swooped in and seized them, leaving Li Ji's hard-earned survival points as a mere adornment for Su Yi. Such a windfall had rendered him suddenly wealthy, Su Yi mused, meeting the final point condition for upgrading the shelter. He could now proceed with the upgrade. With Li Gu's immortality talent now nullified, even if he were still alive, he posed little threat, at least on the surface. Without Lin Yu around, Su Yi still had Li Ya by his side. 2 against 1, could they not prevail? Moreover, Su Yi had no intention of carelessly venturing outside. He merely needed to ensure that Li Ya continuously enhanced the shelter's defenses while he remained at home. Growing stronger each day. Thus, Su Yi harbored no doubts that a Li Gu, stripped of his shelter, could inflict any harm upon him. Speed up. Su Yi picked up the walkie-talkie given by the communications soldier, solemnly instructing the male soldiers transporting supplies. We have less than half an hour left. Work quickly. Additionally, leave 2 people behind to set traps at the entrance. Remember, the more the better. Do not fear wasting resources. Fully utilize your military training to maximize the safety of the shelter. Su Yi intended to make the most of the soldiers' efforts in the remaining time, ensuring sufficient countermeasures were established around the shelter before their departure. Yes, sir. A clear response echoed through the walkie-talkie. Strangely enough, while the communication system in the city police station had failed, these summoned soldiers still possessed an intact combat communication system. It seemed that the technological restrictions imposed by the apocalyptic game only applied to the original earthly human technological framework. The technological modules birthed from the shelter's mechanisms remained unaffected and unimpeded. By the way, sir, how should we handle these captives? The communications soldier inquired, seeking direction. They seemed aware that they were about to leave and believed that leaving such a threatening presence near their commander was unwise. Commander, I request to execute these dangerous individuals to ensure your utmost safety. The communications soldier, hand on the walkie-talkie, noticed the fear etched on the faces of the 3 captives burdened with supplies. Yet his gaze remained cold. He awaited Su Yi's command. After a brief silence, a muffled response crackled through the walkie-talkie. Eliminate them. Yes, sir. The communications soldier raised his pistol, aiming it at the captives' heads. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out from downstairs, signaling the end of 3 lives. Su Yi's heart bore little turmoil. After the bloody battles of the previous night and today, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. Old Zheng, do not hold it against me. Su Yi murmured to himself. I, too, wish to survive. I must be a bit ruthless. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Sui cast a glance at the women before him. This presented a new dilemma, leaving Sui somewhat troubled. Should he kill them? Yet these women seemed to be pitiable victims of Li Ji's torment. They had not opposed Sui, rendering him unable to act against them. He could be ruthless towards enemies, but a lingering flicker of conscience remained for the weak. Perhaps it would be best to drive them away. Sui inhaled deeply, furrowing his brow, resolving. I may choose not to kill them, but they cannot remain in this building. I must clear this place to ensure my own safety to the utmost. In this apocalyptic landscape, Sui trusted no one. He could afford to show mercy and refrain from killing. Yet he would never allow anyone to encroach too closely to him. With a click, Sui reloaded his handgun, preparing to threaten the women to dress and exit the building. Just then, a gentle call echoed from behind him. Commander? Lin Yu. Sui was taken aback, instinctively turning around to see Lin Yu, bloodied and leaning against the doorframe, smiling weakly at him. Commander, you're alive. How wonderful. Chapter 18. Lin Yu returns. Upgrade the shelter. Lin Yu's body was marred with wounds, remnants of the explosion evident upon her, her half-ruined face bearing gruesome injuries. Her clothing was tattered, and her skin on her hands and arms had been scalded away, revealing pink flesh and blood vessels. Lin Yu. Sui rushed to her side, supporting her. Lin Yu was alive, which was a relief, yet her condition seemed only marginally better than death. Lin Yu appeared to have completely lost her fighting spirit, and Sui could even feel the barely concealed bullet wounds on her body, already soaked in blood. Commander, I'm fine. I can still breathe. Lin Yu paused, her voice weak and strained as she continued. Those guys used grenades on me, but I managed to lure their leader into a trap. I noticed he seems unafraid of bullets. He is not human and can revive. So, Lin Yu lifted her head to look at Sui, revealing a blood-stained smile. I bound him up, and no matter what he grows back, I will just keep chopping his head and his limbs, I thought. As long as I can hold on, I can wear him down. Just now, his head didn't grow back. I think I might have succeeded in exhausting him. You should be safe now. Before Lin Yu could finish her last sentence, she collapsed softly into Sui's arms. Medic, medic. Sui shouted desperately into the intercom. Get up here and save her. Hurry, Commander. I'm on my way. The medic downstairs quickly dropped the supplies and hurried up the stairs. He took Lin Yu from Sui's arms, laid her flat on the ground, and opened the emergency kit to begin a swift examination and treatment. He gazed at Lin Yu, who lay on the ground being treated, his expression complex. He had underestimated the loyalty of his comrades. Lin Yu had discovered Li Ji's revival ability, yet she still had no thought of fleeing, exerting every ounce of effort to keep Li Gu occupied. Although Lin Yu believed she had exhausted Li Gu, it no longer mattered. Without his ability, decapitating him would surely mean death. At this moment, all Sui desired was to save Lin Yu as quickly as possible. A loyal combat talent like her was invaluable to the shelter. Commander, I can't save her. The medic lifted his head, an apologetic look on his face. She has 7 bullet wounds, and she has been blasted by a grenade. Her skin has been severely burned by the high temperatures. She is critically dehydrated, has lost a lot of blood, and her organs are damaged. Surgery is essential to save her, but I lack the necessary conditions and medical supplies. Her survival thus far must be due to sheer willpower. I estimate she will succumb before nightfall. The medic's report darkened Sui's expression. It was already afternoon, and there were only a few hours left until dusk. Even if they rushed to the nearest hospital for an operating table and medical supplies, the medic would not last that long. They were running out of time. We must save her. I remember there are healing items in the survival supply shop. Sui gritted his teeth, signaling the medic to carry Lin Yu as they swiftly made their way home. Upon returning to the shelter, Leah noticed the gravely injured and unconscious Lin Yu and rushed over in alarm to assist her. Leah wanted to ask Sui what had happened, but he had already dashed into the room. Open the survival point shop. After returning to the shelter, Sui immediately called for the panel. A translucent array of data materialized before him, confirming that only by returning to his shelter could he perform such operations. Filtering by item category, he intelligently adjusted the purchasing needs. Treatment for severely injured combat talents. Having spent days at home, Sui had become quite familiar with the shelter panel and was adept at many detailed operations. In no time, the product information in front of him began to change rapidly, revealing new items. A dazzling array of healing supplies appeared, most of which were astonishing in their effects, beyond the capabilities of human technology, yet their prices were exorbitant. The cheapest healing item cost 500 survival points. Without hesitation, Sui made a selection and purchased it outright. He was generous when it came to those who fought for him, even if they were merely replicas created by the shelter. Congratulations, you have successfully purchased C-grade medical consumable, Gene Enhancement Serum. Gene Enhancement Serum, C-grade medical consumable, when administered to the target, can inject new gene sequences, comprehensively treat most of the target's injuries, and has a chance to optimize the target's gene sequence, enhancing the target's physical attributes. Purchase price: 1,000 survival points, a price of 1,000 points. Few could afford such an amount in the world today. Sui felt no reluctance as he directly purchased it and prepared to inject it into Lin Yue.as. The emerald green liquid was pushed into Lin Yue's bloodstream. Her previously pale face began to gain color, and her wounds visibly healed at a slow pace. Although Lin Yu remained unconscious, the medic's latest examination indicated that her body was gradually recovering and she would likely awaken in a few hours. As long as I can save her, Sui sighed with relief. Lin Yu had fought so hard, and he had no reason to neglect her. Moreover, the shelter would greatly need a combat talent like Lin Yu to provide support in the long term. After ensuring Lin Yu was settled, Sui intended to give new orders to the soldiers, but when he looked up, he found that the medic who had stood before him was already gone. Leah, where are the soldiers? They vanished, boss. Leah squatted at the door, continuing to repair the iron gate, responding without looking up. Didn't you say earlier? They are temporary rescue forces and will disappear. Well, the time has indeed come. Sui looked down at the surroundings. They had even taken the intercom with them, and all the equipment they brought had vanished. Even the traps he had set at the door had disappeared, as if the entire world had erased their presence. What a pity, Sui lamented, feeling a sense of loss. 6 fully armed Special Forces soldiers were an incredibly robust security force. If only he could have kept them. The safety of the shelter would have increased significantly. Perhaps my shelter's level is too low, and the talent rewards only granted me temporary usage rights. If the shelter were a bit higher in level, I might receive more combat talent rewards. Sui was eager to upgrade the shelter, but cautiously decided to have Leah drive the women away from this floor first. Of course, he would not be heartless. He would leave them some clothing and food. However, these women could not remain on this floor. Sui needed to maintain the internal safety of the entire building, ensuring no unfamiliar faces were present. After Leah had driven the women away, she stayed downstairs, following Sui's instructions to begin modifying the building's external entrance and continuously setting up new traps in the hallway. Outside, the sky had gradually darkened. The crimson light faded, replaced by an inky black night sky, with only the bright moonlight providing some illumination for the humans in the night. Sui opened the shelter's chat interface, intending to observe today's intelligence information and to see if the daytime battle in this building had affected the nearby populace. Sure enough, as soon as Sui opened the chat channel, he found many people discussing the matter. Honestly, that scene felt like watching a police and thief movie. The gunfire continued from last night until this afternoon. I live in the building across from it, and I even saw someone climbing outside like Spider-Man, dodging and engaging in guerrilla warfare. Too bad my phone broke. Otherwise, I would have recorded it for you all. I watched it all day. It was thrilling. Thrilling. You don't even know how many people died. The stench of the dead was so strong. I could smell it from so far away. That building must be reeking. Sigh. This is the apocalypse. Humanity has started to slaughter one another, with no thought of uniting. Wait, are you really watching this as if it were an action movie? Don't you have any other thoughts? I heard that many women came out of that building just now, as if they had been driven out. Seems like that's the case. Damn. Let's go out, take in whoever we can. Dude, wait for me. Leave the one with the biggest butt for me. I have a taste for that. The battle that erupted in Suyi's building had evidently caught the attention of some survivors in the city. However, the mainstream information in the chat channel was not solely focused on this incident, as the apocalypse had been ongoing for several days, with chaos and killings rampant throughout the city. The slaughter in Suyi's building was merely a drop in the ocean, attracting the attention and discussion of nearby survivors. There seemed to be no immediate danger, but it was certain that someone had their eyes on this building. Sui closed the chat window. Musing to himself, however, considering the foresight displayed during the day, surely no one would be foolish enough to come looking for trouble, right? If I can just hold out for a few more days, I can get through this most difficult early stage of the apocalypse. Sui took a deep breath, checked the curtains in his home to ensure no one would disturb him, and then began to summon the shelter panel. Check the upgrade conditions for the shelter. Congratulations, all 5 upgrade prerequisites have been met. You may upgrade the shelter to level -1 experimental house, or continue to await more upgrade options. Initiate upgrade. Sui wasted no time, directly executing the operation. He had no time to be choosy, as there were only 3 types of shelters available for upgrade. and any option would be roughly the same. What mattered to him was whether the talent rewards after the upgrade would be more generous. Chapter 19, Dual Achievement Rewards, The Awakening of Bloodlines. Congratulations. Conditions met, the shelter begins to upgrade. As the information before Sui shifted, a cascade of golden light emerged from the void, enveloping the entire room. Everything within was bathed in resplendent golden radiance, dazzling yet gentle on the eyes, though Sui could not discern the specifics of the shelter's upgrade process. After a few breaths, the golden light dissipated and tranquility returned. Sui quickly surveyed his surroundings, only to find, to his disappointment, that the shelter appeared to remain unchanged. It was still the same dwelling he inhabited, with no alterations to its size, furnishings, or layout. Congratulations! The shelter has upgraded to Level 1 Experimental Room. You now have access to additional space in the left, right, front, and back adjacent areas of the shelter. The new area of the shelter will be 4 to 5 times larger than before. You can now freely modify the adjacent spaces by consuming resources and survival points, giving your shelter a complete makeover. The current shelter has unlocked the experimental technology tree. You can assign suitable talents, and by consuming resources and survival points, enhance the technological level of the shelter. After a series of new notifications, Sui suddenly understood. This was merely an upgrade, and the specific renovation process of the shelter still required his personal involvement. He noticed a new option for shelter renovation in the shelter module information. He reached out to click it and instantly felt a wave of disorientation. He sensed his soul being extracted from his body, his perspective shifting to an aerial view, observing the entire shelter from above. All walls and obstacles became ethereal, while the floor was marked with green zones, indicating the areas encompassing Sui's original house and the resources of his neighbors. These green zones spanned the entire current floor, representing the space that belonged to Sui's shelter. Before him, a series of construction options appeared, allowing him to freely place new rooms within the green zones, break through walls, adjust load-bearing walls, or choose colors for rooms and purchase various decorations. This has truly transformed into a building game. Sui's eyes widened in astonishment, feeling as though the world had gone completely mad. He felt as if he were playing The Sims, experiencing an intricate and detailed shelter construction module. Yet he was undeniably a living human being, existing on Earth. How had his survival become increasingly reminiscent of a game? Sui was deeply shaken. He did not immediately renovate the shelter, but instead quietly exited the construction interface. He needed to calm his mind and contemplate how to adjust the upgraded shelter. Just as Sui exited the shelter construction interface, a new wave of information notifications engulfed him. Congratulations! The shelter upgrade is complete, and your shelter talent has been enhanced. The talent effect of Home of the Couch Potato has been improved. Home of the Couch Potato. Every 24 hours spent in your shelter grants you a random survival reward based on your most urgent needs. The minimum reward is of C grade, excluding special rewards. Additionally, the current talent reset time is set to noon sharp. You have 1 hour of exemption time each day for going out, which does not affect the reward time calculation. The talent effect will continue to upgrade after the shelter upgrade. Congratulations! You are the first survivor in this city area to upgrade a shelter, and you have received a special reward, the Horn of the Pioneer. Horn of the Pioneer. C-grade special item, can be used on any talent to add the Pioneer trait. Pioneer trait effect. In this perilous era, the most crucial quality of a brave pioneer is luck. The owner of this trait often enjoys considerable fortune. Special rewards? Sui stroked his chin, pleasantly surprised. He had not anticipated being the first to upgrade a shelter in the entire city, let alone receiving an achievement akin to a game reward. Just as Sui was examining how to utilize this reward, another prompt appeared before him. Congratulations! You are the first survivor in the nation to upgrade a shelter, and you have received a special reward, the Awakening of Bloodlines. The Awakening of Bloodlines, A-grade special item, capable of summoning a unique talent with characteristics of this nation, who possesses growth potential and high capabilities. Sui's eyes widened. Not only had he achieved the first upgrade in his city area, but he was also the first in the entire country, an A-grade talent. This was an extraordinary windfall. Sui's grin widened, unable to contain his excitement at having summoned an A-grade talent, likely the pinnacle of all shelters at his current stage. However, he also recognized a rather bleak reality for the nation. It had been many days since the apocalypse began, and he was the only one to upgrade a shelter. What immense pressure must others be facing? Sui sighed, acknowledging that most technological means of humanity had been severely restricted, leaving only some low-end technologies and simple weapons available. Yet this was not an apocalypse akin to a bioweapon crisis. Under the global heat wave, the air had become an enemy to mankind. After all, even if humans wielded firearms, they could not shoot to halt the spread of high temperatures. The absence of many life-sustaining technologies had stripped humanity of effective means to combat the heat. Suyi's lamentation did not linger long. He knew he was just an ordinary person, lacking the grand vision to worry about the survival of all humanity. All he desired was to live. To live well? The special rewards from these two achievements were both stored in the shelter's data, and Sui could use them anytime, just as he had when unlocking his talents. Use the Awakening of Bloodlines. As Sui activated the reward, a beam of golden light burst forth around him, swiftly coalescing into a figure. Before long, a woman clad in a white qipao stood before Sui, her features exquisite as if painted. Her skin pale as jade, and her elongated brows framing eyes as clear as autumn waters, sir. The woman gracefully bowed to Sui, resembling a gentle figure emerging from a classical poem, captivatingly beautiful. Her subtle smile exuding warmth like a spring breeze. What is your name? Sui regarded the woman, somewhat astonished. He had not expected to summon such a stunning beauty. Her visage was breathtaking, evoking instant admiration. Sir, my name is Zhang Xiaozi. The woman lowered her head, softly introducing herself. A native of Jiangnan, it is indeed a fortunate encounter to meet you today. A lovely name. Sui nodded. Zhang Xiaozi's tall, graceful figure was perfectly accentuated by her qipao, showcasing her slender waist and enchanting curves. The elegance she exuded was distinctly marked by the refined beauty of Eastern women, suggesting an extraordinary background. Yet what captivated Sui most was not merely her alluring physique beneath the qipao, but a piece of ancient jade adorning her waist, intricately carved with complex patterns. The jade, round and entirely green, emitted a faint glow, visible to the naked eye. Congratulations, you have acquired A-grade special talent, Zhang Xiaozi. A notification appeared before Sui, prompting him to open Zhang Xiaozi's data panel. Upon glancing at it, his expression shifted in astonishment. Chapter 20. The extraordinary traits of A-grade special talent. The strategist is in place. Name, Zhang Xiaozi. Age, 28. Type, National Fortune Talent. Talent grade, A-grade. Physical strength, 60. Neural response, 68. Endurance, 50. Mental will, 368. Self-healing immunity, 211. Talent traits. National fortune blessing. She possesses specific qualities of the Huaxiao ethnicity, and as a bearer of national fortune, her shelter will not be harmed by apocalyptic derivative disasters. Filial piety first. For every resident over the age of 40 within the shelter, the exploration rewards and the probability of high-level talent acquisition will increase by 1%. The maximum enhancement cap is 100%. Deep thinking. Any matters within the shelter that require strategy, planning, research, traps, or defense will not fail. Talent gift. Wide circle of friends. She has many acquaintances and has a chance each month to bring new talents to the shelter. If no talents are recommended in a given month, the probability of recommending a high-level talent will increase for the next time. Exceptional wisdom. She can effectively transmit her knowledge and experience to others, significantly enhancing their skill levels and cognitive abilities through interaction and guidance with shelter residents. The people's heart. Her influence unites shelter residents, fostering a spirit of collaboration. Within the shelter, her presence greatly boosts morale and work efficiency, ensuring smoother operations throughout the entire shelter. Value rating, 3,568 points. Sui could not help but draw a sharp breath, repeatedly examining Zhang Xiaozi's talent data to confirm he was not imagining things. This was simply astounding, Sui murmured. Zhang Xiaozi's data far surpassed Lin Yu and Li Ya by several streets. The staggering values of 368 in mental will and 211 in self-healing immunity were not what shocked Sui the most. They merely indicated that Zhang Xiaozi was not a combat-oriented talent. What truly thrilled and astonished Sui were Zhang Xiaozi's talent traits and gifts. 3 traits and 3 gifts, working in harmony, rendered Zhang Xiaozi the epitome of an ideal domestic talent. Her remarkable talents and attributes collectively make her a veritable embodiment of a group enhancement buff. The most crucial aspect is her extensive social network. Will I still need to worry about a lack of talent in the future? 1 free recruit every month, with a chance to score high-level talent for free. Is this not akin to a buy one, get in free offer? Suyi's smile was nearly uncontainable. The only aspect of Zhang Xiaozi's entire profile that left Sui feeling somewhat regretful was the trait, filial piety first. Its effect hinges on the condition that there must be residents aged 40 and above within the territory for it to take effect. In an apocalyptic environment rife with calamity, individuals who are either too old or too young find it exceedingly difficult to survive independently. To put it euphemistically, they are ill-suited for survival. To speak more harshly, they are burdens. The first wave of apocalyptic disasters was already quite unfriendly to the elderly, and the subsequent cycles of catastrophe remain uncertain in their severity. The chances of survival for these older individuals are exceedingly slim. If the shelter is overpopulated with such residents, it will concurrently hinder its disaster resistance and developmental potential. But the effectiveness of this trait is undeniably enticing. With 3 types of benefits, it can enhance yields by up to 100%, Sui murmured. Awakening of bloodlines can summon talents imbued with national characteristics that truly is distinctive. After all, it is said that filial piety is paramount. It seems I will need to cultivate a few elderly individuals in my spare time. Sui contemplated that as long as he could manage the number of elderly residents, the talent trait would provide significant benefits to the shelter. Just as he was pondering how to make the most of Jiang Shaoxi's traits and talents, a gentle murmur from the bed behind him interrupted his thoughts. Water, water? It was Lin Yu. She opened her eyes, awakening from a deep coma. Her injuries nearly healed, though she still appeared quite frail. Water is here. Drink slowly. Before Sui could respond, Jiang Shaoxi had already brought a cup of water and was patiently and gently helping Lin Yu to drink. You? Who are you? Lin Yu asked, a hint of confusion and wariness in her voice as she noticed Sui standing behind Jiang Shaoxi, prompting her hoarse inquiry. Commander, is she a new member? Yes, Sui nodded, emphasizing. She is very important. From now on, you must heed her in matters at home. I am no exception. Jiang Shaoxi's trait effects clearly indicate that she is a strategist type, talent for internal affairs, possessing considerable wisdom. This woman is clever. Following her advice in any matters will surely yield the right outcome. Even if mistakes occur, it matters little. For Sui believed that if even Jiang Shaoxi's wisdom were to falter, he would undoubtedly struggle to discern the problem. As a leader, one must possess self-awareness to know how to employ others wisely. It's very important. Lin Yu pondered this word, straining her weakened body in an attempt to stand. Comrade? I think I can manage on my own. She hesitated to let Jiang Shaoxi care for her, but Jiang Shaoxi gently pressed her back down. You are injured. You must rest well. Listen to her. Take good care of yourself, Huey smiled and added, pausing to emphasize. You are equally important. Do not neglect your health. I am important too. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, looking up at the man shrouded in darkness, who smiled warmly. Our family has actually grown a bit stronger than a few days ago. There is a semblance of vitality now. Sui sat by the bed and addressed Jiang Shaoxi, including you and me. There are now 4 people in the shelter. Myself, you, Liya, and Lin Yu. Lin Yu is my first subordinate, a soldier, and very loyal. Liya is an engineer with some insights into modifications and technological research. Additionally, I have just reviewed more information related to talents, and I have granted you some operational permissions regarding the shelter. Sui paused, his expression turning serious. Shaoxi, may I call you that? Moving forward, the shelter will heavily rely on you. I am not a particularly clever person, and I hope you can use your wisdom to protect everyone. Yes. Jiang Shaoxi nodded gently, responding softly, I will. Sir. Observing the two of them, Lin Yu glanced back and forth until their conversation concluded, prompting her to interject. Commander, have all the enemies been eradicated? Sui nodded. Yes, Commander, I seem to recall. You had some soldiers. Where are they? They have already departed, Sui replied with a wry smile. Our shelter currently consists of just 4 individuals, though it may increase in number in the future. By the way, Shaoxi, I brought back all the supplies from upstairs today. I haven't had the chance to sort and organize them yet, so I entrust that task to you. All right, sir. Jiang Shaoxi nodded and rose to approach the pile of supplies. Her movements were light and graceful, exuding an elegance that was delightful to behold. Lin Yu noticed that the previously spacious room was now filled with various supplies. From toilet paper and toothbrushes to food and drink, everything was in abundance, filling the room to the brim, even spilling out into the hallway. Hiss! Lin Yu widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment. Commander, did you rob someone? Indeed, we robbed our enemies. Sui laughed heartily, his spirits buoyed. With the external threats neutralized and an increase in talent within the shelter, everything was progressing favorably. Even though the outside world remained a scorched apocalyptic landscape, his shelter had begun to take shape, demonstrating a degree of disaster resistance and security. The commander is truly impressive. Lin Yu praised sincerely, to which Sui shook his head. I am not impressive. Without your valiant efforts to hold off the enemies, we would have been in grave danger. You are the one who deserves the credit for overcoming this crisis, Commander. That was my duty. Lin Yu lowered her head, feeling somewhat bashful. Even a spirited girl like her could feel shy. Protecting you is my responsibility. Sue smiled and nodded, inquiring, by the way, it seems the healing items I provided you have a probabilistic effect. They might enhance your abilities. How do you feel now? Feel? Lin Yu shook her head. I am uncertain. I currently feel a bit weak and cannot assess accurately. Sue nodded, casually glancing at Lin Yu's profile. Chapter 21. Unveiling the technological tree. Embarking on a new life. Lin Yu's fundamental attributes had surpassed 100 points. And she had acquired a new talent trait, exploratory insight. When dispatched on exploration missions, she possesses a slight chance of acquiring additional resources. Additionally, her talent level had risen from D to C, and her combat rating had seen a modest increase. However, her physical condition was marked as weak, indicating a required recovery period of 10 hours. Seems the effects of this 1,000-point genetic potion are quite remarkable. Sui felt a surge of surprise. It has exceeded my expectations, proving to be a substantial value. Sue reasoned that this might be due to Lin Yu's initially low talent level, combined with a stroke of luck in encountering a genetic potion with enhanced probabilities. Speaking of luck, Sui recalled he still had a special reward yet to be utilized, Horn of the Pioneer, which can bestow new traits upon talents and potentially bring good fortune. According to the introduction, while its effects are somewhat unpredictable, it is still a special reward. With only 3 talents at present, to whom should I bestow it? Sui contemplated, and by conventional wisdom, it would naturally be best suited for Jiang Xiaoci, the highest-ranked individual. However, her traits and talents are all fixed enhancement types. And as an internal affairs talent, her responsibilities within the shelter do not correlate much with the concept of luck. Even though her traits mention strategies and tactics, Sui had yet to engage with those aspects, making him uncertain if they would require the influence of luck. Conversely, Lin Yu, who has consistently served as the primary combat force for resource exploration, would greatly benefit from luck. That if fortune favors her, she would undoubtedly bring back more resources. As for Li Ye, Sui dismissed the thought entirely. As a scientific researcher, what need does she have for luck at this stage? Scientific research requires a grounded approach. Thus, Lin Yu is the clear choice for this trait. It is evident that she stands to gain the most from it. Without further ado, while Lin Yu rested with her eyes closed, Sui accessed the shelter's panel and selected to use the special reward on her. As a golden light flashed over Lin Yu, a notification indicated that she had acquired the trait, Horn of the Pioneer. Commander, I feel as though I have gained some new insights. Lin Yu suddenly opened her eyes. Her expression one of confusion. Sui smiled reassuringly. Do not overthink it. Just rest well. You are currently our only guardian angel, yes? Lin Yu nodded obediently, lying back down to rest comfortably. Sui did not perceive the act of using the special reward on Lin Yu as wasteful. He had no intention of hoarding it for a more suitable talent in the future. After all, while the shelter's mechanics may resemble a game, it is fundamentally grounded in reality. While some accumulation is beneficial, mindless hoarding could compromise one's safety. Certain resources should be utilized when needed. The sooner they are employed, the sooner they can be enjoyed. The night was vast and silent, with only the resonant sounds of Li Ya, who was crafting safety facilities downstairs, and the soft murmurs of Jiang Xiaoci as she counted supplies reverberating throughout the building. Sui opened the shelter. It was only at this moment that he found the time to meticulously tally the day's harvest. Thanks to today's talent reward boost, Sui had exterminated the marauders, seizing control of the entire building. The supplies that Li Gu and others had tirelessly gathered from outside over the past few days had inadvertently benefited Sui. He estimated that if merely 4 individuals were to utilize these resources, they could sustain themselves comfortably for several months. After all, while other survivors in the city were still troubled by the scarcity of food and water, Sui had already resumed using toilet paper and toothbrushes, small luxuries that significantly enhanced his quality of life. Moreover, he could indulge in smoking, and there were even some colorful magazines and comics among the supplies. It seemed that this group of men, led by Li Gu, were indiscriminate in their collection of resources, bringing anything they could find into the building. While an abundance of supplies was undoubtedly advantageous, it did have its drawbacks. With so much stockpiled, the limited space of the freezer would inevitably lead to some food spoiling prematurely in the heat. Sui furrowed his brow. I must act swiftly to trade some perishable items for something new. By the way, how many survival points do I have left? Sui glanced and discovered he still possessed 1806 survival points. First, I should develop the vacant areas of the shelter. With the surplus points, perhaps I can exchange for some better items. As Sui opened the shelter's construction module, he felt that ethereal sensation wash over him once more. His perspective was elevated to a bird's-eye view, and this time he was less overwhelmed and began to closely examine the overall structure of the shelter. This building was an old residential complex, comprising 8 stories with 4 households on each floor. The current area of Suyi's shelter encompassed the entire 6th floor, including the stairwells. Given the trend of shelter upgrades expanding outward, it was clear that sooner or later, the entire building would be claimed. Thus, I should adopt a long-term vision in my construction plans, crafting a blueprint that encompasses the entire building as the main structure. As it stands, I cannot directly construct anything on the other floors, which means I cannot implement any defensive mechanisms on the 1st floor. Therefore, defense should not be the primary objective. Moreover, these things are quite expensive. Sue glanced at the items available for construction within the shelter. Basic defensive structures such as iron doors, electric gates, and barbed wire, as well as wall-mounted guns, laser traps, and movable floors. The array was extensive and varied, making it impossible to absorb everything at a glance. Yet, without exception, all these items bore a hefty price. Even the simplest iron door required 100 survival points. Although the advantage of constructing within the shelter was that it could be completed instantly, bypassing the need to gather building materials and manually construct, Sui still had no intention of purchasing anything from this module. He realized that the only suitable defensive mechanism he could acquire was the iron door. However, Leah could fabricate one herself. While it might not be as robust or superior as those from the shelter's building module, it would suffice. As for the other defensive modules, either the shelter level was insufficient, or they had prerequisite conditions. Sui discovered that it wasn't just the defensive modules and items. Most things that could be constructed within a level 1 shelter, including electrical systems, underfloor heating, central air conditioning, and chemical research labs, required a prerequisite room known as the research room. Research room costs 1,000 survival points to build a level 1 research room, unlocking the current shelter's technological tree system, enabling the development of additional shelter prerequisite technology modules. Understood. A technological tree is essential for advancing technology and directly purchasing more shelter construction items. Sue nodded. Quite reasonable. I increasingly feel as though I am playing a game. This setup is truly authentic, perfectly aligning with the unique apocalyptic survival game for humanity on Earth, isn't it? Left with no choice, Sue begrudgingly spent 1,000 points to purchase the research room. Please select the placement location for this room. The area available for placement is marked in purple. As the prompt illuminated before him, Sui noted that the research room occupied a substantial area. It was astonishing to find that a single room consumed the entire space of a 2-bedroom apartment next door. The recently upgraded level 1 shelter was already quite spacious, yet this one room claimed a third of it. Truly, it deserved its status as the most critical prerequisite building, taking up considerable space. Sui sighed, contemplated briefly, and chose to position it further inward, away from the stairwell. This item is so important. It must be well protected in the event that the building encounters enemies in the future. The research room must not be the first target discovered or attacked. Congratulations, you have successfully placed the research room. Your shelter has activated the technological tree system, upgrading to post-apocalyptic technology. Transform your life for the better. A better life. Let's see how delightful it truly is. Sue rubbed his hands together, eagerly opening the newly unlocked technology tree module on the shelter panel. Chapter 22. Upgrading the technology tree. Comfort in the air-conditioned room as Sue opened the list of the technology tree. A plethora of technological projects sprawled before him. The top of the list was labeled Experimental Room Sequence, followed by various technological projects such as Basic Power System, Autonomous Water Resource System, Basic Defensive Measures Enhancement, Preliminary Projects for Living Facility Improvements, Research and Exploration Capability Enhancement, Agricultural Automation System, Medical Aid Station, Air Purification System, Intelligent Monitoring Network, Waste Disposal Center, Central Air Conditioning Module. The sheer volume of technological projects almost dazzled Sue. Even without delving into the detailed effects of these technological modules, merely reading the names allowed one to envision the transformative changes that would occur in the shelter if all these projects were activated. Let me check the costs. Sue scrutinized the list, murmuring to himself, Power System 1,000 survival points, Autonomous Water Resource System 1,000 points, Waste Disposal Center 300 points, Central Air Conditioning Module 800 points? Goodness, everything is so expensive. Sue inhaled sharply, gazing at his dwindling 800 survival points with a bitter smile. It seems that constructing a shelter is indeed a monumental task. This is merely a level 1 experimental room, and the subsequent projects will likely be even pricier. Sue contemplated how to maximize the benefits of these 800 points. The central air conditioning is crucial, but for now, I can withstand the heat with ice water. The medical aid station? That's also appealing, but not essential at this moment. I think I should first activate the Research and Exploration Capability Enhancement module. It costs 500 points, yet it is the technology project with the most immediate benefits. Sui selected this project for detailed review. Research and Exploration Capability Enhancement. Consumes 500 points, dispatch engineers, scientists, and other research personnel for study, duration of 10 hours. Upon successful research, it will enhance exploration returns by 10% and accelerate the research speed of the technology tree projects by 10%. Although these two 10% may seem modest, the compounded benefits would be quite substantial. I'll go with this. With 300 points remaining, should I save them? Or take another look? Sui pondered, his gaze inevitably drawn to the Waste Disposal Center project. Waste Disposal Center. Consumes 300 points, dispatch engineers, scientists, and other research personnel for study, duration of 12 hours. Constructs fully automated waste disposal equipment within the shelter, capable of harmlessly processing various types of waste. Perfectly consumes my remaining 300 points. Sui hesitated only briefly before ultimately opting to purchase this project. There was simply no way he could endure living in a foul-smelling environment any longer. After losing access to city water sources, even flushing the toilet had become impossible, necessitating the accumulation of waste only to later use nearly spoiled, foul-smelling water for disposal. Even doing so, Sui felt guilty about wasting water resources. Modern humanity has achieved civilization, making it exceedingly difficult to tolerate living in unsanitary conditions. Waste can breed bacteria and poses a significant threat to human survival. Technology project selected. Please dispatch suitable personnel to the research room for study. Leah? Sui hurriedly called for Leah, who was downstairs. She peeked her head upstairs, looking puzzled. Boss, did you call for me? How are the defense measures coming along downstairs? Almost done. In another half hour, the traps and reinforcements at the entrance will be completed, Leah replied cheerfully. Though this building is a bit old, the materials are quite sturdy. The original main door is an iron door, which saves me from making extensive modifications. All right, once you finish today's tasks, make sure to rest well. We have significant work ahead tomorrow, Sui nodded, informing Leah about the two technological projects in progress. Upon hearing this, Leah's eyes lit up. Boss, I can get started right now. No need to wait until tomorrow. Now, Sui glanced out the window. It was already well past 11 at night. Wasn't he it? It is quite late. Perhaps it is best to take a proper rest. Sui did not wish to overexert his subordinates, yet Leah's resolve was unwavering. No way, boss. I can work through the night. I assure you I will complete the task before tomorrow evening. I can even sign a military order. Leah was fervent, her beautiful eyes sparkling with passion for scientific research. Sui felt helpless, not expecting that beneath Leah's seemingly delicate exterior lay the heart of a research fanatic. Sir, I too support Miss Li in conducting her research at this moment, interjected Jiang Xiaozi softly. Offering her perspective, this is a critical time. Our lives depend on it. The sooner we allow Miss Li to contribute, the better we can ensure everyone's safety. Thus, we must often prioritize adaptability over maintaining a regular schedule. Jiang Xiaozi's words were delicately phrased, and Sui nodded in agreement. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest, though it will require considerable effort from Leah. Not at all, boss. Leah wiped the sweat from her forehead with her hand still clutching a wrench. Her smile radiant. I relish these tasks. With that, she inquired about the location of the research room and dashed out eagerly. The research room was situated in the former neighbor's quarters, and Sui had never seen it before. So curiosity compelled him to follow. From the outside, the research room appeared much like any ordinary residence, with an unremarkable wooden door. However, upon entering, he was met with an array of peculiar research instruments, high-powered microscopes, chemical workbenches, precision cutting machines, numerous devices he had never encountered, let alone knew how to operate. Yet Leah was entirely at home, deftly manipulating the research apparatus with evident enjoyment. After observing for a brief moment, Sui chose not to disturb her and quietly exited the room. Upon returning to the main room, Sui realized that he seemed to be the only idle one in the entire shelter. Leah was engrossed in modifying the building and developing the technological tree project. Jiang Xiaozi was busy inventorying and categorizing supplies while also planning the future development of the shelter. Even Lin Yu, who was normally resting, had earned her sleep as a wounded hero. Perhaps I should rest as well? Sui scratched his head, realizing he truly had little to occupy his time. Even if he wished to further enhance the shelter, he lacked survival points, so he simply lay down beside Lin Yu and closed his eyes. When Sui opened his eyes again, he was greeted by a vivid crimson. The sky outside had brightened, and the scorching sun was relentlessly tormenting every creature on the planet. Perhaps due to the resolution of the threat posed by the marauders, Suyi's slumber had been particularly deep and sweet. Upon rolling out of bed, he found Lin Yu had vanished. At that moment, Zhang Xiaozi approached from outside, carrying 2 steaming plates filled with fragrant dishes. "Sir, you are awake," Zhang Xiaozi greeted Suyi with a smile. "Lunch is ready. Come and eat." "What time is it?" he inquired. In response, she informed him it was already 10 p.m. I slept for so long. "By the way, where did you make this food?" Suyi asked in surprise as he took a seat at the table. "I recall our gas was turned off. The neighbors downstairs have a gas tank and stove, so I thought some of the food in our supplies wouldn't keep well and took the liberty of preparing this meal." Zhang Xiaozi explained gently. "You mentioned yesterday that I should handle these minor matters without consulting you." "Indeed, you did excellently," Suyi nodded, surveying his surroundings with a sense of wonder. Before he slept, the entire house had been in disarray, the air thick with lingering heat and foul odors. Since the apocalypse began, Suyi had had little inclination to tidy up. Lin Yu and Liya were not inclined towards household chores either. But now, after a good night's rest, the house was immaculate and bright, with the unpleasant stench replaced by a faint, sweet fragrance. What astonished Suyi most was the noticeably cooler temperature within the room, seemingly around 30 degrees. Given that the global heat was soaring to 70 degrees, such a temperature could almost be likened to winter. "How is it so cool?" he murmured, his gaze scanning the room until he noticed the refrigerator had been repositioned by Zhang Xiaozi, now situated at the entrance. The door was ajar, revealing a rudimentary device resembling a fan, continuously drawing cold air from the refrigerator into the room. "An air conditioner," Suyi exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. "Xiaozi, did you do this?" "This is not my doing. It was Miss Li." Zhang Xiaozi shook her head, downplaying her contribution. "It is her device, allowing for better quality of sleep for you. Without your directive, Liya would not have taken the initiative to create such things." Suyi smiled, understanding Liya's character. She was a rather passive researcher, typically accustomed to following orders rather than initiating actions. In contrast, Zhang Xiaozi exhibited a proactive nature, thinking independently about how to accomplish tasks and striving to excel. The transformed room before him stood as the best testament to her capabilities. As he sat at the dining table, surrounded by the bright and clean space, Suyi felt a fleeting sense of nostalgia, as though he had returned to the days before the apocalypse. However, this reverie was soon interrupted by a new notification alert. "Congratulations! You have remained in the shelter for 24 hours, triggering a talent reward. You have received a C-grade technological weapon, infinite rain of bullets rifle, high sniper type. As the notification appeared, a rifle materialized directly on the dining table. Zhang Xiaozi's chopsticks paused momentarily, her beautiful eyes lowering as if she hadn't seen it, continuing her meal with grace. Suyi made no explanation, instead picking up the rifle to examine it. Crafted from lightweight, high-strength alloy, the gun gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. Its lines were simple yet elegant, featuring a smart sight and a silencer. The magazine area housed an energy conversion system, exuding a futuristic aura. As Suyi studied the weapon, its information appeared before him. Weapon name: Infinite Rain of Bullets Rifle Weapon Grade. C. Weapon characteristics: Unlimited ammunition. It can fire an unlimited number of gunpowder bullets, but please be mindful of the barrel cooling. High precision mid-range sniping. Can be adjusted to a single-shot sniper mode within an 800-meter range. Maximizing power. Silencer. Its firing sound is minimal, nearly imperceptible in non-enclosed spaces. Basic attributes: weight, approximately 4.6 kg, length, 1020 mm, body, 450 mm, collapsible stock, caliber, 5.56 mm, adaptable to various caliber conversion kits. Effective range, 800 meters, with a maximum range of 1,500 meters. Rate of fire, single shot, 3-round burst, fully automatic adjustable. In fully automatic mode, the rate can reach 800 rounds per minute. Ammunition type: built-in infinite ammunition. No need for reloading. Cannot use other types of bullets. An infinite bullet rifle? With sniper capabilities? Suyi's expression was somewhat complex. He felt as if he had stepped into a world of infinite possibilities. Did even this exist? The mysterious entity had truly crafted a localized apocalyptic game for Earth. The C-grade weapon represented an upgrade in reward level, likely correlated with the enhancement of his talents. However, from the perspective of the talent mechanism, was a lack of weaponry my most pressing concern? Suyi pondered, recognizing that the shelter currently had ample food, water, and talented individuals. Indeed, it was the weaponry that was lacking. Including the firearms confiscated from the marauders, the shelter possessed only 5 handguns, and the ammunition had dwindled to less than 100 rounds following yesterday's skirmish. While equipping everyone with a handgun was feasible, the remaining ammunition reserves were insufficient for intense confrontations. Hence, the talent reward had providentially bestowed upon him a rifle that required no bullets. This was indeed a timely boon, though he seldom ventured outside. Thus the opportunity to utilize this rifle would be rare. Sui raised his head to inquire of Zhang Xiaozi. Where is Lin Yu? He intended to give the rifle to Lin Yu, as she was presently the primary explorer of the shelter, and possessing this weapon would significantly enhance her safety. She went to check the bodies, Zhang Xiaozi replied softly. She mentioned wanting to confirm whether yesterday's enemies were truly dead. She should be returning soon. That body belonging to Li Gu, I presume? Sui mused, resting his chin on his hand. Come to think of it, I forgot to ask her yesterday how she managed to delay for so long and how she captured Li Gu. This was something Sui was quite curious about. During that perilous moment yesterday morning, it had been Lin Yu alone who had drawn the attention of all the marauders. Otherwise, both Sui and Li Yu would have been in grave danger. I inquired. Zhang Xiaozi placed her chopsticks down, patiently elucidating for Sui. According to Miss Lin, she adeptly utilized the exterior walls of the building and various residences as cover during the battle. This is largely due to the group of enemies who had previously breached the doors, thus opening most of the rooms in advance. Miss Lin utilized the exterior walls as a passageway, capturing isolated foes in various chambers, ensuring our advantage in one-on-one combat, and thereby continuously diminishing the enemy's effective strength. Although Brotherly employed grenades, Miss Lin adeptly evaded the damage, so she remained unharmed. As for capturing Brotherly, it is quite a coincidence, as it is said that among the new warriors you brought, there is a sniper whose presence intimidated Brotherly, diverting much of his attention away. It was then that Miss Lin seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Brotherly, successfully taking him captive. Having sensed that Brotherly seemed to possess regenerative abilities, Miss Lin deliberately bound him in an effort to thwart his continuous revival. As for the subsequent events, you are already aware. Zhang Xiaozi recounted everything in detail, to which Sui inquired. Did Lin Yu inform you? Yes, I felt it was essential to familiarize myself with everyone in the shelter. Thus I engaged in preliminary conversations with them. Zhang Xiaozi nodded, expressing admiration. Miss Lin's combat prowess is truly exceptional, and her fighting spirit is commendable. She is indeed a rare and outstanding warrior. I share the same sentiment, Sui concurred. Having personally experienced the gunfight yesterday, he deeply appreciated Lin Yu's significance. However, considering the need to prevent a recurrence of yesterday's events, Zhang Xiaozi turned to Sui and suggested, I propose that you adjust the development direction of the shelter. Focusing on strengthening its internal defense mechanisms, I was thinking along similar lines. Sui nodded, smiling. It appears we are on the same wavelength. I was just about to assign this responsibility to Li Ya. No, that is insufficient. Zhang Xiaozi shook her head. In addition to the physical defense measures of the shelter, we also need to construct more defensive strategies. Such as? Sui humbly inquired. What ideas do you have? Residents, we require more assistance. Zhang Xiaozi spoke softly. I understand that you are wary of outsiders, as human nature is complex and unpredictable, and I fully empathize with that. However, aside from this concern, population is a critical factor in the shelter's strength. If we had a sufficient number of people, battles like the one yesterday would not have been so perilous. The strength of Brother Li's group primarily stems from their numbers. In fact, from the information I gathered post-incident, Brother Li does not possess exceptional management skills. He merely rules his subordinates through the most brutish methods. These subordinates do not exhibit loyalty towards him, only resentment and fear. Yet, despite this, Brother Li maintains a strong grip over them. Zhang Xiaozi paused, her expression serious as she pledged. If you trust me, I can take charge of this matter, ensuring the utmost loyalty of the new residents towards you. Uniting the strength of the populace, forging a shield and sword for you. Zhang Xiaozi spoke with utmost seriousness, clearly outlining her vision for the shelter's development. You make a compelling argument, Sui contemplated, furrowing his brow as he seriously considered Zhang Xiaozi's words. His cautious nature did not prevent him from discerning the unspoken implications behind her statement. Given the current apocalyptic cycle of the world, the existing policy of remaining indoors is indeed prudent. However, should we encounter a situation necessitating collective unity for survival, the shelter's inherent weakness will inevitably lead to dire consequences. Furthermore, based on the mechanisms exhibited by the apocalyptic games, it is evident that for humanity to survive, shelters will inevitably engage in mutual absorption. Absorption brings forth greater populations and resources, and population itself is a prerequisite for survival. Even without considering the apocalyptic cycles, Sui must remain vigilant against the threats posed by other expanding shelters. I too have experienced hesitation. I am more inclined to gather talented individuals as residents rather than outsiders. Sui inhaled deeply. Individuals like you, Lin Yu, and Li Ya are the true cornerstones of the shelter. Sir, we lack stable means for recruiting talent. Zhang Xiaozi gazed at Sui, her tone still gentle. Therefore, you must learn the art of leadership, and I shall assist you. Sui met Zhang Xiaozi's beautiful gaze, suddenly feeling a wave of emotion. So this is what it feels like to encounter a strategist. One cannot help but be swayed. Zhang Xiaozi's analysis was astutely accurate, leaving Sui with no room for rebuttal as he nodded in agreement. Very well. I entrust this matter to you. However, since you seem to understand my character, you should be aware that, yes, sir, I know what to do. Zhang Xiaozi smiled as she declared, I will establish a comprehensive recruitment system for the shelter. Along with a management plan, I will do my utmost to craft a secure identity for you. Zhang Xiaozi spoke enigmatically, prompting Sui's curiosity. What identity is the most secure? Zhang Xiaozi replied softly, the shadowy overlord. Ah, chief, are you discussing some confidential matters? The door was cautiously pushed open by Lin Yu, who peered inside, hesitant to enter. The solemn expressions of both individuals within, particularly that of the chief, who appeared both serious and somewhat surprised, made her apprehensive. It's fine, come in. Sui waved her in and asked, Lin Yu, how did the inspection of the corpse go? It didn't revive. It's quite dead. Lin Yu smiled brightly. The body has begun to rot. And I tossed it out of the building. Sui nodded, handing Lin Yu the rifle while explaining its basic specifications. Is this for me? Lin Yu exclaimed with delight, her fingers caressing the gun's body, her eyes sparkling with obsession. A soldier's love for their weapon is instinctual. Moreover, this is a rifle with infinite ammunition, equipped with comprehensive functionalities to handle numerous dangers and complex battlefield environments. Yes, give your submachine pistol to Xiaozi for protection. Chief, that gun has very few bullets left, only 20 rounds. That should suffice, Sui chuckled. If we find ourselves in a situation where Xiaozi needs to confront an enemy, it means we are not far from annihilation. The chief is right. I will ensure that no one harms anyone. Lin Yu's face took on a resolute expression as she gripped the rifle tightly, her heart brimming with newfound confidence in her strength. Indeed, Lin Yu has grown stronger. Her combat power score post-recovery is 256 points, rising to 456 points with the rifle. This firearm has directly augmented her combat power score by 200 points. Based on Sui's estimates, Lin Yu's current combat capability is at least at the pinnacle level of ordinary humans. Those stronger than her would likely be superhumans for movies. Then, let us proceed. Sui activated the dispatch task, discovering that the 3 daily refresh dispatch tasks had all risen from D level to C level. Higher level dispatch tasks will presumably yield richer resource collections. Sui selected a task for collecting medicine and assigned it to Lin Yu. Currently, the most scarce resource in the shelter is medicine. Upon receiving the task, Lin Yu stood tall and saluted. Chief, you can rest assured. I promise to complete the task. With that, Lin Yu grasped her rifle and departed the shelter with the necessary supplies. The execution time for this task is 12 hours, so she will likely return only by nightfall. The number of combat talents is still too scarce. Presently, there is only Lin Yue. Side. With her gone, the shelter's safety level will drop several notches. Sir, everything will be all right. Zhang Xiaozi reassured. Everything will come in due time, so take it slow. Yes, and by the way, please continue. Sui glanced at Lin Yu's departing figure, turning his attention back to Zhang Xiaozi with keen interest. Please elaborate on your shadowy overlord creation plan. Chapter 24, The Urban Killing Maniac, A New Crisis. After Lin Yu's departure, Sui engaged in extensive discussions with Zhang Xiaozi. Through her analysis and explanations, she tailored a shadowy overlord plan for Sui, which specifically entails recruiting more human survivors to serve the shelter. The plan aims to construct a management system centered around the shelter's talented individuals, wherein suitable talents constrain the survivors, suppressing adverse factors among them, and guiding them to contribute more diligently to the shelter. Meanwhile, Sui would remain in the shadows, limiting the survivors' opportunities to interact with him, ensuring that only the most loyal individuals surround him. As long as we establish a comprehensive management mechanism for the shelter, forming a pyramid structure where the Sur is revered, talents are supplementary, and survivors are the populace, it will guarantee the Sur's safety while also facilitating the rapid development and growth of the shelter. Zhang Xiaozi spoke softly. The so-called shadowy overlord does not require you to be involved in every matter. You simply need to issue commands and delegate tasks to others. When no one can approach you, your safety is inherently secured. Thus, there will be no need to worry about treachery. Jiang Xiaozi's words prompted Su Yi to ponder. This system sounds somewhat familiar. Isn't it akin to the ancient emperor? You could interpret it that way, sir. Jiang Xiaozi's smile made Su Yi's heart race. This woman intends to drape him in a robe of authority, however, to speak earnestly. Jiang Xiaozi's observations are indeed astute. If one must satisfy Su Yi's sense of vigilance while also considering the growth and development of the shelter, then this is the only viable path to pursue. Let us give it a try. The future remains uncertain for all. Su Yi did not provide an immediate affirmation but promised that Jiang Xiaozi could proceed with her arrangements along this line. I will ensure everything is in order, she stated. Jiang Xiaozi nodded and reminded him, Sir, the food has cooled. I shall go warm it up for you. And no need. Let us eat as it is. Su Yi waved his hand. Feeling somewhat extravagant. The apocalypse had commenced for several days, and the majority of food in the city had already spoiled, with even drinking water beginning to emit a foul odor. Most humans faced an increasingly dire shortage of sustenance and hydration. How could one indulge as he did, enjoying delicacies reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic world? Although it was merely a humble meal, Su Yi's circumstances far surpassed those of most survivors in the city. After partaking in lunch, Jiang Xiaozi rose to clear the table and subsequently took her leave, as she needed to continue organizing and planning the entire building. Since Su Yi intended to establish his base here, it was only natural for her to assume responsibility for the remaining details. In the afternoon, Jiang Xiaozi busied herself with the building's arrangements, Lin Yu ventured out to explore, and Leah remained engrossed in the research room, tinkering with the technology tree project. Thus, Su Yi found himself alone in the residential building, feeling somewhat like an emperor. Su Yi reclined on the bed for a brief rest, relishing the coolness emanating from the refrigerator, and contemplated, I merely issue commands while the talented execute them. This feeling is rather delightful. In the haze of postprandial drowsiness, Su Yi dozed off for a while. Upon awakening, it was already 3 in the afternoon. This solitary time as a reclusive man was truly difficult to pass, especially without a computer or mobile phone for entertainment. Su Yi could only seek out new activities to occupy his time. Perhaps he should check the trading platform to see if he could procure some ammunition. Su Yi opened the shelter's information interface and was about to access the trading platform. He suddenly noticed the leaderboard module had expanded significantly today. In addition to the shelter level leaderboard, talent leaderboard, and exploration task leaderboard, there were now numerous new categories such as the resource reserve leaderboard, calculated only from dispatch task earnings, the shelter destruction, kills, leaderboard, the equipment items leaderboard, calculated only from shelter equipment, and the survival points leaderboard. A plethora of rankings had emerged, with at least a dozen visible. Upon glancing at the lists, Su Yi was astonished to find himself occupying the top position in 5 categories: talent leaderboard, level leaderboard, exploration task leaderboard, resource reserve leaderboard, and equipment leaderboard. Am I really this formidable? Su Yi blinked in disbelief. It was the first time he realized just how powerful his shelter was. In less than a week since the onset of the apocalypse, he had astonishingly claimed 5 first-place rankings. The greater the number of ranks he held, the more advantageous it would be. Following the conclusion of the current round of the apocalypse, a mysterious entity would bestow rewards based on leaderboard standings. The higher the rank, the better the rewards, creating a snowball effect of immense advantages. Let me examine the remaining leaderboards. Su Yi's eyes widened in shock upon viewing the top kill count, which displayed the staggering figure of shelters destroyed, 161. This leaderboard resembled a PK leaderboard within a game. Anyone who could make the list was undoubtedly a combat fanatic. Yet, it must be noted that this was the real world. Despite the existence of an apocalyptic game mechanism, the lives taken were those of real human beings. To have destroyed 161 shelters indicated that this individual had at least killed 161 people, if not more. The apocalypse had only begun a few days ago. I refuse to believe that they encountered solely enemies, Su Yi murmured. Perhaps this is a true killing fanatic, whether for the thrill of murder or to acquire more survival points through such means. It signifies a person of extreme danger. With a sense of trepidation, Su Yi committed the name of the top killer to memory. Xiao by Xiong Shelter. A name that appeared somewhat endearing. Yet the actions of its owner were anything but. Currently, he was only aware of the city-level rankings. He remained oblivious to the national or even global situation. However, if one were to extrapolate from the local context, considering that Jinling City harbored such a killer, it was likely that other areas fared no better. Indeed, this was the apocalypse. Natural disasters ravaged the land, and human calamities were plentiful. What a daunting reality. Sui shook his head and simultaneously noticed his own ranking. He stood at 53,688 on the kill leaderboard, with one shelter destroyed. This indicated that at least over 50,000 individuals had destroyed other shelters. This was merely the beginning. The numbers would undoubtedly continue to rise in the future. He then glanced at the points leaderboard. I am ranked. What the hell? After the 100,000 mark, his eyes widened in disbelief, rolling them in frustration. Following a series of expenditures, his survival points had dwindled to a mere 6. Such a paltry sum seemed implausible to place him in the horrendous range beyond 100,000. Could it be that at least 100,000 survivors had mastered the art of acquiring points? They must either possess talents or acquire points through other means. Resting his chin on his hand, Sui examined the first-place entry on the points leaderboard. Xiao by Xiong Shelter. Current points 12,620. Over 12,000 survival points. If one accounted for the portions he might have spent, this individual's point accumulation could very well exceed the 20,000 mark. A formidable figure indeed. Based on the number of shelters he had destroyed, he must have at least garnered 16,000 points. The discrepancy in his ranking indicated that he had spent some, and his capabilities were undoubtedly not to be underestimated. Sui furrowed his brow. The existence of such a killing maniac within the city, without clear indicators, was genuinely troublesome. Especially for someone as cautious as Sui, he felt the familiar sense of pressure returning. The fleeting sense of ease he had experienced less than a day prior vanished without a trace, replaced once more by an overwhelming sense of crisis. This individual possessed an abundance of points, yet their shelter level remained at 0. This presented the most perilous scenario. A person with such a wealth of points surely met the requirements for upgrading their shelter. It was inconceivable. He must be deliberately suppressing his shelter's level. There were likely other unknown trump cards in play. Where could this individual be? Surely they were not in close proximity to me. Chapter 25. Sudden Incident, New Trait. My Belief. The more Sui pondered, the more alarmed he became. He silently and swiftly closed the leaderboard data, hurriedly logged into the trading platform, and began searching for weapon and ammunition-related orders. After filtering the search criteria, Sui was astonished to discover that the prices of relevant orders had skyrocketed several times over today. Just the day before, he had managed to purchase 100 rounds of ammunition for merely a few bottles of ice water and some medicine. Today, the sellers responded with the message, insufficient price. The lowest offer demanded 10 bottles of ice water, along with 20 pounds of storable food or 20 boxes of commonly used medicines. Such an exorbitant amount of supplies was required to exchange for a mere 100 rounds of the most basic handgun ammunition. As for other types of ammunition and grenades, they were not for sale. Only handgun bullets, handguns, and bulletproof vests were available. Sui consulted several sellers and found that the prices were remarkably consistent. It seemed as though, overnight, these individuals had conspired to raise their prices. How strange. Why had the prices surged so dramatically? Furrowing his brows, Sui opened the city area chat channel, searched for keywords such as weapons and bullets, and reviewed the chat history. To his surprise, he uncovered some clues. How frustrating. The prices for bullets are exorbitant today. I can hardly afford them. I finally gathered some resources to buy a gun for self-defense, only to find it insufficient. It was rumored that the recent days had witnessed a surge of gunfights in the city, primarily due to resource disputes, and there were even reports of individuals deliberately slaughtering weaker shelters. Sellers of firearms had decided to control their supply, unwilling to allow humanity to engage in mutual destruction. Nonsense. I refuse to believe that excuse. They clearly wish to hoard their weapons. That may not be entirely true. There are still good people out there. Just yesterday, the rescue team saved my neighbor from next door, but their resources were limited, and they couldn't save many. Human nature is difficult to gauge in the apocalypse. Sigh, I increasingly feel that life post-apocalypse is no different from pre-apocalypse. Bro, what do you mean by that? Think about it. Before the apocalypse, I toiled for decades to afford a house, only to see prices rise year after year, always falling just short. Now, post-apocalypse, I scrimp and save to buy a gun for self-defense, and again, I'm left wanting to be honest. Isn't the situation before and after the apocalypse essentially the same? Has my plight changed at all? I am still at the bottom of society, damn. Is this apocalypse all for naught? Survivors within the city had voiced their grievances regarding this issue the day prior, but Sui, engrossed in post-battle recovery, had not recognized it immediately. In the initial days of the apocalypse, the survivors had begun to adapt to using online trading platforms to exchange scarce resources, aiming to enhance their overall chances of survival. There were even those with altruistic inclinations, distributing supplies for free or selling them at low prices to assist others. However, it has not been long since the atmosphere of the entire trading market has transformed. The saints have vanished and low-priced goods have disappeared. Whether it is drinking water, food, or even weapons and equipment, prices have skyrocketed several times. The more essential the survival commodities, the more exorbitant their prices become. In stark contrast, non-essential items such as toilet paper, toothbrushes, and cigarettes are surprisingly inexpensive, yet they remain largely unwanted. Everyone is now at a critical juncture of life and death, struggling to make ends meet. Who is still concerned about the quality of life? Sui is also troubled by this predicament. Initially, he had intended to trade ice water, but it appears that, in the eyes of the city's survivors, even ice water is no longer considered a necessity. After all, ice water is scarce, with Sui being the sole stable producer, and he can only produce 10 bottles each day. Even if he sells all 10 bottles, in the vast market of the city, it would merely be a drop in the bucket under the scorching sun, utterly ineffective. People have long regarded ice water as a special scarce commodity, akin to a luxury item, and the demand for it has plummeted. Am I to exchange soon-to-expire food for bullets? Sui pondered, attempting to communicate with the sellers, but found them rather picky. Many perishable foods are priced quite low, merely half the price of non-perishable items. How is it that everyone has become so shrewd in just a few days? Everyone seems intent on taking advantage. Huh? Fine, I won't buy anything. Sui gave up. He did not wish to incur losses, and given that he already possessed a rifle with infinite ammunition, his need for weapons and equipment was not particularly pressing, so he felt no need to be a fool in this matter. Yet, I must purchase something, right? Sui glanced at the list on the table, which contained the items that Zhang Xiaozi had listed the previous night, including some soon-to-expire and spoiled food. If these items are not dealt with promptly, allowing them to rot would be a tremendous waste. Eating? Absolutely impossible to finish. The shelter houses only 4 people, yet the quantity of stored provisions is sufficient for dozens to survive for a week. Even if Sui urged everyone to eat freely, they could not consume all this food. After all, aside from Sui, the other 3 individuals are women, and how much can women eat? The most gluttonous among them is probably Linyu. Perhaps I should buy some cigarettes or something. They are cheap, and I haven't smoked in days, Sui contemplated, feeling that such a decision still seemed somewhat wasteful. While others are still worried about starving, he is already considering whether to stockpile a few cigarettes to satisfy his mental cravings. Just as Sui was contemplating what to purchase, a commotion erupted downstairs. It sounded as if many people were gathered below. What on earth is happening? Sui was startled and hurried to the window. Drawing back the curtains to look down, he saw a group of women standing below, the very women he had driven away the day before, who were once residents of the building. Have they returned? Sui furrowed his brow, noticing Linyu among the crowd of women. She was standing there, gun in hand, seemingly reassuring the others before turning to enter the residential building, using the special method taught by Li Ye to open the door. Shortly after, Sui heard Linyu making her way upstairs. At the same time, a new prompt appeared before him. Attention, the talent unit you dispatched, Linyu, has triggered a special event and returned to the shelter ahead of schedule. Triggered a special event and returned early? Sui raised an eyebrow, murmuring, is this yet another new mechanism? If she returns early, will it affect the quantity of resources gathered during exploration? Sui was uncertain, as he still lacked a comprehensive understanding of the exploration dispatch mechanism. Based on Linyu's actions in bringing back this group of women, it seemed that the dispatch mission was akin to survivors seeking resources outside, with dispatch talents searching within a certain range without requiring the survivors to toil themselves. Before long, Linyu pushed open the door and appeared before Sui. Commander, Linyu exclaimed brightly, saluting him, it's not dark yet. Why have you returned early? Sui observed Linyu calmly. Is something wrong? Yes, Commander. Linyu took a deep breath, suppressing her inner tension, and tentatively reported. During the execution of my mission, I discovered a group of thugs not far from the shelter, committing heinous acts against a group of innocent women. As a soldier, I have the duty to protect the people. So you repelled the thugs and brought those women back? Sui interjected. He peered out the window again, his tone indifferent. You do realize they were the ones I expelled. I understand, Commander, Linyu replied, lowering her head, her tone hesitant as she struggled to explain. I did not intend to defy your orders. It's just that they were indeed very pitiable. I am aware that during missions, one must not be unnecessarily soft-hearted. However, Miss Jiang mentioned to me last night that if suitable individuals were encountered during the mission, they could be brought back to the shelter. She said our shelter needed more fresh blood. She didn't specify who to bring, so I saw them as pitiable, Commander. I'm sorry. Lin Yu's head hung low, her voice increasingly lacking in conviction, and she appeared despondent. I will send them away immediately. There's no need for that, Yu waved his hand. Sighing softly at it, seems Zhang Xiaozi is quite astute. She has already been contemplating the development of the shelter since last night and was confident in her ability to persuade him today. Furthermore, Zhang Xiaozi has also discerned Lin Yu's character. Although Lin Yu is a talent unit of the shelter, in Suyi's eyes, she is no different from living beings. He consistently believes that these talents are fundamentally indistinguishable from humans, and Lin Yu's background as a soldier of Huaxia further supports this notion. In this regard, Lin Yu possesses the resolve and actions to stand up for the weak. The phrase dare to sacrifice and protect the people encapsulates the essence of Huaxia soldiers. Given her actions, Sui found himself unable to criticize her. Each talent possesses their own characteristics. Without Zhang Xiaozi's remarks at noon, Sui would have merely instructed Lin Yu to drive the women away again. But now, things have changed. Go seek out Zhang Xiaozi. Sui turned and closed the curtains, softly stating, she will know how to handle this group of women. Commander, will we kill them? Lin Yu asked nervously. Gripping her rifle tightly, Sui noticed her small gesture and couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Yu, if I were to order you to kill them, would you do it? Commander, I do not know. Lin Yu immediately panicked, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Sui, unable to accept that the person to whom she was loyal could be a ruthless tyrant. Would you pull the trigger? Military orders are absolute. Lin Yu's body stiffened, murmuring, I would rather die to atone. She could not accept the possibility of firing upon innocent individuals, as it contradicted her principles as a soldier. You appear quite conflicted, Sui chuckled. I would never issue such an order. Go find Zhang Xiaozi. She will take in this group of women. She knows how to arrange things, Commander. You agree, Lin Yu exclaimed in surprise, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Sui, her expression one of utter astonishment. Do I appear to be a killer? Sui queried, perplexed. Lin Yu opened her mouth, shaking her head vehemently. No, you are not. You are the greatest leader in my eyes. To extend a helping hand to the innocent even amidst the direst circumstances is an act that most impresses Huaxia soldiers. Enough, I'm not that great. I have my own plans. Sui waved his hand, as he did not see himself as Lin Yu described. The shelter currently possesses an abundance of supplies. Rather than waste them, it would be better to sustain more individuals to work. Nurturing a group of men is less advantageous than nurturing a group of women, as the threat level and variables would be somewhat lower. Go, find Zhang Xiaozi. Yes, Commander. Lin Yu turned with excitement, eager to share the good news with the unfortunate women downstairs. Does this count as exploitation? Sui gazed down through the curtains, murmuring, nonetheless, I can at least provide a safe haven. It can only be said to be a mutual benefit. In light of this, perhaps I am not so bad. The apocalypse has not completely altered my nature. Just as Suyi's musings subsided, a new prompt suddenly appeared before him. Congratulations, you have successfully completed a special event related to the dispatched mission. Your talent unit, Lin Yu, has received great encouragement and acquired a new talent trait. My faith. Talent trait. She has received sufficient motivation, and her loyalty to you has solidified her faith and pursuits, granting her the opportunity to advance to a higher talent tier. Chapter 26. What a cunning woman. Huh. Sui was taken aback, pleasantly surprised. There are unexpected rewards. A special event that can also be completed like a task? There are rewards. Did I satisfy the spiritual needs of the talent, thus enabling her to grow stronger? This is a win for me. Sui grinned with delight, realizing that not only had he gained a group of laborers for free, but Lin Yu had also experienced growth. As the only military force in the shelter, Sui naturally hoped for her to become even stronger. At present, Lin Yu possesses a C-grade rank. If she continues to strengthen, she could potentially break through to a B grade. Right? I am filled with anticipation, though I am uncertain when this particular trait will manifest its effects. Sui gazed outside the building. Sisterly, do you think he will agree to let us return home? Outside the building, among a group of over 10 women, a girl in her early 20s timidly spoke up. Her delicate face was pale as a sheet, marked by a shocking deep red bruise around her neck, and her tattered clothing hung loosely on her frail frame. Despite the oppressive heat of the blazing sun overhead, which could easily induce heat stroke, she desperately tugged at her ragged garments, striving to cover more of her exposed skin. She was engulfed in terror, feeling cold even amidst the sweltering temperatures. Perhaps? I don't know, a weary woman in her 40s replied, glancing at her companions with a twinge of sympathy as she gently embraced the girl. Murmuring reassurances, "Do not be afraid. That young man does not seem like a bad person. He drove away those ruffians, namely, and can be considered our savior, regardless of whether he permits us to return home. At the very least, he has not harmed us. It is just a pity about Xiao Wang. If only she were still alive." Sisterly took a deep breath, her expression dimming. The girl in her arms could no longer suppress her sobs, tears streaming down her cheeks. The surrounding women shared expressions of profound resentment, recalling how the group led by Li had even preyed upon the underage sister of one of their own. "If he does not allow us to enter, where shall we go?" someone whispered, their eyes filled with despair. "I do not know." A girl shook her head, her gaze heavy with uncertainty. "Perhaps we may truly perish." They had already borne witness to chaos since they were driven away yesterday. Outside, there was only the scorching heat and villains. Countless eyes from the shadows lurked, fixated on this group of women. After merely one night spent huddled together in the subway station, they had lost 3 members, 3 women who had vanished without a trace in the darkness, their fates unknown. The remaining women dared not linger in the subway station any longer. Yet stepping out into the daylight brought a heat so overwhelming it threatened to render them unconscious. They wandered aimlessly, filled with fear and anxiety. Unbeknownst to them, the women soon found themselves back in the vicinity of the residential building, only to be confronted by a group of men scavenging for supplies, who promptly surrounded them. These men attempted to forcibly abduct the women, and should they be taken, they could very well become new slaves. In their most desperate hour, Lin Yu appeared, driving off the thugs and leading them back to the building. The girl wielding a rifle spoke, suggesting that her superior might be willing to shelter them. Superior, a term that instinctively instilled a sense of safety. This girl must be a soldier, and her superior likely exuded the same sense of security. The women could only speculate in confusion within their hearts. "She's coming! She's out!" one woman suddenly exclaimed, and the girls lifted their heads to see the entrance of the building swing open. Lin Yu stepped out, rifle slung across her back, her expression grave. The girls noticed a beautiful woman in a cheongsam standing before Lin Yu, seemingly at the forefront. "Are you the new friends that Lin Yu brought back?" Zhang Xiaozi's voice was gentle as she approached, naturally taking Sister Li's hands in hers. "You must be Sister Li. I've heard Lin Yu mention you. You have taken such great care of the girls. You are truly a remarkable sister." Sister Li was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words, but thankfully, "You all have returned safely." Zhang Xiaozi pulled Sister Li closer, beckoning the girls. "What are you standing around for? Come, let us return home." "Home?" a girl timidly voiced from the crowd. "Will that man not chase us away? He drove us off yesterday. It seems he does not welcome us." "Are you referring to Mr. Su?" Zhang Xiaozi turned to the girl, kindly explaining, the reason he had you leave was due to concerns that there might still be hidden threats within the building. In order to eliminate the dangers in our sanctuary, Mr. Su was compelled to make you endure a night outside. However, the building has now been confirmed to be safe, and MRSU sent Lin Yu to find you as soon as dawn broke. Admittedly, Mr. Su's actions were not entirely appropriate, and I wish to apologize on his behalf. Zhang Xiaozi spoke with utmost sincerity, her exquisite face adorned with an expression of regret. Lin Yu shifted uncomfortably beside her, feeling uneasy about being a pawn in someone else's deception. Although Zhang Xiaozi's reasoning seemed somewhat contrived, in this chaotic and dark world, even the flimsiest of justifications could find acceptance, as long as survival was assured. "Is it true?" Sister Li exclaimed, her heart swelling with gratitude as she gazed at Zhang Xiaozi. "You really are good people. When that group of soldiers appeared and dealt with those ruffians, namely, I knew you were good, and you are all girls, with only MRSU, yes, Mr. Su, being the sole man among you. A man followed by you must surely be no villain." Sister Li's words tumbled out in excitement. Her emotions surging, Tio returned to their former home, free from fear, was a primal instinct for all humanity. "Come back with me now, rest well. I have prepared food and water." Zhang Xiaozi paused, smiling gently, "And there will be baths. In this weather, it will be like a hot spring bath." "Baths!" The women's eyes brightened. It had been countless days since they had bathed. Ever since Li's group had seized the entire building, they had endured daily torment, surviving only on the leftovers from those men. The thought of delicious food and hot baths, once a part of their routine just a week ago, felt as distant as a century. "All right, let us return home." Sister Li nodded excitedly, leading her companions behind Zhang Xiaozi as they entered the building. Lin Yu watched from the side, her gaze lingering on Zhang Xiaozi in a wonder the superior values her. She truly is a cunning woman. Zhang Xiaozi turned back. Miss Lin, what are you saying? Oh, it's nothing. Lin Yu quickly waved her hand. Just a figment of my imagination. I said nothing. Yes, that's so. Perhaps I'm just a bit tired. Zhang Xiaozi responded with a smile as she turned away. Lin Yu felt a jolt of surprise, quickly sticking out her tongue. Goodness, this woman has such sharp hearing. Zhang Xiaozi was remarkably efficient, leading the women back into the building and arranging their accommodations within half an hour. They had originally lived in the building, albeit on different floors and in different rooms. Rather than having the women congregate, Zhang Xiaozi allowed them to return to their own homes, tidying up the chaos left in the wake of battle, while personally delivering water and food to each household. After relishing a somewhat sumptuous meal, they took turns washing away the grime in the second-floor bathtub, donning their own clothes. In a daze, they felt as though they had returned to the world before the apocalypse. Aside from the heat that threatened to overwhelm them, it seemed as if all horrors had vanished. However, Zhang Xiaozi soon shattered that illusion, gathering the women in the hall on the first floor. Sisters, you are all undoubtedly aware of the current situation outside. Zhang Xiaozi surveyed the 12 women before her, her tone steady as she continued. The apocalypse has arrived. This is our reality. Humanity must unite to survive. As a woman myself, I understand more than anyone how the status of women diminishes drastically in the face of disaster, and survival becomes precarious. Although Su is a man, he is also a benevolent leader. He has cleared our sanctuary and provided us with food, water, and safety. This is an exceedingly rare and precious thing in this apocalyptic environment. Zhang Xiaozi's tone gradually grew serious. To protect this peace and harmony, I hope the sisters can unite to safeguard our home. Only together can we survive this apocalypse. I do not wish for anyone to disrupt my sanctuary, nor do I want anyone clinging to the ideals of a peaceful era. Cast aside your pride, banish your princess mentality, live seriously. Zhang Xiaozi's words were simple and unembellished, yet they moved the women to tears. They had endured suffering, and none were more accustomed to this sudden apocalyptic age than they. Miss Zhang, does guarding our home mean, do we need to fight? A timid young girl asked from the crowd. I have never fought anyone. No. You need not take risks, Zhang Xiaozi replied gently, smiling to allay the girl's fears. As for battles, Mr. Su will arrange for specialists to protect us. In our refuge, everyone will have their respective roles. For instance, Miss Lin Yu is our warrior. Naturally, she will undertake the dangerous tasks. Zhang Xiaozi turned to the armed Lin Yu beside her. Smiling as she asked, isn't that right, Miss Lin? You will protect us well, won't you? Rest assured. I shall fulfill my duty. Lin Yu snapped to attention with a resounding clap, her head held high and her delicate face etched with solemnity. It is my duty and responsibility to protect the lives of the people. This familiar, emphatic declaration, almost resembling a battle cry, evoked a profound sense of security within every woman present. The words spoken by the soldiers of Huaxia are not mere slogans. They embody a traditional ethos forged through the crucible of warfare and instinctive understanding. Therefore, there is no need for you to engage in any potential battles. Zhang Xiaozi turned back to the women, her smile warm. Of course, we cannot afford to harbor idlers in the shelter. Each of us must contribute our strength to ensure that our home becomes safer. For instance, we can clean the building, do laundry and cooking, transport supplies, and assist Liya in enhancing and fortifying the building's defenses and traps. By taking proactive measures, we can significantly bolster the shelter's capacity to withstand impending dangers. Prior to that, I will assign specific roles based on each individual's unique skills and expertise. There is no need for anxiety. Just think of it as securing a job that provides food and accommodation. Doesn't that feel much easier? Zhang Xiaozi possessed a remarkable ability to manage the situation. Through her few words, the women's emotions gradually settled, and their faces began to reflect a longing for a stable life. Just then, Lin Yu suddenly slapped her forehead and lowered her voice. Oh no, Miss Zhang, I seem to have forgotten something. I must quickly report to the commander. Chapter 27. 1 verses 30. Victory is assured. Su Yi stood by the window on the upper floor, gazing down at Zhang Xiaozi's address to the women below. Although he could not discern her words, the expressions on the faces of the women suggested that they had been successfully reassured and were beginning to trust Zhang Xiaozi. Truly, she was a woman adept at management. Deserving of her classification as a top-tier talent, Su Yi murmured to himself, lifting his gaze to the gradually setting red sun, which painted the entire sky in deep crimson, suffused with a sense of oppression and heat. It had been nearly a week. Why had there been no sign of rescue forces? While one might expect foreign military might to crumble in the face of sudden calamity, the likelihood seemed low in Huaxia. Where are the soldiers? With 1 million regular troops, city defense forces, and armed police, not to mention the militia. This amounts to over 10 million combat-ready personnel, not to mention the countless veterans returning each year. Yet there was not a whisper of movement from any of them. Sui furrowed his brow, his greatest confusion buried deep within him. Like all ordinary citizens of Huaxia, he harbored a persistent hope for rescue in the initial moments of the apocalypse. He had even wrestled internally with the dilemma of whether to follow the state or remain in the shelter if help arrived. Now, however, the dilemma was moot. There was no sign of rescue at all. Not only was there no news from the military, but even the police seemed to have vanished, let alone any trace of official political presence. In the city's chat channels, only the occasional message from self-proclaimed police officers could be found, attempting to gather homeless survivors. Other than that, there was no relevant information or leads. This was profoundly unreasonable. To his knowledge, a military district was located adjacent to Jinling City. The military strength of this city was by no means insignificant. The first wave of apocalyptic disaster merely involved extreme heat, not an invasion by extraterrestrial monsters. How could humanity's military might simply vanish? Sui could not fathom it. He had made simple estimations and speculations in his mind. Even if the onset of the apocalyptic game rendered high-tech items ineffective, cutting off communication, aircraft, tanks, and satellites, we still have people. Soldiers are human too. Even unarmed or wielding primitive weapons, they represent a formidable force that should not be underestimated. Given the temperament of Huaxia soldiers, it was inconceivable that they would simply disappear in the face of disaster. There must be some hidden circumstances that I am unaware of. Could it be the mechanism of the apocalyptic game that caused this? Sui pondered, his brow furrowed. Has the derivative disaster obliterated the nation's military power? That seems implausible. With so many soldiers scattered everywhere, how could they all be wiped out at once? Even if they were annihilated, surely there would be some notification. Based on the current situation, the mechanism of the apocalyptic game does not appear to be indiscriminate slaughter. The mysterious entity has no reason to directly erase these soldiers and political forces. Furthermore, while the high-temperature apocalypse is indeed terrifying, a climate of 70 degrees does not render human life unsustainable in an instant. Where have all these people gone? Strange, Sui murmured. The last time the mysterious entity reported global casualty figures, could it be that among the 1.3 billion deceased, there were political leaders and soldiers from various countries? Sui found it incomprehensible and lacked any channel for related intelligence. The only means he had to communicate with the outside world was through a city area exchange channel resembling a game chat interface provided by the mysterious entity. Yet, within this space, he encountered daily pleas for help, trading requests, and the despairing cries of the hopeless. With little useful information to be found, it felt as though an invisible force was deliberately suppressing humanity's capacity for self-rescue and correction during this era of civilization. Was that mysterious figure merely observing how humanity struggles to survive amidst complete chaos, like a nobleman watching a cornered beast fight for its life? Sitting on his bed, Sui was anything but tranquil. Though he found himself in a relatively safe environment, the depth of his thoughts only grew. Yet, the more he contemplated, the more he realized that this sudden apocalyptic game was riddled with inexplicable enigmas. Commander, are you there? Lin Yu's voice broke through Sui's reverie from outside. Come in. Yes, Lin Yu entered, saluting Sui. Commander, I have important information to report. Go ahead. Sui nodded as Lin Yu organized her thoughts and spoke earnestly. During my recent task, I discovered a large, unguarded supermarket. Upon exploration, I found it devoid of personnel, though some supplies had been taken. However, it still contains a significant amount of resources. I cannot carry much alone, so I seek your guidance. Commander, should I focus my collection efforts on this large supermarket? An unguarded supermarket? Sui was taken aback, stroking his chin. Could it be a trap? In such chaotic times, when everyone is starving and risking heatstroke to scavenge for food, how could a supermarket remain unoccupied? If it were discovered, it would surely be emptied immediately. Commander, it should not be a trap. I have confirmed it carefully. Lin Yu shook her head, her demeanor serious. However, there are signs of a struggle within the supermarket, with bodies and blood present. The time of death appears to be within the past 2 days. Based on the scene, it seems that someone has attacked the supermarket's owner and residents. Taking some supplies with them, I believe the assailants will continue to return to the supermarket to transport goods over the next few days. Are you suggesting we attempt to seize resources from them? Sui frowned. That seems rather risky. Commander, they are unarmed, Lin Yu replied firmly. The weapons used in the killings are likely common tools. There is a high probability they lack military-grade equipment. The deceased number 8, and the struggle was intense. I estimate the attackers to be around 10 to 15 in number. Considering potential backup forces, it should not exceed 30 individuals. And I have this. Lin Yu proudly patted the rifle on her back. Her voice filled with unwavering confidence. Point 1 versus 30. A single gun is sufficient. Well then, Su-yi blinked, feeling a mix of admiration and exasperation. Lin Yu's character truly embodied the archetype of a Huaxia soldier, exuding an air of invincibility. The potential 30 adversaries seemed trivial in her eyes, and she was even considering raiding a supermarket already claimed by others. Lin Yu, I do not wish for you to get hurt. Are you certain you can handle this? Sui felt a surge of concern. The gathering had just received a new influx of people, and they certainly needed to stockpile more resources to cope with future demands. While Jiang Shaozi could train these women to become competent residents of the shelter, the prerequisite was that Sui must be able to sustain them. I am absolutely confident that we can succeed. Lin Yu asserted, her head held high, her tone calm yet resolute. A group of unarmed thugs does not even qualify to confront me. Wow, such bravado. You sound like a female warrior, Sui chuckled, recalling Lin Yu's impressive capabilities he had witnessed firsthand. Very well, I agree to your plan. The operational details are yours to decide, as I am no expert in such matters. However, I suggest you consult Jiang Shaozi for strategies. She is quite clever and will be able to assist you. Additionally, inform Li Ye to craft any useful items for you. Sui paused for a moment, adding, do not rush, prepare thoroughly, I cannot afford to lose you. He spoke earnestly, devoid of romantic undertones. He genuinely could not bear to lose Lin Yu. She was far too important. I will ensure a victorious return. Lin Yu saluted sharply before turning to leave. Upon receiving permission, she immediately sought out Li Ye, who was engrossed in her research, and together they endeavored to find Jiang Shaozi in search of effective strategies for overcoming their adversaries and plans for transporting supplies. The three women convened, and after approximately an hour of discussion, they separated to execute their respective tasks. At 8 p.m., Sui stood by the window, watching intently as Lin Yu departed the building, accompanied by Jiang Shaozi and 12 other women, moving forth in a formidable procession. Goodness, they have completely mobilized. Aside from Li Ye and Sui, Lin Yu had rallied all the women. Each one wielded a rudimentary steel spear and wooden shield, hastily crafted by Li Ye in the research room, thus equipping them with a semblance of combat capability. I recall advising her not to rush, didn't I? Sui murmured uneasily. It's already evening. Are they planning a night raid? Such audacious women they are. Chapter 28. A bait in the dark, a killer's intent. At 8 p.m., Jiang Shaozi led the women through the streets shrouded in darkness. A few flashlights illuminated their path, alongside the rudimentary torches fashioned by Li Ye, alleviating their concerns regarding visibility. The oppressive heat remained the most unbearable aspect. The women were clad in multiple layers of clothing, meticulously enveloping themselves, even donning masks that obscured their faces. At a glance, one might assume they were preparing for winter, with some even sporting down jackets. This was Li Ye's method of heat insulation, by layering clothing to create air pockets for enhanced thermal protection. The inner garments were ideally made of moisture-wicking materials, such as cotton or advanced synthetic fibers, to keep the skin dry, while the outer layers were constructed from thicker materials to block heat. This approach proved effective. Although everyone was drenched in sweat, it was far better than allowing their skin to come into direct contact with the scorching 70-degree heat. Yet, even so, each individual still felt lightheaded and disoriented. The relentless high temperatures had persisted for several days, and everyone struggled to adapt. Just a little longer. Jiang Shaozi distributed small sips of ice water to each person to help lower their body temperature, simultaneously uplifting their spirits. Sisters, we are not in a time of peace. We cannot rely on men. We must unite. After this supply transport concludes, I shall propose to MRSU that we allocate additional essential living supplies to everyone. Furthermore, we shall not merely transport food. Necessities such as sanitary pads and insulation materials are equally vital. Jiang Shaozi's words sparked a glimmer of hope in the women. Being women, their lives were inherently more complicated than men's. If they could manage to maintain a semblance of normalcy amidst the apocalypse, it would be the greatest blessing of all. Jiang Shaozi was not deceiving them. She genuinely intended to procure more non-food supplies. After all, with the relentless heat persisting for days, most food, aside from canned goods, had spoiled. Rather than rummaging through a heap of refuse for something edible, it was far wiser to collect essential supplies in preparation for a protracted struggle. Are we merely going to transport supplies? A girl, gazing at the steel spear and shield in her hands, hesitantly inquired. I feel as though we are preparing for battle. These are only for self-defense. We won't engage in real combat, Jiang Shaozi reassured, taking the lead in the procession. Before long, they arrived at a large supermarket situated 6 streets away. It was a towering 7-story shopping complex. Its entrance shattered and littered with debris, the walls stained with dried blood. The supermarket within lay deserted, and Jiang Xiaoci, guiding the anxious women, entered the building, locating a directional sign that led them directly to the underground supermarket for their supply retrieval. Initially, the women were apprehensive, fearing ambush from lurking assailants. However, as time passed, they became increasingly captivated by the diverse stockpile of goods within the building, diligently collecting and transporting supplies. They all understood that the more they brought back, the lighter the burden of survival would be. Each person was striving for their own existence, and no one dared to slacken their efforts. Jiang Xiaoci organized the women to continuously transport supplies outside the building, planning to return collectively once they had amassed a sufficient quantity. Place the heavier and larger items at the bottom of the carts. We shall connect multiple carts together so that one person can pull many. Is there a delivery point nearby? Send 2 individuals to retrieve the transport carts. They are invaluable for transporting supplies, Jiang Xiaoci directed. She cast a glance at the chaotic street, letting out a soft sigh. The abrupt onset of the apocalypse had forced everyone back to their shelters simultaneously, resulting in a tangle of crashed vehicles strewn across the streets. Even if she were to enlist Leah to unlock a truck, she would be unable to drive. It seemed they would need to endure and make multiple trips. With such a vast supermarket, there were undoubtedly numerous useful items. It was likely they wouldn't finish transporting everything in a single night. Jiang Xiaoci murmured, raising her gaze to the dark depths surrounding her. A sixth sense warned her that she was being watched. The women illuminated the darkness with their torches and flashlights. Glowing like fireflies in the night in the shadows, it seemed as though malevolent eyes were greedily observing the women. The bait had been set. Where was the prey? Jiang Xiaoci arched her brow. Willing to serve as bait to provide Lin Yu with the optimal sniping environment. To accommodate Lin Yu's vantage point, she had deliberately stationed their gathering at the spacious entrance of the shopping complex, surrounding it with several makeshift torches. This was the sole beacon of light in the darkness, destined to attract any hunters drawn to the supermarket. Boss, look over there. There's a flicker of light at the end of the dark street. Hidden behind several abandoned vehicles, whispers of conversation could be heard. Keep the flashlight low. We mustn't let them see us. Has Xiao Lin returned? What is the situation over there? T.S. back, Delu. It's a group of women. I saw it. There are no men. Just women? Oh? Are there still women brave enough to venture out? Delu stroked his bald head, crouched behind a vehicle, his expression revealing a knowing smile. A flock of women huddled together is like a herd of sheep. It seems we shall feast tonight. Brother, don't be too careless, cautioned a younger man, adjusting his glasses and lowering his voice. In these times, anything can happen. We should observe a little longer. You're right. Let us continue watching. Delu nodded, and the men patiently waited for another hour, concealed in the darkness. They watched as the women emerged from the supermarket, laden with increasing quantities of supplies, each cart overflowing. Delu, I think it's about time. Those women seem ready to depart. If we don't act soon, the cooked duck will fly away. Delu, I want to sleep with a woman tonight. I beg you, my family is starving. The men grew increasingly restless, their voices tinged with urgency. What do you think, brother? Delu turned to his younger sibling, Xiao Lu, who stroked his chin thoughtfully. Brother, I was just considering where these women came from. I recall some recent intelligence indicating that a nearby residential area experienced a gunfight not long ago, possibly even involving grenades. Then, someone reported seeing a group of women being driven out. I suspect these are those women. Xiao Lu's analysis led to a conclusion. They likely have no comrades left. It's highly probable they are merely a group of women. Though they possess some weapons, they remain women at heart. And in a confrontation, they would be outmatched. I believe we can take them down. But we must act quickly, as others from the neighboring blocks are also eyeing this supermarket. I fear that if we delay, others may seize the opportunity. Xiao Lu's assessment prompted nods of agreement from the others. Xiao Lu is right. We must strike swiftly. We cannot afford to underestimate them simply because they are women. If they are intercepted, I shall surely lose sleep over it. That would be worse than death. It is settled then. The most beautiful one shall go to Delu. The rest we shall divide. If it's insufficient, we can take turns. Everyone in agreement? A proposal for distribution was met with unanimous approval from the other men. Delu adopted a stern expression, admonishing, we haven't secured them yet. Why the haste? Even if we distribute, the most beautiful must go to my brother. The cleverest mind deserves the finest prize, brother. Xiao Lu gazed at Delu with heartfelt gratitude. Delu patted his shoulder. I am just a brute. You're the clever one. So you deserve the best. I only hope you can find a wife for our family. That girl in the Cheongsam looks quite appealing. She has the potential to be my daughter-in-law. Xiao Lu was overwhelmed with emotion, while the other men could hardly contain their impatience, urging, "De Lu, let us move quickly." "Very well. Let us devise a battle plan. As my brother suggested, divide into groups of 10 and encircle from both sides. Brother, you take 2 men and circle around to the back entrance to block the escaping women. We will strike within 10 minutes. Understood, brother." The young man bent low, leading 2 others stealthily toward the back entrance of the building. Beside De Lu, there were more than 20 men. After waiting silently in the darkness for over 10 minutes, he finally gestured discreetly. "Brothers, let us go. Let us indulge. Hee. Charge. Seize the women. Grab the supplies." The men, unable to suppress their excitement, chuckled as they bent low, swiftly moving through the abandoned vehicles, utilizing the cover of night and the cars. They advanced rapidly towards the women at the entrance of the building. However, unbeknownst to them, on a high-rise platform behind them, a woman clad in camouflage military attire was aiming a rifle, clearly observing their every move through the high-powered scope equipped with night vision. Miss Jiang had guessed correctly. Lin Yu tilted her head slightly, her fingers slowly curling around the trigger. The prey had indeed taken the bait. Chapter 29. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, annihilate them all. "Hey, ladies!" Suddenly, a man's mocking voice echoed in the darkness, startling the nearest girl. "Ah, who is it?" She turned around and saw more than 20 men approaching from both sides, wielding fire axes, rebar, kitchen knives, and other weapons. "Sister Jiang! Sister Jiang!" The girl, pale with terror, turned to flee while shouting. The women, focused on transporting supplies, looked up in alarm, their faces paling as they realized they were surrounded by these men. "Stay calm. Don't panic." Jiang Shaoxi's clear voice rose above the chaos as she calmly tried to soothe the girl's fears. "Take a deep breath and remember what I taught you." Hearing her voice, the women felt a surge of reassurance and began to gather around her. Some of the girls, recalling Jiang Shaoxi's instructions before she left, frantically picked up scattered spears and shields from the ground, trembling as they faced the men with their shields. "Oh, you still want to resist? Look, it's a female militia. Ha ha ha, I do love a spicy woman. This is thrilling." The men jeered, their laughter echoing, completely dismissing the women who struggled to even hold their weapons steady. Their greedy gazes lingered predominantly on Jiang Shaoxi, the only truly stunning woman among them, her beauty breathtaking, far surpassing that of any celebrity or internet sensation from more peaceful times. Under the covetous stares of the men, Jiang Shaoxi brushed aside her hair blown by the evening breeze and calmly spoke. "Gentlemen, are you out here this late to search for supplies? This shopping mall is quite vast. We have already acquired some and will not compete with you for the rest." Her tone remained steady, devoid of fear. "Searching for supplies?" De Lu looked at Jiang Shaoxi with keen interest, a smirk forming on his lips. "Indeed, but this shopping center is the territory of our White Bear gang. You are here taking our things. Hand them over, and then compensate us." "De Lu, how do you expect them to compensate? What else could it be? Of course, with their bodies. Ha ha ha. That one with the biggest backside. I want her. I love that." The men unabashedly revealed their intentions, laughter spilling from their lips. The eyes of the women surrounding Jiang Shaoxi filled with terror and despair, as they recalled their harrowing experiences in the dark days within the residential buildings. "The shopping center is your territory?" Jiang Shaoxi glanced at the dimly lit sign on the building and suddenly smiled with resignation. "Well, it seems there's no room for negotiation." "Negotiate? What do you wish to negotiate about?" De Lu stepped forward with a sly smile, closing the distance to Jiang Shaoxi. "Are you considering discussing how much your dowry should be?" Jiang Shaoxi fell silent, raising her right hand calmly, then forming a fist. "Received." Hiding in the darkness on the top floor, Lin Yu took a deep breath, entering a state of focus. "What does this mean?" De Lu was taken aback, chuckling. "Are you surrendering by raising your hand?" "If you—" Before De Lu could finish, Jiang Shaoxi lowered her right hand, curling her index finger slightly as if mimicking the action of firing a gun, aiming directly at De Lu. Tilting her head slightly, her rosy lips emitted the sound of a bullet being discharged. Bang. With the sound barely leaving her lips, De Lu's head exploded instantly, sending crimson and yellow viscera splattering everywhere. The women were horrified, erupting in piercing screams, awakening many unfortunate souls who had succumbed to heat exhaustion in the dark. Thud. De Lu's headless body crumpled into a pool of blood as the men, stunned by the screams, stared in disbelief at their fallen leader. Just a moment ago, he had been jesting, and now, Now he was blown apart. What could have done that? Did this woman possess magic? The men stood frozen, momentarily unable to process the scene before them. As Jiang Shaoxi's actions did not cease, playfully shifting her aim, she narrowed her eyes. Bang! Another man was accurately shot in the head. The immense force of the explosion nearly obliterated his neck. Ugh, ugh. One woman could no longer contain herself, screaming and retching. The gruesome reality too much to bear. Reality bore no mosaic, only the raw, brutal competition for survival. The line between life and death often lay within the ordinary moments. Damn! This woman wields sorcery. One man suddenly leapt up, and all the others reacted, their expressions filled with terror as they gazed at Jiang Shaoxi. Go avenge de Lu. We can't run. We can't escape. Let us charge together. She's alone. There's no way she can handle all of us. Grab her. Break her fingers. Some of the smarter men realized that escaping Jiang Shaoxi might be futile, opting instead for a desperate fight. The 20-odd men charged towards Jiang Shaoxi, who did not flinch, still aiming with her hand. Bang, bang, Jiang Shaoxi continuously switched targets, as if her delicate, fair fingers could indeed unleash bullets, causing man after man to fall before her. In just a few breaths, 7 or 8 of the first attackers lay dead on the ground, their headless bodies forming a natural barrier that impeded the advance of the remaining men. It's over. This woman truly possesses sorcery. Whoever she aims at will surely perish. Could this be her innate talent for survival? One man stood rooted in fear, mumbling, void targeting. Whoever she points at dies. Quick, help Miss Jiang. Among the group of women, the eldest, Sisterly, was the first to react. Wiping the vomit from her mouth, she suppressed her fear and unease, shouting to encourage her sisters. If Miss Jiang dies, we won't stand a chance either. Grab your weapons. Protect Miss Jiang. With Sisterly's rallying cry, the girls snapped to attention, picking up their spears and spreading out to form a makeshift formation to counter the men's potential new assault. Though their hands shook around their weapons, their gazes remained resolute. All conflicting emotions transformed into a singular fury at that moment, whether directed at the men or the damned apocalypse, becoming their driving force in battle. They now held one thought: to remember the formations and combat techniques Miss Jiang had taught them, and then fight with all their might. Their growth surpassed my expectations. Jiang Shaoxi raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of satisfaction. She had brought these women out not only to serve as bait, but also to witness the brutality of combat firsthand. Only under the threat of blood, severed limbs, and visceral death could they rapidly evolve. Those who could not adapt would inevitably be eliminated by the times. Only those who could adapt had the right to become residents of the shelter. At that moment, the men stood paralyzed, too terrified to initiate another charge, frozen in place. They could neither flee nor fight. The stunning woman in the qipao maintained her shooting stance, though she no longer aimed at anyone. Is it over? Lin Yu slowly exhaled, relishing a moment's rest to cool the heated barrel of her gun. You mentioned the White Bear Gang earlier? Jiang Shaoxi tilted her head slightly, narrowing her eyes as she calmly inquired. Where is your shelter? How many people are there? Have the survivors in this shopping center been killed by you? Jiang Shaoxi's questions were relentless, leaving the men silent, glancing at one another, fear evident in their eyes. It seemed they could not afford to offend this terrifying woman. She was beautiful, yet exceedingly strong. Beauty, we are the good guys. We merely wanted to greet you. One man, mustering courage, croaked, his gaze fixated on Jiang Shaoxi's finger. Fearful she might aim at him. Greet us? Jiang Shaoxi scoffed. Answer my questions. With her sharp rebuke, the men trembled collectively, and one, unable to hold back, shouted, Don't do anything rash. Our backer is the Little White Bear Shelter. Brother Bang is in charge of us. I suggest you be wise. Your talent is impressive, but Little White Bear is even stronger. He is the top player in the city during the apocalypse. If you allow us to leave, we can pretend as though nothing has transpired and will certainly refrain from divulging any details about you. After all, we do not know who you are, let alone your whereabouts. One man, seizing the moment, uttered words that garnered agreement from the others, their eyes eagerly fixed on Jiang Shaoxi. This statement served as both a veiled threat and an assurance that they posed no danger to her. The most persuasive argument in their arsenal. Indeed, from a rational standpoint, no one wishes to cultivate enemies in a world on the brink of collapse, especially not one as formidable as the top-ranked brother. The notoriety of the Little White Bear had echoed throughout the city over the past few days. Any survivor familiar with the shelter panels was acutely aware of the name of the Little White Bear Shelter. Even those who had lost theirs had heard whispers of it. The men believed that Jiang Xiaozi, a mere woman, would surely prefer not to offend such a powerful figure. Little White Bear. Jiang Xiaozi displayed no signs of shock, merely falling into a contemplative silence for a brief moment. The men waited anxiously for the judgment of fate until she slowly raised her left hand. Oh? Are we to be exterminated? Lin Yu froze, holding her breath, and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. In the darkness, the flashes of gunfire illuminated the scene, each bullet silently leaving the chamber, shattering the skulls of one man after another with pinpoint accuracy. Every shot found its mark. This woman has lost her mind. She intends to annihilate us. Run. Quick. Flee. You filthy bitch. You mother. Pfft. In their despair, the men scrambled in panic, but their legs could not outrun the bullets. In this open expanse, they became the perfect moving targets for the sniper. It took Lin Yu merely a minute to eliminate the remaining men. Moments later, only a field of headless corpses lay in pools of blood, reminiscent of a human slaughterhouse, exuding a chilling aura of terror in the dead of night. Chapter 30. Chief, you truly are dashing. At the entrance of the building, the ground was littered with corpses, the pungent scent of fresh blood saturating the air. The women stood in silence, some casting fearful glances at Jiang Xiaozi, only to quickly avert their eyes. Jiang Xiaozi's ruthless demeanor had instilled a palpable fear among them. After a brief pause, Sister Li broke the silence, suppressing her nausea at the sight of the bodies, and called to her companions. Hurry! Let us get moving and dispose of the bodies. Sister Li's reasoning was straightforward. Since Jiang Xiaozi had committed murder, they too must contribute in some capacity. She kills, we bury. Clear division of labor, and it would allow them to demonstrate their worth before Miss Jiang, preventing her from deeming them useless. If she grew weary of them and cast them aside, it would be preferable to facing her wrath. The women harbored deep-seated fears. Though reluctant, they pinched their noses and prepared to work no need. Jiang Xiaozi waved her hand, her voice calm and gentle, a stark contrast to her earlier indifference. There are too many bodies to handle. Let us focus on collecting supplies instead. We cannot afford to waste time. Understood. Sister Li nodded vigorously, her attitude considerably more respectful as she urged the others to continue loading the supplies. Only a girl of 17 or 18 hesitated, and as she passed by Jiang Xiaozi, she could not resist asking, Miss Jiang, why did you have to kill them all? They had already begged for mercy. The girl looked timidly at Jiang Xiaozi, still grappling with the brutal realities of their new world, struggling to adapt to Jiang Xiaozi's cold-blooded methods. Hey, you, get to work. Sister Li, anxious, stomped her foot and scolded. Don't disturb Miss Jiang. What gives you the right to question her? Come here and help. She feared Jiang Xiaozi might retaliate. Jiang Xiaozi glanced at Sister Li, then smiled at the girl before her. I remember you. Your name is Xiaoyan, correct? 18 years old, a freshman at Jinling University. Yes, Xiaoyan nodded. Jiang Xiaozi's smile faded as she continued coldly. Your sister, aged 15, perished in the building. I have seen her body. She met a tragic end. Her corpse is the only one I buried with my own hands. Jiang Xiaozi's indifferent words sent a shiver through Xiaoyan, tears welling in her eyes. Do not cry. Look at me. Jiang Xiaozi suddenly raised her voice. Xiaoyan raised her head, staring blankly at her, her expression replete with grievance. The surrounding women watched Jiang Xiaozi with bated breath, fearing she might strike. If you had been a bit braver at that time, if you had dared to resist and fight back, your sister would not have suffered such a fate. Miss Jiang, I couldn't overpower them. I tried to resist, then fight back, die fighting. It is far better than your sister meeting such an end. Jiang Xiaozi's tone was brutally cold, leaving Xiaoyan speechless, her head lowered in defeat. Even your sister's death has not opened your eyes to this era. What right do you have to stand here and question me? Either strip down and find a man to plead for mercy, or take up the weapon in your hand and fight against those who violate you. Jiang Xiaozi moved closer to the girl, nearly face to face, her eyes narrowing. So, Xiaoyan, what do you wish to do? Will you fight alongside me, or seek out a good man? I don't know. Xiaoyan's tears fell freely, overwhelmed by Jiang Xiaozi's pressure, having simply wished to ask a question without any ulterior motive. Miss Jiang? Oh, Miss Jiang, she is still just a child. Sister Li rushed forward, pulling Xiaoyan into her embrace, bowing apologetically to Jiang Xiaozi. Please forgive her, I will discipline her later. As she spoke, Sister Li struck Xiaoyan's arm with considerable force, causing the girl to cry out even louder. It's fine. I bear no grudge. Jiang Xiaozi replied nonchalantly. Let her cry. This may very well be the last time she has the chance to do so. Zhang Xiaozi, what do you mean by that? Sister Li's eyes widened in shock, pondering whether Zhang Xiaozi might kill Xiaoyan over a single remark. Zhang Xiaozi did not respond to Sister Li's question. She turned to leave, but paused to look back at Xiaoyan. You just asked me why I killed them all. The gentleman mentioned the Little White Bear shelter to me. It is a den of murderers. The most notorious killers in the city. Consider this. Would a remorseless fiend like that spare a group of vulnerable women? They have already discovered our presence. If we do not silence them, they will undoubtedly come for us. Xiaoyan, you may possess kindness, but I hope that next time you feel benevolent, you will consider whether your compassion might endanger us. Zhang Xiaozi raised an eyebrow, turning to scan the women. Get to work. Yes, yes. The women nodded eagerly, realizing that Zhang Xiaozi was not a senseless killer, but rather acting to protect them. Yet, the phrase vulnerable women lingered in their minds. Truthfully, they did not perceive Zhang Xiaozi as weak. She resembled the very embodiment of a murderous fiend. Sister Li continued to comfort Xiaoyan, but was soon pushed away after receiving the girl's thanks. The girl silently wiped her tears, hoisted a steel spear onto her back, and resumed her labor at the shopping center, seemingly determined to carry back even more supplies this time. Though the task was arduous, she pressed on, her face flushed with effort, as if she sought to reclaim a piece of her sister's spirit. The warm evening breeze swept by. The remaining hours passed without incident, until the early hours of the morning at 2 a.m., when the team, laden with supplies, began their journey back at 4 a.m. Sui was roused from his slumber by the sounds of women chattering and laughter wafting up from downstairs. Intrigued, he opened his door and descended the staircase to the first-floor hall. With his talent upgraded, Sui was granted an hour of immunity for outdoor excursions each day, alleviating any concerns about affecting his rewards. In the corridor, Sui beheld a hall brimming with an assortment of supplies, all stacked in shopping carts. The room was filled to the brim, and the women, wielding torches and flashlights, were joyfully categorizing the items amidst laughter. Their mirth radiated an indomitable joy that even the sweltering heat could not extinguish. Hope for survival. Lin Yu stood against the wall, gun in hand, her vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings until she sensed something and looked up the staircase. She caught sight of a man's silhouette. Snap! Lin Yu snapped to attention, instinctively shouting, "Chief, good morning!" In that instant, the lively chatter of the women fell into silence, the air growing still. Countless eyes turned towards Lin Yu. Then followed her salute to the source eye in the hushed atmosphere. The only sound was the crisp, deliberate cadence of boots descending the stairs. A man's figure slowly emerged from the shadows of the staircase. The women beheld Sui as he descended with a stoic expression, approaching them without a hint of trepidation. Stand up. The women echoed each other, rising to their feet and forming a line behind Lin Yu. Sister Li suddenly called out, "Chief, good morning." The women quickly caught on, one after another proclaiming, "Chief, good morning. Chief, good morning." The voices were slightly discordant, but each carried a tone of reverence, mingled with a hint of curiosity. A bold young woman bravely lifted her gaze, carefully scrutinizing the chief in the flickering torchlight. He appeared somewhat youthful, even handsome, with well-defined features and brows that resembled swords. His fair complexion resembled that of a scholarly individual, seemingly at odds with the widely circulated image of a portly leader. The amiable Sui quickly garnered the admiration of the women around him. He appeared harmless, and though his countenance was stern, it lacked a significant air of authority. Instead, he exuded a warmth that made others instinctively wish to draw closer to him. Standing before the women, Zhang Xiaozi wore a smile that was neither fully genuine nor entirely absent. Choosing to remain silent and cede the spotlight to Sui, Lin Yu, ever the loyal sentinel, stood behind Sui like a resilient pine tree, refraining from uttering a word. Zhang Xiaozi blinked her beautiful eyes at Sui, silently urging him to speak. It was the leader's first encounter with his residents, and surely he ought to say something. At the very least, a greeting. Sui inhaled deeply, suddenly feeling the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. His sanctuary had welcomed its first group of residents. These women who had endured suffering now relied on him, entrusting him with their lives. Indeed, he ought to say something to reassure these unfortunate souls. Sui slowly opened his mouth, but before he could utter a word, a clear murmur erupted from the crowd of women. "Leader, you are truly handsome." Chapter 31. Shall we sleep in simplicity? Huh? Sui was momentarily taken aback. The words he had intended to speak stifled within him, forcing him to maintain his serious demeanor. Zhang Xiaozi, perceptive as ever, stepped forward to break the silence, respectfully reporting to Sui, "Sir, we have gathered a substantial amount of supplies this evening. Here is the list, and I have recorded everything in detail." With the flourish of a magician, Zhang Xiaozi presented a sheet of paper filled with the contents of their provisions. The women were left bewildered, unsure of when she had managed to compile such a record, finding the moment utterly astonishing. Sui nodded gravely, studying the list intently before lowering his voice to inquire, "How long will this sustain us?" Considering the issue of food spoilage, it should last about half a month for this many people, Zhang Xiaozi replied, also lowering her voice, "If we account for the efficiency of future explorations and resource gathering. Sir, there is no need for you to worry. I can handle it." Sui nodded in satisfaction. Since Zhang Xiaozi had joined the sanctuary, he felt liberated. It was indeed true what they said. Where there is a task, there is a secret method to tackle it, and where there is none, one merely needs to be discreet. In any case, this reasoning holds true. Ultimately, Zhang Xiaozi was remarkably capable. You've done well, and everyone else has done remarkably too. Sui surveyed the crowd, and for reasons unknown, he suddenly proclaimed, "Comrades, you have all worked hard." Oh no. The words leader had slipped out instinctively. The women were momentarily stunned, save for Linyu behind them, who immediately stood at attention, instinctively saluting, to serve the people. The women soon followed suit, their voices ringing out in unison, to serve the people. The melody of their voices was sweet and harmonious, echoing with a vigor reminiscent of female soldiers. Sui observed the women, sensing a flicker of excitement in their eyes, markedly different from the despair of the day. These unfortunate women, who had faced ruin at the dawn of the apocalypse, were expected to suffer a painful demise. Yet now, they seemed to have rediscovered their courage and resolve to survive. "Excellent, very good, such vigor." Sui offered high praise, thoroughly acknowledging the transformation of the women. Zhang Xiaozi smiled as she witnessed the scene, and when the commotion subsided, she whispered, "Sir, there is something I wish to discuss with you." "Please, go ahead." Sui nodded, gesturing for Zhang Xiaozi to accompany him upstairs. Once the two departed, the women in the hall erupted into animated discussions. "Hey, don't you think the leader is quite handsome?" "Indeed, indeed. And so young. Wait, why is Miss Zhang going upstairs with him? Isn't it obvious? They must have, sure, you know what I mean. They truly are a match made in heaven. I can't decide whom to envy more. Who do you think is more dominant between them? The leader? No, I believe Miss Zhang is more assertive. She must be giving the leader face in public, but behind closed doors, she is undoubtedly fierce." "Sir." As Zhang Xiaozi entered the room, she gracefully knelt before Sui. "What are you doing?" Sui looked at Zhang Xiaozi in surprise, who gently removed his shoes and replied softly, "You are the master, and I am the servant. While you show me respect in public, I must adhere to the rules in private. There are no such rules here." Raised Sui waved his hand, curiosity piqued as he asked, "By the way, I haven't inquired about your background in detail. Linyu comes from a modern military background, and Liya is a modern engineer. What about you? Are you from an earlier time?" Given Zhang Xiaozi's demeanor, she did not seem like a product of modernity. She placed great importance on etiquette, indicating a certain adherence to traditional values. "Sir, if we consider the timeline, I am a figure from a more recent era." Zhang Xiaozi clearly understood the current age. Bowing her head, she gently removed Suyi's socks, saying, "If we count precisely, it should be during the Republic of China period." "Republic of China?" Sui paused, musing. "So, you understand why you are here." He had long harbored questions regarding the origins of the talents recruited for the sanctuary. Were they replicants, or were they summoned from some peculiar dimension of Earth? "Sort of." Zhang Xiaozi smiled softly. "My world is quite different from yours, yet there are many similarities. Regardless, since I am here, I shall serve you well. After all, I cannot return." Zhang Xiaozi lowered her eyes, which made Sui feel somewhat awkward. "What was it you wanted to tell me?" "This evening at the shopping center, we did encounter some thugs." Zhang Xiaozi spoke softly. According to their own admissions, they were from the Little White Bear Sanctuary. They might be residents or perhaps subordinates. The Little White Bear Sanctuary? Sui was taken aback. That was a sanctuary notorious for its brutality. It topped the charts of the murder spree. "What did you do?" Sui fixed his gaze on Zhang Xiaozi, who raised her head and smiled gently at him. "I instructed Linyu to eliminate them. All of them. At least, all that I witnessed were killed." Zhang Xiaozi spoke with remarkable calmness. "I had the girls act as bait to lure them out, and only after ensuring most had appeared did I allow Linyu to act. Initially, I did not intend to kill them all, but upon hearing the name of the Little White Bear Sanctuary, I realized that a compromise was impossible, and I had to be ruthless." "Xiaozi, You did the right thing. Sui inhaled deeply, his tone laden with complexity as he praised her. He wholeheartedly agreed with Jiang Shaoxi's actions. For the safety of both herself and the sanctuary, he had no desire to engage with the little white bear sanctuary, at least. Not at this moment. Jiang Shaoxi's decision to eliminate them assuredly severed any loose ends and spared the sanctuary unnecessary trouble. However, the shopping center was now off limits. Jiang Shaoxi sighed softly. It took great effort to find a place where we could consistently gather a substantial amount of supplies. It seems Lin Yu will need to exert herself in searching for more. That's no concern. We will manage. Sue was untroubled by survival issues. His sanctuary abilities would undoubtedly resolve his current predicaments. What preoccupied Sui now was Jiang Shaoxi's actions that night. Though she spoke of them lightly, he could detect a faint hint of bloodlust in her tone. Initially, he had perceived Jiang Shaoxi as a clever and gentle woman, a typical figure adept in domestic affairs, not skilled in warfare, but rather proficient in strategy and management. Yet it appeared his judgment had been misguided. Indeed, a woman of intelligence emerging from the Republic of China era would undoubtedly possess a certain ruthlessness. Sui mused inwardly. That era was indeed tumultuous, sir. Will you come to despise me? Why do you say that? Sui turned his gaze to Jiang Shaoxi, who looked down, softly massaging his calves. Her voice barely above a whisper. I had Lin Yu kill so many men. Must not favor such a woman. You acted out of self-preservation and to protect me. How could I possibly hold that against you? Sui took a deep breath, cautiously placing his hand on Jiang Shaoxi's silky hair, gently stroking it. Rest assured, I shall never disdain you. You are my most vital partner. Sui sensed Jiang Shaoxi's body tremble slightly. She nodded softly in response. Sir, it is quite late. Do you still wish to rest? I indeed did not sleep well last night. I must catch up on some rest. Sui smiled. He had been worried about Lin Yu and Jiang Shaoxi's safety the previous night and had not slept soundly. Although dawn was breaking, it did not deter Sui from lying down to sleep once more. There was no alternative. The three women in the sanctuary were exceedingly capable, relieving him of trivial concerns. At present, the only thing Sui needed to do was remain in the sanctuary, enjoy his meals, partake in leisure activities, and await rewards to arrive. Shaoxi, I will take a short nap. Please wake me at noon. I have important matters to attend to every day at that time. I will, sir. Then you just, Shaoxi, why are you undressing? Oh dear, why are you getting into bed? Sui was taken aback and hurriedly retreated to the edge of the bed. Are you feeling tired? Should I let you have the bed? Mr. Jiang Shaoxi was clad in a red garment resembling a belly wrap, making a concerted effort to lower her head, concealing the blush that adorned her cheeks from Sui's gaze. Her voice was soft yet resolute. Mister, I believe it would be better if we sleep together. Shaoxi, you have misunderstood. I am not that kind of person. Sui was momentarily stunned, waving his hands earnestly. You are beautiful, but we have only just met. I can comprehend your loyalty and dependence on me, but I will not take advantage of that to force you to share a bed with me. You need not feel compelled to do so. Mister, you are mistaken. Jiang Shaoxi lifted her head, her rosy cheeks framing a gaze filled with bewilderment. It is you who will be sleeping with me. I will be sleeping with you? Sui was bewildered, blinking in confusion, struggling to comprehend. I will accompany you. You will accompany me. It is all sleep. Is there truly a difference? In a moment of silence, Sui observed Jiang Shaoxi lowering her head once more, her voice gentled. Mister, I apologize if I have overstepped. Jiang Shaoxi bent down to retrieve her qipao, entirely unbothered by the perfect curves of her form revealed before Sui. Her demeanor was tinged with a hint of melancholy, not due to Sui's refusal, but rather reminiscent of a homeless child wandering in confusion through the night. Perhaps, humanity is akin to being human. And I am not so different. Sui silently regarded Jiang Shaoxi and called out to her. Wait, come and sleep, mister. You mean it? Jiang Shaoxi smiled with a hint of joy, turning her smooth, jade-like back towards Sui as she neatly folded her qipao and placed it on the bedside table. Her unreserved trust and complete openness made Sui feel an involuntary sense of gravity. Yes, I mean it. Sui scratched his head. However, shall we keep it simple? Mister, do you not intend to take me? I believe you would rather not. I could be willing. Wait until you remove the word could. Sui shrugged. Perhaps at this moment, you merely require a stable bed to rest upon, rather than my presence as a man. More likely, you simply seek a sense of belonging akin to home. You hail from another world, a woman who has traversed from one tumultuous era to another. A drifting vagabond also cherishes a warm haven, yet may be compelled to relinquish something they are reluctant to part with. Mr. Jiang Xiaoci lay beside Sui with a smile, tenderly covering him with a blanket. Has anyone told you that you are indeed a good person? Xiaoci, in my era, being a good person is not necessarily a compliment. Mr. You are a good man. Chapter 32. A new reward, a greenhouse room. A night of peaceful slumber passed without tumultuous winds or waves, only the silent musings of a man and woman, alongside the gradually resounding snores of Sui. To be honest, Sui found this way of sleeping quite delightful. Lying next to a stunning beauty, nearly undraped, the smoothness of her skin felt almost icy. Sui was unsure whether it was due to the refrigerator's cool air or the contact of their skin. But despite not being inexperienced, he felt a rare, faint tension that night. Mr. When Jiang Xiaoxi's gentle voice once again graced his ears, Sui opened his eyes to find the sun high in the sky. What time is it? Rising from the bed, Sui turned to see Jiang Xiaoci donned in a new red qipao, busily arranging a lavish spread of dishes upon the table. It was already 11:30. Mr. D still has ample time for lunch. Jiang Xiaoci approached Sui and assisted him in dressing, a gesture that left him somewhat unaccustomed. After all, he was a modern gentleman, unaccustomed to the lifestyle of a feudal lord. Mr. Jiang Xiaoci seemed to sense Sui's discomfort, speaking softly. You must allow me to do something, to make me feel truly significant to you. Very well. Sui resigned, relaxed, and allowed Jiang Xiaoci to take charge. After freshening up, Sui sat at the dining table, enjoying the sumptuous meal while inquiring. What are the arrangements for today's gathering? Rest, reorganizing, and cleaning. Jiang Xiaoci served Sui food while gently reporting. We have only recently taken possession of this building. The rooms on the upper and lower floors require tidying, and many supplies need to be carefully allocated. We now have over 10 people. While not a large number, a detailed management protocol is necessary. Therefore, I have not scheduled anyone to venture outside today, not even Linyu, as yesterday we dispatched many individuals, and those nearby will undoubtedly be searching for us. Pausing for a moment, Jiang Xiaoci smiled and added, Let us take this opportunity to tidy up our home. Well arranged, Sui nodded in approval. Jiang Xiaoci continued. For ease of management, I have designated the 6th floor and above as restricted zones, prohibiting non-talented individuals from ascending. This way, that group of women will not have access to you. And should we seek to recruit additional residents in the future, they will not easily encounter you, greatly ensuring your safety. Jiang Xiaoci hesitated before tentatively suggesting, Of course, if Mr. has any needs, you may command me at any time, and I will select some reliable and attractive women to bring to you. Bring them for what? Sui was startled, quickly waving his hand. No thanks. I am not some lecherous fiend. We are all gathered here to survive. There is no need to treat me like a feudal lord. Indeed, Mr. Jiang Xiaoci smiled softly, appearing quite pleased. Sui, a traditional Huaxia man, adhered to the principle that in times of poverty, one should focus on self-cultivation, and in times of wealth, assist others. If we lack the capability, we must simply ensure our own survival. If we possess the means, we do not mind lending a hand to the less fortunate. The Huaxia people have thrived due to this simple survival philosophy. Since there is little to do today, let us allow everyone to rest well. Sui set down his utensils, having had his fill. Inform everyone not to worry excessively about the future, but to live each day with steadiness. We shall strive to provide the best living conditions within our means. But also let them understand that we do not harbor ungrateful individuals here. They must recognize the present era. Let them not engage in foolishness only to regret it later. Indeed, Mr. Jiang Xiaoci lowered her head, obediently responding, I will establish proper rules to spare you any concern. Xiaoci, you truly are remarkable. Sui nodded in satisfaction, patting Jiang Xiaoxi's shoulder. Do well, the leadership has faith in you. Yes, Mr. Jiang Xiaoci smiled tenderly, wholeheartedly cooperating with Sui. After their exchange, Jiang Xiaoci tidied up the dishes and departed the room. Although there was no task to explore for supplies today, numerous responsibilities awaited her. Since Sui recruited Jiang Xiaoci, she had become the busiest individual in the entire shelter, managing various affairs while Sui entrusted her with responsibilities, confident that her management abilities far surpassed his own. With Sui ensuring the unwavering loyalty of the talented individuals, Jiang Xiaoci now occupied a position of significant authority beneath him. Meanwhile, Sui, since Jiang Xiaoxi's arrival, found his life increasingly relaxed. Embracing a soft, lovely woman at night, awakening to a steaming meal, and having others attend to his needs. All he had to do was issue commands. This indeed felt like a life of ease. Sui mused, sitting in a reclining chair by the window, his eyes half closed, basking in the warmth radiating from the sun. Due to the refrigerator's cooling mechanism being amplified, the room temperature was maintained around 28 degrees Celsius by Jiangshao CI, leaving Sui feeling a perpetual chill and yearning for some sunlight. This seemed rather absurd. Outside the shelter, people struggled to survive in the sweltering heat, with daily reports of dehydration or heat stroke resulting in death. Everyone frantically sought to decipher the shelter's mechanics, desperately trading for scarce resources to ensure their survival. Yet here was Sui, an anomaly, wishing to bask in the sun amidst a scorching apocalypse. In a moment of drowsiness, Sui suddenly noticed something shimmering before him. Rising from the recliner and opening his eyes, he discovered that the time had come for new talent rewards to be issued. Congratulations! You have triggered a talent reward and obtained a C-Class shelter room. Crop cultivation facility can be directly installed. As the notification appeared, a yellow blueprint materialized in Sui's hands. Glancing down, he observed relevant item information on the blueprint. Crop cultivation facility, C-Class shelter room, can be installed in any available space within the shelter, requires 2 room spaces, automatically generates a fully equipped cultivation environment, allowing for the selection of 3 types of crops for planting. What? A cultivation room? Sui was astonished, realizing that this meant he would no longer have to worry about food in the future. With an endless supply of ice water from the refrigerator and an entire room dedicated to cultivation, there was no need to venture out for supplies. He could simply remain at home and never have to worry about food again. Eager to see the results, Sui hurriedly accessed the shelter's information panel and entered construction mode. Currently, the habitable area of the shelter is located on the 6th floor, which essentially comprises 4 residential units. Within the architectural confines of the shelter, these are represented as 4 distinct room spaces. Besides the primary dwelling occupied by Sui and the adjacent research room, Sui has 2 additional vacant rooms available for habitation. The reason Sui has left these 2 rooms unutilized is quite straightforward. A lack of funds for accommodation. He does not possess the necessary points to purchase a room, and the reward blueprint he received today requires no additional points or resources. It can be directly allocated as a complete set of rooms. Upon confirming the allocation, the construction of the new shelter was completed. Sui could glimpse a flicker of golden light through the gaps in the iron door, prompting him to hastily exit to the adjacent room. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a sprawling expanse of farmland. The entire room had undergone a remarkable transformation. The distinctions of bathroom, living room, and bedroom had vanished, replaced solely by a vast greenhouse facility. This space was equipped with all necessary apparatus for cultivating crops, such as temperature control devices, ventilation systems, lighting equipment, and sunlight regulators. However, the greenhouse had yet to be populated with crops. Just as Sui stepped into the room, a new prompt appeared before him. Current crop cultivation room has not yet been populated with crops. Please make a selection. Below the information was a list of various crops, vegetables, and fruits to choose from. The selection was not extensive, comprising around 20 common varieties. With a spirit of experimentation, Sui tentatively chose rice, sweet potato, and orange as his cultivation targets. Upon confirmation, a radiant white light enveloped the entire greenhouse. In mere moments, an abundance of crops sprouted, filling the greenhouse space. Crops have been confirmed, entering the cultivation phase. Daily fertilization operation. 1 time. Available fertilization resources. 100 survival points or normal fertilizer resources. Fertilization will double the maturation speed. Current base maturation time. 3 days with a yield of 10 pounds each. Sui's eyes widened in astonishment as he murmured, "This is truly miraculous." The ability to accelerate maturation through fertilization, and even without it, the base maturation time yields produce every 3 days. This means I can essentially obtain food for free. Chapter 33. The preliminary self-circulation system of the shelter. Although the yield of 30 pounds every 3 days seems modest, consider the shelter's current population, a mere 16 individuals, calculating based on the consumption rate of 1 person requiring 1 to 1. 2 pounds of food daily. The total consumption for 16 people would be around 20 pounds at most. This greenhouse room directly satisfies nearly half of the shelter's food expenses, all without incurring any costs. If fertilization is applied, the maturation time is further reduced. Additionally, Sui noticed on the information panel of the room that there was an option for upgrades. The greenhouse room is currently level 1. And once the shelter reaches level 2, Sui can spend survival points to upgrade the greenhouse room, thereby increasing food production. As Sui mentally tallied the benefits, he couldn't help but gasp, "I have struck gold." Over time, this facility will only yield more and more food. Is it possible that a C-grade item possesses such potential? Or is it because it is a reward of the room type? Sui was still grappling with the underlying mechanics of this system, but one thing was clear. My talent is truly remarkable. Today, Zhang Xiaozi had decided against sending anyone to explore for resources, meaning the shelter would not receive any external income. Yet, as a result of his talent, he was unexpectedly gifted a greenhouse room, not wishing to venture out for exploration. Then let us relax at home. Why go outside when one can enjoy the comfort of air conditioning and sleep? Life in this apocalypse seems to be getting more comfortable. As Sui pondered, a new prompt suddenly appeared. Would you like to use survival points for the fertilization operation? Points? Where would I procure points? Linyu had not brought any dispatch points for 2 days, and I am no merciless killer to amass points. Wait, I recall that normal fertilizer resources can be utilized as well? Normal fertilizer resources? Could it be human waste? A light bulb went off in Sui's mind. In the absence of modern organic fertilizers, astute farmers in ancient China often employed human and animal manure for fertilization to aid crop growth. However, it's not as simple as just pouring it on. There are indeed some procedures involved. Sui vaguely recalled seeing his grandparents gather and pile excrement, seemingly requiring fermentation. Though he didn't fully grasp the intricacies, he felt reassured. After all, he had Liya. He had Zhang Xiaozi. Liya, being an engineer, should have some understanding of fertilization and the accompanying chemical reactions and outcomes, right? And Zhang Xiaozi, being a clever woman from the Republican era, surely knows how to cultivate crops. Even if they both lack knowledge, at worst, I could fail at fertilization and simply try again until I discover some techniques. With a newfound resolve, Sui ventured out to find Zhang Xiaozi and informed her of the fertilization issue concerning the greenhouse. What a fascinating room this is, Zhang Xiaozi smiled, then pondered. Sir, I have had experience in farming as well. The use of excrement for fertilization is indeed viable. However, we must be cautious about isolation and fermentation. We cannot allow it to be contaminated by wastewater. We should also mix the excrement with other organic waste, such as straw and wood ash, while enhancing ventilation to expedite the fermentation process. Only under suitable conditions can the waste naturally decompose for irrigation. As Zhang Xiaozi finished speaking, Liya, who had been taking notes, looked up. Boss, this is essentially the decomposition process facilitated by microorganisms. Through fermentation, we can promote microbial activity that transforms organic matter into stable humus. Consequently, we can provide the various nutrients essential for crop growth. However, we also need to be mindful of pest control. While the probability is low, it's wise to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Liya pondered for a moment. In about 3 days, I can develop a sample pesticide that we can test. What? You can even create pesticides? Sui was taken aback, scrutinizing Liya. Sister, you're quite the miracle worker. You seem to possess a bit of everything. An engineer who can concoct pesticides. I've never heard of such a thing. Liya tilted her head cutely. The research room is well equipped, with many scientific texts available. Though I may not be proficient, I can make use of the knowledge offered in the books. Additionally, since we collect resources daily, I could ask Linyu to bring back some pesticide. Analyzing its components and replicating a similar concoction shouldn't be too difficult. If this endeavor succeeds, our shelter can establish a preliminary self-circulation system, achieving a primary closed-loop structure for food, water, and waste management. And of course, I will need the raw materials to produce the pesticide, as I cannot conjure it from thin air. Liya spread her hands. Feigning innocence, Sui couldn't help but admire her growing fondness. Excellent. I will notify Linyu about this. Xiaozi, you will oversee the fertilization with excrement, right? Of course, Zhang Xiaozi nodded, smiling. The shelter has sufficient personnel, and I have been pondering how to handle everyone's waste should the urban underground system collapse. Seems I need not worry excessively. Perfect. It's settled then, Sui decisively declared as the two women commenced their tasks. Just as Liya was about to leave, Sui seemed to recall something. By the way, Liya, I don't think I've assigned you any new research project tasks recently. Why are you still spending all your time in the research room? Previously, Sui had assigned Liya 2 scientific projects: enhancement of research and exploration capabilities, and waste treatment center. The former aimed to improve exploration yields, while the latter involved a comprehensive automated waste processing system for the shelter. Both projects had long been completed, yet Liya continued to spend countless hours in the research room, rarely stepping out. Liya shrugged. When I have nothing else to do, I read books inside. The research room contains a wealth of useful knowledge, and I thought that if I could learn more, perhaps I could assist the boss better. Well, that is commendable. Sui grinned broadly. Such initiative. Go ahead and keep learning. All right, boss. Leah waved her hand, skipping out of the room. What a splendid young lady. Even without a task, she seeks self-improvement, preparing thoroughly for the next research assignment, constantly enriching her knowledge. Her proactive attitude is truly commendable. Chapter 34. The Apocalypse War Side Quest. A joint survival of two worlds. After the two women departed, Sui fell into a prolonged state of leisure. To speak candidly, he suddenly felt that the immense benefits brought by the recent talent reward were merely a fleeting interlude in the long and monotonous stretch of his existence. What does it matter if resources continue to multiply? What significance does it hold if the caliber of talent improves? I remain, nonetheless, utterly idle. Sui reclined once more on the bench, squinting slightly, swaying his body, and humming an unknown tune with a leisurely air. How delightful! If idling away time is indeed a sin, then I must be profoundly guilty. In his murmurs, Sui dozed off once again. When he opened his eyes anew, darkness had enveloped the world. Downstairs, the chatter of women mingled with laughter reached his ears. Curiosity piqued, Sui descended to observe. It was Zhang Xiaozi guiding the women in completing the first phase of a thorough cleaning of the entire building. They were now gathered together, enjoying a moment of warmth and camaraderie. According to Zhang Xiaozi's prior arrangements, she had organized the women's accommodations according to the original residence layout, yet the improvement and cleaning tasks were allocated through group efforts. Furthermore, starting that very night, at least 3 women would rotate on night watch duty each day. Their responsibilities were minimal. They merely needed to ensure the safety of the building's entrance and stand atop the building, scanning the surroundings for any signs of approach. Should any anomalies arise, they were to promptly inform Lin Yue. As long as Lin Yu could detect intruders in a timely manner, the situation could be deemed manageable. Under Zhang Xiaozi's meticulous planning, the entire residential building had smoothly entered a phase of orderly development. Sui refrained from interrupting the women's joyful gathering and quietly returned upstairs, retrieving the chess set Zhang Xiaozi had prepared for him to engage in a solitary match. A leader must maintain the demeanor befitting their rank. It would not do to simply indulge in comic books all day. Playing chess cultivates one's character. Sui stroked his chin and sighed. The truth was, he had already exhausted his comic books, many of which he had read several times over. He found himself devoid of means to pass the time. Without electricity, many conventional forms of entertainment were rendered impossible. If this continued, it would indeed become rather tedious. He needed to devise a plan to accumulate more survival points and hasten Lia's research on the power system technology. Sui murmured. Once that is accomplished, I shall procure a high-end computer and acquire 700 large-scale single-player games, playing through the night without a wink of sleep. When fatigue sets in, I shall embrace Xiaozi and sleep. Upon awakening, I will dine, then return to my games. What a blissful existence! Sui mused, thinking that if his parents were present, they would surely chide him for his lack of industriousness. Yet Sui felt that in this apocalypse, what did it matter to uphold traditional responsibilities? Ensuring his own survival and thriving amidst chaos was all that truly mattered. If life itself were devoid of joy, what significance would it hold? Sui harbored no grand ambitions or selfless desire to save humanity. He simply wished to live well, ensuring that the refuge became increasingly secure. So secure that even if the world outside crumbled, he would remain unscathed. Just as Sui was lost in reveries of a promising future, a long-unheard mysterious voice suddenly resonated in his ears. Warning, all apocalyptic game players, please pay attention. The following will announce important rules regarding the apocalyptic game. Sui froze, his expression instantly gravitating towards seriousness, his mind racing with astonishment. This mysterious voice, which had first emerged on the inaugural day of the apocalypse, had remained silent for several days, previously offering only game-related promptings to guide the human survivors in utilizing the refuge. Now, its return seemed to herald a significant event on the horizon. Concurrently, in every corner of the globe, humanity set aside their tasks, silently awaiting the mysterious voice with bated breath. After a brief pause, the voice clearly articulated itself in the ears of every individual. Global announcement commencing. The apocalyptic game will soon reach 1 week's duration. Now, initiating the War of the Apocalypse module, the Trial of Tribes. At the dawn of the apocalypse, all militarized humans and politically affiliated groups across the globe have been temporarily stored and frozen, no longer existing within the earthly realm. The environment for the Earth War Apocalypse instance has been fully established. Military personnel from various nations will soon be deployed into the corresponding instance world. Sui held his breath, attentively listening to the voice, his brow furrowing as he analyzed its implications. the war apocalypse instance. So that's why the military, police, and officials have been absent. They have all been temporarily stored away. Now, is it their turn to take the stage? Yet, from the sounds of it, they cannot yet return to Earth. Sui murmured, and before he could form a new judgment, the mysterious voice spoke once more. Now conducting a nationwide announcement for the Huaxia region. In 1 hour, a nationwide online vote will commence. Voting content: to determine the difficulty level of the war instance faced by our nation's militarized populace. The higher the difficulty, the more generous the rewards for participants in the event of victory in the apocalyptic war. Following the conclusion of voting, random survival resource rewards will be immediately distributed based on the difficulty level. There will only be one ongoing apocalyptic war each month. Should our nation experience a failure in this war, 1/10 of the national population will be randomly eradicated. Furthermore, significant enhancement rewards will be granted for the next war. If no eradication occurs after a failed war, substantial weakening penalties will be imposed for the next war. Before the war, humans within the war instance may send a limited amount of information, restricted to 10 characters, back to their nation to guide the nationwide voting. Important notes for both parties. 1. Life is singular. Please carefully consider the difficulty of the war instance selection. 2. The war instance will greatly influence the survival difficulty of humans on a large scale. If the war takes a turn for the worse, it will still result in apocalyptic disasters within the nation. 3. The war instance world and the Earth's apocalyptic world are not interconnected. If all militarized individuals within the war instance perish, the only consequence will be the loss of qualification for the next war instance, without further eradication of survivors on Earth. The reverse is also true. 4. During the duration of the war, survivors within the nation may observe the situation of the apocalyptic war unfolding within their country and may spend survival points to view the complete progression of the war situation. 5. During the war, military personnel within the war instance may observe the number of survivors and the survival situation on Earth, and upon achieving a small-scale victory, they may choose to enact one of two actions. Request: with the qualification of victory, forcibly request resources, items, supplies, etc., from designated or random survivors within the nation. Before the first battle, an additional action may be performed. Bestow: with the qualification of victory, forcibly bestow resources, items, supplies, etc., to designated or random survivors within the nation. Before the first battle, an additional action may be performed. A 1-hour buffer period now begins. All parties and countries around the globe should prepare accordingly. How will you ensure your own survival or that of others? I eagerly await your choices. As the mysterious voice faded into silence, Sui stood rooted in place, momentarily at a loss for words. He comprehended the gravity of the situation. The apocalyptic game was fundamentally a cruel jest at humanity's expense. Those who had survived thus far might still regard the initial round of intense heat as manageable, merely requiring temperature regulation to survive. Indeed, if one's refuge possessed favorable traits, a bountiful existence could be secured. However, tonight's mysterious announcement forced humanity to confront the brutal reality of the apocalyptic game. All militarized individuals across the globe were thrust into another apocalyptic instance. Tasked with fulfilling their duties as soldiers, to experience the war of the apocalypse, non-military survivors endured round after round of apocalyptic disasters on Earth. Military survivors engaged in ongoing battles beyond the confines of Earth. Should either side suffer casualties, it would be genuine death. Yet, if it were merely this, both parties could be said to be struggling for survival within divergent apocalyptic environments. The mysterious force's removal of technology and military personnel might simply serve to amplify the apocalypse's cruelty. Yet therein lay the tragedy. This entity sought to manipulate the human psyche. Although existing in separate worlds, their fates were intricately linked. Earth's survivors could vote to determine the difficulty of the apocalyptic war faced by their military. Seeking comfort for themselves? Then let their military experience the utmost difficulty of the apocalypse. Immediate rewards of survival resources would follow. Military personnel within the war instance, fighting tooth and nail for victory. Wishing to secure the next victory and survive? Then let the survivors of their nation offer up their resources, plundering from their own populace to bolster their chances of survival. Of course, they could also choose not to oppress one another. As long as they could withstand the mounting pressures of survival, they would face greater, more formidable, and more oppressive life and death crises. This was the true nature of the apocalyptic game. Sui murmured, feeling a tremor in his palm. No one can entirely seize control of their fate. One cannot become complacent due to favorable traits, for we are all intertwined in each other's destinies. The human heart is inscrutable. This is not merely an external trial of humanity. It is a relentless examination of the innermost selves of every individual. It was only at this moment that Sui truly understood. The past week had merely been a gentle prologue to the apocalyptic game. What crisis of high temperatures, what urban chaos, what rampant rioters. What scarcity of resources, these are merely appetizers. They do not even qualify as a true apocalypse, as they will soon be resolved or adapted to by humanity, returning to a path of peaceful existence. Is this the end of days? No. The real apocalypse has only just begun. It is now up to humanity to determine the course of the future, struggling between life and death. Is it betrayal or sacrifice? The decision lies solely with humankind. Chapter 35. The mutual pursuit in the apocalypse. Sui fell into a prolonged silence. He had come to understand one thing. The apocalypse had truly commenced. No one could escape the calamity. Everyone was at the mercy of fate, a threat wrought by humanity itself, far surpassing any natural disaster. I fear there is little I can do, at least for now. All I can do is wait. He took a deep breath and opened the city chat channel that had remained dormant for a long time. The channel, once overflowing with various rescue messages and desperate complaints, suddenly erupted with activity. Every survivor still alive in the city had received the recent notification regarding the apocalyptic war instance. Damn. So that's why the soldiers have vanished. They've all been hoarded by that damn entity. I've endured a week, subsisting on my own urine. I've gnawed on moldy, rotten food for a week. I was waiting for the country to rescue me, only to be told that they can't help me anymore. They want to enforce some sort of apocalyptic war? Enough of this nonsense. I've gathered a trove of gold, jewels, and cash in anticipation of the nation restoring order, ready to reap the rewards. And now you spring this on me? Despair washed over the people in the city. Those who initially believed the apocalypse would soon be over were the first to crack. It's not surprising that these individuals were naive. After all, given the state of affairs in Huaxia, what apocalypse are we talking about? Our army will enter the city and resolve this in no time. What calamity or disaster can't be quelled? A nation that has survived for 5 millennia cannot be toppled by such trivial challenges. They really think this is like abroad, where a few zombies can send everyone into a frenzy? A little flood and the entire nation collapses. It's not that we are overly confident. These challenges are simply not formidable. But now, confidence has waned. The mysterious entity seems to possess an uncanny ability to read minds. As if aware of Huaxia's trump cards, and has pulled the rug out from under us. You no longer have a trump card. Let the apocalypse game continue, and everyone plays silently. The Huaxia people are a unique race of heroes protecting the common folk. Now that the heroes have been taken away, only the commoners remain. I see this intentional chaos. Yet, if it were that simple, it wouldn't be the end of days, for new heroes can indeed emerge among the commoners. The mysterious entity seems to have anticipated this, swiftly implementing a mechanism for a joint apocalypse survival in 2 worlds. Soldiers fight in one world while ordinary people face alternating apocalyptic disasters on Earth. This move is truly insidious. It's a maneuver to cut the grass at its roots. Survivors in the chat channel erupted in anger. Let them fight. Why drag us into this? This entire mechanism, though appearing complex, revolves around 2 words: infighting. It seeks to incite us to vote for the highest difficulty for the soldiers, while the soldiers continually draw our resources to ensure their next victory. With this relentless cycle, if either side loses trust in the other, they will find themselves in a predicament. The soldiers engage in the most challenging battles every day while we await death without food or water. Even those survivors who were initially confused about the mechanism, upon seeing the explanations, began to grasp the severity of the situation. This is not mere discord between 1 or 2 individuals. The mysterious entity is toying with all of humanity. It forcibly divides us into 2 camps, compelling us to send each other into hell. What then? How shall we vote? The lowest difficulty, surely. After all, let us not forget the annihilation mechanism. If we lose, any of us could perish. The highest difficulty. I trust our soldiers. I need supplies. I swear I'm dying of thirst. If I don't get something to drink soon, I may not even live to see the day of annihilation. Damn it, even the officials have been taken away. There's no one to lead us. Who should we follow? Perhaps we should compromise and choose a moderate difficulty? Yet, I don't have much water left to drink. What are we even discussing? We don't even know how many difficulty levels there are for voting, and besides, we can't decide for the entire nation. There are so many places across the country. I have a foreboding feeling that I might die. That apocalyptic war sounds far from easy. Doesn't mention when it will cease. Will it go on endlessly? If that is the case. Knowing they might not return, Will they prioritize their own survival? The entire chat channel was engulfed in chaos. People clamored to express their opinions, while some attempted to shout for order, but to no avail. In such moments, only high-ranking officials, soldiers, and others with special statuses could quell the turmoil and command the trust of the masses. Beyond that, no one would yield to anyone else. Why should we listen to you? Sui understood this well. He merely observed the escalating chaos in the city. Perhaps this was what the mysterious entity desired to see. Just a few words had plunged the surviving populace into disarray. Breeding further despair about the future, it simply wished to toy with Sui sighed deeply. He was not alone in silently observing. No one knew what others were truly thinking, and no one dared to ascertain whether the vanished soldiers still held their steadfast principles. After all, this was not a time of peace, nor was it an era of warfare among humanity. This was the apocalypse, a brutal game orchestrated entirely by a mysterious entity. The voting phase begins now. Before the voting phase, we will announce the guiding messages regarding our nation's apocalyptic war. The following are the specific contents of the guiding messages. A new prompt appeared before everyone. A special red dialog box slowly materializing on the last line. It was a guiding message, containing only 10 simple words. Choose the highest difficulty. Trust the People's Liberation Army. In an instant, the entire city fell silent, devoid of chatter and complaints. Everyone stared blankly at the line before them. Those 10 brief words stirred an uncontrollable surge of emotions, a desire to weep. There was no hint of reticence, no trace of fear. Only resolute persuasion, requiring no inquiry into the possible outcomes. These 10 simple words seemed to etch themselves into the pupils of every Huaxia survivor. Incredibly fervent. Is it because the higher the difficulty, the more survival supplies we will receive? Sui murmured. This was the only answer that came to mind. There could be no other reason but to rescue the populace. Even though we are no longer on Earth, we must still exert every effort to save our fellow citizens. 4. Sacrificing for the people is the essence of every Huaxia soldier, the most solid foundation of a great belief. You are being a bit too forthright. Sui forced a smile. He lifted his hand and felt some moisture on his cheek. Yet, he was indeed moved. He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself, for he saw new prompt information emerging before his eyes. The guiding information has been announced. We shall now continue with the online voting. The first round of difficulty selection for our nation's apocalyptic war is as follows. Single choice. F level, E level, D level, C level, B level, A level, S level. The difficulty increases progressively. Starting from D level, survivors in our nation may obtain basic survival supplies, with each subsequent increase in difficulty doubling the supply rewards. This round's theme for our nation's apocalyptic war: blood battle. War scenario: random city map environment within our nation. Duration: 21 days. Victory condition: annihilate the enemy. Defeat condition: our side is completely wiped out or time runs out. The limit for participating soldiers is 100,000 without carrying any military equipment, required to eliminate 10,000 madmen within a month. Madmen: monsters of the apocalyptic war world, humanoid in form, 3 meters tall, possessing double the speed and strength of a human. Characterized by traits such as rapid healing, disease infection, low-altitude flight, and advanced intelligence. Starting from D-level difficulty, the number of madmen doubles with each increase in difficulty, with the maximum at S level being 160,000 madmen. Now, the voting commences. The voting time is 1 hour. Failure to vote within this time frame will be considered a selection of D-level difficulty. At the bottom of the latest information, an image of a madman was displayed. It depicted a humanoid monster with crimson skin, a massive physique, and robust muscles, clad in heavy armor and wielding sharp melee weapons. Sui silently scrutinized the image of the monster, easily deducing several critical pieces of war intelligence. 1. The monsters are donned in armor and wield weapons, indicating they possess the intelligence to create and use tools, possibly comparable to that of normal humans. 2. Standing at 3 meters tall, nearly twice the height of an average human, they possess overwhelming advantages in strength and speed over human soldiers. The entrance of human soldiers, unarmed and defenseless, renders it nearly impossible to triumph over such monstrous foes, even if 10 were to confront a single entity. After all, these creatures possess the ability to soar through the skies. If I can discern this, then surely those entrenched in the realm of war must also comprehend the peril this being represents. To suggest battling not just 160,000, but even a mere 1,000 would be an arduous endeavor. Sui inhaled deeply, silently casting his vote. F grade. The lowest difficulty. It's not that I lack faith in you. I simply do not wish for you to endure excessive hardship. I can forego these material rewards. SUE gazed at the F grade reward notification. Successfully selected this difficulty. Enemy numbers reduced to 50, allowing humans to employ weapons not exceeding the corresponding configuration based on participant numbers. However, upon victory at this difficulty, the war material rewards for the Earth's survivors will be reduced to 20 of the base rewards. This was Sui's rationale for opting for F grade. From the notification, it could be inferred that various military technological assets had likely been forcibly extracted along with the soldiers. Consequently, the market had recently been inundated with mere handguns and similar items. With rifles and submachine guns being a rare sight, and grenades scarcely available, if tanks and aircraft were also involved, the odds of winning might have increased. Yet, it was likely that few would choose this difficulty. Sui chuckled bitterly, aware that he was essentially engaging in a futile exercise. The appeal of F-grade difficulty was utterly lacking. Not only did it offer no material rewards, but even a victory would yield scant benefits. Across the nation, few survivors, like Sui, were free from the worries of sustenance. The majority remained ensnared by the fundamental necessities of survival, lacking food, clean water, and means to withstand the heat. These were the most lethal deficiencies. Who could relinquish life-saving resources at a moment of crisis, thereby granting hope of survival to soldiers in distant realms, whose return remained uncertain? At the very least, I am at peace with my conscience. Sui closed the voting interface, silently awaiting the final voting results in the darkness. During this prolonged interval, he pondered deeply. The only way I can assist them is through my modest voting power. Regardless of their potential for victory, I must first ensure my own safety. The apocalyptic rotation mechanism has not faded, and now there exists an additional Doomsday war mechanism. This implies that I must persist in surviving the continuously revolving cataclysm while also hoping to evade the arbitrary lists of annihilation. Sui furrowed his brow, feeling an overwhelming weight of pressure. This is indeed challenging. I must devise a strategy to at least secure my own survival, minimizing the risk of demise. Lost in thought? Sui was abruptly interrupted by a notification that appeared before him. He lifted his head, realizing that the voting results had been announced. Let me see. It should be D grade, though B grade is also a possibility. Surely it cannot be S grade. Upon glancing up, Sui stood in shock. He beheld the answer. The difficulty of the first round of the National Doomsday War, F grade. Chapter 36. Is this choice truly surprising? They are, after all, the people's soldiers, damn. Sui was instantly astounded, jumping up in disbelief. It is indeed F grade. So the hearts of the people in Huaxia are this pure. What is happening? Outside, there are rampaging thugs everywhere. And now the Doomsday War voting has yielded F grade? Where are the thugs? Do they not desire resources? Is it that when faced with a national crisis, they suddenly adopt a sense of righteousness? Truly, they have become gallant heroes. Sui felt a bit dazed. He sensed a surreal quality to reality, perhaps stemming from his somewhat narrow understanding of his compatriots. Not only Sui, but also the chat channels in the city erupted with incredulity. F grade? Wait, weren't you all just discussing voting for C grade? Claiming we should gather some survival resources? Damn, I was deceived. It turns out I was the only one who voted for S grade. I am the only one truly heeding the call of the nation. You all want a rebel, don't you? Laughable. You all seem to have no faith in the People's Liberation Army, right? The outcome of the F grade difficulty voting would leave the soldiers bewildered. Soldier, I am the pinnacle of Earth, yet my family wants me to fight at the lowest difficulty? Oh, all of you who just lamented about dying of thirst, and now this. You would rather perish of thirst than vote for F grade? That cannot be the case. I just checked the specific voting numbers. F grade only leads by a mere 83 votes. It's a slender advantage. The second place is B grade, and I have lost the B grade resource rewards. So, you voted for B grade? I remember you saying you were about to die of thirst. Are you B grade or S grade? I voted for F grade, thank you. Anyway, my worthless life may not last long, so let the soldiers live a few more days. Damn, brother, report your location. I will send some resources your way. Survivors in the city chat channel were all expressing disbelief, their exclamations momentarily lifting the shadow of doom. All survivors nationwide were focused on the voting results, with some even pulling up all the voting data for meticulous examination. First vote, F grade. Second vote, B grade. Third vote, D grade. Fourth vote, S grade. Only these 4 votes significantly outpace the others. B grade and D grade are understandable. While everyone sympathizes with the soldiers, they also wish to secure some resources to address their immediate needs. The S-grade voting data is also not difficult to rationalize, as it's the nation's choice. Blindly trusting the state is the way to go. However, the F-grade vote taking the lead was something no one anticipated. Perhaps many shared my sentiments, Sue murmured, a smile breaking through. I initially approached this with a trial-and-error mentality, seeking to satisfy my conscience, and yet, astonishingly, it seems everyone wishes to uphold their conscience. The people of Huaxia are truly remarkable. They managed to achieve such a voting outcome. Sue had to acknowledge that many, including himself, did not genuinely understand their own nation. Hence, they created miracles in reality that even their own people found hard to believe. Sue felt a surge of joy, an impulse to share his thoughts. Fortuitously, he sought out Zhang Xiaozi and conveyed the entire situation to her. With her intellect, she swiftly analyzed the underlying reasons. Sir, there is no need for such astonishment. The wisdom of the people has been hidden throughout history. And moreover, in modern times, the people's intelligence has blossomed, naturally understanding the principle of mutual existence. Regardless of whether there remains hope for the army's return, in terms of the Doomsday war mechanism, prioritizing the military is tantamount to prioritizing oneself. Allowing soldiers to achieve victory at minimal cost ensures that, upon their success, survival resources will be granted. The soldiers, in their efforts to avoid inciting public anger and to secure higher difficulty in the next voting, will naturally refrain from demanding resources. As long as there exists a foundational mutual trust between the military and civilians, a supportive dynamic is easily fostered. Even if separated by distance, they can still regard one another from afar. Offering mutual care, Zhang Xiaozi's analysis was quite sound, yet Sue suspected that perhaps the common folk did not contemplate such complexities. By the way, Xiaozi, do you know the purpose of the PLA? Sir, I have only recently arrived and am not yet clear. Zhang Xiaozi replied humbly. Are there details that I have failed to comprehend? Is my analysis inaccurate? While it was indeed correct, Sue felt that perhaps the populace did not delve as deeply. He stroked his chin, suddenly laughing. The term people precedes Liberation Army. This is a military force for the people, dedicated to safeguarding the lives and interests of the populace as its creed. Do you think ordinary individuals would wish for such a military to engage in overly brutal warfare? I see. Zhang Xiaozi paused, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Perhaps they are like Lin Yu soldiers. No, Lin Yu is akin to their type of soldier. Just as Sue was about to elaborate further, a new notification appeared before him. Congratulations, the national military has decided to utilize pre-war additional operational permissions, activating the granting module. All survivors within the nation are about to receive random rewards from the national military. Congratulations, you have received a random grant, D-grade water purification device. D-grade water purification device, capable of transforming non-potable water into drinkable water, purifying up to 200 liters daily. As the notification materialized, a radiant golden light flickered before Sue. When the light dissipated, a large water purification device, approximately over a meter tall, emerged before him. This purification apparatus was of a type Sue had never encountered before. Clearly not of human technology, as the item description explicitly stated, capable of purifying non-potable water. This device did not limit its purification range. It could potentially purify any water. Quite extraordinary. Zhang Xiaozi blinked her beautiful eyes beside him, expressing quiet amazement. She marveled at the sudden appearance of the object, while Sue was astonished by the nation's eagerness to dispense rewards. Prior to the first battle, military forces from all nations possess one opportunity each for demanding and granting. They can either request resources from the populace to increase their chances of victory or bestow random survival material rewards upon the citizens. Evidently, the military forces of Huaxia did not hesitate to select the option of bestow, executing this decision with such swiftness that it occurred almost immediately after the voting results were announced, as though fearing that any delay might result in the loss of innocent lives to apocalyptic calamities. The water purifier, how fortunate I am, Sue mused, caressing the substantial apparatus, beside which was affixed a manual detailing its simple operational procedures and precautions. Excellent. With the greenhouse now established and the water purifier in place, I can truly remain in seclusion until the end of time. Furthermore, the freezer serves as both an air conditioner and a provider of ice water for cooling, and the armed capability of the shelter is not to be underestimated. Especially with Li Ya, the research fanatic, continuously enhancing the structural defenses of the refuge. What more could I possibly need? Perhaps, I truly lack some form of entertainment facilities, Sue pondered. Will tomorrow's rewards genuinely include some recreational amenities to satisfy my spiritual needs? Sue opened the city chat channel, where everyone was exuberantly exchanging their astonishment regarding the random rewards issued by the state. Look, the miraculous bread tree. It reliably produces 6 loaves of bread daily. Consuming 3 suffices to meet one's nutritional and hydration needs for the day. I, for one, am spiraling into ecstatic praise for the People's Liberation Army. How about me? A power-free air conditioner. No need for electricity. Just switch it on for immediate use, providing both warmth and cooling. It can even activate a hibernation mode to reduce human energy consumption without entering a true state of hibernation. Huh? Am I the most unfortunate? What I received is a weapon, a laser dagger that requires no recharging. What am I to do with it? I would prefer more food. After scanning the chat, I analyzed. It seems the rewards we've all received are precisely those we desperately needed. This mechanism appears quite reasonable, without any semblance of chaos. This mysterious presence seems rather discerning. You all act as if you are naive bumpkins, astonished by the expected. Who are they? They are the soldiers of the people, who will invariably and thoughtlessly opt for the bestow action, and this will remain unchanged in the future. No need for contemplation. Huh? What does that imply? Will there be more rewards in the future? Even in this apocalypse, I am to be protected daily by the People's Liberation Army? This? I feel like a blissful little waste. Go be frank, I still hope they return. The world is quite chaotic, and I am reluctant to venture outside. As each day I witness corpses lying in the streets, sigh. The chat channel was filled with astonished discussions about their respective rewards, with many individuals boasting about their acquired items. This scene resembled a gaming atmosphere where players compare their fortunes after a tenfold draw. Naturally, everyone understands who provides this joyful assurance. With this wave of support, it is likely that the mortality rate among survivors nationwide will plummet tomorrow. Sui murmured. From a broader perspective, the bestow action is indeed effective, directly fulfilling everyone's most urgent need for survival resources. This reward sounds somewhat akin to my own innate talent. However, I receive rewards daily, while others must wait for the soldiers to secure victories. As Sui continued to analyze, he observed the dialogue box before him. Operation concluded. The apocalyptic war has commenced. Survivors can check the current trajectory of the national war via the shelter data version at any time. They may also spend survival points for more detailed information on the war situation. The apocalyptic war has indeed begun. I wonder how things are faring on that side. Do our soldiers have any assurance of victory against those seemingly monstrous and deranged beings? Sui felt uncertain. He trusted the soldiers, yet humanity's understanding of the deranged was limited, and any unexpected occurrences could arise in this initial conflict. However, rather than dwelling on the outcome of the war, Sui felt that the 2 lines of information before him held a deeper significance. Since we can perceive the general trajectory of the war without spending points, why emphasize the option to spend points for more detailed insights? This matter should not be trivial. Acquiring more detailed information about the war's status wouldn't influence its direction. Sui murmured, suddenly struck by a moment of clarity. Thus far, the hints provided by the mysterious entity have been devoid of superfluous words. It would not intentionally introduce a mechanism that appears to serve no purpose. Upon further reflection, could this information truly be so simple? Might it herald the possibility that the survivors on Earth can, indeed, influence the course of the apocalyptic war through the expenditure of survival points? Chapter 37. A night of relentless firepower, sir. What are you pondering? Zhang Xiaozi inquired, lifting her gaze to observe Sui, who seemed lost in thought. Curiously, she asked, is there an issue with this machine? Zhang Xiaozi had already comprehended the machine's function and usage, and she could not fathom why Sui had yet to command her to set it up and put it to use. This apparatus could provide the most stable drinking water assurance for the shelter. I was contemplating a possibility that has yet to materialize. Sui inhaled deeply, sharing the information prompt and his conjecture with Zhang Xiaozi. Do you believe my hypothesis holds merit? Your hypothesis is indeed correct. It is an inevitability, Zhang Xiaozi replied without hesitation, pinpointing the key aspect. As you mentioned, the mysterious entity has not displayed any unnecessary actions or behaviors, which implies that any irrationality in its conduct must have a valid reason. I had been pondering that if the mechanism of the apocalyptic war aims to test humanity, it should not solely present the cruel options. Simple provocation and exploitation do not constitute a true test. Rather, providing more opportunities and choices aligns more closely with the mindset of a higher power, showcasing absolute control. I cannot comprehend its level of existence or the magnitude of its power. I merely feel that if I were to confront a colony of ants and wish to test them, I would undoubtedly offer them a path to survival. If my intent were merely to annihilate them, I could simply pour boiling water over them. Why go to such lengths? After a pause, Zhang Xiaozi smiled and continued, "Thus, your conjecture is entirely correct. Although we do not know when this new mechanism will manifest, we can be almost certain that we will have the potential to influence the apocalyptic war. Of course, this influence extends beyond merely supporting our military. It also encompasses the possibility of undermining their combat capabilities. I believe this represents the true confrontation between humanity's good and evil." Zhang Xiaozi's agreement provided Su Yi with a sense of relief. It seemed he was not overthinking. Intelligent individuals shared the same perspective, which likely indicated the truth of the matter. If that were the case, other astute minds would undoubtedly arrive at this conclusion as well. Once more individuals become aware of this, the significance of survival points will only amplify. Whether to aid the soldiers or to weaken them, each person with ulterior motives will strive to acquire more survival points. Sue murmured, "Xiaozi, we must act swiftly. We need to keep pace and devise ways to garner more points." Acquiring additional survival points not only enhances the living conditions of the shelter, but also influences the soldiers embroiled in the apocalyptic war. Sue prioritized the latter. At this stage, he faced little immediate pressure for survival. The only potential threat to his life stemmed from the random annihilation that could occur after a failure in the apocalyptic war. While the soldiers would unlikely choose such an option, given the existence of this punitive mechanism, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for a mandatory annihilation punishment to emerge. Better safe than sorry. If the soldiers were to lose several battles and a forced extermination occurred, he might find himself unlucky enough to be caught in it. That would be utterly disastrous. Your words resonate profoundly. Zhang Xiaozi nodded, inquiring, "Shall I instruct Linyu to continue exploring for resources?" Exploring for resources is secondary. The critical aspect lies in the survival points awarded upon the completion of exploration tasks. No, let us wait a moment. Those 10 points or 20 points are not worth rushing. Sue waved his hand. Whether for constructing the shelter or supporting the apocalyptic war, the demand for points will certainly not be low. Conventional methods will not suffice. We must resort to extraordinary means. A peculiar light glimmered in Su Yi's eyes as he experienced a subtle shift in mindset. Zhang Xiaozi, perceptive as ever, sensed the slight change within Su Yi and lowered her head, uttering a phrase. "Little White Bear Shelter?" Su Yi fell silent, refraining from speech. After a while, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you wish for me to learn from the Little White Bear Shelter?" "No." Zhang Xiaozi shook her head, smiling as she spoke. "Sir, you have told me that the Little White Bear Shelter possesses the greatest number of survival points in the entire city, and that destroying a shelter allows one to inherit any unused points from the other party. So, sir, why not rid the world of its scourge?" In the dead of night, Su Yi lay in bed, wide awake in the darkness, staring blankly out the window. Beside him lay Zhang Xiaozi, who had already fallen into a sweet slumber. After arranging the water purifier and the night watch, she naturally nestled beside Su Yi, sharing the blanket. Neither of them had objected to this arrangement, as it seemed to have become an unspoken understanding between the two. Su Yi could feel her warm, unadorned figure beside him. Yet Su Yi remained undistracted and was unable to fall asleep. He pondered over the advice given to him by Zhang Xiaozi, which urged him to take the initiative and punish the wicked, a notion he did not entirely reject. However, he could not help but feel that he had only Linyu to rely on at present. In his heart, Su Yi silently calculated that he could not fathom how Linyu alone could resolve the situation at the Little White Bear Shelter. After all, he was the top contender, undoubtedly gifted. Su Yi even suspected that the other's talents might far surpass his own. How else could one explain the swift destruction of so many shelters in merely a few days? One Linyu alone could not possibly defeat the opponent. Nevertheless, Zhang Xiaozi's suggestion could not be completely disregarded, as a rift had already formed between the two parties. Even if the adversary could not locate Su Yi at this moment, it did not guarantee they would remain oblivious in the future. It was imperative to address the situation while he still operated from the shadows, rather than allowing the enemy to come seeking revenge, which would be utterly foolish. Yet, if he wished to swiftly enhance the combat capabilities of the shelter, the optimal approach would be to leverage his own talents. How could he effectively utilize them to ensure that the desired types of rewards manifested each time? Su Yi contemplated. The talent rewards were indeed what he urgently needed. However, the current combat strength of the shelter was not particularly lacking for a level 1 shelter. Did it truly belong to the realm of urgent needs? Yet, could he not make some adjustments? Although the combat strength was not critical, if he were to increase the supplies of food, water, and other resources beyond the combat capacity, would it not subsequently highlight the inadequacy of the shelter's combat power? Was the current most urgent need for talent rewards in accordance with the theory of the wooden barrel? Unbeknownst to him, Sui had spent the entire night deep in thought. When he finally regained his senses, dawn had already broken, and he was startled to realize he had not slept a wink, fatigue washing over him like a tide. Perhaps he should rest for a while. Mastering the intricacies of talent mechanisms could not be accomplished in a day. As Sui drifted into slumber amidst his weariness, it felt as though he had barely closed his eyes when he was gently roused by Jiang Shaoxi's soothing voice. Sir, it is time to rise. It is already past 11 in the morning. Sui opened his eyes with some fatigue, rubbing his aching head. Jiang Shaoxi inquired tenderly, Sir, did you not sleep well last night? I was mulling over matters throughout the night. Sui sighed. Shaoxi, what do you think? How can we enhance the combat strength of the shelter? By establishing a self-sustaining supply system, cultivating a larger population, training an army from among them, and researching weaponry. Jiang Shaoxi answered almost without hesitation. To forge an army loyal to you, sir, naturally means we shall not fear any threat. An army? Sui was taken aback, gazing at Jiang Shaoxi before suddenly asking, have you been planning this all along? Was your encouragement for me to accept those women also for this purpose? Sir, Jiang Shaoxi did not refute but lowered her head, softly explaining, I understand women better than men. I am more confident in training them that I am increasingly curious about what you did before. You even have the capability to train female soldiers. Sui scrutinized Jiang Shaoxi, tentatively asking, could you share more about it? If my inquiry is not too intrusive, I was the director in charge of training special forces. Jiang Shaoxi did not conceal her past and even elaborated for Sui. This position is akin to that of a special soldier trainer during the resistance period in this world. And I was also responsible for the secret missions of the trainees, acting as their superior. Secret missions, underground organizations, infiltrators, spies. Sui's eyes widened. You can train spies, well, something like that. Jiang Shaoxi smiled and nodded. No wonder this woman was an A-class talent. It made sense why she had strongly urged him to take in those women. She possessed such abilities, skilled in management, exceptionally clever, adept at training spies. This woman was practically a polymath. Sui felt a surge of excitement, yet he quickly realized that this did not resolve his current predicament. Shaoxi, you are indeed impressive, but I require a swift enhancement of the shelter's combat strength. Your approach is suitable for long-term development, but if we encounter danger in the short term, we still have to rely on Lin Yu. Sui understood well that, regardless of Jiang Shaoxi's prowess, it was impossible to rapidly transform those women into warriors. That required time. Jiang Shaoxi also comprehended this, and she lowered her head, speaking softly, Sir, before that, I will do my utmost to ensure the safety of the shelter and prevent us from falling into dire straits. The unpredictable nature of the world. Let us eat first, Sui said, sitting at the dining table. Just as he was about to pick up his chopsticks, he suddenly recalled the matter of the Apocalypse War. A whole night had passed, and he wondered how his soldiers had fared in their first battle. How was he supposed to check on the battle status? Oh, right. Here it is. Sui accessed the battle status module through the shelter interface. And upon selection, several notifications appeared before him. At midnight, the first Apocalypse War commenced, and our nation's troops entered the fray. At 12:30 a.m., our military acquired information about the urban battlefield, dispatching scouts to gather intelligence on the enemy. At 1:30 a.m., the first large-scale skirmish occurred, with our forces sacrificing 569 drones to complete strategic deployment and lure the enemy into an ambush. At 1:40 a.m., the first round of bombardment began, with the H-6 executing its mission, successfully collapsing urban structures and burying 525 madmen. At 2:10 a.m., 18J-20 fighters launched a joint operation, suppressing the madmen's low-altitude flight capabilities and thwarting the enemy's attempts to escape the urban ruins. At 2:30 a.m., the Dongfeng 15 initiated clustered bombardment, continuing for 2 hours. At 4:30 a.m., drones entered the ruins, confirming the elimination of 506 enemy corpses, with suspected remnants fleeing. At 5:26 a.m., the command center confirmed the status of another armored composite brigade, successfully stalling over 200 madmen suspected to be enemy scouts. Simultaneously, large-scale madman activity targets were identified, likely engaging in ambush and support activities in the wild. At 5:40 a.m., the command center activated the Guardian 2D long-range rocket artillery, launching a full saturation strike on the area of large-scale madman activity. At 6:20 a.m., the bombardment ceased, and the outcome could not be confirmed. The second round of drone luring operations began but failed to draw the enemy in. At 7:50 a.m., the battlefield entered a silence period. Sui read through the updates, his mouth agape in disbelief. Did you all bombard throughout the night? Chapter 38. Fortuitous gains. 10 consecutive all gold. Sui was astonished. What happened to our tradition of fine qualities, the promised supremacy of light infantry? Why did we suddenly adopt the warfare strategies of powerful nations? They had only just entered the fray and had already unleashed a night-long barrage, with air force and infantry bombarding together. Not a single scout was sent out, merely letting the madmen play games with artillery. Although the descriptions of the war were brief, every Chinese person possessed a keen sense for warfare and basic analytical skills. Upon reviewing the situation, Sui understood. The command center did not intend to evade the madmen and had no plans for close-quarters combat. They opted for long-range artillery strikes again and again. After the bombardment, they would send in drones to assess the situation. If the outcome could not be confirmed, then so be it. The directive was clear. If enemies were detected, the answer was simply to bomb. Humans? Impossible. The madmen should not expect to see any human beings. Given the difficulty of this battle, if a splendid victory was not achieved, it would be a disservice to the gratitude of the entire nation. Just yesterday, Sui had thought the madmen troublesome, with their self-healing, disease transmission, and low-altitude flight capabilities. But now it appeared they were not so formidable after all. Sui scratched his head, suddenly realizing the implication of the phrase in the F-level difficulty. Humans are permitted to use weaponry not exceeding the corresponding configuration of participating troops. In China, a scale of 100,000 soldiers constituted the size of a military corps. Within this configuration, there were hardly any weapons that belonged to this system. As long as the rules permitted, theoretically even nuclear weapons could be brought in. No. Sui began to seriously suspect that, given the frequency of artillery fire by his soldiers, nuclear weapons might already have been introduced, merely not yet employed. As he continued to peruse the war updates, he found no new information. It was nearly noon, and the silence had persisted for so long. Sui pondered aloud. Surely they are not planning to go for a decisive strike all at once? Hey, this is a war with a time limit of 21 days. There is ample time. There is no need to rush for a quick resolution. According to the F-level difficulty, the enemy consisted of 5,000 madmen. However, based on the bombings in the early hours, the madmen's losses were conservatively estimated to exceed 1,000, right? At this rate, they could potentially conclude the battle in just a few days. Sui stroked his chin. Musing, if the battle concludes early, will there be any additional rewards? With the war lasting 21 days, will there be any special arrangements for the remaining time? Perhaps the soldiers will be allowed to visit home? Truly, the Earth desperately needed them. At the very least, China needed them. The chaos across the nation without any oversight was simply too overwhelming. As Sui ate, he opened the city chat channel. Today, the discussions were markedly less filled with despairing complaints. Instead, most were excitedly discussing the national battle situation of the Apocalypse War. Perhaps it is due to the recent influx of national material support that the urgency has lessened for everyone. Resulting in a lively atmosphere today, I was puzzled as to why I had encountered several police station traders without spotting any significant weaponry. It seems all the formidable arms are firmly in the hands of our valiant soldiers. What a peculiar title, police station traders. Yet, it is quite likely that even the police have ventured into the Doomsday War instance. Otherwise, how could some petty individuals take over the police stations? Who are these petty individuals? Who are you referring to as petty? Are you bold enough to reveal your location? I must say, this battle report is truly exhilarating. I spent all night worrying, thinking it would be a tough fight. Yet it turned out like this? Excellent. We are indeed beginning to dominate the aliens. Speaking of which, can we classify the madmen as aliens as well? I find myself so engrossed in the battle reports that I have lost the desire to venture outside for food. Continuously refreshing the updates, as the morning wears on without any news, I am beginning to feel anxious. I see you are not just concerned for your fellow soldiers, but rather eager for the nation to win swiftly so that rewards can be distributed to all. Am I right? The confusion among the other survivors mirrors that of Sui. Everyone harbors a vague suspicion. Following the consistent style of the Huaxia government, they either remain silent or deliver a monumental announcement. Just as Sui was contemplating the nation's next move, a new notification appeared before him. The talent reward for today has been issued. Congratulations! You have triggered a talent reward, receiving a combat talent lottery ticket, up to 10. Combat talent lottery ticket. D-grade special entertainment item, consumable. Upon use, the shelter can obtain a random quantity of 1 to 10 D-grade combat talents. What the heck? Sui's eyes widened, his heart brimming with excitement. Is it truly that my thoughts have manifested into reality? Today, the combat talent reward has just arrived. This is astonishing. Based on the C-grade standard following the upgrade in talent experience, the D-grade reward, although slightly lower in tier, is indeed a special reward, if luck is on my side. And I draw more than one D-grade combat talent, then that would be a windfall. As golden light flickered, a purple lottery ticket materialized in Su Yi's hand. After observing it for a moment, just as he was about to use it with exhilaration, a sudden thought struck him. Wait a moment. Has the Doomsday game ever established a mechanism that prohibits talents from using items within the shelter system? After all, these belong to the realm of Doomsday game mechanics. If talents can utilize this ticket, why not let Lin Yu use it? Sui repeatedly checked the information on the item, confirming there was no restriction against talents using it. Why not give it a try? What if it works? If Lin Yu can use it, that means she could activate her luck buff. Sui sprang to his feet and hurriedly called for Lin Yu. Commander! Lin Yu responded swiftly, rushing up from downstairs. I was training those girls. Do you need me for something? Such prompt organization of military training? Zhang Shaoxi's efficiency is truly commendable. There is something very important. Sui handed over the lottery ticket, asking earnestly. Can you see if you can use this? Use it? Lin Yu scrutinized the lottery ticket closely, turning it over and over, then looked up in confusion. Commander, how do I use it? What should I do? Oh no. Talents cannot see the item's data information or the use. Operation button.it seems I won't be able to benefit from Lin Yu's luck enhancement after all. Sui sighed. Just as he prepared to reclaim the lottery ticket, he noticed Lin Yu experimenting, tentatively waving the ticket. Use? Boom! The lottery ticket exploded in a burst of golden light, startling Lin Yu, who immediately took a defensive stance with her gun in front of Sui. Meanwhile, Sui's eyes widened in astonishment as he watched the golden light rapidly coalesce around him into 10 golden figures. Holy cow! It worked! It can be activated through voice command. Sui was filled with mixed emotions of joy and disbelief. He grasped Lin Yu's shoulders, signaling her to lower her weapon. Then, he turned his gaze toward the golden light, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Lin Yu's luck effect truly manifested. The 10 golden figures dissipated in the blink of an eye, revealing 10 tall and robust men. Without exception, they were all clad in modern military gear. Adorned in camouflage, equipped with basic weaponry and combat tools. Comrades, Lin Yu furrowed her brow, recognizing that these individuals, like herself, were soldiers from Huaxia, yet she did not know them. Once the golden light had completely faded, the 10 soldiers filled the already cramped room to capacity. It seemed they were prepared, as they all turned to face Sui, standing at attention in unison. Commander! The soldiers bellowed in unison, their voices booming with an impressive presence. Exuding a fierce fighting spirit, a mere glance revealed their unwavering combat resolve. Chapter 39. This woman truly lives up to her title as the head of the agents. Well, you all are quite impressive. Sui beamed, his smile nearly splitting his face. By heavens, 10 D-grade soldiers. What a tremendous gain. It is worth noting that when Lin Yu was still at D-grade, her displayed combat prowess was akin to that of a superhuman. With impeccable combat skills, these 10 soldiers before him could hardly be inferior to Lin Yu at that time. If utilized effectively, these 10, alongside Lin Yu, could deliver an overwhelming strike against most of the marauder factions in the current Doomsday landscape. As long as the enemy does not possess excessively perverse shelter talents, Sui could scarcely fathom any ordinary person capable of opposing such a formidable assembly of Huaxia soldiers. Lin Yu. Well done. Sui patted Lin Yu's shoulder, his eyes filled with appreciation and pride. Serving the commander is my duty, Lin Yu replied respectfully, her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized the group of male soldiers. The soldiers remained fixated on Sui, their eyes devoid of distraction, standing like statues, awaiting his command. At that moment, Sui was accessing the shelter panel to examine the soldier's data. Name: Lu Rue, age, 25, type, soldier, sniper, talent grade, D, physical strength, 105 neural reaction, 110 endurance, 108 mental will, 112 self-healing immunity, 107 talent trait, stealth operation. He excels at concealing himself in complex environments. Capable of lurking in any intricate terrain to execute precise strikes against distant enemies. Talent gift: precision shooting. After extensive military training, his shooting accuracy is exceptionally high, nearly hitting the target every time. Name: Zhang Yi, age, 24, type, soldier, reconnaissance, talent grade, D, physical strength, 102 neural reaction, 115 endurance, 105 mental will, 110 self-healing immunity, 106 talent trait, high-speed endurance. his endurance is remarkably sustainable. With ample stamina, adept at rapid movement and traversing diverse terrains. Talent gift. Enemy detection. He possesses a keen perception of any hostile units, capable of distinguishing most lurking and camouflaged adversaries. Name. Liang age. 25 type. Soldier. Communications. Talent grade. D. Physical strength. 103 neural reaction. 109 endurance. 106 mental will. 113 self-healing immunity. 109 talent trait. Technical support. He is skilled in utilizing various communication devices and technical methods. Possessing comprehensive knowledge in military communications, capable of establishing and maintaining basic military communication in adverse conditions. Talent gift. Rapid encoding. He has exceptional encoding and information capabilities, able to swiftly execute complex communication decryption and encryption tasks. Sui briefly reviewed the information of the 10 soldiers and was astonished to discover that they each had their own military classifications. When Sui had recruited Linyu, she held only the soldier profession without a specific military classification. However, these 10 soldiers were different. They included snipers, reconnaissance troops, communications personnel, assault troops, armored soldiers, aviation troops, and air defense soldiers, among others. They collectively formed a remarkably complete combat group capable of executing comprehensive military operations. This was not merely a collection of 10 soldiers. This was a military operational unit. The essence lies in their coordination. Sui inhaled sharply, feeling that this stroke of good fortune was somewhat exaggerated. Exaggerated to the point where he sensed he might have sacrificed a bit of his lifespan. Of course, these 10 soldiers did have some shortcomings. Their weaponry and equipment were quite basic. The firearms consisted solely of various handguns and foundational military tools suited to their respective roles. For instance, the sniper had only camouflage paint, the reconnaissance soldier carried a military binocular, and the communications soldier possessed a handheld radio. While they had some utility, they certainly lacked the core equipment of their respective roles. For example, the sniper had no sniper rifle, just a small handgun. The communications soldier lacked a radio station, and the reconnaissance soldier was devoid of a drone. They were all stripped-down versions of their true potential. It matters not. As long as there are people present, these matters can be resolved gradually. Sui reassured himself, considering that all of them were D-level soldiers. What more could be expected from them? If they were to arrive fully armed, it is likely they would no longer retain their D-level classification, as weaponry and equipment undeniably influence a combatant's effectiveness. You are newcomers and must still be acclimating to the circumstances. However, I trust you are aware of my identity and the nature of this place. Sui inhaled deeply, addressing the soldiers, and gestured towards Linyu beside him. This is Linyu, the first warrior of the shelter, and she will also serve as your team leader. Commander. Linyu was taken aback, surprised by the revelation, but Sui raised a hand to silence her. You 10 possess a diverse range of military specialties, making you ideally suited to form a combat unit. Linyu will lead you in safeguarding the shelter and guide you in becoming familiar with your new environment. Do any of you have objections? Sui inquired further, and indeed, he was met with a resounding chorus from the soldiers. Yes, Commander. We have no objections. Excellent. This is the spirit of the Huaxia military, absolute obedience to orders. Sui felt a sense of satisfaction. He waved his hand. Linyu, take them to find Jiang Xiaozi. There is still time today, and Jiang Xiaozi should assign them some exploration tasks. Given Jiang Xiaozi's temperament, she would certainly not allow so many soldiers to remain idle at home. Moreover, with her intellect, she would be able to organize their assignments more effectively, as she was formerly involved with underground operations, specifically in task allocation for agents. Understood, Commander. Linyu saluted and beckoned to the soldiers. Follow me. I will introduce you to Jiang Xiaozi. Team leader, may I inquire what Jiang Xiaozi does? The scout Zhang Yi, appearing rather lively, cautiously asked while trailing behind Linyu. Is she approachable? Quite approachable, as for what she does. Linyu furrowed her brow, realizing that the shelter currently lacked specific role assignments. Most of the work was determined by Sui, who had delegated this authority to Jiang Xiaozi. If we were to draw a parallel to military structure, Linyu pondered. She is roughly equivalent to our political commissar. Political commissar. The expressions of the male soldiers instantly turned serious, a subtle sense of respect emerging in their hearts. This term carries a distinct significance for soldiers. The admirable traditions of Huaxia's military are inextricably linked to the diligent work of political commissars and their exemplary conduct. Today, I received 10 combat talents as a reward, yet they lack their own equipment. Does this mean I ought to receive equipment rewards tomorrow? Sui mused joyfully as he approached the window, gazing downwards. Shortly, he spotted Jiang Xiaozi accompanied by 9 soldiers and Linyu exiting the building. She was imparting final instructions and reminders to the soldiers before bidding farewell to Lin Yu and the 9 soldiers. Not bad. She has even left a soldier to guard the place. Xiaozi is indeed prudent, Sui nodded in satisfaction as he watched the departing soldiers. The one remaining seems to be the communications soldier Li Yong. That arrangement makes sense, considering he only possesses a walkie-talkie and cannot currently fulfill the role of a communications soldier, thus serving instead as a regular combatant. Speaking of which, Lin Yu and the others have set off, a total of 10 individuals. They should have completed all 3 dispatch tasks for today, right? Wait, something's not right. Sui suddenly realized. There are only 3 dispatch tasks each day, and it suffices to assign 3 individuals at most. Assigning more seems unnecessary, does it not? Why then did Xiaozi send out 10 people at once? Sui hastily opened the shelter's interface to check on the status of the dispatch tasks. To his astonishment, he discovered that the 3 dispatch tasks for today remained in a pending state. Zhang Xiaozi had not dispatched anyone to execute exploration tasks at all. 10 soldiers capable of forming a cohesive combat unit were sent out not for resource exploration, but rather, gasp, Sui's eyes widened, a startling hypothesis surfacing in his mind. They are there to kill. Destroying the shelter would yield survival points, and Xiaozi surely looks down upon the meager points from dispatch tasks. She intends to obtain more points for me. Damn! This woman truly lives up to her reputation as a leader of operatives. She has just gained command and is already sending troops to kill. Chapter 40. You call this intensity? Sui was merely speculating. Still uncertain, just as he was preparing to call Zhang Xiaozi for clarification, he heard her footsteps ascending the stairs. Moments later, Zhang Xiaozi entered the room. Sir? Zhang Xiaozi's gentle voice resonated behind Sui, who turned to face her, pointing towards the window. He remained silent. But the astute Zhang Xiaozi understood his unspoken inquiry and proactively responded. I have arranged tasks for the new soldiers. Initially, when Lin Yu approached me, I did consider assigning them to execute resource collection dispatch tasks. However, taking into account your concerns regarding the shelter's lack of points, Zhang Xiaozi paused, lowering her gaze as she continued. I assigned them new combat tasks, instructing them to gather more survival points. Zhang Xiaozi expressed herself delicately, refraining from explicitly mentioning killing or destroying the shelter, as she recognized that Sui was a man still imbued with kindness. Surely, he would not condone indiscriminate slaughter, would he? Sui raised an eyebrow, soon receiving a satisfactory answer as Zhang Xiaozi shook her head. I will not issue such orders. I also need to consider the personal emotions and beliefs of the soldiers. I instructed them to seek out those who cause chaos and to pay particular attention to gathering intelligence related to the Little White Bear shelter. Should they encounter any rioters, they are authorized to pursue them appropriately, retaining the discretion to decide whether to kill or destroy the shelter. Nevertheless, their primary objective remains to collect as many points for you as possible, sir. Zhang Xiaozi granted the soldiers considerable autonomy, which greatly pleased Sui. In truth, should you choose to engage in wanton slaughter, I might even understand, as I am indeed in dire need of points. Sui turned to gaze out the window. Suddenly speaking, I will not hold it against you. You are mine, and whatever you do, I shall naturally take responsibility for it, sir. Zhang Xiaozi looked up in surprise, her brow slightly furrowed. I know you are not that kind of person. Therefore, I am attempting to change. Sui turned to observe her adorably furrowed brow and could not help but smile. Leah has told me that in such a brutal era, as a leader, I must learn to adapt. She said that leaders are born to learn cruelty, even if it means issuing orders contrary to their principles. I believe Leah is quite right. Sui spoke earnestly, genuinely holding this belief. He possessed kindness, yet he could not extend it aimlessly. He must ensure the safety of himself and the shelter, if kindness and safety were to clash. Sui would unhesitatingly choose safety. Very well, sir. Zhang Xiaozi remained silent for a moment before softly stating, in truth, you can trust me. Sui, with his back to her, inquired, trust you with what? Trust me, I will not allow these cruel choices to confront you. Zhang Xiaozi's voice was gentle, her demeanor submissive, yet her tone was resolute. They will never appear on your desk, nor will they trouble you. A silent tension hung in the air. After a moment, Sui broke the silence with a smile. Well, that sounds good. Xiaozi, you may go about your business. Yes, sir. Zhang Xiaozi respectfully saluted and turned to leave, but paused momentarily, glancing back at Sui's silhouette. Sir, I am serious. I will protect you, not just in terms of personal safety. That's so. Sui had just turned to speak when he realized Zhang Xiaozi had already descended the stairs. Sui rubbed his chin, suddenly laughing. To be solemnly promised protection by a woman. Does this mean I am living off her kindness? Yet, one must admit, this feeling is rather pleasant. With 10 soldiers dispatched, it was regrettable that Sui lacked long-range communication means and remained unaware of the details of their mission. All he could do now was await the outcome. In the midst of this tedious waiting, Sui began contemplating plans for self-exercise within the confines of his room. Simultaneously, he silently vowed for the 100th time. The first task in accumulating points is to illuminate the technological tree project and restore the shelter's power system. I absolutely must. I will indulge in several all-nighters of computer gaming. No one can stop me. It turns out that being an outstanding leader is no easy feat. One must be capable of enduring solitude and monotony, maintaining a calm mind in any dreary environment. Currently, Sui's method for sustaining his calm mind was rather simple. Sleep. Sui found that since the apocalypse began, his sleeping hours had dramatically increased, which he found somewhat peculiar. He exhibited no symptoms of physical discomfort, was not injured and in need of recuperation, nor was he fatigued. He simply found himself suddenly capable of sleeping more. Were it not for his physical condition not exhibiting any significant improvement, Sui might even suspect that he had awakened some new talent. When Sui finally opened his eyes again, the world outside was enveloped in darkness. Once again, I awoke to find it was evening. Zhang Xiaozi was not by my side, indicating that night had just begun to fall. Sui lazily rose from the bed. Intending to glance at the wall clock, he was suddenly struck by a barrage of dense notifications before him. Congratulations! The first war of our nation has concluded. War status: a resounding victory. War evaluation: total annihilation with no casualties, a perfect score. With the nation's triumph, rewards for the surviving citizens will now be distributed based on the war's difficulty. Congratulations! You have received an F-grade consumable, the little yellow fruit. Little yellow fruit: a succulent yellow fruit that, when consumed, can satisfy a person's daily food and water needs. Our nation's military has achieved 3 campaign victories in the last round of warfare, and the rights to distribute rewards for our military's success have been activated for a nationwide operation. Congratulations! You have received an F-grade consumable, little yellow fruit, an F-grade weapon, the beautiful knife, and 10 survival points as an F-grade special item. Alas, the battle truly ended in a single day. Sui instantly became alert, hastily rising to examine the information, only to discover that while the nation had emerged victorious, the rewards were rather meager. The final victory rewards and campaign rewards were lumped together, totaling 4 rewards that were of lesser value than the 10 bottles of ice water he consumed daily. TSK? Yet at least we won. And no lives were lost. Sui smacked his lips, feeling no disappointment. After all, these items were essentially free. Soldiers fought valiantly outside, and one could hardly complain about inadequate material rewards. Ultimately, victory was paramount, even without rewards. Ensuring the nation's military prevailed remained the priority. The cost of defeat was something the surviving citizens could scarcely bear. Sui delved into the battle module's information records, reviewing the general progression of the war. He discovered that by evening, the military had gathered intelligence on the remaining locations of the madmen in the morning. Subsequently, they dispatched human warriors, using drones as cover, to act as bait, luring the enemies into a tank encirclement. And then, there was nothing more to say. Despite the madmen possessing double the physical prowess of humans, they were no match for the dual onslaught of land and air. With an army of 100,000 fully equipped soldiers, even a slight show of force could easily crush them, requiring no complex tactical arrangements, leading to an inevitable victory. Perhaps the soldiers found the victory too effortless. Many survivors, upon observing the war's trajectory, fervently debated in the chat channel, unanimously agreeing that the soldiers should face a greater challenge. This hardly even matched the intensity of regular military drills. The Red and Blue Army confrontations were far more demanding than this. F-grade was truly uninspiring. Next time, we must vote for a higher difficulty level to ensure the soldiers experience the terrors of apocalyptic warfare. Yes, I support this. I also require more material rewards. Such paltry F-grade rewards feel akin to tossing crumbs to beggars. Who would covet them? As Sui scrolled through the chat channel, he noted the fervor of the discussions. After a heated exchange, the participants boldly decided to elevate the difficulty of the next round of apocalyptic warfare by 1 level. From F-grade to E-grade. Let us truly give the soldiers a lesson. Sui was left dumbfounded. Is this what they consider increasing intensity? Shouting loudly, yet merely adjusting 1 level higher? They wouldn't even dare to let them challenge at a higher level. How grounded they were. Amused, Sui realized that not only were they concerned for the soldiers, but they also feared the random annihilation punishment that accompanied failure. However, to be fair, the first round of battles lasted 21 days. And now we had concluded a battle in just 1 day. How would we utilize the remaining time? Sui pondered. Would these soldiers be sent home? I suspect that is unlikely. So what would they do during these 20 days? What space would they occupy? This was not merely Sui's curiosity. Most domestic survivors shared similar questions. However, soon a new notification appeared, resolving Sui's doubts. Global announcement: a nation has completed the first round of apocalyptic warfare, initiating related leaderboards. Congratulations to our nation's players, as our military is the first in the world to complete the apocalyptic warfare, receiving an achievement reward of a designated type of domestic military industrial system replica. Participants in the current apocalyptic warfare cannot return to Earth for the time being and will remain in a replica world similar to Earth, but devoid of any usable technology. Limited to basic city templates, awaiting the next round of participation. Ah, so they truly cannot return, Sui sighed. But at least the soldiers had 20 days of rest, in an environment akin to that of Earth. Aside from lacking accessible technology, the conditions might even be better, as there were no extreme temperatures. A 20-day rest would provide ample time to contemplate strategies for the next battle. Sui murmured to himself. Opening the leaderboard for the apocalyptic warfare, discovering that in both the apocalyptic warfare victory rankings and apocalyptic warfare completion time rankings, Huaxia held the top position. In simple terms, currently, Huaxia was the sole name on the apocalyptic warfare leaderboard. Most other nations were still entrenched in their war instances, while Huaxia's military had completed the challenge swiftly. As Sui perused the leaderboard, a new notification suddenly appeared before him. Our military has decided to execute a replica war. Repeating the previous round of apocalyptic warfare, difficulty unchanged. The penalties following the replica war will not affect our surviving citizens, and the rewards will be limited solely to our military. What? Sui was taken aback. They do not intend to take a break but wish to conduct a replica war. Is this an addiction to battle? Chapter 41. Lin Yu's Night of Madness. Sui lamented, yet he understood the nation's intentions. Clearly, the government had recognized the setting of the replica war, and they were well aware of the actual combat capabilities of the madmen from the previous battle. It could be said that an F-grade battle posed almost no pressure for the nation. Even if the F-grade rewards were meager, akin to a mosquito's leg, they were still preferable to idling for 20 days without doing anything. What if, through accumulating victory counts, they could earn a reward for industrial system recovery? The industrial system directly impacts military logistical capabilities. Regardless of other factors, merely restoring 1/3 of the nation's industrial capacity would provide some assurance for future apocalyptic wars. After all, when in doubt, bombard. The nation's stance was simple. There was no need for rest. Fighting an F-grade war felt no different from resting. Continue battling, accumulating as many rewards as possible, and creating a snowball effect. The government was working so diligently. It seemed I should not wallow in despair either. Sui took a deep breath, clenched his fists. I must earnestly embrace being a homebody. I shall diligently pass the time. This may sound absurd, yet it was the truth. Sui's path to strength lay in lying low and waiting, gradually whittling away the hours in the monotony of life. The chat channel buzzed with astonishment and discussion regarding the nation's actions. Yet Sui felt little impact. Fighting to sustain fighting, this was a very straightforward strategy. Just as Sui prepared to resume his slumber, seeking to waste time further, another notification unexpectedly appeared. What incessant messages! Is there no respite for one asleep? Curse it! What has Lin Yu done now? Sui's eyes widened, fixated on the notification before him. Your talent unit has engaged in battle with another shelter and emerged victorious. Due to your absence at the scene, the decision to occupy the shelter was automatically determined by your primary talent. Your talent, Lin Yu, has chosen to destroy the current shelter, and you have inherited the remaining survival points of 358 from the shelter. Item inheritance determination in progress. Inheritance failed. You did not inherit the reserve items from the current shelter. The series of notifications indicated that Lin Yu had taken action. These soldiers had indeed found a suitable target, directly providing Sui with a delightful surprise. Lying at home, doing nothing, and effortlessly acquiring over 300 survival points. This was certainly more than the cumulative total of 3 dispatch missions, which barely amounted to 30 points a day. Destroying a shelter yielded over 300 points, Sui mused, while simultaneously feeling curious. Where was the shelter that Lin Yu had destroyed? What was the situation there? Unfortunately, without any means of long-distance communication. He could only wait for their return to learn what transpired. Sui shook his head, lamenting his inability to participate personally. However, given that the shelter was just in its infancy, lacking such means was understandable. Time to sleep, time to sleep. Tomorrow, I shall discuss with Jiang Shaozi how to spin these over 300 points. As Sui lay on the bed, drowsy, he suddenly noticed something flickering before his eyes. Upon opening them, he was instantly bewildered. Warning! Your talent is engaged in battle with a shelter in the wild. Your talent, Linyu, has chosen to destroy the current shelter, and you have inherited the remaining survival points of 563 from the shelter. Item inheritance determination in progress. Inheritance successful. You have obtained D-grade item, magical bread tree, E-grade item, butterfly shirt. What? Sui was instantly wide awake. How did another 500 points appear? What were Linyu and the others up to? Did they stumble upon a bandit den? Sui found himself in a state of perplexity, pondering whether the interval between the two notifications was merely 30 minutes. This suggested that Linyu had relentlessly destroyed two shelters in rapid succession, and these shelters might have been in close proximity, akin to the residential building where Sui resided. If this were indeed the case, could it be anticipated that another strategy notification would emerge within the next 30 minutes? Sui resolved not to succumb to slumber any longer and patiently awaited further developments. He silently counted the passage of time. 30 minutes later, the notifications appeared. Your talent Linyu has chosen to destroy the current shelter. You have inherited the remaining survival points of the current shelter, 100 points. Item inheritance determination in progress. Inheritance successful. The current shelter has no items. Indeed, another shelter has been obliterated. Sui inhaled sharply, his excitement palpable. This was undeniable proof. She was truly dismantling a criminal organization. This had to be a cluster of shelters within a single building, which enabled Linyu to consecutively annihilate them. Throughout the ensuing night, Sui remained wide awake. Whenever fatigue began to creep in, new notifications would materialize, indicating that Linyu had destroyed yet another shelter. This barrage of notifications persisted until dawn, gradually tapering off. They had indeed spent the entire night engaged in this endeavor. Sui accessed the shelter interface and glanced at his survival points. Prior to Linyu's departure, he had merely 86 points remaining. After a night of her relentless efforts, his survival points had surged to an astonishing 4,788 points, earning 4,000 points in a single night. Such efficiency far surpassed that of dispatched missions. Unbelievable, he had truly struck gold. Sui felt as though he might swoon with elation, unable to suppress the grin that spread across his face. He now understood the exhilaration that Li Gu had experienced upon reaping rewards. Linyu had undoubtedly dismantled an entire building. Even if most of the thugs within this edifice possessed no survival points, the destruction of a level 0 shelter still guaranteed a minimum reward of 100 survival points. This building, regardless of its age, likely housed a minimum of 20 to 30 units, translating to a guaranteed 2,000 to 3,000 points. When factoring in the survival points hoarded by the thugs themselves, the total indeed approached 4,000 to 5,000. Sir, are you still awake? A soft, melodious whisper broke through his thoughts. Sui turned to see Jiang Shaozi, her eyes still heavy with sleep, gazing at him with a dazed expression. Her black hair fell in disarray, exuding a lazy charm that was undeniably captivating. Sleep eluded him. The magnitude of Linyu's actions weighed heavily on his mind. Sui shook his head, the thrill of triumph still coursing through him. Over 4,000 points. They managed to secure me over 4,000 points in a single night. Quickly, Shaozi, how do you suggest we spend these points? Do you have any recommendations? Restlessness consumed him. He yearned to spend the points freely. He could not allow himself to end up like Li Gu and those thugs whom Linyu had dispatched, dead with points unspent. Such a fate was truly tragic. With so many points at his disposal, it was evident that Linyu and her team were exceptionally capable. Jiang Shaozi smiled gently, propping herself up with her delicate arms as her head nestled lazily against Suyi's shoulder. With so many points, I am uncertain how best to allocate them. I am not yet fully familiar with the Doomsday game you mentioned. However, considering our current situation and prioritizing your safety, we should focus on reinforcing our building. From the perspective of you being the core of the shelter, creating a stronghold that rivals a fortress is our primary goal. To achieve this, in my humble opinion, we might need to employ high-tech solutions. Jiang Shaozi toyed with Suyi's fingers, suddenly adding, Sir, I recall that Li Yu's room was a research facility, correct? Ah, indeed. Suyi's heart raced. Was she flirting with him? Yet, her demeanor seemed earnest, as she pondered the question seriously. Jiang Shaozi tilted her head slightly. Then let us utilize the research facility. Haven't you been lamenting the issues with the power system? We can enhance the shelter's armaments as much as possible while still meeting its basic living needs. In my previous life, there were always numerous machine guns and turrets for defense. I believe if our shelter were equipped with these, our safety would significantly increase. Of course, we must also prepare for the potential threats posed by natural disasters. Jiang Xiaozi's analysis was astute, and the core of her argument was straightforward. Stripping away all extraneous factors, the most vital element of the shelter was Sui himself. Without him, everything was meaningless. To ensure his protection, robust defensive measures were indispensable. Very well, I shall examine the technology tree. Sui opened the technology tree, sifting through the myriad of research projects. Since Jiang Xiaozi could not see this information, Sui articulated its contents, inviting her insights and suggestions. Through their collaboration, Sui ultimately selected several technological projects. Basic power system. Consumes 1,000 points, granting small-scale power generation facilities and corresponding construction technology. Once established, it allows the shelter to maintain a normal electricity supply for human residents, catering to the needs of 10 shelter rooms, excluding special type rooms. Autonomous water resource system. Consumes 1,000 points, providing a small-scale water reservoir, automatically replenishes daily, capable of supplying daily water needs for up to 50 residents. The water system's access points can be distributed throughout the shelter and extend outward. These two projects were ones Sui had long desired to acquire. Once activated, they would yield ready-made miraculous items, enabling the shelter to achieve freedom in both water and electricity. Combined with Sui's existing water purifier, refrigerator, and greenhouse room, the resultant synergy would restore the quality of life in the shelter to pre-apocalyptic standards. However, these upgrades came at a steep price. An ordinary person would take considerable time to amass such wealth. With 2,000 points spent, he turned his attention to defensive facilities. Sui adjusted the categories within the technology tree, watching the data transform rapidly, revealing a plethora of shelter defense and weapon technology projects. Basic defense module for shelter's main structure. Consumes 1,500 points, establishing a multi-level sealed door system, biometric recognition. Iron walls, 4 meters high, fully encompassing, electric shock net walls, attached to the perimeter, and 24-hour intelligent cameras, at least 12. Additionally, it reinforces the shelter's main structure, endowing it with remarkable resistance to cold, heat, explosions, and earthquakes, ensuring no other shelters exist within 100 meters of the main structure. Automated sentry system. Consumes 1,000 points, enabling the rapid installation of at least 20 automated machine guns, 300 rounds each, both inside and outside the shelter. Capable of automatically identifying friend or foe, with modes for alert and manual control. Each machine gun initially possesses 1,000 rounds, requiring timely replenishment of ammunition. With these two defensive upgrades selected, Sui found his previously amassed points dwindled to a mere 374. He exhaled contentedly. The act of spending was truly exhilarating. Chapter 42. Comprehensive upgrade of the shelter. All gone, spent completely. As Sui finalized his selections, ready to purchase, Jiang Xiaozi furrowed her brow. Sir, isn't there still over 300 points remaining? Why not spend it all? Jiang Xiaozi blinked innocently and gently reminded him. Are you not concerned about leaving any for others to seize? Indeed, that is a valid point. Let's spend every last point. As long as it enhances the shelter's survival capabilities, every point is worth it. Sui nodded in agreement. You're right. Unspent military funds are merely a target for plunder. We shall not play the fool in that regard. Let me take another look. This one is perfect, costing exactly 350 points. Sui selected yet another defensive technology project for the shelter. Underground isolation shelter module. Consumes 350 points, generating an underground space beneath the main shelter structure. Capable of accommodating 10 individuals, lacking any additional facilities but possessing heightened resistance to natural disasters. This technology tree project represented a further enhancement of the shelter's disaster resilience. The main structure had already been fortified. Now, they would bolster it even more. What do you think? Sui asked Jiang Xiaozi, who nodded in agreement. This serves as an excellent contingency plan. In critical moments, we may seek refuge within it, perhaps securing a glimmer of hope. Yes, this shall be our trump card. Let us hope we never have to utilize it. Sui smiled, selecting all projects for bulk purchase. As he confirmed the purchase, a dazzling golden light flickered and rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire shelter with Sui at its core. The women within the building stood in awe, bewildered by the shimmering golden glow surrounding them. In mere moments, the golden radiance dissipated, revealing a transformative change within the residential building. First, within the empty room of the 6th-floor shelter where Sui resided, a 2-meter-tall, hive-like power generation facility automatically emerged, with a network of circuit lines branching from it, connecting to the walls and disappearing within. In the adjacent room, a vast water reservoir has been installed, filled to the brim with crystal-clear water. Corresponding pipes connect this reservoir, allowing for automatic distribution throughout the various rooms of the residential building. Although the technological projects purchased by SUE directly affect the structural integrity of the shelter, it is noteworthy that the shelter itself occupies merely the 6th floor, while the building's main structure encompasses the entire edifice. Consequently, these technological enhancements will exert their influence on the entire building. Beyond the implementation of the water and electricity systems, the transformation within this building is strikingly apparent. Firstly, an abundance of surveillance cameras has been installed throughout the premises, featuring 360-degree rotating lenses that ensure high-definition imaging and playback at all hours. The monitoring terminal is conveniently located in SUE's room, where a multi-screen display has been set up beside his bed, allowing him to effortlessly observe the vast majority of the building's areas and interiors. Additionally, concealed gun ports are embedded within various floors, their control and monitoring systems seamlessly integrated for synchronized operation. Simultaneously, SUE has learned through the monitoring terminal that the building's walls have undergone complete reconstruction. The inner layer of the walls housing the automated machine guns can move freely, permitting them to be sealed or opened at will, thus providing excellent concealment for the firing points. The changes outside the building are even more pronounced. A towering 4-meter-high wall made of pure iron has materialized out of thin air, completely enclosing the dilapidated structure in which they reside. Moreover, various electrified barbed wire fences adorn this iron barrier. At first glance, it resembles the outer wall of a suddenly manifested military exclusion zone. Even if someone were to breach the wall and approach the building's entrance, they would be thwarted by a formidable multi-layered sealed iron door. This entrance is considerably more imposing than the rudimentary gates crafted by Liya, akin to the vault door of a world-class bank, reflecting a cold metallic sheen, heavy enough to instill a sense of despair. Inside the building, the women are the first to notice the peculiarities, their eyes widening in astonishment as they struggle to comprehend the marvel before them. Is this truly our home? Do I feel as though I've traversed into another realm? Has that eerie voice returned to haunt us? It seems as though our building has transformed, becoming sturdier. Could it simply be my imagination? This door is so grand. Wait, are we trapped inside? Li Jie, the most audacious among them, grips a steel spear nervously and cautiously approaches the iron door. Before she can even reach out to touch it, an electronic synthesized voice emanates from within. Ding, target detected. Initiating biometric identification, determination. Target identity belongs to a shelter resident, identity verified. Recording biometric features. Startled, Li Jie jumps back, astonished that this peculiar iron door houses an entire ultra-intelligent electronic identification system. Excuse me, do you wish to exit the shelter? The door inquires electronically. Li Jie glances back at her equally astonished companions and tentatively replies, I would like to go out and take a look. With a mechanical whirring sound, accompanied by a plume of white steam, the iron door begins to slowly open. We wish you a safe departure. Please exercise caution while exploring outside. As the door creaks open, Li Jie sees several of her sisters standing outside, frozen in wonder. They too are witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon for the first time, feeling as though they have stepped into a science fiction film. Li Jie, what are these things? Where did they come from? They seem so obedient. We can come and go freely. One naive girl exclaimed, her innocence shining through. Haven't you heard what the iron contraption just said? It can identify us. Another chimed in. Is this something the commander created? I overheard the Li group discussing how the shelter panel could produce many wondrous devices. The women chattered excitedly, their faces alight with curiosity and amazement. Soon, a girl rushed down the stairs, breathless with excitement, shouting, Power's back, water's flowing. I can turn on the air conditioning. I just tried it and it works. This proclamation momentarily stunned the others, but in the next instant, they scattered in a frenzy, racing upstairs to their respective rooms. Then came the sounds of lights flickering back to life in every room. Pop, pop, pop. Air conditioning units began to hum with renewed vigor. Ah, a woman screamed in delight, her voice brimming with exhilaration. The power's back. It really works. My phone can charge. There's water from the tap. Sisters, we have finally come back to life. This is incredible. The girls erupted in uncontainable excitement, shrieking and shouting. Some were so overwhelmed that they dashed into their rooms, shedding their clothes and rushing into their bathrooms to indulge in the refreshing embrace of cold water. Each of these scenes was captured by the surveillance terminal. Observed by Su Wide, at least half of the women were bathing, lights ablaze, their bare forms flitting across various screens, compelling Su Yi to awkwardly divert his gaze. Xiao Ci, this monitoring function seems rather invasive. Sui coughed, attempting to regain composure. Yet, Jiang Shaoxi remained serious. No, sir, I believe it is one of the most crucial tools in these extraordinary times. As the leader of the shelter, you hold the right and obligation to oversee the actions of all residents. In this era, no one should maintain any semblance of privacy before you, as it poses a potential threat to the shelter's safety. Jiang Shaoxi was unconcerned with Sui's view of the women's nudity. Her focus remained on the overarching development of the shelter and Sui's personal safety. You are correct. I have been somewhat outdated in my thinking, Sui admitted with a smile. Feeling a sense of relief. Sir, I believe it is necessary to establish new regulations for the shelter, Jiang Shaoxi remarked, her brow furrowing as she scrutinized the images on the monitoring screen. For instance, we must implement rules regarding water conservation, ensuring they understand the value of this precious resource and curbing wastefulness. There's no harm in letting them indulge a bit on the first day. Sui responded calmly, gazing at the screen. Even I, too, miss the days of water and electricity. They have endured considerable hardship. A bath will not waste much water, Sui felt assured, given that although the water resource system was costly, it could provide daily necessities for 50 residents, encompassing washing, drinking, and sanitation needs. Moreover, the reservoir automatically replenishes each day, mitigating concerns about waste. Sir, you are too lenient. Jiang Shaoxi shook her head, though she refrained from further persuasion. Deep down, she understood that it was Sui's kindness and compassion that motivated her to contribute more of her abilities. However, her commitment to the long-term development of the shelter remained paramount. She would not allow the women to squander water resources. Sir, we should be able to transport water from the reservoir, correct? Jiang Shaoxi suggested. We can establish additional storage space to facilitate the transportation of conserved water, fully utilizing the reservoir's automatic replenishment capabilities. An excellent proposal. You always think a step ahead of me, Sui nodded in agreement, acknowledging Jiang Shaoxi's quick wit. While others were still reveling in the joy of restored power and water, Jiang Shaoxi was already contemplating how to leverage these resources to bolster the shelter's reserves. If you permit me, I would like to draft new plans to fully exploit these new technological facilities. Jiang Shaoxi added, her gaze fixed on the jubilant women. I will also establish more comprehensive regulations for the shelter. Very well, proceed as you see fit. I have complete faith in you, Sui smiled. Having already assessed the loyalty of his personnel, even without the loyalty trait like Linyu, each individual displayed a relatively high allegiance to the shelter. As long as he refrained from acting recklessly, betrayal was unlikely. Yes, sir, Jiang Shaoxi nodded and swiftly departed. Just as she reached the doorway, she suddenly remembered something. Turning back to address Sui, sir, there is one more matter. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Shaoxi froze, observing Sui half extended from his chair, his lower body still seated while his upper half leaned over the adjacent desk. He was using the computer, which emitted a faint buzzing sound as the screen gradually illuminated, revealing a stunning anime girl as the desktop wallpaper, captivating Jiang Shaoxi's gaze. Shaoxi, do you have something else to discuss? Sui scratched his head and inquired. Sir, Jiang Shaoxi suddenly smiled and shook her head. It's nothing, I will take care of everything. Then shall I continue? Sui gestured towards the computer. Jiang Shaoxi's smile softened further. Sir, I wish you an enjoyable time. With that, Jiang Shaoxi gracefully exited the room. Sui, sensing an odd feeling, thought he could faintly hear Jiang Shaoxi's subdued laughter outside. He mused, is that a compliment? Nevertheless, computer games are indeed delightful. Forget it. I feel as though I might explode from holding back. Sui swiftly changed his position, comfortably settling in front of the computer. He casually located a single-player game stored on his device and double-clicked to launch it. Let the games begin. Today, he resolved to do nothing but indulge in gaming. Chapter 43. The unexpected guest who returned from disappearance for a reclusive individual. What could be more entertaining? Yes, the happy cup. No. Not that triviality, but games. It is indeed games. The happy cup may offer fleeting joy, but games provide immense and enduring happiness for those who prefer solitude, especially for individuals with abundant leisure time. An exceptional game can consume an entire day. Sui had never anticipated that he would become so captivated by the game Red Alert. Perhaps it was the result of pent-up yearning. Although his computer was powered, the global network was down, leaving online games out of the question. Fortunately, Sui had downloaded numerous single-player games, many of which featured multiple playthroughs, allowing for extended enjoyment. If he grew weary of gaming, he could always sift through the hundreds of terabytes of study materials to pass the time. And if that too lost its charm, he could always resort to playing Minesweeper or Spider Solitaire. Sui mused that if he ever reached a point where he never wished to power on his computer again, it would indicate that his sanctuary had developed to a formidable extent. After all, prior to that moment, he would have undoubtedly squandered a significant amount of time. Just like now, Sui felt as though he had only just begun his gaming session, having barely completed a few rounds, when suddenly, the familiar midday talent notification appeared before him. Congratulations! Talent reward triggered. You have received a C-Class entertainment item, Little Person Warning Device. Little Person Warning Device, C-Class entertainment item. Carry it with you? And if anyone nearby harbors ill intentions towards you or your sanctuary, or if subordinates display disloyalty, it will turn red. If you are not targeted by any ill-intentioned individuals, and there are no harmful intentions or possibilities, it will remain blue. Huh? Why was I given such a trinket? Sui examined the device in his hand. It resembled a wristband and could easily be secured around his wrist. It even featured an electronic display, akin to a digital watch, with the timing function being an added bonus. Was this warning-type entertainment item truly what I needed at this moment? Sui rested his chin on his hand, pondering briefly, and realized that he indeed found this item quite essential. As his gathering place continued to develop, his agreement with Zhang Xiaozi's mastermind plan would undoubtedly accelerate. At that point, the population of the sanctuary would surely increase, and the loyalty of talent units would be assured. But what about the non-talent units? Who could tell whether the current and future residents of the sanctuary would remain wholeheartedly loyal to him and the sanctuary? Even if they were loyal now, would things change in the future? Human hearts are inherently fickle. What if an insider emerged within the sanctuary, and he lacked the means to detect it? That would be akin to planting a ticking time bomb. This talent truly possessed remarkable potential. The sanctuary currently housed merely a dozen women, and here I was, already equipped with a means to gauge their loyalty. Sui fiddled with the wristband, hesitating momentarily before abandoning the game and rising to leave the room. The wristband displayed a detection range with a diameter of 50 meters. Sui descended the stairs, conducting a thorough sweep of each floor. As long as he stood in the hallway, he could easily monitor all residents on that floor, even if they were occupied in their rooms. From the 6th floor to the 1st, Sui took advantage of the fact that the women were all at home and completed a thorough check of the entire building's residents. The results satisfied him. The wristband remained blue throughout the process, never changing to red. This indicated that they were currently loyal to him, harboring no harmful intentions towards him or the sanctuary. This device was indeed impressive. By merely strolling around the sanctuary, he could effortlessly maintain awareness of the residents' sentiments. After completing his circuit, Sui silently returned to his room, resuming his gaming session. With nothing else happening in the sanctuary, everything was exceedingly tranquil, prompting Sui to continue passing the time. He played for an entire afternoon. As dusk began to settle, Sui suddenly raised his head. Huh? Why haven't Lin Yu and the others returned yet? I haven't received any notifications about new points gained. They should have ceased fighting by now and considered returning to the sanctuary, right? Did they encounter some unforeseen circumstances along the way? Furrowing his brow, just as he was preparing to stand and inquire with Zhang Xiaozi about the situation, he noticed that his wristband had turned red. What? Sui was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he found the wristband had reverted to blue. Moments later, it shifted to red again. Within a few minutes, it fluctuated rapidly, ultimately settling on blue. What could this mean? Items in a post-apocalyptic game are not easily damaged. Could it be that those girls had encountered trouble? Were they harboring ill intentions towards me? A wave of alarm washed over Sui. This was no trivial matter. Among the Chinese, nothing is more taboo than the hidden schemes of petty individuals. The saying goes, 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant's nest, and the most significant dangers often lie within stealthy, concealed threats. I must uncover the truth. Furrowing his brow in concentration, Sui hastily exited his room, while simultaneously scrutinizing the functional description of the wristband. This investigation revealed crucial information. IT stated. The detection effect has a retention time. Even if a threat appears to the wearer, the warning signal will persist for a brief period to serve as an alert. If the warning signal flickers frequently, it signifies that the threat is on the edge of the detection range, and the signal is weak. Sui murmured to himself, suddenly raising his head to gaze at the outer wall from the hallway. The detection range of 50 meters precisely coincided with the wall's perimeter, did it not? It wasn't that the girls were problematic. Rather, an unexpected guest had arrived. As Sui came to this realization, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps from the rooftop above. Soon, a young woman tasked with lookout duties rushed downstairs. It's the commander. The young woman collided with Sui in the hallway. her demeanor flustered and anxious as she saluted. Sui frowned, inquiring, "What has happened, Commander? I just saw something from above." The young woman pointed towards the rooftop and then outside, nervously swallowing hard. "Those 3 individuals. They have returned." "Which 3 individuals?" Sui asked, and the woman, her breaths erratic with tension, replied, "Those 3. The ones from the subway station. We spent a night at the subway station, and now 3 of our companions have gone missing." Sui raised an eyebrow, recalling the incident. After being driven away previously, the women had spent a night at the subway station, resulting in 3 unfortunate girls going missing. From her tone, it seemed that those 3 missing individuals had returned of their own volition. Sui touched his wristband and asked, "Is it only those 3? Yes, yes." The young woman nodded eagerly, appearing somewhat flustered. "Commander, should we let them in?" Her face exhibited a blend of excitement and a hint of guilt, as if she still accepted and trusted those 3 companions. "Not yet. Call Jiang Xiaozi. I'll wait for her on the rooftop." Sui raised an eyebrow and turned to ascend the stairs. 10 minutes later, Sui stood on the rooftop, equipped with a rudimentary telescope modified by Li Ya. Through the telescope, he could clearly observe 3 tattered women loitering just beyond the wall on the street. Their faces were etched with panic and fear, huddled together, neither departing nor approaching too closely, merely pacing along the wall while surveying their surroundings. Only the 3 of them. Sui glanced at his wristband. Upon closer inspection, he noted that whenever these 3 women neared the edge of the wall, the wristband turned red before swiftly reverting to blue. The faint signal suggested that the unusual readings were indeed caused by these 3 women. They were originally residents of this building, so it was perfectly normal for them to know the way home. But why did they harbor ill intentions towards this place? Sui raised an eyebrow, deep in thought, until he heard the sound of light footsteps behind him. Turning, he saw Jiang Xiaozi ascending to the rooftop with the 3 women in tow. One of the women was even holding a handgun, her demeanor tense. "Why did they bring a gun?" Sui glanced at the submachine gun in Jiang Xiaozi's hand. "It was the same weapon Lin you had previously used. Sir, I suspect that the newcomers do not come with good intentions." Jiang Xiaozi stood beside Sui, using another telescope to observe the scene beyond the wall. "I have already explained the changes within our building to the girls, but outsiders have likely also noticed our transformation. Sir, pay close attention to their expressions. They wish to enter, to visit us, at this moment." With the sudden return of the 3 missing individuals, Sui felt that it was unlikely to be mere coincidence. This visitation likely would not bode well. Jiang Xiaozi's explanation was succinct, infused with a strong sense of subjective judgment, while the women nearby appeared skeptical. However, Sui knew that Jiang Xiaozi's intuition was correct. Indeed, they did not harbor good intentions, but it remained unclear what their specific intentions were. Sui waved the wristband in his hand, not to explain but simply to inquire, "What do you suggest regarding those 3? "Sir, let them in." Jiang Xiaozi continued to scrutinize the 3 women outside the wall, her voice calm. "We must address the threat proactively. There is no such thing as a 1,000-day defense against thieves. What about Lin Yu and the others? When will they return?" Before embarking on their journey, I set the latest possible time for their return, ensuring they would be home within half an hour at the latest. Jiang Xiaozi paused for a moment, retrieving a small remote control button from her pocket and handing it to Sui. To my surprise, she had also brought the control button for the automatic machine gun firing port in Sui's room. How considerate and thoughtful of her. Even in the absence of Lin Yu and the others in the shelter, the fully upgraded refuge posed a formidable challenge to most foes. Those 20 automatic machine guns were formidable weapons, and even Lin Yu and her companions would find it impossible to evade them. It was time to let them in and see for themselves. Sui toyed with the button in her hand, casting a glance at the women beside Jiang Xiaozi. If they posed no issues, all would be well. But if they did, they would face dire consequences. Jiang Xiaozi also scrutinized the women beside her, a silent warning emanating from her gaze. The head of the female operatives was adept at manipulating emotions. Even now, she did not forget to have a few women by her side to demonstrate the consequences of disobedience. Chapter 44. I only trusted. Sui remained on the rooftop, watching as Jiang Xiaozi and the women descended the stairs, making their way toward the perimeter wall. Although the neighborhood where Sui resided was old and dilapidated, it was spacious, with significant gaps between the buildings. The surrounding wall essentially created a self-contained area, free from disturbances. However, to facilitate entry and exit, there were rudimentary iron gates on all sides that could only be opened from within. Jiang Xiaozi did not linger. She walked straight to the spot where the 3 women stood near the wall, opened the iron gate, and led a few of the women outside. Xiao Chen, Xiao Chen. At Jiang Xiaozi's signal, Sister Li quickly raised her voice to greet them, ensuring the three women heard her from a distance, prompting them to turn their heads. Oh my heavens, it's really you three, Sister Li exclaimed in astonishment, breaking away from the group to rush forward and grab the hand of one of the women. Where on earth have you been? After that night, we couldn't find you at all. Thank goodness the heavens have favored us. You're all back. Sister Li did not allow the three women to refuse, pulling them before Jiang Xiaozi. Miss Jiang, these three are the sisters I mentioned to you, who went missing at the subway station. What a stroke of luck that they have returned alive. Sister Li introduced them excitedly, while Jiang Xiaozi scrutinized the trio. The three girls were in tattered clothing, revealing too much skin, with visible bruises indicating abuse. Their faces bore expressions of panic and unease, and they even carried a foul odor. Sister Li signaled the girls, "Quick, greet her." They lowered their heads and timidly spoke. "Hello, Miss Jiang." Jiang Xiaozi nodded, casually inquiring, "I am pleased to see you back, but I am curious. Why did you disappear at the subway station?" We were too hungry at the time, so we went out to find something to eat," one girl explained, her head bowed, appearing truthful. "Is that so?" Jiang Xiaozi replied with a sly smile. "Observing them closely, I heard from Sister Li that when you left, you had food with you, enough to last 2 days. Did you really run out after just one night outside?" Jiang Xiaozi raised an eyebrow and suddenly asked, "Do you have a large appetite?" Yes, I eat quite a bit," the girl nervously nodded, flustered by Jiang Xiaozi's probing. Even Sister Li and the women around her could sense the abnormality of the three sisters. A look of helplessness crossed Sister Li's face, but she remained silent, gazing at Jiang Xiaozi with trepidation. Jiang Xiaozi nodded, deliberately questioning, "You wouldn't intend to leave again now that you've returned, would you?" "No, we don't plan to," the girl replied, her head lowered, unable to meet Jiang Xiaozi's piercing gaze. "Open the door." Jiang Xiaozi wasted no words, gesturing for the women inside to open the iron gate. New friends are home. The iron gate slowly swung open, and Jiang Xiaozi led the women within the perimeter. Outside, behind the bushes of the complex, 2 men, armed with kitchen knives, crouched and squinted their eyes, watching the women return home. "Looks like there are some plump sheep here." One man licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with predatory desire. "This place is full of women. That one in the cheapao is stunning. If only I could touch her, it would be worth it, even if it shortens my life. I find this place a bit odd. Do old neighborhoods really have such walls?" The other man murmured, feeling uneasy. "This place resembles a military fortress. It might not be the easy prey we think. What should we do then? We can't just let those 3 women go. Are we going to lose them like that?" The expression of his companion wavered, and he gritted his teeth. Those 3 women mentioned that the boss here was killed by another guy, and that murderer likely used a lot of points to build this wall. "Let's go back and inform the boss. As long as we bring more manpower and equipment, we can match them. Besides, we have 3 insiders inside. If we can take this place, not only will we get those women, but all of these walls will be ours." After deliberating, the 2 men quietly left the neighborhood. Meanwhile, within Suyi's refuge, as soon as the 3 women entered the building, they felt a refreshing chill wash over them, causing them to shiver. "It's so cool." The temperature inside the building was only around 30 degrees, and it became cooler as they ascended. The drastic temperature difference raised goosebumps all over their bodies, making them tremble slightly. "There are many air conditioners running here. Be careful not to catch a cold." Sister Li kindly brought over a few pieces of clothing for the 3 girls, smiling as she explained. One girl, astonished, exclaimed, "Sister Li, isn't the entire city without power? How can there still be air conditioning here?" "There is electricity," Jiang Xiaozi replied nonchalantly, not allowing Sister Li to elaborate further. "There is electricity?" The 3 girls exchanged glances, shock evident in their eyes. Ina City plunged into darkness and sweltering heat. This building still had functioning air conditioning, as if life were completely unaffected. Was this still the place we had occupied not long ago? The girls felt a sense of confusion, descending into silence. Although they stood in a familiar environment, they were overwhelmed with a disquieting sense of strangeness. It was Jiang Xiaozi who broke the silence first. Scrutinizing the girls as she bluntly asked, "Speak up. What is your purpose for returning?" "Miss Jiang, they probably just want to go home." Sister Li attempted to interject, but under Jiang Xiaozi's cold gaze, she wisely fell silent. Yes, we only wish to return home." One girl eagerly nodded, her head lowered as she spoke. "We used to live here, and Sister Li can vouch for us. After we lost contact, we searched for Sister Li and the others. We scoured everywhere and could only return home in hopes of luck, never expecting to find you here." Before the girl could finish, the girl named Xiao Wang, standing behind Jiang Xiaozi, suddenly interjected, "You're lying. After we came out of the subway station, we were searching for you, and we nearly encountered danger. If it weren't for Sister Lin Yu saving us, we wouldn't even know where we are now. With so many women together, we faced peril. How could you three look for us and remain unharmed?" Xiao Wang's gaze bore into the three girls, who felt increasingly uneasy under her scrutiny, lowering their heads in silence. Jiang Xiaozi smiled, still unwilling to speak the truth. "It seems your resolve is quite strong. Take them to the basement." Jiang Xiaozi turned to leave, and Xiao Wang eagerly took the lead, pressing a steel spear against the backs of the three girls. "Hurry up, Xiao Wang. We all know each other. There's no need for this." Sister Li attempted to mediate, but Xiao Wang shot her a glare. "Sister Li, it's precisely because we are too soft-hearted that we've been bullied for so long. Miss Jiang told me that women must be tougher than men to survive in this era." Xiao Wang turned back, her voice sharp. "Move it." The steel spear pressed against their backs, causing discomfort. And the three girls grew anxious, puzzled by Xiao Wang's transformation from a timid, gentle figure to someone entirely different. This place was still familiar, and the people were still those they recognized, yet everything felt profoundly alien. In the dimly lit basement, the darkness was dispelled by the flickering light of torches. The oppressive heat filled the room, lacking the coolness provided by air conditioning. The three girls were led into the basement, where only a solitary iron bed leaned against the wall. Jiang Xiaozi stood beside the bed, her slender fingers tracing the edge of the iron frame. "This is your last chance. Why did you come here?" They gazed at Jiang Xiaozi with confusion, remaining silent. Jiang Xiaozi let out a slight sigh, raising her eyes to the girl guarding the three women. Xiao Wang nodded. "Sister Jiang, Xiao Zhang is bringing the items shortly." Moments later, hurried footsteps echoed from above the basement, and another girl with a ponytail entered, carrying an old cloth bag. "Sister Jiang, most of the items are here, but Sister Leah said there are some things she doesn't want to produce." Xiao Zhang handed the bag to Jiang Xiaozi, who nodded absently. Understood." The sound of rustling filled the air. Jiang Xiaozi emptied the contents of the cloth bag onto the iron bed, causing the women surrounding her with torches to turn pale. What lay within the bag was a startling array of instruments of torture. Iron handcuffs, iron skewers, branding irons, clamps, and daggers. Indeed, it was a collection of various implements of punishment. "Do you know, these once familiar trinkets of mine now feel foreign to my hands." Jiang Xiaozi picked up a delicate pair of scissors and casually began to groom her nails. "Miss Jiang." Sister Li's face was etched with terror as she summoned her courage to speak. Her voice trembling, We shouldn't resort to such measures, right? Will the commander allow this?" "Xiao Wang, choose one and tie her to the bed." Jiang Xiaozi did not respond to Sister Li, issuing her command with an indifferent tone. Her gaze still averted. "Yes." Xiao Wang hesitated for a moment, gritting her teeth in agreement as she pushed a girl forward. "Go. I. The girl trembled all over, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Jiang Xiaozi. This beautiful woman, who could employ such horrifying methods. It was clear to anyone what Jiang Xiaozi intended to do. One of the three women, unable to withstand the oppressive atmosphere, cried out, "I'll tell you everything. Please, don't torture me. I don't want to. I don't want to." The woman's cries echoed hauntingly in the basement. "So, are you ready to speak?" Jiang Xiaozi lifted her head, tilting it slightly, and suddenly smiled. "It's too late. I no longer trust you." Jiang Xiaozi picked up an iron dagger from the bed, shaking it as a signal. "I only trust this." Chapter 45. "Sir, I am not a woman who kills indiscriminately. Sui removed his headphones, momentarily puzzled as he glanced out the window. Just a moment ago, he seemed to have faintly heard the sound of a woman's scream, chilling and piercing, reminiscent of a character from a horror film. Was it merely a figment of my imagination? Sui stroked his chin, cast a glance at the computer screen, and ultimately decided to exit the game interface. Although Jiang Xiaozi had assured him that she could handle the three girls adeptly, allowing Sui to rest and enjoy himself, he still felt a twinge of concern. Perhaps I should go downstairs to check on the situation. Although nothing has gone awry so far, one can never be certain when these ticking time bombs might explode. Sui prepared to descend the stairs, fortunate to have a spare half-hour of outing time remaining. Just as he stood up and reached the door, it was suddenly pushed open. It was Jiang Xiaozi, gracefully gliding into the room like a breeze, illuminating the small space with her presence. "Sir, are you going out?" Jiang Xiaozi swept her hair aside, smiling gently. "I am at your service for any of your needs." I was planning to ask how things are progressing. Sui returned to the sofa, beckoning Zhang Xiaozi over. Have the arrangements for those 3 women been made? Have you uncovered their true intentions? Sui had allowed the 3 girls to enter precisely because he did not wish to be caught off guard. Since they had targeted the shelter, it was imperative to ascertain their genuine motives. He felt reassured in trusting this matter to the astute Zhang Xiaozi. Yes, I have fulfilled my mission. Zhang Xiaozi moved closer, sitting delicately beside Sui, her voice soft. I communicated with them in detail, and they revealed the truth to me. They indeed approached our shelter with malicious intent. You managed to extract that information? Do you possess hypnotic abilities? Sui asked, his brow furrowing slightly, leaning closer to Zhang Xiaozi to catch a whiff of her scent. Is that the smell of blood? What have you done? I accidentally got some on me after conversing with them for a while. Zhang Xiaozi looked down at her fair, delicate hands, then raised her gaze with a faint smile. There is no perfume at home, and the scent won't dissipate immediately. What kind of conversation results in bloodshed, torture? Sui blurted out. Indeed. Zhang Xiaozi did not lie, nodding calmly. Yes, sir, this ensures they speak the truth. I lack a lie detector. I must employ such methods to guarantee the authenticity of the information. Zhang Xiaozi spoke seriously, not intending to deceive Sui, even willing to be entirely candid. This aligns quite closely with your profession. Sui inhaled deeply, uncertain how to respond. An agent's methods of torture must be quite excruciating. He instinctively felt that this was somewhat excessive, yet Zhang Xiaozi's actions were all for the sake of the shelter. Rationality told Sui that her approach was indeed the correct one. In a post-apocalyptic world, being ruthless towards others is the greatest protection one can afford oneself. I still have much to learn. Sui sighed, and Zhang Xiaozi tenderly massaged his temples, whispering, Sir, there are some matters you need not inquire about. You only need to be aware of the outcome. And what is that outcome? Sui paused before asking. By the way, those 3 women are not dead, are they? One is still alive. Zhang Xiaozi replied calmly, then added, but she likely will not survive until tomorrow. They will all die. Sui was taken aback, feeling a sense of unreality. Just half an hour prior, he had seen the 3 women timidly lingering outside the walls, very much alive. In the blink of an eye, 2 of them would be dead. Sui fell silent. He knew he had to learn to accept such realities. If this was the price of growing up in the apocalypse, Sui felt it was all happening too quickly, too hard to adapt to. Sir, if you find this unacceptable, I won't do it this way next time. No, I just think. Sui lifted his gaze to meet Zhang Xiaozi's, smiling as he asked, if we kill them, how will we lure out the snake from its hole? There must be someone behind them, directing their actions, right? Yes, indeed. Zhang Xiaozi regarded Sui with a hint of surprise, prepared for him to reprimand her, but to her astonishment, he appeared unperturbed. At first glance, he seemed like a man of inherent coldness. Yet, Zhang Xiaozi could sense that Sui's heart was racing. Sir, he merely hides his true feelings, forcing himself to accept and adapt to the chaotic rules of this world. According to the intelligence, they no longer hold any value for survival, and their continued existence may even pose some trouble. Zhang Xiaozi composed herself and spoke softly. According to their account, they were abducted by a group of thugs at the subway station. And the thugs' lair is 8 blocks away from us. Among those thugs, there is a man who leads them. His peculiar abilities seem to allow him to control life and death from a distance, as well as inflict physical torment. Due to this talent, he has gathered a considerable number of followers and continuously captures isolated survivors, aiming to uncover the location of the shelter behind it. As for why they wish to find the shelter, likely to seize resources or to destroy it altogether. Those 3 girls were under the influence of this talent, unable to grasp their own fate, and were compelled to return here to act as informants to the thugs, attempting to breach our shelter. Zhang Xiaozi paused, absent-mindedly brushing her hair aside, continuing in a calm tone. According to the original plan, those individuals should have contacted them before nightfall. Now that it is already dark and the thugs have yet to arrive, they have naturally lost their value. Why do you say that? Sui inquired, seeking clarification. Is it possible that the thugs discovered our shelter's robust perimeter defenses and were temporarily deterred? If we are to eliminate these potential threats, we may still need those 3 girls to locate the thug's position. I have already extracted the thug's location. Zhang Xiaozi gazed out at the darkening sky and suddenly spoke. Sir, Lin Yu and the others have not returned. They are almost 20 minutes late. Yu's expression changed. Xiaozi? Are you suggesting the thugs must have already arrived, only to encounter Lin Yu and his group on their way back? Zhang Xiaozi smiled faintly. These thugs possess not only one extraordinary ability. Many survivors share similar talents. They also have firearms and a significant number of individuals, approximately over 50. Such a band of thugs would not be easily deterred by what merely appeared to be a thick wall. Zhang Xiaozi articulated her analysis, which solidified her belief that Lin Yu had indeed encountered this group of thugs. Given that we had already confronted these thugs head-on, the three women no longer held any value for survival. Though they had been coerced into acting as informants, I cannot be certain whether the thugs' abilities surpass their capacity to turn against us. If the shelter is on the brink of conflict, I must eliminate all potential threats within. Zhang Xiaozi elaborated in detail, speaking more than she usually did. Xiaozi, why do I feel like you are teaching a child? Sir, I merely wish to avoid any misunderstandings. Zhang Xiaozi lowered her head slightly. I am not a woman who kills indiscriminately, dumb. I believe you, Sui embraced Zhang Xiaozi, speaking earnestly. Without you, even if I knew something was amiss with those three women, I would not have been able to uncover the truth so swiftly. If my hesitation had delayed matters and jeopardized the safety of the shelter, that would have been the worst-case scenario. Your decision was correct. You did nothing wrong. He had no reason to blame Zhang Xiaozi. Zhang Xiaozi, employing her wisdom, has shielded herself from the threats of the apocalypse, completing all the arduous tasks without ever burdening Sui with the cruel decisions. Her loyalty has been demonstrated through her actions. However, this end of days is indeed rather. Sui inhaled deeply and smiled. Here I am, seated at home, and yet I encounter marauding assailants at my doorstep. Sir, you seem unconcerned about Lin Yu and her team potentially losing in battle. They will not falter. Even if they cannot prevail, they can retreat to safety. Sui waved the remote control in his hand. A smile of anticipation gracing his lips. After all, we are well armed with numerous machine guns. And no sooner had Sui's words left his mouth than the voice of Sister Li echoed through the corridor. Miss Jiang, Miss Lin Yu has returned. Chapter 46, Night Raid and Unexpected Joy. Sui rose and descended the stairs with Zhang Xiaozi. Upon reaching the ground floor, they beheld Lin Yu and the male soldiers brushing off dust and blood from their bodies. Lin Yu, Commander! Lin Yu lifted her head and saluted Sui alongside her soldiers. Lin Yu reporting for duty. Sui nodded. Leaning closer to Lin Yu, he lowered his voice and inquired, Did you encounter the enemy at our doorstep? Yes, Lin Yu affirmed, standing tall as she reported. Yesterday afternoon, after receiving Miss Zhang's mission, I assembled a 10-person combat team, departing with the refuge as our focal point, searching for potential marauders within a 5-block radius. While also scouting suspected locations storing vast supplies, we discovered a street market and witnessed a group of thugs committing atrocities, brutally slaughtering several survivors in search of supplies. Through our preliminary assessments, we unanimously deemed them suitable targets for extermination, engaging them and extracting further information about the marauders' hideouts from our captives. That night, we approached their stronghold, executing a night raid after strategizing, and concluded the battle by dawn. This morning, after relocating survival supplies within the refuge to a safer location, we prepared to return. On our way back in the afternoon, we stumbled upon a grain store, where we engaged in combat with criminals, which delayed us somewhat. As we were nearing our return during the evening, we discovered a large group of armed assailants suspiciously approaching the refuge, and to ensure its safety, we initiated combat with them preemptively. Lin Yu paused, raising her voice. Ultimately, we eliminated 20 foes, while the rest fled. We refrained from pursuing out of concern for the refuge. Lin Yu's robust report elicited envy from the women surrounding her. They too yearned for the formidable combat prowess exhibited by Lin Yu, wishing to proudly recount their own achievements. Indeed, Sui nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for Lin Yu to follow him upstairs. Xiaozi, you should join us as well. After a brief pause, he glanced at the male soldiers. Li Yang, take your team to the top floor and remain vigilant for any enemy movements. The rest of the soldiers will stay on the ground floor, paying attention to any disturbances beyond the walls, preparing for potential threats. After issuing these simple directives, Sui ascended the stairs with the two women. Inside the room, Sui settled onto the sofa while Lin Yu stood before him. Lin Yu, please elaborate on the adversaries you encountered this evening. Sui glanced at his watch, not lifting his gaze as he asked, Did you come across any peculiar individuals, perhaps those exhibiting extraordinary abilities or engaging in strange behaviors? Observing Sui's action, Zhang Xiaozi noted his skepticism. Although uncertain of the watch's function, she sensed that Sui's mistrust was not directed at Lin Yu, but likely at the male soldiers downstairs. Zhang Xiaozi understood that Sui held absolute faith in Lin Yu. However, if the intel provided by the three women before their demise was accurate, those marauders possessed extraordinary means of control over humanity. The soldiers were formidable, yet even the strongest could not be entirely immune to the bizarre talents emanating from various refuges. Strange behaviors? Lin Yu tilted her head, recalling. There was one individual who seemed to point at me during the skirmish, muttering something I couldn't quite catch. How did you feel? Sui raised his head and inquired. Did you experience any discomfort? Not at all. I felt perfectly fine. Lin Yu shook her head, stating, that person had their hand shot off by Lu Rue and then fled. Even if they possessed any ability, it likely could not be utilized. Sui nodded, examining his watch, and observed no change in its color. It appeared the male soldiers had not been affected by any extraordinary abilities. And concerning Lin Yu, Sui felt no trepidation. Lin Yu's loyalty trait was exceptionally potent, embodying the characteristic of a never betraying the refuge under any dire circumstances, based on Sui's understanding of the mechanisms governing the apocalypse game. Even if something attempted to exert control over Lin Yu, it would inevitably fail. What about the other marauders? Did you feel pressured during the confrontation? There was no pressure. Although they were well equipped with firearms and compound bows, their combat capabilities were quite lacking. Lin Yu shook her head, speaking solemnly. Despite their numbers, it was evident they were a disorganized rabble. They scattered before long, armed with guns and bows, and yet unable to injure even a single soldier. Their ferocity pales in comparison to Brother Li's crew, who at least fought fiercely against Lin Yu without considering retreat. Strange, was there an error in the intel? Sui turned to Jiang Xiaozi. Among the combatants, were there no gifted individuals? Perhaps the gifted ones are their leaders, holding significant status, Jiang Xiaozi cautioned. Although the captives may not be aware of this, I suspect that those possessing abilities would be regarded as strong within the current urban environment. Strong leaders would rarely engage directly in battle. Lin Yu likely simply did not encounter them, Sui nodded, closing his eyes in contemplation. Jiang Xiaozi refrained from interrupting, opting to await Sui's command. She keenly observed Sui's daily growth and transformation, including his decision to summon Lin Yu upstairs while leaving Li Yong and the other soldiers together. This was clearly a means for Li Yong to supervise the remaining soldiers while calling Lin Yu up to confirm more sensitive information. Should those male soldiers fall under control, Sui could assess their behaviors through both Lin Yu and Li Yong, enabling swift countermeasures. This was Jiang Xiaozi's interpretation of Sui's actions. She remained unaware that Sui's watch possessed an even more precise capability for gauging hostility. Sui did not ponder for long. He soon opened his eyes. Lin Yu, are you fatigued? Fatigued? Lin Yu blinked, instinctively glancing at Jiang Xiaozi, who subtly gestured for her to continue. Lin Yu quickly comprehended and proclaimed loudly, Commander, I am not fatigued. I can continue to fight. Truly, safeguarding the commander and the refuge is my duty. Very well, let us proceed with the night raid, but do not aim for total annihilation, Sui nodded. Casting a glance at Jiang Xiaozi, I believe this group remains unaware that Lin Yu is one of us. They likely did not anticipate our knowledge of their location, nor did they foresee us taking the initiative to strike at night. In the chaos of our night raid, they will surely become disordered. Once they do, we shall secure our safety, and the initiative will be in our hands. Sui sought Jiang Xiaozi's opinion, to which she smiled and agreed. What you say is entirely correct. I too believe we should take the offensive, extinguishing the danger in its cradle. Very well, let it be so, Sui decisively declared. I possess little experience in warfare, so I shall refrain from instructing the experts. Lin Yu, you and Xiaozi can strategize together. I have but one request. If the situation turns against you, retreat swiftly. As I have mentioned, those within the refuge possess their own peculiar abilities, and we must be wary of unforeseen setbacks. If conditions permit, you may lure the enemy to our location. Sui pressed the button on the remote control, and from the wall of the room to Lin Yu's right, the sound of gears whirring emerged, revealing a dark, menacing muzzle of an automatic machine gun. Our home can provide you with fire support? Sui winked at Lin Yu, who appeared surprised but asked no further questions. An exemplary soldier. She was acutely aware and never pried into her commander's confidential intelligence. Yes, Commander. Lin Yu stood at attention, her expression serious. I will complete the mission, eliminate the enemy, go forth, devise your plan. I only desire results. Sui watched as the two departed, leaving him alone in the room. It was now 8 in the evening, and the night had descended. The streets outside were enveloped in silence, the other buildings in the complex dim and devoid of movement. Uncertain whether the remaining survivors in those buildings had perished or simply dared not make a sound, the city was shrouded in an eerie stillness. Were it not for the chatter still occurring on the city communication channel, Sui might have mistakenly believed himself in a ghost town devoid of life. I may not be able to accommodate all 3 of you women. Sui gazed into the murky night outside, murmuring, yet at the very least, I can help you exact vengeance. You shall not have died in vain. There will be company on the path to the afterlife. Half an hour later, the soldiers who had just returned to the gathering point set out once more. This time accompanied by Liang Xue stood by the window, watching as the soldiers vanished into the darkness, having gleaned the location of the marauders from Jiang Shaoxi's intel. This time, their objective was to sow chaos and inflict casualties upon the enemy, all while meticulously gathering more intelligence during the skirmish. With ample intelligence at their disposal and leveraging Jiang Shaoxi's intellect alongside the combat proficiency of warriors like Lin Yu, devising a comprehensive strategy to annihilate the enemy in the next confrontation would be a straightforward endeavor. It seems I have indeed undergone some transformation. Sue sat on the sofa, reflecting on his recent psychological journey. Although the adversaries were merely a band of ruffians, my aversion to the act of killing appeared to have diminished considerably. Is this the mindset of survival of the fittest? Truly, humans are remarkably adaptable beings. Sue chuckled to himself, casting his gaze towards the computer desk. He found little desire for entertainment at the moment. Rather than idly waiting, it would be more prudent to engage in some tasks. While the warriors fought for their lives outside, was it really appropriate for me to remain at home indulging in video games? Sui pondered as he took a seat at the computer desk and launched a game. Time slowly slipped away. Soon, it was 11:30 p.m., and Jiang Shaoxi had yet to return upstairs, seemingly occupied below with establishing new rules for the women. Just as Sui began to feel fatigued from gaming, a series of new notifications suddenly appeared before him. Warning: your shelter's combat personnel are engaged in battle with another shelter in the wilderness. The battle has concluded. Your shelter emerged victorious. Your combat personnel are now occupying the hostile shelter. Occupation complete. Your combat personnel have destroyed a level 0 shelter, and you have inherited the remaining survival points. 1362. Item inheritance determination in progress. Inheritance successful. You have received a random talent lottery ticket X1, a talent enhancement voucher X1, a personal skill voucher X1, and a D-grade weapon, perfect compound bow, 100 arrows daily. Huh. Sui stared at the information in astonishment. Lin Yuan? I tasked her with creating chaos and launching a night raid, and she successfully obliterated their shelter. Wait. This item inheritance information seems off. Why do all the items appear to be exceptional? What kind of shelter is this, and who would leave behind such a wealth of items unused? Stunned, Sui contemplated a possibility amidst his bewilderment. Could it be that these ruffians encountered Lin Yu in the evening, lost the fight, and upon returning home, began using their points to stockpile for an upgrade in combat capability? Then, unexpectedly, Lin Yu seized the night to strike. Just as their leader had exhausted his points on items, leaving him unprepared to utilize them before being slain by Lin Yu. Surely, such luck cannot be coincidental. What incredible fortune it would require. Sui suddenly fell silent as a thought struck him. Lin Yu's opener. Trade appears to influence luck, doesn't it? Ah, a night raid accompanied by unexpected delight. Chapter 47. The Black and White Gloves of the Behind-the-Scenes Power Broker. Sui repeatedly read through the notification, confirming he had not misread anything. Furthermore, the inherited items and points had already been transferred to his shelter's inventory. Su even retrieved these items, laying them out before him. Random Talent Lottery Ticket. A special item that can summon 1 DB grade random talent from a shelter. This is a special item. The purchaser must first obtain purchasing eligibility. Talent Enhancement Voucher. A special item that can enhance one's shelter talent, guaranteed to produce a favorable enhancement. This is a special item. The purchaser must first obtain purchasing eligibility, personal skill voucher. An item from the point store requiring 2,000 points for purchase, granting a random personal skill, for player use only, with a level not exceeding C grade. Perfect compound bow. A D grade weapon, requiring 1,000 points for purchase. It is known as the sniper rifle among bows, utilizing a pulley system to conserve the user's strength while drawing the bow, and equipped with an accurate aiming system capable of effortlessly hunting large game. It comes with a quiver that automatically replenishes to 100 alloy arrows daily. Wow, this fellow is indeed formidable, with such a bountiful stash. He must be a major player on the leaderboard. Sui gasped in astonishment, pondering what kind of extraordinary qualifications this unknown adversary possessed to acquire 2 special items. Yet, Sui understood that both of these special items were not to be underestimated. If this individual were to use them, and perhaps even obtain a powerful personal skill along with a B-grade combat talent, that would be quite the game changer. Even Sui would have to adopt a turtle strategy, certainly not daring to engage him in direct confrontation. How should I phrase this? Should I say he is lucky, or perhaps unlucky? Sui scrutinized the items before him, shaking his head, a tinge of apprehension settling in his heart. Fortunately, Lin Yu had utilized her opener trait reward. Otherwise, it would have been Sui facing misfortune this evening. He did not immediately use the items. He intended to wait for Lin Yu's return. Especially regarding the talent-related item, it must be Lin Yu who activates it, so as to fully benefit from Miss Lin's fortuitous luck. According to Xiaozi's intelligence, the ruffian stronghold was a standalone villa in the urban area, technically categorized as a shelter. Since Lin Yu had destroyed the shelter, she should be on her way back. Not Sui waited for over an hour. Sure enough, he soon heard the sounds of voices outside, accompanied by the opening of the iron gate. It was Lin Yu, weary yet triumphant, returning with the warriors. Once again, she had emerged victorious. For Sui, this young woman could indeed be regarded as having earned significant military merit. Before long, Sui heard hurried footsteps in the corridor, and Lin Yu promptly pushed the door open. "Chief, I'm back." Lin Yu stood before Sui, vibrant and full of energy, the faint scent of blood wafting from her. "How did the mission go?" Sui appraised Lin Yu from head to toe, inquiring with concern, "Are you injured?" "No, we annihilated the enemy." Lin Yu held her head high, brimming with pride. They had some strength, but under the cover of night, they lacked any organizational capability. I handed my rifle to Lu Rue. That lad's sniping skills are indeed superior to mine, and he swiftly neutralized their resistance. But I also did well. I believe I took out one of their leaders. Lin Yu beamed, and Sui cautiously asked, "Before you dispatched that leader, was he standing there in a daze, staring into thin air, just like I often do?" "Oh, Chief, how did you know?" Lin Yu gasped in surprise, utterly baffled. "Chief, do you possess clairvoyance? How could you know this?" "Just as you described, I had crept up to his window without him noticing, and then I threw my military knife. And just like that, I scored a headshot." Lin Yu shrugged, pouting slightly. He was so careless. He was no match for me at all, indeed. This fellow was quite unfortunate. While he was busy indulging in his newfound points, enjoying his spoils, the next moment, he was met with a headshot and killed, unable to even utilize his talents, meeting a mysterious end. Sui, reflecting on this scenario, realized that had he been in such a predicament, he would have surely died with his eyes wide open. "It's true that they were no match for you, but that is to be expected." Sui nodded in agreement. "Regular troops are engaged in a war of survival, leaving behind only ordinary individuals. Their combat proficiency cannot possibly compare to yours. Even with the strongest talents, most survivors lack the combat skills of professional soldiers." Lin Yu's success in her ambush, while appearing fortunate and clever, truly reflects the genuine strength of a soldier. "Congratulations, sir, on your astute foresight. The hidden dangers have been resolved, and you can now rest easy." Zhang Xiaozi interjected with a smile from the side. Sui chuckled, playfully chiding, "Since when did you learn to flatter?" Zhang Xiaozi covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, offering no rebuttal. "How did the post-battle handling go?" Sui turned to Lin Yu, his inquiry detailed, ensuring he did not delegate everything to Zhang Xiaozi. Sui recognized that as the leader of the shelter, despite his lack of expertise in many matters, he must actively learn and ponder. There were no living enemies left in that villa. However, a few captives had been found, comprising men, women, and children. I heard from the captives that they were all captured to be mere meat puppets, controlled by that leader. I felt pity for them, so I took it upon myself to release them. Lin Yu paused, and Sui pressed further. "How did you deceive them?" "I told them my name was Lei Feng." Lin Yu scratched her head, a shy smile gracing her lips. "They insisted I was part of the Liberation Army. I told them I was not, but rather part of the Lei Feng Army." "Ha ha ha. Well, good for you. Lei Feng Army." Sui laughed heartily, harboring no intention of reproach. Seeing Sui in good spirits, Lin Yu cautiously continued. "Additionally, I felt sorry for them, so I allowed them to take some supplies from the villa. Just some food and drink that I figured we were going to war, and at the time, we were unprepared, so we couldn't carry much. Besides, the battle was quite intense, and the surrounding survivors would have surely heard it. I thought, even if I made another trip to the villa, a good portion of the supplies would likely be pilfered by others. So I might as well do a good deed." As Lin Yu observed Sui's smile fade, her own anxiety grew, prompting her to lower her head. "Chief, I'm sorry, I was wrong. No worries. You are indeed correct. We are heading into battle, where speed is of the essence, swift engagement, quick resolution, and rapid withdrawal. Even in victory, we cannot carry away an abundance of supplies." Sui waved his hand. Although he felt a twinge of regret over the resources, he could not bear to blame the exceptionally accomplished Lin Yu. If it is given, then so be it. Consider it a means of accumulating virtue. "Chief, you are truly kind." Lin Yu smiled. reassured that her superior was a benevolent person and would not genuinely hold her accountable. Sui sighed, having discerned that the three women under his command were indeed remarkably different in character. Liya was a taciturn individual, much like himself, a recluse engrossed in research without venturing outside. Jiang Shaoxi was a ruthless woman. It would not be an exaggeration to describe her as one who kills without flinching. Lin Yu, however, was an anomaly. Though she dealt with bloodshed daily as a soldier, she harbored kindness in her heart and could not bear to see the weak suffer. It seemed that henceforth, the more unsavory tasks would have to be delegated to Shaoxi. While Lin Yu could be entrusted with more straightforward matters, Sue contemplated this and suddenly chuckled. This effectively meant that he had both a black and a white glove at his disposal, ensuring that whatever he needed would have representation of his will. Upon further reflection, was this not the very plan that Jiang Shaoxi had devised for him? Jiang Shaoxi, who had remained silent, merely smiled subtly, standing with grace and poise, her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Y. By the way, that Lu Rue is a sniper, correct? There is no need to give him that rifle. Surely a sniper must also be adept with a compound bow? Sui pointed to the compound bow on the table. Let this serve as a temporary substitute for a sniper rifle. Understood. Chief, I will relay this to him immediately. Lin Yu nodded, preparing to leave with the compound bow when Sui called out. Wait, don't rush off. I need you to do something for me. Chief, please give your orders. Lin Yu turned around, standing at attention. Sue waved his hand with a smile. Come here, don't be so serious. Sit beside me. Lin Yu's cheeks flushed, yet she obediently took a seat beside Sui. Chief, is there a new task? Nothing so grave. Do you recall the last time you helped me with a voucher? I remember. Today, there is one more. Please assist me in using it. Sue handed Lin Yu the random talent lottery ticket, looking at her with eager anticipation. You have good luck. You should be the one to use it. The talent enhancement ticket and personal skill ticket would directly benefit Sui himself, so he could not rely on Lin Yu's fortune for those. Thus, the talent lottery had to be entrusted to Lin Yu. He was certain that her luck would be his gain. All right. Lin Yu nodded obediently, using the same method as last time. She tentatively shook the voucher in her hand. Use. In an instant, a dazzling golden light enveloped the room. Within moments, the golden glow spread like an ocean, and Sui's eyes widened in astonishment. This was no ordinary occurrence. It must certainly be an exceptional talent. Chapter 48. The Genius Doctor, former retired assassin with a mental illness. All attributes maxed out, the golden light did not last long. After a few breaths, it rapidly receded, coalescing into a golden humanoid figure before Sui. This was the first time Jiang Shaoxi had witnessed such a scene, and her beautiful eyes studied it with curiosity. Before long, the golden light completely dissipated, revealing a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a white lab coat standing before Sui. Congratulations. You have successfully recruited B-rank talent, Qin Shuren. B-rank talent. Lin Yu's luck had indeed exploded. Boss, greetings. The man stood before Sui, bowing respectfully. My name is Qin Shuren, your personal physician. The man's demeanor was cool, with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Yet his eyes betrayed an unmistakable madness and indifference. He did not exude the warm sense of security typical of other doctors. Rather, Qin Shuren emanated an aura of cold danger, causing Lin Yu to instinctively tense up. Her gaze fixed intently on this perilous individual. Personal physician? Jiang Shaoxi regarded Qin Shuren with keen interest, sensing an affinity. Indeed, Qin Shuren replied calmly, smiling politely. At this moment, Sui quietly opened Qin Shuren's data and glanced at it. Name, Qin Shuren. Age, 40 years. Type, Doctor, Scientist. Talent grade, B. Physical strength, 120. Neural response, 266. Stamina, 153. Mental will, 268. Self-healing immunity, 288. Talent characteristics, medical genius. He excels in the vast majority of medical disciplines, including surgery, internal medicine, and genetic research. Poison specialization. He prefers killing over healing. He is adept at poisoning but less so at detoxifying. Talent gift, assassin. He has a passion for killing, possessing exceptional and unconventional killing skills. He was once a world-class assassin who retired after falling in love with a woman. It is a rather kitsch story. Mental illness. His mind is unlike that of ordinary people, with formidable willpower, yet he is suspected to be mentally ill. He once had a colleague diagnose him, but that colleague was killed, leaving no one aware of his diagnosis. Value score, 895. A doctor with a mental illness. Sui inhaled sharply, his first reaction upon seeing Qin Shuren's data. A genius doctor who was a former retired assassin with a mental illness. Excellent. This talent's attributes were quite plentiful. His information was indeed pleasing to the eye, with 2 attributes exceeding 200 points, making his expertise readily apparent. You are quite skilled at killing? Sui regarded Chen. Pondering aloud, not through direct confrontation, but employing non-combat means. Indeed, boss. Chen slightly bowed, his politeness unwavering. May I inquire if this is my forthcoming task? I can provide over 300 non-combat assassination strategies. If the target is within this room, Chen glanced at Jiang Shaoci and Lin Yu. A faint smile gracing his lips. I could eliminate her right now. Huh? Lin Yu immediately grasped her handgun, swiftly disengaging the safety. Jiang Shaoxi's smile faded, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she scrutinized Chen. We are allies. We are all on the same side. Let us not get carried away, Sui quickly interjected, directing his gaze at Chen. A doctor who kills does seem to align somewhat with his professional characteristics. It appears that the treatment responsibilities in the shelter will now fall to you. Ah, so you are a comrade. Chen smiled, crouching before the table, pouring 2 cups of tea for the 2 women. I apologize for my earlier offense. I hope the 2 beautiful ladies will not take it to heart. It is nothing. Lin Yu holstered her firearm but did not take the cup of tea, nor did Jiang Shaoci. You may continue, Sui chuckled lightly. He has just arrived and has yet to familiarize himself with everyone. Such minor misunderstandings are inconsequential. A cup of tea is merely a gesture of respect, not respect. Chen paused before quietly adding, this cup of tea contains an antidote. I poisoned it earlier. Sui was taken aback, gazing incredulously at Chen, who set down the teacup, appearing somewhat innocent as he produced a small spray from his waist. This is my homemade neurotoxin. It induces paralysis and dizziness, with a potential lethal effect on those allergic to its components. The 2 cups of tea contain the antidote, which can prevent the toxin's effects. Upon hearing this, Sui realized that Chen appeared clean and did not seem to carry any obvious items associated with talents. It was worth noting that even D-rank talents would bring firearms, so how could a B-rank talent come empty-handed? After all this time, it turned out this fellow had brought poison. Lin Yu, Shaoci. Quickly drink up, Sui urgently instructed, watching as the 2 consumed the tea before he turned his attention back to Chen. Such methods should not be employed on our own people in the future. I was unaware. Chen rubbed his nose, a hint of appropriate guilt in his smile. Now that I know, boss, rest assured, I will not harm them. I will adhere to basic professional ethics and refrain from doing anything that would trouble you. Boss, however, if you could assign me a different task, I might be more motivated. Chen implication was clear, and Sui frowned as he inquired, what kind of task do you have in mind? Boss, you mentioned earlier that I would be responsible for the treatment within the shelter. Do you expect me to serve as a public physician? Chen shrugged, appearing quite helpless. In truth, I do not particularly enjoy treating patients. Rather, I prefer engaging in medical research. What kind of research? Human dissection? Absolutely not. Sui immediately rejected the notion sternly. Do not think of doing anything harmful to my people. You are to be a doctor. From now on, if anyone suffers from ailments, you are responsible. Should you fail to cure them, it will be deemed your dereliction of duty. Very well, boss. Chen could hardly conceal his disappointment. As you wish. I shall be a doctor, a healer of the wounded. Sui recognized Chen predicament, but was resolute in his decision. First, the shelter had already begun to accommodate residents, and as he recruited more talents, a medical system would undoubtedly need to be established. Second, Sui felt that Chen temperament was somewhat erratic and required restraint. Shaoci, please escort him downstairs, Sui instructed. Select a room to serve as his medical office. And later, have Lin Yu procure some medical equipment for him. Understood, sir. Jiang Shaoci nodded gently. I will make the necessary arrangements. Let us all retire. It is indeed too late, and one should rest early. Sui glanced at his watch and noted that it was nearly past midnight. Today has been quite a remarkable day. Although he remained at home, numerous events transpired within the shelter. Indeed, Lin Yu offered a respectful bow before turning to leave. Chen obediently followed Jiang Shaoci, appearing to comply with the arrangement. As for the remaining items, they shall be of use solely to me. I wonder what fortune awaits. Sui gazed at the leftover props on the table, a sudden amusement bubbling within him. That unfortunate fellow is truly pitiful, having unwittingly crafted a wedding gown for me. Let us give this talent effect enhancement voucher. Sui picked up a golden voucher, held it in his hand, and silently opted to use it. As the golden voucher burst forth, a radiant glow enveloped Sui entirely. Before him, new information flickered into existence. Chapter 49. Why do I feel as though I have outpaced the world in this apocalyptic version? Congratulations, by utilizing a special item. Your talent has received an upgrade effect. Homebody's Haven. In addition to the original talent effects, you now possess an extra talent upgrade effect that rewards stacking. Reward stacking. The more you utilize talent rewards, the greater the quality of the rewards you receive, with a significantly increased probability of acquiring high-level talent rewards. An upgrade effect related to luck. Sui tilted his head, examining the description with considerable satisfaction. The enhancement of talent rewards is undoubtedly a boon. Although the upgraded effect does not guarantee that each talent reward will be of a higher tier, it is worth noting that Sui is capable of receiving rewards daily. As long as he persists, he is bound to eventually claim a grand talent reward. Let us try this one next. Sui picked up the final special item, the personal skill voucher. He had encountered this item in the point store previously but refrained from purchasing it due to its exorbitant price at the early stage. Furthermore, its effect conflicted with Sui's shelter talent, which predetermined that he would not easily abandon the shelter. Sui pondered that even if he were to acquire some personal skill, the probability of utilizing it was exceedingly low since he rarely ventured outside. However, given that this item was a freebie, he thought it foolish not to use it. Sui activated the personal skill voucher, and a silver light appeared in his palm before seeping into his skin and vanishing. In the next moment, new prompt information materialized before him. Congratulations, by using the personal skill voucher, you have obtained a D-grade skill, Comprehensive Resistance. Comprehensive Resistance. Passive skill. Your body gains a slight increase in resistance to calamities such as diseases, high temperatures, and extreme cold, while your bones grow stronger, making fractures from falls less likely to. A D-grade skill. Sui felt a twinge of disappointment, having failed to secure a C-grade skill voucher. Moreover, it was a passive skill that merely enhanced his own attributes. From the skill's description, it appeared potent, yet the term, slight increase, dampened Sui's spirits. How much can a slight increase possibly contribute? For instance, at this moment, Sui felt that the room was not as cold as it usually was. He stood up to open the window, allowing the hot air from outside to flood in, warming him pleasantly. On ordinary days, such an influx of heat would send him shivering, but today, he felt considerably at ease. Indeed, there was some effect, albeit not very pronounced. He still felt warm. Sui shook his head, deeming the item unworthy of the 2,000 points it cost. Why did that unfortunate fellow not use those 2,000 points to upgrade the shelter? An upgraded shelter would be immensely powerful, capable of purchasing numerous rooms and essential armament modules. Sui stroked his chin, deep in thought as he opened the shelter's level leaderboard. He discovered that it was already the 7th day of the apocalypse, and he was the sole occupant of a level 1 shelter in the entire city, while others remained at level 0. How peculiar. Given the time that has passed, why has no one else upgraded their shelter? Sui furrowed his brow. With so many survivors in the city, surely there are others besides me who meet the upgrade requirements. Wait, perhaps what they lack is not points, but talent, or upgrading materials? Sui recalled the 5 upgrade conditions he had met to enhance his shelter. Initially, the points required were a challenge for him. However, for the marauding thugs outside, points would likely pose no issue. Their only concerns would be talent and upgrading materials. As for upgrading materials, Sui knew that these could only be acquired through dispatching tasks. There seemed to be no other means of obtaining them. And as for talent, while Sui's shelter boasted numerous talented individuals, most were products of talent rewards. The only exception was Jiang Xiaozi, who was granted through a national-level achievement reward. The recently acquired Chen Shiren was also obtained through a special talent lottery item. Thus, it could be inferred that talent units are indeed quite precious. Even that unfortunate fellow seemed to have met some special conditions to gain the privilege of purchasing such a talent item. For the rest, without a channel, even the most desperate efforts would not yield a single low-tier shelter talent unit. Sui lowered his head in contemplation, murmuring, "Why did that fellow not use the item sooner to recruit talent? Could it be that he had only just acquired the eligibility to purchase the item? Or perhaps, he simply did not have enough points, having recently scavenged nearby shelters to amass points, only managing to gather them last night?" Sui felt that his speculation might indeed be the truth, but if so, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this fellow was exceptionally unfortunate. Just as he was on the verge of reaping rewards, they were snatched away by Sui. What a waste of effort. The item is gone, the points are gone, and the person is dead. If that is the case, I am, indeed, vastly ahead. Sui's eyes widened. A surge of excitement coursing through him. Even if there are survivors with means akin to my talent rewards, the number must be quite limited. After all, at present, I am the only one who has achieved this, and the other unfortunate soul with a chance of upgrading his shelter has already met his demise at my hands. The others, even if they wish to upgrade, likely will not accomplish it in the near term. Considering the game mechanics of the apocalypse have not revealed stable means for others to acquire talent units. Why do I feel as though I am leading the others by an entire version of the apocalypse? The more Sui pondered, the stranger it felt. Talent units. Looking across the entire city, he was the sole possessor of a substantial number, while the other survivors had not even a single talent unit. In fact, they were entirely unaware of how to obtain one, and upon further reflection, it felt akin to a game where Sui was playing a beta version while the others were stuck in the public release version. The beta version allows for the experience of more game content, and once the beta testing concludes, it will be the turn of the public version to why talent is indeed SSS grade, and it truly holds value. Sui chuckled. He had previously underestimated his talent, thinking it overly late game, with rewards that seemed lackluster. It appeared somewhat unworthy of its SS grade status. Now, after a week into the apocalypse, looking across the city, it became clear that he was indeed leading by a considerable margin. While they are unable to upgrade their shelters, my tally of talent units has already surpassed the double digits. How delightful. Sui rubbed the back of his neck, grinning broadly as he reclined on his bed. Sleep. Only in slumber can time be best spent. He eagerly awaited noon the following day to unlock the next wave of rewards. May tomorrow's talent rewards continue to bestow upon him more talent units. Having recognized the scarcity of talent units at this stage, Sui naturally hoped that each talent reward would grant him more talent units. A restful night passed, and upon awakening, Sui found it to be 11:30. As he rose from his bed, he noticed Jiang Xiaozi preparing a feast at the dining table. She seemingly sensed Sui's gaze and lifted her head to look at him, smiling as she waved. "Sir, it is time to rise. Come wash up and have a meal." Her gentle demeanor resembled that of a devoted wife, perpetually evoking in Sui a vague sense of having settled down and started a family. What of Chinchuran?" Sui inquired while dressing under Jiang Xiaozi's attentive care. "Sir, he has already begun his duties. Working indeed. He seems to prefer not being under my supervision, having established certain rules and a work schedule for himself." Jiang Xiaozi spoke softly. "I observed this and deemed it appropriate, thus allowing him to proceed. For he is also loyal to you, sir, and I do not wish to make things difficult for him." "He has set rules for himself?" Sui, intrigued, took a seat at the dining table and asked, "What sort of rules?" He stated that he would rise each day at 8, working in the medical room until 8 in the evening. After that time, he will cease all medical duties unless you personally instruct him to do so. He also intends to take a day off each week, refraining from work and medical duties. Additionally, he desires access to Li Yu's research facility, as he seems keen to create something there. I suspect it may be a poison. Jiang Xiaozi recounted in detail, and Sui couldn't help but chuckle. Even in the apocalypse, this fellow is setting a strict work schedule for himself? Is it still a single day off each week? Truly, one is behaving as if they were a doctor. The physicians at this hospital are far busier, especially with the demands of emergency care. Sui chuckled as Jiang Xiaozi inquired, "Sir, may I proceed? If not, I shall have him change his ways." "No matter," he replied. "There are not many individuals at the shelter at present, and not everyone falls ill daily. Let him be." Sui shook his head. "It's beneficial for him to adapt for a while longer. By the way, what is Li Yu's stance regarding his research institute? Does she permit him access?" "Li Yu does not allow him entry," Jiang Xiaozi softly stated. "I cannot persuade her, and it seems she is currently engrossed in researching a new technological module, which I believe could be advantageous for the shelter, hence I refrained from letting him intrude." "Well done," Sui nodded. "Inquire with Chen Xiuren regarding what equipment he requires. Let the soldiers venture forth to seek it out. If they can procure it, splendid. If not, he must wait. His primary role now is to save lives. Matters such as poisoning and killing are not yet pertinent, so he need not worry. Right, today we shall nearly resume the exploration assignments for the shelter. We must complete 3 tasks daily, primarily to gather materials for upgrading the shelter. Sui's shelter now boasted ample resources, comprehensive tools, and a plethora of talent. He lacked for nothing in terms of sustenance. Yet he was in dire need of materials for upgrading the shelter. Sui contemplated seizing this rare opportunity to surge ahead, to ensure his shelter remains significantly ahead of others. Merely advancing one level is far from sufficient. If possible, Sui aspired to elevate his shelter by 7 or 8 levels before other survivors could upgrade theirs. "Understood, sir." Jiang Xiaozi nodded in agreement, and the two exchanged further dialogues. Time passed, and just after their meal, the moment for talent rewards arrived. As Sui settled onto the sofa to brew himself a cup of tea, a new notification abruptly appeared before him. With anticipation, he lifted his gaze, only to be momentarily stunned, causing the full cup of tea in his hand to spill onto his trousers. Ouch, damn it. It's hot. It's hot, Sui exclaimed, realizing his folly. I've burned myself. Ah, sir. Jiang Shaoxi, who was tidying up nearby, quickly rushed over, her eyes wide with concern. Chapter 50. S-Class Personal Skill. A dangerous entertainment. Please, sir, do not move. Allow me to handle this. Jiang Shaoxi reacted swiftly, retrieving ice water from the freezer and a clean towel from nearby. Rushing to Suyi's side, she widened her beautiful eyes, meticulously assessing the injury to make an accurate judgment for the next steps. As the head of an intelligence agency, it was unsurprising that Sui possessed some basic first aid knowledge. He only felt slightly embarrassed at the moment. Sir? Jiang Shaoxi lifted her delicate head, her expression devoid of shyness, only seriousness. How do you feel? Is it very painful? It's nothing, just startled me a bit. Sui lowered his voice, striving to maintain composure. Really, it's nothing. Should I summon Qinqiu Ren to take a look? Him? No, absolutely not. I'm perfectly fine. Without a moment's hesitation, Sui firmly rejected the suggestion, further emphasizing for credibility. Shaoxi. I received a new reward yesterday. My heat resistance has increased. I was merely startled. Truly, there's no harm done. I haven't even broken the skin. Sui spoke earnestly, and indeed, he was unharmed. Is that so? Jiang Shaoxi scrutinized him carefully, hesitating for a moment before lifting her head. Before she could continue, a voice rang out from outside. Miss Jiang, what are the task arrangements for today? We are well rested and have eaten. We are ready to depart at any moment. With that, Lin Yu pushed the door open and entered. She was Suyi's most trusted soldier, thus entitled to enter his room without prior notice. Fortunately, the door was at a corner, and Lin Yu could not see the current situation between the two. As Lin Yu approached the sofa, Jiang Shaoxi had already risen, and Suyi's expression had returned to calmness. Commander, you are awake. Lin Yu greeted Sui with a smile and a salute, then inquired softly, Oh, Commander, you seem a bit unwell, a bit flushed? Are you running a fever? Should I call Qinqiu Ren? No need, Jiang Shaoxi interrupted Lin Yu, shaking her head. It's merely the heat. I will adjust the air conditioning. Jiang Shaoxi's casual explanation raised no suspicions in Lin Yu, who nodded and turned to ask, Miss Jiang, what is my task today? Shall we continue with the operation? Lin Yu was eager to proceed, and Jiang Shaoxi had developed a detailed and long-term operational plan for the soldiers, targeting all the thugs and survivor shelters surrounding theirs. Given Jiang Shaoxi's methods, even if Sui did not inquire, he could surmise that it would likely be a swift and decisive sweep. If they encountered particularly troublesome survivors, Jiang Shaoxi would likely label them as thugs and dispatch Lin Yu to eliminate them. With Lin Yu's naive disposition, she would not ponder whether the targets were good or bad. She would simply execute her orders. Yes, come with me. Jiang Shaoxi glanced at Sui and slightly bowed her head. Sir, I shall attend to my duties now and will return later to check on your health. Ah, very well, go ahead. Sui nodded, adjusting his posture slightly. A health check? Is the commander unwell? It's a routine check. After all, the commander holds an important position and must undergo regular health assessments. I happen to understand some medical techniques myself. Ah, Miss Jiang is truly impressive. The two women chatted amiably as they exited the room. Sui reclined on the sofa, taking a moment to compose himself before lifting his gaze to the void. This culprit, Sui murmured, once more scrutinizing the talent reward information before him. Congratulations, you have triggered a high-level talent reward. Congratulations, you have received a talent reward, S-Class Personal Skill, Greedy Parasite. Greedy Parasite, an S-Class active skill. Entertainment Skill. You may choose any target for parasitism, must be a living organism, and you will certainly complete the parasitism without the target's awareness. After parasitism, you may randomly obtain a copy of one item owned by that target each day. Skill Limitation. You may only parasitize one target at a time, and cannot change the target until the previous one has perished. How is there such a reward? Sui murmured, momentarily taken aback by this reward. Initially, he felt exhilarated and pleased upon seeing the S-Class Personal Skill reward. Logically, at this stage, it should be impossible for him to encounter an S-Class talent reward. However, having upgraded his talent reward last night, he directly stumbled upon a grand prize today. Yet the issue lies in the fact that it is an entertainment skill. Considering the current situation, it does seem that his shelter is not in dire need of resources. Overall, it appears he is indeed lacking in entertainment options. Within the entire shelter, The only thing available for amusement seems to be a solitary computer, and he had already played through its single-player games multiple times. As he pondered what could provide entertainment, a vision of Jiang Shaoxi inevitably surfaced in his mind. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Jiang Shaoxi is a talented individual, not a plaything. Following this line of reasoning, it is indeed highly probable for talent rewards to manifest as entertainment-related rewards to alleviate his mental void. After all, for a recluse, sustenance may not be crucial, but gaming certainly is. Yet the question remains, how does one utilize this skill? Su-yi contemplated deeply. From the skill description, it indeed possesses considerable entertainment value. Regardless of the target chosen, he could obtain a copy of one item from them daily, with substantial randomness akin to a gamble, which certainly adds a thrill to the experience. With good fortune, he might replicate something of value. With poor luck, he might end up with a pair of socks that someone is wearing. The caveat lies in the parasitism. It is rather significant, as he can only select a single target, and replacing a target requires the previous one to have perished. This limitation is quite substantial, seemingly unworthy of its S-Class rating. Wait a moment, the skill description does not appear to impose restrictions on the classification of replicable items. Sue squinted. If I choose to parasitize a powerful survivor, might I have a chance of replicating their talents? Their skills, their items, or even their survival points? Sui's eyes widened, as he meticulously reread the skill introduction, discovering that his hypothesis was indeed plausible. For this skill, the range of replication truly lacks restrictions. Replicated items owned by the target. This item encompasses a remarkably broad scope. Anything can be referred to as an item. Thus, it seems I am left with no choice but to parasitize enemies. Sui murmured. After all, if I wish to change the parasitic target, I must first eliminate the previous one. This is a morbidly amusing and exceedingly perilous entertainment skill, one that requires me to treat human lives as trifles. Sui remained calm. He had already acclimated to this brutal law of the apocalypse. Killing had ceased to evoke any unusual feelings within him. Now, the pressing question arises. Who shall be my first parasitic target? Chapter 51. When there is a matter, consult the strategist. When there is none, consult. Aside from humans, it appears Sui has no other viable targets. Although the skill description does not specify a limitation to humans, in this current extreme heat, he has seldom encountered any living organisms apart from humans. Disregarding the wild cats and dogs, not a single bird could be seen soaring through the sky. Occasionally, a few mosquitoes flitted about chaotically, yet Sui refrained from approaching them to employ his parasitic skill. What could a swarm of mosquitoes possibly yield? Nevertheless, he decided to give it a try. Bored and restless, Sui struggled to find suitable subjects for his experiments. Would he resort to experimenting on the residents of his home? He had not yet descended into madness to the point of harming his own people. This group of diligent young women worked earnestly, proving their worth. There was no need to bring them harm. After much contemplation, he resolved to open a window and allow an unidentified mosquito to enter. The city, devoid of sanitation workers, had transformed dramatically. Teeming with flying insects, parasitize, Sui intently focused on the insect, silently reciting the incantation. In the next moment, he was suddenly overcome by a wave of dizziness, his body collapsing onto the couch, as he struggled to regain his senses. A terrifying realization struck him. His perspective and sensations had become disordered. He could distinctly feel that he possessed two viewpoints. One, the human perspective of a person observing a house. The other, the compound-eyed view of an insect gazing back at him in sheer terror. This was the perspective of a bug. Goodness, this truly was parasitism. I have acquired the viewpoint of an insect. Sui's heart raced with astonishment. No, this is too dizzying. It's becoming increasingly overwhelming. He clutched his head, feeling as though the very fabric of reality was twisting around him with the insect's struggles. Unable to withstand the sensation any longer, he seized a book and swatted the insect, silencing it with a resounding thud. With the insect's demise, the parasitic effect dissipated, and Sui felt a wave of relief wash over him. How absurd! Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself. This phenomenon, it seems, harbors latent potential, granting me the perspective of the parasite. Hiss, if I can select a suitable host for parasitism, what secrets might they hold? Sui murmured, acknowledging that while managing two perspectives could be disorienting, he could adapt with effort. The potential benefits of this talent far outweighed the discomforting side effects. Based on the results of his experiment, he concluded that he needed to find a survivor to parasitize, preferably one from a fortified shelter. In doing so, gaining an additional human perspective would not be overly burdensome, and there was a greater chance of reproducing valuable items. If he simply selected anyone at random, the results of the replication could be lackluster, rendering this skill merely a source of entertainment. Furrowing his brow, a name immediately sprang to mind. The Little White Bear Shelter. As far as powerful survivors went, he was the only one Sui had knowledge of. Upon checking the leaderboard, he noted that this individual still held a prominent rank, far surpassing others in the number of shelters destroyed. Exaggeration. He truly was the top player in the PK rankings. A veritable harbinger of death. It was clear that this individual possessed formidable talents, yielding significant effects. Were it not for his current inability to obtain personnel or upgrade materials, with the survival points he had amassed, he could have easily upgraded his shelter multiple times. If only he could parasitize him, the likelihood of replicating valuable items would undoubtedly increase. But how would he locate him? Sui pondered deeply. He could not simply call out in the chat channel, "Little White Bear, where are you? Come and meet me." That would be impractical, as parasitism does not equate to control. The target retains their own consciousness and can resist Sui's influence. In accordance with his strategy, he intended to complete the parasitism without the Little White Bear's knowledge, maintaining a dynamic where he lurked in the shadows while the Little White Bear remained in the light. Previously, he had wished to avoid an early encounter. Now, however, he found himself eagerly anticipating it. Sui reclined on the couch, contemplating before rising to seek out Zhang Xiaozi. At that moment, Zhang Xiaozi was in a second-floor operations room, assigning tasks to the soldiers for the day. Upon entering, Sui observed Lin Yu and others, fully equipped and ready to depart. "Sir, do you have any additional instructions?" Zhang Xiaozi inquired. She was astute, having noticed that Sui rarely descended the stairs. Each time he did, it was for something significant. "Yes," Sui nodded, gesturing for everyone to gather around once more. "Xiaozi, have you discussed the Little White Bear Shelter with the others?" "I have mentioned it." Zhang Xiaozi confirmed. "I consistently emphasize the importance of avoiding direct conflict with the Little White Bear Shelter during missions, prioritizing the gathering of intelligence on them." Aware of Sui's talent, she understood that the longer time passed, the more formidable he became. To fully maximize Sui's abilities, Zhang Xiaozi had set a defensive strategy for the shelter, planning to construct multiple defensive chains surrounding the shelter, advancing outward in a systematic manner. However, there is now an unexpected development, Sui mused. "I need to locate the leader of the Little White Bear Shelter. I have a method that can effectively target him." "Sir, may I inquire what this method entails?" "Parasitism." Weighing his options, Sui chose not to conceal anything. Those present were his loyal talents, bound by a shared fate with the shelter. "I possess a parasitic skill. As long as I can see the leader of the Little White Bear Shelter, I can complete the parasitism and acquire all of their hidden cards." Pausing momentarily, he added with a smile, "Of course, it's merely a probability, not a certainty. He'll possess all of their hidden cards." Zhang Xiaozi's eyes gleamed with understanding. She fully comprehended how extraordinary this skill was. If this were indeed the case, Sui's shelter would be invincible. "Sir, is it really sufficient to merely see the leader of the Little White Bear Shelter?" "Roughly so. I am still testing additional methods of parasitism," Sui nodded. Based on his preliminary tests, the primary condition for parasitism was to first visually identify the target. If he could not see them, the parasitism could not be completed. Zhang Xiaozi pondered briefly, and Sui gazed at her expectantly. "Xiaozi, is there a way? I understand this is challenging, but if accomplished, those individuals would undoubtedly be working for us." Sui cleared his throat, realizing he might be asking too much. The Little White Bear Shelter was notorious throughout the city for its mercilessness. Encountering them would be no easy feat, and merely approaching them posed significant danger. "That is not insurmountable," Zhang Xiaozi replied, her brow raised softly. "Sir, I will take full responsibility for this matter. However, I need to confirm something with you. Is it truly just seeing him that is required?" Yes. Sui nodded without hesitation, having validated this method of parasitism. "Good, I understand what to do now." Zhang Xiaozi nodded. "I may need some time. I hope you can be patient, sir." "Understood. I leave it to you." Sui nodded in satisfaction. Having a clever strategist made everything more manageable. Whenever a problem arose, he could simply consult the strategist, who would handle it adeptly. There was no need for him to be overly clever. He merely needed to learn to delegate authority to his subordinates, allowing him to relax and enjoy games while still achieving success. Sui believed this to be the correct application of his talents. No wonder the rewards for his abilities frequently benefited his personnel. It seemed he had long assumed that isolating himself at home constituted an invincible path. Yet, as long as calamity persisted, absolute safety was an illusion. The true path to safety lay in cultivating a powerful faction to envelop himself in the core of protection. Sue felt a sense of reflection. It was no surprise that Jiang Shaozi had initially devised a plan for him to become a behind-the-scenes overlord. Expanding his influence would not only allow him to harness more talents for comprehensive strength, but would also provide immense security. Creating an invincible shelter alone was merely constructing a hard shell. It was only through the collective efforts of many that a thriving sanctuary could be built, allowing one to relish the feeling of being an emperor in the apocalypse, commanding loyalty from all. After his discussion with Jiang Shaozi, she did not instruct the soldiers to immediately embark on the task of locating the Little White Bear shelter. Instead, she directed Linyu and the others to maintain their current operational tasks. Linyu looked somewhat puzzled but refrained from questioning further, silently resolving to gather more intelligence if she stumbled upon any information regarding the Little White Bear shelter during their explorations. The afternoon passed uneventfully. Under Jiang Shaozi's guidance, the women in the shelter continued to repair and bolster its defenses, utilizing various gadgets crafted by Li Ye to lay down numerous traps and warning systems. The only two men in the entire shelter who felt utterly bored were Sui and Chen Qiuren. However, Sui had a slight advantage over Chen Qiuren, as he had a new skill to contemplate. Although the discomfort of parasitizing non-human entities was less than pleasant, Sui dedicated the entire afternoon to persistent experimentation. He endeavored to explore various parasitic methods and different biological categories, seeking to uncover more nuanced techniques for employing his skill. Naturally, to ensure his safety, he was cautious not to replicate anything chaotic upon himself. Each experimental process was brief, ensuring he could swiftly eliminate the parasitic target, thereby avoiding the replication of insect wings or lizard tails. Before long, night fell. Sui stood beside the window, gazing into the distance at the gradually decaying urban edifices, his heart filled with a sense of lamentation. Thick smoke billowed from the industrial district of the city. Where it seemed a fire had reignited, faint echoes of explosive detonations reverberating in the air, hinting at yet another impending catastrophe. With less than 3 weeks remaining, this wave of apocalyptic heat would soon come to an end. Yet, he pondered, how many souls would still be alive by then? Nevertheless, the rewards for the nation's triumph had been distributed early, which should ensure the survival of a considerable number of the remaining populace. As Sui contemplated this, he suddenly noticed the entrance of the residential building below swing open, revealing Chen Qiuren emerging with several large burlap sacks in tow. The mouths of these sacks gaped wide, filled to the brim with water, food, daily necessities, and an assortment of trinkets crafted by Li Ye. What could he possibly need these items for outside? Chapter 52. Hitting two birds with one stone? Expanding outwards, Chen Qiuren's departure was certainly orchestrated by Jiang Shaozi. Although this fellow had recently joined the talent unit, Sui could discern that certain aspects of Chen Qiuren's personality mirrored his own. Preferring to stay home, he would venture out only when necessary, choosing to recline idly when unoccupied. It was difficult to imagine such traits belonging to an assassin. He appeared somewhat lacking in self-discipline. Yet Chen Qiuren was indeed like this. Just as Sui was lost in thought, Jiang Shaozi entered the room from behind, pushing the door open. Shaozi, did you send Chen Qiuren out? Sui gestured towards the darkening sky outside. It's already nighttime. It's rather dangerous to let him go out at this hour. Jiang Shaozi nodded in acknowledgement, but Sui disagreed. For that guy, I think danger is secondary. I'm merely curious about why he's taking all that stuff with him. An assassin skilled in the use of poison, venturing out into the darkness of an apocalyptic heat wave. The peril he faced was akin to that of returning home. It was improbable he would meet his demise outside. Sir, you may not be aware, Jiang Shaozi replied with a smile. A few days ago, Linyu and the others discovered a market formed by survivors, located 6 streets away from us. People frequently bring goods there for barter, day or night. In a wonder Chen Qiuren was carrying a plethora of items. He was going there to trade. Oh? Sui's curiosity deepened. What do you intend for Chen Qiuren to procure? Is there anything we lack in our shelter? Sui was aware of the existence of the offline market, having seen discussions about it in the chat channels a few days prior. Although the shelter platform provided online trading options across the city, many items could not be listed for transaction. Among the most unassuming yet essential were various non-edible materials. These materials could be table legs, construction cement, and steel bars, which did not fall into the primary categories recognized by the apocalyptic game mechanics, such as food, water, or weaponry, thus could not be traded. Yet, in a world where most technological means had failed, humanity still required these pre-apocalyptic materials to reconstruct their shelters. Sui had long realized that certain rudimentary technological methods and the ability to utilize tools, which humans had rediscovered, were permitted under the apocalyptic mechanics. Many survivors, lacking the means to upgrade their shelters yet feeling the need to enhance their safety, naturally developed a market demand for these materials. Aside from this need, sellers in the online shelter tended to conceal their inventories, often engaging in deceptive practices when presenting item information. Should one inadvertently purchase a misrepresented item, returning or refunding it was impossible. Survivors wary of being duped were thus inclined towards offline transactions, as seeing the goods firsthand slightly mitigated the risk of deceit. Of course, offline trading also bore significant risks, including the threat of robbery and loss of both person and goods. Each individual weighed the potential gains and losses. Our shelter lacks nothing, but it is prudent to be prepared. I instructed him to procure additional medicines and the equipment he requires. Jiang Xiaoci paused, smiling as she continued, naturally. I also encouraged him to promote our shelter's supplies more generously. More generously? Sui frowned, as he sensed Jiang Xiaoxi's intentions. You wish to gather intelligence on the Little White Bear shelter through trade? He inquired, recognizing that in populous areas, information exchange was inevitable. The online communication channels, crowded with people, were flooded with useless information that obscured valuable clues, making it challenging to obtain critical intelligence. However, the offline environment was different. If Qin Xiuren was sufficiently generous, he could easily lower the psychological defenses of buyers and sellers alike, allowing for the initial exchange of some intelligence. That is part of the plan. But not solely. Jiang Xiaoci nodded yet shook her head. Sir, offline trading is inherently fraught with instability. Everyone remains on guard, and I suspect this method of intelligence gathering may be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. While there was a possibility of acquiring information about the Little White Bear shelter, understanding more about their underlying details, or even making contact would likely prove difficult. So what is Chun Xiuren's true objective? Sui scrutinized Jiang Xiaoci, for he knew this woman would not engage in futile endeavors. Since Chun Xiuren's primary goal was not intelligence collection, what else could it be? To showcase our strength. Jiang Xiaoci whispered. Sir, I need him to represent our shelter and engage with the survivors within the offline trading market, demonstrating our capabilities and expanding our influence. When the time is ripe, we shall seize control of the offline trading market, Sui exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Not I. Jiang Xiaoci smiled slightly, emphasizing, but for you, sir. The sir had gradually adapted to this era, able to foresee her intentions. Jiang Xiaoci understood that Sui was no fool. He simply had not shifted his thought patterns in a timely manner. Controlling the offline trading market, this strategy could indeed work. Sui paced back and forth, frowning as he murmured to himself. By exerting control, we can radiate our influence. As long as we achieve sufficient fame, we can naturally make contact with the Little White Bear shelter. Moreover, presenting ourselves as the overseers of the offline trading market grants us the identity and position of merchants. Even the Little White Bear, despite his brutality, would not be foolish enough to eliminate us. He is tyrannical, yet not lacking in intelligence. He surely understands that fostering a good relationship with us could secure more stable channels for resource acquisition. Thus, by controlling the offline trading market, we could further obscure the existence of our shelter. Simultaneously, we could exhibit our strength, thereby facilitating actual contact with the Little White Bear shelter. So, Xiaoci, do you intend to use this trading market merely as a facade to conceal our identity? Sui gazed at Jiang Xiaoci, who shook her head. It is certainly not just that. As you bring more new allies, the pressure to provide for our households will naturally increase. A single shelter cannot ultimately protect an ever-growing number of individuals. We require more territory, greater voice, and increased armed strength to ensure your safety to the utmost extent. Jiang Xiaoxi's objective was simple. She sought the territory of the trading market not solely to engage with the Little White Bear shelter, but to leverage it to strengthen their own. This would simultaneously create a precarious buffer zone. Once the trading market was secured, it could siphon off much of the hostility directed towards Sui's shelter. Should anyone wish to antagonize Sui, the trading market, as an overt domain, would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the initial assault. In this manner, Sui's own shelter might not face immediate attacks, significantly enhancing its safety. Without external territory, if an enemy discerned the location of the shelter, Sui would have to confront the threats outside its walls. Although the safety of the shelter was constantly improving and fortifying, one could never be too cautious. Should the enemy prove too formidable, far surpassing the shelter's capacity to withstand, the inevitable breach would lead to dire consequences. Moreover, if one were to reflect deeper, once the trading market was secured, it could serve as a new springboard to attract more external survivors around Sui's shelter, uniting them in solidarity to withstand the apocalypse. Under Jiang Xiaoxi's management, these external survivors would not have the opportunity to meet Sui directly, much like the corporate hierarchy before the apocalypse. where the employees at the base of the pyramid could not casually encounter the chairman, yet toiled tirelessly for the chairman's wealth. Zhang Shaoxi's decision was a masterstroke, meticulously thought out with interlocking implications. The more Sui pondered, the more he found it to be a well-crafted plan. Indeed, it was insightful and considerate. After a lengthy silence, Sui finally sighed and spoke. Shaoxi, you are truly remarkable. This strategy, whether faced with danger or in times of smooth progress, benefits us without harm. Zhang Shaoxi was constructing layers of external protective power for Sui, providing not only physical security but comprehensive safeguarding. You are quite impressive as well, Zhang Shaoxi quipped, her beautiful eyes twinkling as she gently remarked. Whatever Shaoxi contemplates, it never escapes your notice. You can flatter now, Sui teased. I speak only the truth. Zhang Shaoxi's smile grew ever brighter. She genuinely believed Sui to be intelligent, fundamentally kind-hearted with principles, yet not pedantic in the face of danger. Sui could be decisively ruthless. Yet, when circumstances permitted, he could extend a helping hand to the vulnerable. Though he may occasionally exhibit a certain languor, he possesses the remarkable ability to discern many matters independently and harbors a profound trust in his subordinates. Daring to delegate authority, such a leader, perhaps not entirely flawless, evokes a sense of security among those who follow him. Indeed, with your presence, I can truly embrace the life of a homebody. Su Ishu reclined comfortably on the sofa, while Zhang Shaoxi had already commenced plans for the expansion of the refuge. Yet, this did not impede Sui's own intentions to relax and enjoy his time at home. She expands her domain, and I retreat into mine, with no conflict whatsoever. Sir, it is quite late. Shall we retire for the night? Very well. Sui rose and suddenly chuckled. Shaoxi, I have come to realize that I resemble Liu Edo. I can rely entirely on you. Shaoxi may not compare to Zhuge Liang, and the gentleman is certainly not as mediocre as Edo. Zhang Shaoxi lowered her head and softly replied, in Shaoxi's view, the gentleman simply does not care for competition. The gentleman may shun contention, yet I can procure what he desires. This unspoken thought lingered in Zhang Shaoxi's mind, and Sui did not inquire further. Intent on retiring to bed, however, Zhang Shaoxi reminded him, Sir, it seems you have not bathed in quite some time. The refuge's water supply is ample. Would you care for a wash? You make a valid point. In these few days of the apocalypse, I realize I have not bathed properly. Sui nodded. Prepare a bath, draw some water. It had already been arranged. The room downstairs had been transformed by Li Ya into a grand bathtub. Zhang Shaoxi gently opened the door, guiding Sui to the lower floor. The room had undergone a significant renovation, with the original fixtures entirely removed. Along the walls, a high platform occupied one-third of the room, enclosing a pool of clear water, with neatly arranged outlets visible at the bottom. As this, not a swimming pool. Sui's eyes widened in astonishment. Did Li Ya create this? She converted the entire room into a swimming pool? Indeed, Zhang Shaoxi affirmed gently, explaining, it was my idea. Li Ya drafted the plans and constructed the necessary components, while the remaining tasks were handled by the young women. I was wondering what all the clanging was about downstairs these past few days. It turns out there was such a delightful surprise. Sir, this is a surprise prepared for you by the young women, Zhang Shaoxi whispered. You provide shelter, and the young women feel grateful, wishing to do something to ensure your comfort. Indeed, an indoor swimming pool. I like it. Sui nodded in satisfaction. Although the pool appeared somewhat rudimentary at present, it was a promising start. With a swimming pool established, one could only wonder what other amenities awaited. Sui felt that the quality of his homebody life within the refuge was steadily improving. Sir, shall we wash now? You may step outside. Wait. Why are you undressing, sir? I must accompany you. Should you find yourself in peril? I must be vigilant. Her reasoning was sound, yet the sight of her in a swimsuit suggested premeditated intent. You were prepared all along, sir. This is merely a precaution. If you dislike the color, I shall remove it. Chapter 53. The medicine that satisfies Miss Zhang Shaoxi was exceedingly forthright, seemingly indifferent to Sui's feelings regarding her actions. Ultimately, Sui found himself, unsurprisingly, enjoying a luxurious bath. How should one describe this experience? It bore some differences from the playful antics of lovebirds, albeit nothing truly intimate transpired. Nevertheless, playful gestures were inevitable, though the initiator was not Sui. After a spirited splash, the night deepened. Sui returned to his chamber, feeling refreshed as he embraced the stunning beauty and drifted into slumber. He enjoyed a night of sweet, restful dreams until the following morning when he was awakened by the sound of Chun Shuren's complaints from outside the door. No, I must find the boss. I demand a raise. It is imperative. This is extra work. I toiled all night, and you want me to remain in the infirmary? Even if the diligent are rewarded, this is not how it should be. The boss would surely feel pity for me. Besides, no one here is ill. What purpose does my presence serve, appearing as a fool? There are young women who tease me, you know? They have no ailments yet flock to the infirmary. Chen Qiren's loud exclamations roused Su Yi, who glanced toward the door. Zhang Xiaozi's calm voice reached his ears. Lower your voice. If the gentleman wakes, I will not spare you. What? You cannot silence the complaints of the overworked. The boss is a good person. He would never condone your actions. Chen Qiren, undeterred, raised his voice further. I am 40. Half my body is in the grave. And you still exploit me. I worked all night. You deny me sleep. I must see the boss. I will report you. Chen Qiren. Su Yi's voice rose slightly. Come in. Oh, boss, I am coming. Chen Qiren exclaimed, hurriedly entering, his demeanor shifting to one of deference as he beheld Su Yi reclining against the bed. Good morning, boss. Su Yi gestured toward the teacup on the table, and Chen Qiren promptly rushed forward, bowing respectfully to pour tea into Su Yi's hands. You haven't poisoned it, have you? Su Yi sipped the tea, suddenly inquiring, causing Chen Qiren to falter momentarily. Boss, how could I ever poison you? One can never be too sure, Su Yi replied expressionlessly. You dared to argue with Xiaozi upon your return, and not long ago. You attempted to poison Lin Yu in my presence. What else are you capable of, boss? Chen Qiren lowered his head, falling silent. Xiaozi oversees all matters in the refuge. Whatever she instructs you to do. It is my directive. Su Yi set down the teacup and scrutinized Chen Qiren from head to toe. From what I gathered from your earlier complaints, it seems you encountered a new boss last night and no longer wish to work here? Boss, that is not what I meant. Chen Qiren hastily clarified. I simply feel overwhelmed. That woman, pardon me, I mean, Miss Zhang has assigned me a multitude of tasks that I cannot manage alone. Shall I offer you a raise? Su Yi nodded, inquiring, yet, in my refuge, there is no concept of a salary. What then? Shall I terminate your employment? Please, boss. Chen Qiren scratched his head, his smile growing increasingly awkward. Where else would I go? I realize my error. I shall not act so again. Su Yi remained silent, rising to attend to his personal hygiene while Chen Qiren quietly followed behind. Once Su Yi had finished grooming himself, he regarded Chen Qiren's reflection in the mirror and inquired mildly. Speak. What brings you to me? Surely it cannot be merely to complain about Xiaozi. You are quite astute. You recognize Xiaozi's position within the refuge. Boss, Chen Qiren scratched his head, glancing at Zhang Xiaozi, who stood at the door observing them. Lowering his voice, he confessed to Su Yi, last night, I went out, I am aware. Please continue. Su Yi seated himself at the dining table, where a sumptuous breakfast had been prepared by Zhang Xiaozi. Even though Su Yi might not awaken at this hour, Zhang Xiaozi consistently ensured a lavish morning meal awaited him, and then, I killed some people. Chen Qiren's head drooped further, and Su Yi's eating action momentarily paused. He lifted his gaze toward Zhang Xiaozi at the door, then scrutinized the downcast Chen Qiren. Chen Qiren, I recall Xiaozi instructed you to go out to expand our influence, to lay the groundwork for securing territory in the trading market, correct? Yes, boss. You killed people to expand influence? Did you not? Su Yi tilted his head. Was it for intimidation? Or were you compelled to defend yourself from danger? For intimidation. Chen Qiren's head remained bowed, and Su Yi sensed something amiss. This middle-aged man appeared to carry the weight of guilt. First, tell me, how many did you kill? 127. Chen Qiren stated the precise number, causing Su Yi to nearly drop his spoon. What nonsense! Su Yi's voice escalated, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Chen Qiren. Repeat that, boss. I killed 127, using poison, a small-scale neurotoxin. Chen Qiren kept his head down, unable to meet Su Yi's gaze, resembling a child caught in misdeed. Damn it! What kind of talent have I summoned? Su Yi covered his forehead, lamenting that it's one thing for Lin Yu's soldiers to kill. Zhang Xiaozi, as the head of operatives, would naturally face no psychological burden regarding murder. But you, a doctor, how could you unleash such carnage? Oh, I forgot. You are also a retired world-class assassin. What was the purpose of your mission, killing so many? They coveted what I possessed, and Miss Zhang mentioned it was prudent to expand our influence and showcase our strength. Chen Qiren explained in a hushed tone, prompting Su Yi to take a deep breath. Then tell me, how many individuals were present at that trading location? A total of 268 individuals, based on the intelligence gathered from the shelter, indicate that it is a relatively large trading market, while the remaining nearby markets boast a trading scale of merely 40 to 50 individuals at most. Out of those 268 people, You have brutally eliminated 127. You have effectively wiped out half of them. Sui clenched his fingers, striving to maintain his composure as he gazed at Qin Shiren, earnestly questioning, "Is this what you call deterrence? Is this truly deterrence? Have you annihilated an entire clan?" Sui felt as though his entire being had gone numb. It was not out of compassion for the deceased that he felt this way. Rather, he sensed that this plan was on the verge of collapse. Who among the good-hearted would dare to claim territory when faced with a ruthless killer like Qin Shiren? With everyone dead, what ground do you intend to seize? With everyone dead, who will you trade with? Boss, seizing territory. Qin Shiren awkwardly chuckled, attempting to explain. At least the territory remains intact. What a splendid notion of leaving behind territory. You truly are a talent. Sui raised his thumb in sarcasm, finally comprehending why Qin Shiren had quarreled with Jiang Xiaozi. She must have reproached him vehemently upon learning of this incident. Thank you for the compliment, boss. Damn. Does this uncle think I am praising him? Forget it. It's already happened. He took a deep breath, surprisingly refraining from unleashing his fury, which left Qin Shiren somewhat taken aback. Boss, aren't you angry? Angry, but scolding you is futile, Sui replied, shaking his head, his fingers toying with the spoon as he contemplated. These people are already dead. What a waste. You have killed these individuals with no value gained. You have neither destroyed the shelter nor acquired any heirlooms. Their deaths are in vain and will only incite panic, likely causing this trading location to become deserted. People are eager to engage in commerce, yet encounter a bloodthirsty maniac who would dare to trade here again. It's a pity. It seems we must seek another trading market. Sui sighed deeply. We need someone else to handle this matter. But alas, we are short-handed. Lin Yu and the others still need to gather materials daily, so to be more cautious next time. With your method of slaughter, who would dare to conduct business? Sui could not help but sternly admonish Qin Shiren. Many matters cannot simply be resolved through killing. Our goal is to claim territory. Does a desolate place truly qualify as territory? The purpose of occupying a trading market is to facilitate better transactions for everyone. We aim to conduct trade under our protection, allowing these individuals to heed our arrangements and revolve around us as an external force. Yet you, in your wisdom, have directly slaughtered half of them. Sui rolled his eyes, only to be met with Qin Shiren suddenly raising his head, expressing confusion. Boss, I have completed the mission objectives. What have you accomplished? To expand our influence, ensuring the trading market remains under our control, allowing more survivors to depend upon us and become part of our faction. Qin Shiren paused momentarily before quietly adding, the few who survived clung to my hand, weeping as they insisted on returning for trade tomorrow night, urging me to be present. Sui was taken aback, suddenly inquiring, wait, they begged you to return tomorrow night? Yes, boss. Did you conceal something from me? Did I? Qin Shiren tilted his head, appearing to have an epiphany. Oh, I seem to have forgotten to mention that the individuals I killed were reportedly from the Heavenly God Gang, who were also here to claim territory, having arrived 2 days prior to me. They assumed I was a survivor here to trade and demanded half of my goods as a stall fee. Feeling it was unfair, I eliminated them all. After a moment, Qin Shiren suddenly chuckled. As for the remaining traders, I provided them with antidotes. They didn't perish, but that group of competitors was wiped out. So, you performed a good deed by driving away competitors, providing protection, and securing the traders' reliance on us. Does that mean we have effectively taken over that trading market? Sui realized with astonishment that this trading market had already been targeted, only for these unfortunate souls to encounter the merciless Qin Shiren. Indeed, boss, I completed the mission. Qin Shiren beamed with joy, showing no remorse for his earlier missteps. This fellow has been feigning all along, damn. Sui turned his fury upon him. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Qin Shiren looked up, feigning innocence with a smile. You never asked. His grin was filled with the delight of a prankster. If I don't ask, you won't say anything, will you? Fine. Almost forgot. This guy is a lunatic. Sui glanced at Jiang Xiaozi outside the door, who appeared equally astonished, evidently unaware of Qin Shiren's actions. This rogue is doing it on purpose, deliberately providing only half-truths for amusement. Let this be the last time. Sui admonished sternly, pointing at Qin Shiren. Your capabilities are commendable, but such antics can easily create misunderstandings for everyone. Qin Shiren winked playfully. Well, hasn't the misunderstanding already been established? Sui erupted in anger. Qin Shiren, maintain a proper attitude. Yes, boss. Qin Shiren responded loudly, though Sui was uncertain if he truly absorbed the message. Tomorrow, continue your work. Keep an eye on the place for a few nights. Sui's fingers tapped on the table. Contemplating, you've killed those individuals, and trouble is likely to follow. We should observe for a few nights before proceeding. This approach will also strengthen our influence, though it will be a burden for you to monitor alone. Wait a few more days. If new talents arrive, I'll provide you with assistance. Sui lifted his gaze to Chinchirin. Next time you report, do not offer half-truths. If you have any requests, state them now, and I will do my best to fulfill them. Naturally, Sui wished to retain the recently acquired territory. This was a pivotal step in the plan. While securing the territory was not difficult, maintaining it would prove challenging. I do have requests. Chinchirin, unreserved, articulated his difficulties. Boss, I have nearly exhausted the poison I brought, and it seems there are no raw materials for medicine from Lia's side. If more individuals arrive to seize territory, I fear I won't be able to manage. Chinchirin blinked sincerely. He was a killer, not a superhero, unable to confront too many enemies without adequate equipment. Xiaozi. Sui turned to Zhang Xiaozi outside the door, who gazed intently at Chinchirin before nodding at Sui. Sir, I will ensure proper task allocation and arrange for a few warriors to accompany him. It's essential to guarantee absolute security. Yes, sir. Chinchirin, you now? Sui looked at Chinchirin and waved his hand. Go take a good rest. You need not stay in the medical room for these few days. Boss, is that true? Of course it is. Sui spread his hands. I wouldn't want Dr. Chun to think of me as a capitalist, squeezing you dry every day. You truly are a good boss. Chinchirin remarked sincerely. Then I shall take my leave. By the way, boss, this is a gift for you. I hope you like it. Before departing, Chinchirin placed a small box on the table. It was a white box, unmarked, and Sui felt a twinge of curiosity as he looked up at Chinchirin walking out the door. What is this? Medicine. Chinchirin's voice echoed from outside, gradually fading. Medicine that will satisfy Miss Jiang. Medicine that will satisfy her? Damn. So it's herbal medicine. Chapter 54, a more entertaining skill. Unlocking remote perspective, sir. I am going to find Lin Yu. Zhang Xiaozi lowered her head, seemingly unable to meet Sui's gaze. Softly stating, Lin Yu and the others have returned. Today's tasks require personnel adjustments, and some should follow Chinchirin tonight. Go ahead, Sui nodded, glancing at the medicine box in his hand before suddenly calling out to the departing Zhang Xiaozi. Xiaozi, what should we do with this medicine? Zhang Xiaozi's figure trembled slightly, and without looking back, she replied softly, It's up to you, sir. With that, she hurried away. Is it up to me? Sui pondered, touching the medicine box. Is this a hint? I can consider it tonight. As Zhang Xiaozi left, Sui returned to his blissful hermit-like existence. The day passed uneventfully, with the morning spent immersed in the joy of gaming. Sui had contemplated making good use of his talent skill to test it on an unfortunate survivor, but alas, the surrounding survivors had been cleared out by Lin Yu and the others, leaving the entire neighborhood devoid of individuals. Unable to search personally, he had to temporarily set that idea aside. Noon was approaching. Sui's watch timer chimed, and he glanced at the time before stretching lazily. He wondered what the day's reward might entail. Considering the current development of the shelter, what was it that he urgently needed? Sui mused. Safety is assured, talent is abundant, and entertainment options are available. What is lacking? Perhaps it is a means for the shelter's rapid expansion. As he contemplated, he realized that this possibility indeed existed. He had come to understand that the rewards from his talents were not necessarily aimed at Sui himself, but rather encompassed the entire shelter. According to Sui's development plan, the shelter is currently in a period of gradual expansion, and the talent rewards are likely related to this. After another hour had passed, a notification regarding today's talent reward appeared before Sui. Congratulations, you have triggered a talent reward and obtained a C-level skill, Eye of Nostalgia. Eye of Nostalgia, C-level skill, active skill. Upon activation, the user can gain the perspective of all residents within the shelter, with the duration dependent on the user's stamina. During the skill's duration, the user can additionally expend stamina to convey their voice to the current observer, which will consume a significant amount of stamina. Note, any being residing in the shelter for over 72 hours is considered a resident. This skill seems somewhat frivolous in nature. Sui pondered for a moment, contemplating. Is this talent reward a way of saying that I am too bored staying at home every day, thus granting me a reward akin to a heavenly eye, allowing me to see the outside world from within my home? For this skill, Sui's first thought was to gain the perspective of warriors like Lin Yu when they ventured out to explore. Although the apocalypse has raged for several days, the chaotic outside world is undoubtedly more thrilling than the monotonous confines of a bedroom, and of course, this skill can be utilized not only on Lin Yu and other warriors venturing outside, but also on every resident within the shelter. If Sui so desired, he could observe even when the young women are bathing. Naturally, he had no such morbid curiosity. This skill seems to complement the parasitic skill I acquired yesterday quite well. Su-yi meticulously studied the skills and suddenly realized that these two skills are practically a match made in heaven. The parasitic skill is potent, but its sole limitation stems from Su-yi's talent. Due to his talent, he must spend considerable time at home each day, which directly hinders his ability to interact with outsiders. The only individuals he can engage with are his core personnel, who are not suitable parasitic targets. For instance, at this moment, without suitable means or targets, Su-yi's parasitic skill might remain idle for an extended period. Without contact with others, he cannot complete the parasitic process, as the prerequisite for parasitism is at least encountering or seeing a target. However, with the advent of this E-level skill, Eye of Nostalgia, Su-yi can utilize the perspectives of Lin Yu and other outgoing personnel to achieve his parasitic aims without personally leaving the shelter. This talent reward is indeed what I urgently need. Su-yi felt a surge of excitement. Although I have yet to experiment with whether remote perspectives can facilitate parasitism, the emergence of this skill suggests it is likely achievable. Talent rewards never offer useless items. Since it has been granted, Su-yi is certain he will find use for it. He quickly decided to test it out. Su-yi shut down his computer, eager to try his new skill. Considering the time, Lin Yu and the others should have set out for a while now. I will first inquire with Jiang Xiaoci about today's task arrangements. Su-yi swiftly descended the stairs and sought out Jiang Xiaoci for the day's personnel task assignments. The young women were still engaged in repairing and reinforcing various facilities within the shelter, while Leah continued her research in her room, crafting different new tools for the shelter. Chen Xiaoran was fast asleep in his room, while 3 warriors were assigned to 3 exploratory tasks. The remaining 8 warriors, including Lin Yu, were divided into 3 combat teams of 3 to carry out routine external tasks such as exploration, inspection, and patrolling. Sir, you usually show little interest in these matters. Why are you so concerned today? Jiang Xiaoci inquired curiously after detailing the task arrangements. I have obtained something remarkable and entertaining, Su-yi replied with a mysterious smile, then hurried upstairs, silently invoking his skill. Using the skill Eye of Nostalgia, he focused on the target resident, Lin Yu. As Su-yi activated his skill, he felt a strange luminosity before his eyes. Soon, sitting on the sofa, he felt as if he had gone blind, engulfed in darkness. After a few breaths, his vision returned, but he was no longer in his bedroom. Instead, he perceived a constantly shifting perspective from the outside world. Judging from the imagery, this was likely Lin Yu's viewpoint as she cautiously scanned her surroundings, leading her team with a series of stops and starts. The environment appeared to be a street within a residential complex, surrounded by dilapidated greenery, with the cracked pavement beneath her feet. Beside her were 2 warriors from the gathering, the sniper Lu Rue and the communications soldier Li Yong. This experience was incredibly novel. Su-yi felt as if he were seated on a sofa, donning a virtual reality headset, engrossed in an ultra-realistic exploration game. He attentively monitored his stamina and found it to be only slightly diminished. Maintaining a spirit of experimentation, he silently projected his voice to Lin Yu. Lin Yu? Lin Yu. As Lin Yu walked briskly, she abruptly halted, her gaze sharp as she scanned her surroundings, her body tensing, and her weapon adjusting direction with her line of sight. The 2 warriors also sensed Lin Yu's unease. Sniper Lu Rue swiftly vaulted over the fitness equipment in the complex and concealed himself within the foliage. Communications soldier Li Yong quickly positioned himself behind Lin Yu, forming a seamless defensive posture. Team leader, what is happening? Li Yong asked in a hushed tone while scanning the area cautiously. Is there an enemy presence? I can hear the commander's voice, Lin Yu replied, lowering her voice and squinting slightly. This is not a hallucination. I truly heard it. The commander is at home. How can I hear his voice without a communication device? I recall the commander mentioned that many survivors possess unique abilities. This might mean we are being targeted. Someone is impersonating the commander to communicate with me. Chapter 55. The comprehensive purge plan for the community. The soldier's rescue. Su-yi was taken aback. He realized he could not only see Lin Yu's perspective, but also hear the sounds around her. However, Lin Yu seemed overly vigilant, not responding to Su-yi's voice. Assuming it was merely a survivor's talent, Lin Yu, it's really me. I have acquired a new skill that allows me to share your perspective. Su-yi attempted to project more sound, sensing his stamina depleting. Yet not significantly, he could sustain it. Indeed, someone is targeting us. Lin Yu became increasingly alert, her body bristling with tension, ready to fire at any moment. That voice and tone are identical to the commander's. Li Yong, stay alert. If you hear any sounds, be cautious not to trust them blindly. There are many extraordinary abilities among the survivors in this city. I have witnessed the undead. Lin Yu continued to ignore him. persistently scanning her surroundings with a fierce gaze. This young woman is far too cautious, Sui mused, yet it is a good trait. For a warrior venturing out to explore, being overly careful is certainly preferable to being reckless. Lin Yu, it's truly mead. As Sui observed Lin Yu's silence, he took a deep breath and deployed his trump card. When you were injured before, I took care of you. You have 2 moles on the inner side of your thigh. And they are hairless. Commander, Lin Yu exclaimed in shock, her eyes widening. It really is the commander. This secret was known only to Sui and Li Ye within the entire shelter, as Lin Yu had only been injured that once. And only Sui and Li Ye had seen her body. Now do you believe me? Sui smiled helplessly. I can now share your perspective. This is my new skill. However, I cannot communicate with you too frequently, as it will quickly deplete my stamina. I can hear what you say and see what you see. I intend to use this perspective to seek suitable parasitic targets. Sui endeavored to keep his explanation brief. Lin Yu's beautiful eyes glimmered with astonishment, finding it hard to believe, yet gradually accepting the situation. As long as it is truly the commander, that is sufficient. Naturally, she still harbored some lingering caution. Merely nodding silently and whispering, understood, Commander. We will observe first and confirm in person once we return. Is it really the commander? Li Yang inquired from the side. Lin Yu shook her head and nodded. First, we execute the mission, and we'll discuss it later. Stand down, understood. Lu Rui prepared to emerge from the foliage, but Lin Yu raised her hand to stop him. Stay with us. Conceal yourself. The objective for today's team is to thoroughly search the community where our shelter is located. There are many buildings here and plenty of cover. Lu Rui's concealment will prove more advantageous. Lin Yu explained this not only for the benefit of her team, but also for Sui to hear. If this were not truly the commander, knowing that a sniper was hidden within their ranks would certainly raise concerns. Sui remained silent, merely observing Lin Yu's commands and arrangements. After issuing her orders, Lin Yu began to move towards the room on her left. Our shelter is in Building 6 of this community. It is known that there are a total of 12 buildings here. We will start our search from the first building. We aim to inspect all floors before nightfall. Remember Miss Jiang's orders. Strive to expand our influence and ensure the safety of the area surrounding the shelter. Although Miss Jiang has permitted us to fire freely, we should avoid harming anyone unless they are truly malicious. Lin Yu's approach to matters exhibited more compassion compared to the other 10 warriors. If they were to encounter the elderly, weak, or sick, even if they displayed hostility, Lin Yu might find it difficult to take action. This is also the reason why Zhang Xiaozi entrusted Lin Yu with the task of searching the entire community. She intended to leverage Lin Yu's amiable nature to send a friendly signal to any potential survivors within the vicinity. Of course, even if misunderstandings arose or if Lin Yu became a target and failed to swiftly neutralize the threat, Zhang Xiaozi could seamlessly arrange for the remaining soldiers to address the danger, while simultaneously admonishing Lin Yu for her benevolence, reminding her not to repeat such an oversight. Although the community where Sui resided was somewhat dilapidated, it sprawled over a considerable area, with generous distances between each building. Lin Yu's team did not conceal their presence or actions. She cautiously approached the ground floor, systematically searching each unit. Is anyone inside? We are fellow survivors from the community, and we mean no harm. We are merely here to unite in resisting the apocalypse. Lin Yu gently tapped on the door with the insulated butt of her rifle, raising her voice as she inquired. Standing some distance behind her was Li Yang, armed and vigilant, their positions allowing for mutual support. I understand that you may be on guard, but if anyone wishes to make contact with us, please come to Building 6, the one surrounded by a wall. We are soldiers. We promise to provide protection, food, and water, and are committed to restoring the original peaceful order of the community. Lin Yu called out several times, but the ground floor remained silent. She turned to continue her search on the upper levels. Lin, should we break the door down and take a look? There is no need, Lin Yu replied. Miss Jiang has instructed us not to leave a negative impression on any potential survivors, as that would be detrimental to our refuge's reputation. She shook her head. Miss Jiang said we should appropriately reveal our military identity. As for the choice, let the survivors inside decide for themselves. Zhang Xiaozi's strategy for the community search was, in its initial phase, relatively gentle. However, based on Lin Yu's understanding of her, she knew that Zhang Xiaozi's subsequent methods would undoubtedly be quite brutal. This was a strategy of presenting courtesy before resorting to force, and Lin Yu hoped to gather the survivors during this milder phase of Zhang Xiaozi's approach. One should not provoke this woman. She intended to thoroughly cleanse the community within 2 days. Should that time frame pass, she would wield the slaughtering knife without hesitation. Fortunately, Lin Yu's concerns did not linger for long. Upon reaching the second floor, A timid and panicked voice emerged from one of the apartments she knocked on. You? You really are soldiers? Yes. Liars. You are deceivers. The soldiers have all gone to the Apocalypse War instance. There are no regular troops left in the country. We are not the People's Liberation Army, and we certainly will not harm you, Lin Yu replied earnestly. If you need rescue, please open the door. If not, we will take our leave. Creak. The old wooden door slowly opened, revealing a woman with disheveled hair, her skeptical gaze scrutinizing Lin Yu from behind the security door. Hello? Lin Yu maintained a serious expression, holding her rifle firmly, standing tall and straight. Dressed in military camouflage, her appearance was indistinguishable from the soldiers the people of Huaxia had encountered before. Her righteous demeanor and resolute gaze naturally inspired trust and reliance. Is it really, soldiers? A female soldier? The woman inside murmured, and a boy's voice could be faintly heard. Mom, this is a rescue. They truly are reinforcements. No, it's too dangerous. We don't know her background. If we open the door and she turns out to be a villain, what then? She has a gun. If she wanted to kill us, she would have already barged in. We have nothing left to eat, just half a bucket of instant noodles. What can she take from us? We only have our lives to spare. Perhaps the apocalypse doesn't need female soldiers? If she really is a soldier, we might just be saved. A brief argument ensued inside, but soon the woman opened the door wider, stepping into view and blocking 3 older boys behind her. Lin Yu glanced and noted that they appeared to be middle school-age children. Minors. Sui had already learned through the chat channel that, at the onset of the apocalypse, minors lacking self-protection capabilities and elderly individuals unable to care for themselves would not have independent shelters but would remain with their direct relatives in the same refuge. Lin Yu was well aware of this and found no surprise in it. She simply nodded at the woman. Hello, I am here to rescue you. You really are soldiers, the woman exclaimed in astonishment, hesitating for a moment before slowly opening the security door. For the people of Huaxia, those wielding firearms were not necessarily villains. If dressed in military attire, they could very well be the saviors of the people. If she could confirm Lin Yu's professional identity, there would be no doubt that she was the most trustworthy person. I might not trust my family, but I will definitely trust the nation's soldiers. This sentiment held true across the globe. Chapter 56. Comrade, I am also a disaster victim. The security door swung open, and the woman perceived no hostile actions from Lin Yu. With her rifle pointed downward, Lin Yu addressed her. Are there only these individuals in your home? Is there anything you need to gather? If possible, I can take you to Building 6, where our gathering site is located. We can provide safety for survivors who lack self-protection capabilities. If you are unwilling to go, we will not force you, but I do need to complete basic information registration. Lin Yu diligently adhered to the task procedures, striving to convey her goodwill. You are here to rescue us? The woman's eyes widened in disbelief as she hurriedly asked, How many of you have come? Has the main force entered the city? When will we be liberated? There is no main force. Our numbers are limited, Lin Yu replied patiently. For now, we can only strive to ensure the safety of the survivors in this community. So it's not a rescue mission into the city. The woman's face fell, disappointment washing over her as she realized the anticipated army's arrival had not materialized. The great savior had not come. Only a woman who seemed like a soldier had arrived. Oh, and a male soldier stood beside her. Then what if we choose not to go with you? A boy behind the woman spoke timidly, his words direct. You are not the People's Liberation Army. I don't believe you. I apologize, but military control must be enforced in this community. All survivors are to be collected to Building 6 for unified management and distribution. Li Yang interjected sternly, preventing Lin Yu from needing to explain. This is a task order signed by our superior. We can provide safety, but for the sake of more survivors and the safety of our superior, we cannot allow any unstable factors to jeopardize this security. Lin Yu remained silent, aware that Li Yang felt she had been too lenient with this group of individuals, potentially hindering the efficiency of their mission. Are you willing to come with us? Li Yang inquired. The woman hesitated slightly, then gritted her teeth and nodded. You are all soldiers. It must be the same. I will go with you. Besides, there is hardly anything to eat at home. Will you have food there? Is there a distribution of provisions? Yes, but you won't receive anything for free, Li Yang confirmed. We operate on a labor distribution basis. No one will eat without working. The apocalypse has arrived and resources in the refuge are limited. Of course, we won't make you do anything dangerous. At most, it will be cleaning and reinforcing the defenses of the walls. All right, I understand. The woman nodded repeatedly. The nation is in trouble, and it's not easy for you either. We will follow your arrangements and accept the distribution, HM. Li Yang nodded, about to speak when suddenly the neighboring door swung open. Stop! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! a bare-chested, portly man emerged, raising his hands and shouting, "Comrades, I am also a disaster victim. Don't leave me behind." Li Yang frowned. "Have you been eavesdropping this whole time?" "What do you mean by eavesdropping? How could you speak like that, comrade?" the man retorted, rolling his eyes in displeasure. "Aren't you here to rescue me? I am cooperating voluntarily. I'm not making it difficult for you. Isn't he that good?" Li Yang was momentarily at a loss for words, if one were to put it that way. He indeed had a point. This man was quite self-aware and spared Li Yang the trouble of knocking on more doors. "All right, Lin, let us continue our search," Li Yang suggested, glancing at Lin Yu. She nodded, turning to lead the team onward. Over the course of 3 hours of searching, Lin Yu managed to uncover a substantial number of survivors in the community.in, just the first building. A total of 25 individuals were found, with at least half of the shelters opening their doors. Naturally, their conditions were not particularly favorable, as most were short on supplies and struggling to survive. After completing the search of the first building, Lin Yu returned, escorting this group back to the refuge. Zhang Xiaozi had already arranged for Sister Li to wait near the city wall. Upon seeing Lin Yu return, Sister Li's eyes brightened as she called out to the survivors following Lin Yu. Come, line up here. Each person needs to register their information, including family details, member information, profession, age, and so forth. You must also disclose your skills. There will be no room for intentional concealment here, as that will disrupt future arrangements. Anyone found deliberately withholding information will be expelled. Sister Li called out loudly, and among the crowd of survivors, a few women suddenly expressed astonishment. Huh? Isn't that Sister Li? Look, it really is Old Li. I can't believe Old Li is here. I told you, the People's Liberation Army must have come. What is Lao Li's identity? She is a member of the neighborhood committee, so naturally, she will be handling matters here. Alas, Lao Li, why did you not mention this earlier? I have suffered from hunger at home for several days. Many survivors in the group seem to recognize Sister Li, greeting her with enthusiasm. Sister Li, too, appears transformed, her face radiant with joy, as she orchestrates the proceedings around her, seemingly reclaiming the glory of her days spent mingling with neighbors in times of peace. It seems that Zhang Xiaozi's personnel arrangements are quite astute. Sui has already cancelled his skills, standing by the window, gazing downward. Bringing Sister Li in to oversee the reception will undoubtedly alleviate the remaining survivors' wariness. Successfully gathering the survivors from the community not only reduces the uncontrollable dangers that may arise around the shelter, but also enhances the numerical advantage within it, bolstering the collective strength available for mobilization. Sui has undergone significant changes. He can easily discern Zhang Xiaozi's intentions behind this arrangement. By bringing the survivors in through Lin Yu's military identity and soothing them with Sister Li's former profession, it becomes remarkably easy to rally external support for the shelter, thereby attracting more manpower. After all, the strength of any faction is often judged by its numbers. Moreover, in Zhang Xiaozi's overall development plan for the shelter, it is imperative to establish a force of Suyi's own. Come, everyone is from the same neighborhood. We are all familiar faces, so let us dispense with formalities. Sister Li beams with a smile, appearing quite adept at her task. However, let me make one thing clear. Everyone knows my character. I expect you to follow my lead without disrupting the order. Otherwise, before the commander has a chance to speak, I, Lao Li, will be the first to take action. Please cooperate with my work, form an orderly line, and refrain from causing a commotion. Let us strive to showcase the exemplary qualities of our community. While Sister Li is coordinating matters, Lin Yu has already taken her team members to quietly depart, continuing their search in the remaining buildings. Lin Yu operates with remarkable efficiency. In just one afternoon, she has completed a thorough search of 10 buildings, bringing back over 300 survivors. From Suyi's perspective, it is evident that the majority of these survivors are exceedingly cooperative. Essentially, as long as Lin Yu knocks on a door and stands at the entrance, her feminine identity and commanding presence ensure that she can easily gather those hiding within the shelter. Viewed from another angle, this truly represents a bloodless conquest of a significant portion of the neighborhood shelters. Sui cannot help but marvel at Zhang Xiaozi's cunning. She has completely grasped the public's trust in the military during this era, cleverly assigning Lin Yu to carry out the task with minimal effort, thus securing a substantial portion of the community within a mere day. What astounds Sui even more is that throughout the entire afternoon, he has been frequently checking the color of his watch, which has consistently displayed blue. This signifies that among these 300 or so survivors, there is no malice towards Suyi's shelter. They all harbor trust and reliance. This seems incredible, yet upon reflection, it makes perfect sense. Had Sui encountered the military entering the city on the first day of the apocalypse, he might have followed suit with the soldiers. After all, at that time, he had not yet truly experienced the rewards of his abilities. He would never have relinquished his hope for rescue over an unrealized prospect. In the face of the military's arrival, any hesitation, even for a second, would constitute a disrespect toward the soldiers. This is all too smooth. As Sui watches the nightfall gradually envelop the surroundings, he muses. Has the entire community been so effortlessly organized and managed? Are we all cooperating so well? This truly places a bit of pressure on me. He sighs deeply, suddenly feeling the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders. This unconditional trust the people place in the shelter stems primarily from the identity of being soldiers. However, Lin Yu and her team are not the original military personnel of this world. There lies a misunderstanding, as Zhang Xiaozi has deliberately misled them. Nevertheless, at least what I am doing is not far removed from providing rescue. Let it be a misunderstanding. I have not harmed them in any way. Sui takes a deep breath, quickly regaining his composure. Speaking of which, Lin Yu should be at the last building by now. She should return shortly. The cleansing operation throughout the community is nearing completion, and the next phase awaits. Before Sui's thoughts can fully unfold, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupts from deep within the community. Rat-tat-tat. Rat-tat-tat. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of rifles and handguns resonates with intensity. Sui is momentarily taken aback. He quickly raises his eyes, noticing flashes of gunfire in the darkness of a certain building. That is the direction Lin Yu's team has gone. They have encountered enemies. Chapter 57. Honesty and Integrity. Chen Shuren, someone has opened fire. My goodness, are we about to engage in battle here? Let me in, loudly. Let me inside to hide. Downstairs, the survivors still queuing outside the walls are thrown into disarray, with signs of panic as the crowd begins to surge inward. Stay calm. Don't be afraid. Everyone, quiet. At this moment, Sister Li displays remarkable courage, stepping forward to call out, prepare yourselves. The soldiers outside must be facing some issues. But that does not concern us. There are people above to handle it. Trust the military. Trust our armed forces. Everyone, remain quiet, continue lining up, and do not create chaos. In times of crisis, we must maintain order and not add to the organization's troubles. Sister Li's words effectively calm the crowd. Of course, this is also largely because she and the girls are blocking the entrances to the walls, making it impossible for anyone to rush in. The crowd can only suppress their inner anxiety, silently waiting in the darkness, and the speed of registration has noticeably increased amidst the distant gunfire. Sui glances downstairs and notices that Chen Shuren, the rascal, has awakened at some point, leaning against the wall near the boarding gate, idly playing with a small knife in his hand. He must have been abandoned by Zhang Xiaozi, assigned to assist Sister Li temporarily. However, the survivors willing to register at the shelter are primarily honest residents, embodying the traditional hardworking spirit of the Huaxia people. These individuals are characterized by their obedience and compliance, making it unlikely for any significant upheaval to occur. Those who are not compliant are likely engaged in combat with Lin Yu and her team. Sui murmurs to himself, sitting back on the sofa and activating his skills to connect with Lin Yu's perspective. After reconnecting, he finds himself enveloped in darkness. He can see nothing, but he can hear Lin Yu's steady breathing and the occasional raise of her weapon. At this moment, Lin Yu is crouching in a corner of the staircase, forming a crossfire angle with Li Yong, who is positioned below. They are aiming at the 5th floor of a unit in Building 7. Sui strains to observe, noticing that the door of this household does not appear to be made of wood. It seems to have undergone significant modifications, preliminary alterations to the shelter, and firearms as well. Sui ponders, analyzing the situation without interrupting Lin Yu, who is currently engaged in battle. He trusts Lin Yu. This confrontation does not pose a substantial threat to her. Lin Yu now wields a rifle with unlimited ammunition, has leveled up her skills, and has 2 military teammates by her side. Judging by the firepower they are currently facing, Sui deduces that it is even less intense than what Li Gu and his team had at their disposal. Bang, 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 bang. Sui listens intently to the gunfire, estimating that the enemy likely possesses only 3 or 4 handguns. Lacking rifles or any heavy weaponry such as grenades. It appears that this household is not inhabited solely by one survivor. Typically, minors and the elderly exhibit limited combat capabilities. Excluding this possibility suggests that there are other survivors from different shelters in this household. Have they banded together in a small group for survival in advance? Or has someone destroyed another shelter and taken captives for control? Sui contemplates, leaning towards the likelihood of the former. He recalls having seen similar recruitment information in the city chat channels, where a few shelters were calling for survivors with inadequate abilities and scarce resources to leave their own shelters and join them. Rather than waiting at home for death, it is more prudent to decisively abandon their shelters and unite to form a stronger force, thereby enhancing their survival probability in the face of the apocalypse. While deep in thought, Sui hears Li Yang's calm voice echoing from below. Those inside, cease your futile resistance. Surrender your weapons. Capitulation is your only path forward. A good attitude is the only way to secure leniency from our shelter. Otherwise, you will be executed on the spot. Li Yang's proclamation is quite convincing. However, the occupants of the shelter inside pay no heed. Their response is gunfire and a man's taunting voice. Who the hell do you think you are? Do you really believe you're soldiers? Don't think I don't know. All the soldiers have been taken by aliens. You're just like my old man, merely holding a gun. Don't presume that wearing a military uniform makes you special. Don't kid yourselves. I've seen what you've been doing today. It was that guy from Building 6 who wanted to sweep through the community, right? He wants to be the boss. And I refuse to yield. If you have the guts, let him come and ask me personally. Otherwise, don't think you can get through this door today. Anyone who comes, I'll shoot dead. The man within exuded an air of arrogance. Seemingly brimming with confidence, Sue surmised that this individual must possess considerable talent. Judging by his current display of combat prowess, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it was highly probable that he would emerge as the secondly Gu. Easily capable of dominating an entire building. More accurately, this fellow had likely already secured control over this particular unit, albeit at a slower pace, not anticipating that Sui had already initiated a thorough cleansing of the entire neighborhood. Sui could discern the man's defiance, akin to a warlord holding military power, who would willingly bow down to become subordinate to another. While the people of Huaxia are indeed known for their honesty and straightforwardness, when armed and amidst a chaotic world, even the most unassuming of Huaxians would proclaim, nobles and generals, do they not possess the same blood? Indeed, this nation is remarkable in its peculiarities. This is your final warning. Li Yang shouted coldly, surrender now, or we will execute you all. What are you afraid of? If you have the guts, come in. The occupants of the room were utterly audacious, their voices brimming with arrogance. There are just 2 of you, with 2 guns. We are 7, armed with 4 guns. We could wipe you out entirely. Even if there's to be a boss, it should be that grandson from Building 6 who kneels before me and acknowledges me as the elder brother. Come on, if you think you're tough enough to storm in here, I'll gladly bow before you. Damn it. This bastard is too arrogant. Li Yang furrowed his brow tightly, feeling an impulse to breach the door. Confident he could do so. Both he and Lin Yu were seasoned in battle, and although there was a risk of injury, they could launch a strong assault on this unit, not to mention that outside. Sniper Lu Rue was poised with his composite bout. Don't act impulsively. Lin Yu's cold voice resonated from downstairs, as if sensing the fury boiling within Li Yang. Lu Rue hasn't taken a shot. This is his signal to us. With Lu Rue's skills, he must have already lined up his target, but he hasn't fired, indicating he does not want us to recklessly attack. I suspect there's something unusual inside that room. Lu Rue is wary of a hasty assault. Lin Yu assessed the situation gravely. In the absence of communication tools, she could only rely on the strategies they had previously devised to interpret what Lu Rue might be observing within the room. She had earlier cautioned Lu Rue to utilize his sniping skills to provide them with cover for an assault, serving also as their signal to initiate an attack. Lu Rue's restraint indicated that there was indeed something amiss within. The tone of their enemies' taunts suggested they were quite confident. Lin Yu recalled Suyi's admonition. Survivors in this world often possess peculiar abilities, and any lapse in vigilance could lead to disaster. So we just wait here? Li Yang's brow remained knitted, while Lin Yu tapped against the wall, producing a rhythmic sound. This was a signal. She was instructing Li Yang to await reinforcements. The earlier barrage of gunfire had been a deliberate action by Lin Yu, removing the suppressor to stage an intense gunfight to alert the nearby shelter. She believed that with Jiang Xiaozi's intelligence, he would certainly devise a better tactical support plan. At this moment, Sui also sensed Lin Yu's predicament. The adversaries across the way possessed some unique means, and Lin Yu could not afford to be careless. She could not take this unit by force while simultaneously guarding against potential ambushes from the tightly shut doors above and below. This situation was disadvantageous for Lin Yu. She could only pressure Li Yang to force their opponents out, yet could not breach the interior. Reinforcements were necessary. 3 individuals would likely not suffice to take this unit. Sui made a decisive judgment, recognizing that this household was particularly obstinate and resistant. Since gentle approaches were futile, it was time to adopt a more aggressive strategy. Sui interrupted his skills and was about to rise and descend the stairs when he noticed Jiang Xiaozi already standing at the doorway. Xiaozi, you arrived just in time. Sui spoke in a low voice. Send someone to assist Lin Yu. She has encountered enemies, and I suspect they possess unique talents. Sir, I have come to report this matter to you. Jiang Xiaozi replied gently, her head bowed as she continued, currently, the other soldiers have not yet returned, but I have sent Chen Shiren over. He is gone? Sui frowned. He only has one gun. It seems rather precarious. Why not send Chen Shiren to notify the other soldiers to return quickly? Sir, Chen Shiren insists that he can accomplish the task. How can he accomplish it? As someone who specializes in poisoning. How can he attack without poison? Sir, he mentioned that he still has a bit of poison left. Jiang Xiaozi spread her hands helplessly, appearing somewhat surprised. He just said that he has a little bit of neurotoxin remaining. Just enough to support Lin Yu. A little bit? Just enough. Sui was taken aback and exclaimed, this madman. Is he trying to deceive me again? I refuse to believe he truly has just a little left. What a coincidence. Just the other day he claimed he was out, and now, like a conjurer, he suddenly says he has poison again. Can't he just speak the truth for once? Sir. Jiang Xiaozi hesitated, forcing a smile as she said, he asked me to relay a message to you. He said, if the boss calls me a liar, just tell the boss that this time. I truly didn't deceive him. I, Chen Shiren, am an honest and trustworthy employee. And also, this operation counts as temporary overtime. Jiang Xiaozi lowered her head. These are his exact words. Chapter 58. An unexpected gain. The Guardian Robot. Top 10 employee. Sui rolled his eyes. I can give some leeway on that comment. But as for honesty and trustworthiness, I remain skeptical. This lunatic is far too reckless in his methods. He then resumed his seat on the sofa, initiating a connection with Lin Yu's perspective. He considered linking with Chen Shiren's viewpoint. But that fellow had not spent more than 72 hours in the shelter. Soon, Sui's vision returned to the darkness of the corridor. The standoff in the corridor persisted. Lin Yu refrained from a strong assault. While the occupants inside were too wary to emerge, they continued to shout incessantly, seemingly convinced that as long as they remained in the room, they would be safe. The deadlock lasted for over 30 minutes when Sui suddenly heard the sounds of panic and chaos emanating from within the unit. Old 3, what's wrong? Holy crap. Old 3 is poisoned. Why is he bleeding from all his orifices? Boss, why is your nose also? Thud. Smoke. Where is this smoke coming from? A commotion erupted, followed by the sounds of bodies collapsing. Lin Yu and Li Yong were taken aback. Before they could react, the sound of crisp footsteps echoed from the street below, soon followed by Chen Shiren's languid voice. Lin team, quit hiding. Everyone inside is dead. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Yu's tactical flashlight illuminated the area, revealing Chen Shiren leaning against the wall, blissfully smoking a cigarette. The boss sent me to assist you. The matter has been resolved. I'm heading back now. Chen Shiren waved dismissively at the corridor, stretching lazily before turning to leave. Overtime's done. I'm going home to sleep. Damn. I think I have to work the night shift tonight. How annoying. This man seemed to have come merely to deliver a message. Lin Yu signaled to Li Yong, and the two moved in tactical formation to break down the door and enter the room. Under the beam of the tactical flashlight, they were greeted by a horrifying sight. Bodies of both men and women littered the ground, all lying in pools of blood, their faces purplish and bleeding from their orifices. Clearly having succumbed to poisoning, the air was still permeated with lingering wisps of white smoke, prompting Lin Yu to frown slightly as she covered her mouth and nose, quickly beginning to survey the scene. Upon inspection, she discovered a specially crafted arrow on the floor, which had been shot by Lu Rue. Nearby lay a shattered vial. He had instructed Lu Rue to shoot the poison inside, subsequently eliminating the occupants of the room. Lin team, there's a robot here. Li Yong suddenly called out, crouching down to rummage through the corpses and uncovering a complete male robotic body. It was roughly the size of an adult, its exterior indistinguishable from a human, yet its surface gleamed with metallic sheen, adorned with several pairs of electronic eyes on its head. Weapons parts were visible on its arms, knees, and shoulders, featuring dark barrels and gun muzzles, presenting itself as a formidable killing machine. Is this their source of confidence? Lin Yu frowned, testing the robot's body with a knock, producing a dull metallic sound. This creature appeared to possess strong defenses, unlikely to be penetrated by ordinary bullets. How peculiar. If they have such a weapon, why not deploy it to eliminate us? Lin Yu was puzzled. Yet Sui perceived the reality clearly. He realized he could access the robot's item information through Lin Yu's perspective. I love my family, model D6612 Guardian Robot. A gifted item from the shelter. It can grow along with the shelter's level, with each upgrade allowing adjustments to its 3 states: Guardian Mode, Support Mode, and Research Mode. It is loyal and powerful, the best assistant of the shelter. However, it cannot leave the confines of the shelter, with its operational range limited to the interior. A robot as a result of a gifted reward? Sui murmured, "Such a thing truly is extraordinary, and no wonder these individuals are so audacious. If Lin Yu were to force her way in, she would be turned into a sieve by this robot. It is said that if this robot were equipped with a cannon, why would it not fire outward at the entrance of the shelter? Is it possible that its weaponry is also constrained by the boundaries of the shelter? Or does this ruffian fear that the cannons might collapse the old building? At first glance, this robot appears to be a formidable combatant. Having such a device at home would undoubtedly provide an exceptional level of defense. As long as disasters like earthquakes, which could directly obliterate the shelter, are avoided, ordinary human threats would pose no danger to its inhabitants, of course, with the exception of Chunchuran's poison. This contraption also possesses the ability to evolve. A truly powerful attribute. Sue sighed. Feeling a twinge of envy, he mused that if only he had such a robot in his own shelter, how delightful that would be. After the threats to this household were neutralized, Lin Yu proceeded with the task protocol, meticulously inventorying the supplies remaining in the shelter and any potential hiding spots. Zhang Xiaozi had emphasized to her more than once that once war breaks out, it is imperative to ensure that no enemy survives. Rooting out threats is the foremost principle in a post-apocalyptic world. Yet, due to this delay, Lin Yu and Li Yong had now lingered in the current shelter for over 30 minutes. Sui noticed a new prompt materializing before him. Your talent Lin Yu has destroyed a level 0 shelter. You have inherited the survival points of the current shelter, 263 points. Item Inheritance Assessment in progress. Inheritance successful. You have acquired the current shelter's stored item. Robot Maintenance Facility and User Manual, Command Mark Emblem. I love my home, D6612 Model Guardian Robot. Huh. Sui was taken aback, staring wide-eyed at the information before him. Damn, I've inherited this robot. Wait, ISNT at a shelter talent? RNT talent supposed to be non-transferable? Sui blinked, hastily exiting the connection view to open the inventory panel of the shelter. There it was, the robot. Retrieve. Sui quickly extracted the robot from the shelter's inventory panel. Indeed, it was the very same robot, having been relocated from that household to stand before Sui.it remained silently sprawled on the ground. Seemingly inactive, with its overhead information unchanged, IT appeared to have been regarded as a shelter item, which I have now inherited. Sui furrowed his brow, unable to awaken the robot and forced to set it aside for the moment. Turning his attention to the other 2 inherited items, first, the Robot Maintenance Facility and User Manual, a stack of papers detailing the robot's origin, usage instructions, and upgrade modules. Sui glanced at it and was instantly filled with delight. What a pleasant surprise. I can actually utilize this robot. Chapter 59. The Exceptionally Powerful Data Robot, the Ultimate Guardian. According to the manual, Sui gleaned insights into the original owner's talent. The original owner's talent allowed for the direct creation of a powerful robot that would be loyal to the shelter, which could assume 3 forms, with the original owner able to modify these forms at will. If the robot were damaged or lost, the original owner could reclaim the lost robot within 24 hours. However, the original owner could only possess 1 talent robot at a time. But the manual also emphasized one crucial point. Robots created through talent are considered items of the shelter. They do not belong to the talent itself, but rather are products generated by the talent and fall within the category of shelter items, meaning they can be inherited by others. If that were the case, others would merely receive a shell of a robot, incapable of activation. Yet this robot possesses a master recognition control system and bears a command mark emblem. The command mark emblem is a small, unique circular emblem that allows for the setting of command serial numbers for the robot. The original owner is the unalterable first command sequence, the ultimate loyalty target of the robot. Furthermore, the emblem can also designate a second and third sequence user. The manual explains that the command mark emblem is an accessory item for the robot. Its existence enables the shelter owner to authorize control of the robot when they are unable to manage it, facilitating a mode of operation where the robot remains active even in the absence of its owner. And now, the original owner is deceased. Although the robot's first sequence cannot be altered, Sui can designate himself as the second command sequence user through the command mark emblem. This means that I am now its sole master. Sui gazed at the small emblem in his hand, a surge of excitement coursing through him. This emblem's sole purpose is to modify and replace the robot's command permissions. While it may not be as powerful or assured as the original owner's first sequence, it is, after all, a freebie. If it can be used, it is a tremendous gain. Increase the second sequence to recognize my biological signal. SUE studied the manual and tentatively began to operate, bringing the emblem close to the robot's chest. Beep, beep, beep. The electronic eye on the robot's head awakened, glowing red and emitting a crisp sound. Its chest lit up with a wave of light, coursing through its internal control system. New command sequence detected. Confirming information accuracy. Inquiring first sequence. Is a new command sequence to be added? Inquiry failed. First sequence unresponsive. Suspected to be inoperative. Proceeding with command iteration. Following operational rules. Detecting new sequences. Second sequence unresponsive. Third sequence unresponsive. No sequence response. Adhering to operational rules. Recognizing command emblem as the highest command indicator. Consenting to the addition of the new sequence. Identifying new sequences. Biological information. Identification successful. Addition successful. The robot swiftly rose to its feet with a series of beeps. Standing straight before SUE, greetings, my master. I love my home. D6612 model at your service. The robot's voice rang clear, declaring its successful loyalty to SUE. Gazed at the robot with delight. Simultaneously observing a more detailed data panel above its head. It resembled a talent information data structure, albeit with differences, showcasing the robot's detailed functions and capabilities. I love my home. D6612 model Guardian Robot. Robot type, Guardian Robot. Current command sequence. Second sequence. Robot operating system. Autonomous defense and counterattack logic system, unable to recognize enemies outside the shelter, cannot engage in attacks. Robot maximum strength. 10 tons, capable of heavy lifting or forcefully stopping intruders in emergencies. Robot maximum speed. 525 meters second, able to swiftly move to designated locations in a very short time. Robot reaction time. 3 milliseconds, time taken from detecting a threat to activating defense mechanisms. Robot impact resistance. Capable of withstanding small explosions and direct attacks from conventional light weapons. Combat endurance. Within the shelter's range, can operate indefinitely, energy is limitless. Weapon modules. Built-in weapons. Both arms equipped with retractable high-frequency vibration blades for close combat. External interface. Supports rapid replacement of modular weapon systems, such as energy beam emitters, stun batons, etc. Retractable machine gun. Concealed within the robot's arms, can be swiftly deployed and used when needed, suitable for rapid strikes at medium to close range. Rotating turret. Located in the robot's chest, capable of 360-degree rotation, equipped with automatic locking and tracking systems. Miniature rocket launcher. Integrated into the robot's legs, can launch small tracking rockets for pursuing high-speed moving targets or providing aerial support. Perception and intelligence system. Environmental awareness. Equipped with multispectral sensors and a 360-degree panoramic camera, capable of round-the-clock monitoring regardless of day or night. Threat assessment. Built-in algorithms can rapidly analyze potential threats and provide corresponding defense strategies. Autonomous learning ability. The robot can continuously optimize combat and defense strategies based on real combat experience. Humanoid data module. Voice interaction. Supports natural language processing in multiple languages, enabling smooth dialogue with humans. Emotion recognition. Capable of identifying and understanding basic human emotions to respond appropriately. Behavior simulation. When necessary, can mimic human behaviors to better integrate into human social environments. Maintenance and upgrades. Self-diagnosis system. Capable of real-time monitoring and reporting the health status of internal mechanical and electronic systems. Self-upgrade function. Can independently upgrade and replace all modules and operating systems as the shelter advances. Damn, this is so cool. SUE couldn't help but pump his fist, his face alight with excitement. For a homebody, possessing a responsive combat robot is nothing short of a dream come true. From the robot's data, it is evident that this fellow is a veritable killing machine, armed to the teeth. However, its only drawback is that it can only retaliate within the confines of the shelter. If adversaries do not enter the shelter's boundaries, even if they attack from outside, this robot cannot respond, as the system's operational logic does not permit it. This flaw is indeed quite critical, SUE lamented, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, he soon realized that this robot was created by the talent of a Level 0 shelter. Even a Level 0 shelter can produce such formidable robots, and it is only natural for them to possess certain fatal flaws. If they were entirely devoid of shortcomings, it would indeed be absurd. I reckon the original owner's talent was likely at an S-grade level, probably not reaching the heights of an SSS grade aptitude. Otherwise, this robot might not have that singular, critical limitation. However, if that were the case, I would have been hunted down and killed by this fellow long ago, leaving no room for my current development. SUE pondered, feeling a sense of relief. Fortunately, He had not encountered any excessively monstrous shelters during the early days of the apocalypse. Moreover, it was thanks to Chen Shuren's poison that even if all the warriors attacked that household, they would not have succeeded. Sui scrutinized the robot, growing increasingly satisfied. This contraption is truly invincible in my shelter. Now, even if all the warriors embark on missions outside, the safety of our home is assured. Suddenly, Sui recalled the original owner's arrogant demeanor, and he felt a deep resonance. Whoever dares to enter shall meet their demise. Chapter 60. A surge in population, the era of shelter expansion. After reviewing the robot's comprehensive data, Sui promptly summoned Zhang Xiaozi. Through the command emblem, he added Zhang Xiaozi as the third directive in the robot sequence and informed her of its origins and functions. Congratulations, sir, you've acquired a remarkable treasure, Zhang Xiaozi remarked with a smile, her beautiful eyes curiously surveying the robot, marveling at its formidable combat capabilities. This device will likely need to be stationed on the 6th floor for defense. Although we have control over this entire building, it does not yet fall within the confines of the shelter. For now, let us place it at the entrance as a bodyguard. Its utility will only increase as the shelter expands. Sui directed the robot to the entrance and then inquired of Zhang Xiaozi, what do you plan to do about the group of survivors downstairs? Given our current resources, sustaining these individuals might prove somewhat challenging. Sui could surmise Zhang Xiaozi's intentions, but not comprehensively. He needed to hear her detailed plan. Sir, our estimates suggest there are over 300 survivors gathered, and with our original residents included. We are looking at approximately 400 individuals, Zhang Xiaozi explained gently, well prepared. Considering our current supply reserves, we can only adequately provide for everyone for a week. However, since I have invited these people, I will not allow them to waste food idly. Based on our shelter's development strategy, whether through expanding into trade markets or utilizing the various supermarket locations Lin Yu has discovered during her explorations, we require a substantial population to sustain the acquisition of these resources. I plan to let them rest and adjust for a day, after which we will organize them based on gender and age. Among them, there will certainly be a group of 20 to 30 men who will be assigned alongside 3 warriors to Chen Shuren, equipped with basic weaponry to maintain order in the trade market. As long as we diligently uphold it, the offline trading location will continuously yield new profits. Zhang Xiaozi continued, and Sui suddenly interjected. What kind of stall fees are you considering, or rather, protection fees? Zhang Xiaozi's stance was evident. Her acquisition of the trade market was not merely to provide a safe trading environment for the survivors without recompense. She intended to generate profits to offset the shelter's expenses. Not much, just 1/10, Zhang Xiaozi replied with a smile. That is significantly cheaper than the half taken by those thugs, and I have devised various stall options that should not provoke much dissent. As long as we can maintain the successful operation of the trade market, with a participant count exceeding 100, we will be able to generate enough resources daily to sustain at least 20 individuals. This is merely a preliminary plan. If we continue to expand the scale of the trade market or secure more trading posts, our profits will only become more substantial at the same time. The trade market security team, led by Chen Shuren, can provide the necessary deterrent, enhancing our shelter's positive influence. Besides the trade market, I also intend to organize a logistics team of about 120 to 150 individuals, specifically tasked with assisting the other warriors in transporting nearby resources. Currently, Leah has yet to devise a method to restart the old vehicles, so we still rely on human labor for resource transportation and coordination. Zhang Xiaozi paused briefly, then softly added, at this stage, manpower remains the foundation of any operating force. Until we restore more technological capabilities, the number of individuals at our disposal will directly reflect the strength of our shelter. Sui understood this well. I grasped the general idea. Proceed with your plans. Sui was unafraid of trial and error, even if Zhang Xiaozi's strategy encountered flaws that could disrupt the shelter's supply chain. He would remain unfazed. After all, it would merely result in the consumption of a few days' worth of his talent rewards. As long as food shortages arose within the shelter, talent rewards would come knocking at his door. Of course, Sui hoped to witness Zhang Xiaozi's plan unfold smoothly, fostering a snowball effect of continuous growth and expansion for the shelter. Sir, I will manage everything well, Zhang Xiaozi replied respectfully. Although she did not disclose the entire arrangement of personnel, Sui had faith in her competence. She had previously mentioned her experience managing a vast underground organization comprising thousands of individuals with various roles. With such extensive experience, overseeing the current few hundred should pose no challenge for Zhang Xiaozi. Sui trusted her completely and granted her full authority. After all, he believed that even if he were to take the reins personally, he might not perform better than Zhang Xiaozi. Once she departed, Sui observed the registration queue downstairs for a while from the window. The registration process was nearing completion. Jiang Xiaozi had not assigned all the personnel to this building. Instead, she selected individuals with specialized skills to intermingle within the building where Sui resided, while others were organized into a more chaotic arrangement across two nearby buildings. Once all three buildings were filled, Jiang Xiaozi also ensured that Lu Rui and Liang, two warriors, remained behind, instructing them not to venture out for explorations. Each would be responsible for maintaining security within a building. Their duties included ensuring internal safety and supervising any potential unrest within the building. During the initial allocation process, some survivors expressed impatience. "We came here just to receive a bit of food and then return, right? Cramming several people into one house is worse than returning to my own shelter. Listen to the organization and stop grumbling. Is there anyone protecting you if you go back?" There were a few murmurs of discontent within the crowd, but they were minimal and swiftly addressed internally. For the citizens, personal safety was the primary concern. As long as their safety could be assured, notions of freedom held little weight. Even the dissenting voices that arose were largely rooted in the shelter's mechanisms. Everyone had their own shelters, although most were subpar. There remained a glimmer of hope. What if they could truly develop? Wouldn't that make them rulers in this apocalypse? Many shared this sentiment, predominantly the youth, with men making up the majority. However, Jiang Xiaozi had long prepared countermeasures for such thoughts. After the personnel coordination, she instructed Li Jie to select a few familiar, elderly individuals from the crowd to resume their pre-apocalyptic roles. They began tirelessly working through the night, going door to door to emphasize the necessity of unity and reiterate the current plight facing the state and humanity. Jiang Xiaozi held the mantle of righteousness firmly in her grasp. While Li Jie and her team soothed the residents, Jiang Xiaozi simultaneously directed Lin Yu and the other idol warriors to return to the community immediately. Each warrior was assigned to a room, tasked with dismantling the remaining shelters within the community. Cut off their escape routes. Without their own shelters, how could they feel secure enough to remain and work here? Chen Shiren also desired to undertake such tasks. He found it quite easy. Just staying in a room for 30 minutes would suffice. During that time, he could do whatever he wished, entirely unmonitored. However, Jiang Xiaozi rejected Chen Shiren's request, assigning him 2 warriors to ensure he would head to the trade market that night, urgently establishing rules and regulations while ensuring the market's safety. Great, why is my job always the most perilous? Chen Shiren rolled his eyes and grumbled, "I'm a doctor. How can you expect me to take a gun to the front lines?" Yet, despite his complaints, he departed the shelter with 2 warriors, disappearing into the night. The entire shelter had entered a period of explosive growth in population. Even the first batch of residents, particularly the young women, were kept busy, following Li Jie to continually reassure the new arrivals. The entire shelter, from top to bottom, seemed to have wound up like a clock, tirelessly ticking through the night. Even Sui, who was usually the most leisurely, found himself occupied that evening, as notifications of Lin Yu and others dismantling shelters incessantly appeared before him. Even with his eyes shut, he could still catch glimpses of flickering information shining beyond his eyelids, which kept him restless throughout the night. As dawn broke, Sui remained wide awake, staring into the void before him. He felt so fatigued. Yet, the notifications of survival points rolling in intermittently brought a smirk to his face. He chuckled softly. What a windfall! Thanks to Jiang Xiaozi, I can rake in money while staying at home. Chapter 61. A windfall of points. Have I become the top brother of the city? In the entire residential complex, excluding Suyi's building, there were a total of 352 rooms. Given the sheer number of houses in the country, even in the event of a cataclysmic outbreak leading to random allocations, it was possible that a few of those rooms remained unoccupied. Moreover, considering the conflicts and destruction that might have arisen among neighbors in the days following the apocalypse, Sui estimated that approximately 300 shelters in the entire complex could be destroyed. However, even with 300 shelters, complete annihilation would require at least 150 hours. The demolition squad, including Lin Yu, comprised only 8 individuals. Even if they were to disperse and destroy the shelters, it would take a minimum of 18 hours. Thus, the total destruction of the entire complex would not be completed until the following night. Yet, by morning, Sui had already accrued over 10,000 survival points. A level 0 shelter, upon destruction, guaranteed a minimum inheritance of 100 survival points, a standard that could not be diminished if the shelter's owner possessed any additional survival points. That would constitute an extra gain. Likewise, items within the shelter might also be inherited by Sui. Throughout the course of the night, Sui not only amassed thousands of points, but also acquired a motley assortment of items. Admittedly, the value of these items was rather modest, with only a few being resource-related. Overall, It was evident that, disregarding talent influences, individual shelters holding a scant quantity of such items had little potential for development and were under significant survival pressure. However, this was a common scenario. Any shelter with development prospects could resist the apocalypse, so who would venture outside to pledge allegiance to Sue? What? You say that in the entire complex, among hundreds of shelters, there isn't a single one with potential? Everyone has pledged allegiance to Sue? Certainly not. There are always those who wish to develop independently. The problem is, those individuals have vanished. Last night, Linyu didn't merely lead the charge against the household equipped with robots. In addition, Zhang Xiaozi had issued her a purge order. Zhang Xiaozi demanded that the soldiers ensure every room was opened while destroying the shelter. Even rooms with tightly shut doors were to be breached and razed. Should there be any survivors within, they might be granted another chance for rescue. However, if they were unwilling, then forceful measures were to be employed. Immediate execution. In the dead of night, Zhang Xiaozi revealed her cold-blooded and ruthless nature. She cared little for human life. What she sought was total control over the entire complex, refusing to allow any uncontrolled survivors to exist, even if their threat level was minimal. Under Zhang Xiaozi's systematic approach, Sui gleaned some insights into new mechanisms of the apocalyptic game. This group of survivors gathered here had not lost their capacity to resist. Could Linyu and her team truly destroy the shelters? Perhaps they had merely lost their freedom. Could it be that the loss of freedom is a prerequisite for the destruction of a shelter? In that case, it seems the owners of the shelters cannot leave their premises at will. Upon further reflection, the term shelter itself encapsulates the core mechanisms of the apocalyptic game. If you are meant to take refuge, why would you be running outside all day? Wouldn't that invite theft? In any case, it mattered not to Sui. He could remain at home, for who could steal from him? With a shrug, Sui glanced at the robot stationed at the entrance, feeling a surge of security. The data on this robot was truly formidable, akin to a Terminator in a post-apocalyptic world. Any frontal assault would be utterly incapable of breaching its defenses. Shortly thereafter, Sui accessed the leaderboard data. He discovered that his survival points ranking had skyrocketed to the top position in the entire city. The Little White Bear shelter had fallen to second place, displaying over 5,000 points of course. Sui understood that if the total accumulated survival scores were calculated, he might not surpass the Little White Bear shelter, as that individual had undoubtedly been consuming and utilizing survival points to strengthen himself throughout this period. Nevertheless, even so, the Little White Bear shelter had held the number 1 position for over a week, only to be overtaken by Sui's shelter under these extraordinary circumstances. That individual remained a significant threat. Thankfully, he had yet to grasp the methods for upgrading his shelter. Otherwise, who in the city could possibly restrain this murderous maniac? Sui murmured to himself, casting another glance at the other leaderboard data to ensure he remained well informed about the survivors throughout the city. The rest of the rankings showed little change, especially the shelter-level leaderboard, where Sui continued to lead by a wide margin. However, the Apocalypse War leaderboard was intriguing. Halfway through the first round of the Apocalypse, only the name of Huaxia appeared on the board. Other countries had yet to complete the first round of the Apocalypse War. What kind of difficulty was this Apocalypse War? Could it truly be that the citizens and military were digging pits for one another? Sui stroked his chin, showing little concern for foreign affairs, at most indulging in some idle gossip. The morning passed swiftly. By the time Sui was drowsily enduring until noon, Linyu finally returned with her team. This signified that Sui had completely plundered the survival points of the complex. Apart from his own room, there was no longer a single shelter left in the entire area. It is worth mentioning that prior to Linyu's return, small-scale quarrels and disturbances had erupted within several buildings. Sui's watch had lit up in red, indicating that numerous survivors had received notifications about the destruction of their shelters, leading to panic. However, this commotion quickly subsided. Zhang Xiaozi employed some means, without firing a single shot or taking a life. The brief turmoil dissipated. Su even bent down to check his watch, noticing that the red light had reverted to blue. He approached the window and observed several individuals departing their respective buildings, seemingly returning to their shelters within the complex, only to return shortly thereafter, looking disheartened. At the base of the building, Sisterly was already waiting with a welcoming smile for each returning survivor. Keeping that house is of no use. Just look at me. On the very first day, I had no shelter, yet I'm still doing just fine. If you have that thing, you have no right to settle here. Even if those soldiers want to protect you, they can only stretch so far. Take my advice. Since there's nothing good left, it's useless to hold on to a place where you can barely get enough to eat. Sisterly was indeed skilled in her approach. With just a few words, she deftly brushed over the situation, resonating with many survivors. Although some still felt forlorn and regretful, no one chose to leave. The shelters were gone, and everyone had no choice but to rely on Sui's shelter. Moreover, many felt that Sister Lee's words were quite accurate. Even if they still had shelters, they were perpetually starving. Lacking the courage to venture out for supplies, it was far better to align with a powerful force. At least here, they could enjoy regular meals, drink clean water, and have guards to ensure their safety. Sui paid little attention to this minor commotion, redirecting his focus back to tallying his survival points. After Lin Yu's return, Sui's total points had surged to 39,651. This was nearing 40,000 survival points, astonishing the survivors in the city chat channel as the news spread rapidly. Wow! Major news! Someone has dethroned the little white bear. Survival points are about to hit 40,000. My goodness, do we have such a big shot in our midst? Who on earth is this? Little White Bear Shelter, are you there, big brother? Can we interview you about your current feelings? Do you have any thoughts on reclaiming the top spot? Man, you've got some guts. Anyone who can amass such points is a real tough cookie, and you dare speak to him like that? What is there to be afraid of? They don't know who I am or where I am. I have nothing to lose. With nearly 40,000 points, this fellow must have slaughtered an entire city village. This is absolutely outrageous. He must be a ruthless character. By the way, who on earth is this number one? His shelter hasn't even been named yet. This is indeed a formidable figure, very clever. By not naming it, no one knows who he is, enhancing his secrecy. Sui also took note of the discussions in the chat channel. It seemed everyone was captivated by his unexpected rise. Survivors across the city speculated about what Sui had done to accumulate such an astonishing amount of survival points in such a short time. With 40,000 points, what could he possibly do? Sui murmured to himself, opening the upgrade list for shelters to review the requirements for upgrading to a level 2 shelter. Upgrade materials require 1,000 units. Additionally, 1,000 survival points. Furthermore, a minimum of 3 personnel units is needed, including at least 1 C-level talent. The demands appear quite high, but I am only lacking one condition now, Sui pondered. He had sufficient points and personnel units, yet was short on upgrade materials. These could currently only be obtained through dispatching exploration missions, yielding around 100 units daily, with luck possibly allowing for 200 or 300 AT present. Although Sui has amassed a considerable amount of upgrade materials, due to his choice of a technological type for his shelter, the only upgrade materials available to him are electronic components. Currently, he has accumulated over 300 of these components, but he is still short by nearly 700. Based on this progress, he estimates that he will have to wait at least a week, though with a stroke of luck, it might only take 3 days. Sui reflects on this, considering it within the context of the enhanced benefits of technological exploration he has already weighed. If an ordinary survivor were to upgrade their shelter to level 2, even with sufficient manpower, it would still take at least 10 days. Since upgrading is not an option at the moment, he decides to undertake a significant renovation of the shelter instead. He wonders if it is possible to purchase new shelter rooms. Oh, what a surprise! My available construction slots are already full. Sui is astonished to discover that he can only construct 4 rooms. One is his master bedroom, another is a research room, one is a greenhouse, and the last is a storage room for essential facilities like the water purifier. These 4 rooms are already fully occupied, leaving no space for additional construction. Since building new rooms is not feasible, surely he can upgrade and renovate the existing ones. Chapter 62. Crafting the Ultimate Safe Haven. The Recluse's Joyful Abode. Sui accesses the detailed interface of the shelter's rooms. The greenhouse and research room are both at level 1, constrained by the current level of the shelter and therefore unable to be upgraded. However, his master bedroom and storage room still have the potential for renovation. First, he considers the storage room, which is not a specialized shelter room but rather serves as a designated space for storing larger essential supplies and items for the shelter, such as the operational core of the waste processing center and the water purifier. Given the limited space on the 6th floor, Sui is reluctant to place these critical items in non-shelter areas of the remaining floors, so they must be temporarily stored in the storage room. He decides to upgrade the storage room's defenses. Sui contemplates this and waves his hand, directly purchasing 2 room renovation projects. Wall reinforcement. Consumes 500 survival points to conduct a comprehensive hardening modification of a specific room area within the shelter, enhancing its resistance to damage, fire, and freezing. Smart home defense system. Consumes 1,000 survival points to construct a comprehensive smart system for a specific room area within the shelter, including biometric door locks, weapon defense modules, and autonomous alarm systems. This can significantly enhance the security of the room. The storage room does not require overly sophisticated conditions. These 2 upgrades will suffice. As for his master bedroom, that is the most critical area for renovation. Sui adjusts the room information and begins the serious task of renovating his master bedroom. This is the place where he spends most of his time, and the security level and technological sophistication must be at their peak. Now that Sui has amassed a sufficient number of points, he is not stingy. For the sake of his safety, he embarks on the journey of crafting the ultimate safe haven, enthusiastically investing points into the renovation. Smart Laser Lockdown Security Network consumes 2,000 survival points to construct a comprehensive laser security network in a specific room of the shelter, capable of intelligently identifying friendly and hostile entities and entering a defensive state based on the owner's commands. Once activated, the entire room, except for the owner's area, will be enveloped in a laser grid capable of instantly vaporizing 20 centimeters of alloy steel. The laser network may damage items within the room but will not compromise the basic structure of the room. This is a powerful trump card. Although it is expensive, it is worth the investment. Sui is delighted. Who would dare to intrude? They would be treated to a laser feast. Super Defense Shell consumes 2,000 survival points to create an outer shell for the entire room constructed from super strong alloys, capable of withstanding any non-nuclear attack while maintaining the structural integrity of the room during earthquakes and explosive events. Even if the main structure of the building collapses, this room will remain intact. Comprehensive Energy Eco-Defense System consumes 3,000 survival points to form an invisible, all-intelligent energy shield around the room, effectively resisting and neutralizing threats such as toxic gases, radiation, and biological viruses, while automatically regulating the health of the occupants by adjusting the frequency of air molecules, continuously improving their physical well-being to ensure longevity and happiness. Smart Life Support System consumes 2,000 survival points to install an intelligent life support system throughout the room, providing essential living conditions even in extreme external environments. It supplies clean air, suitable temperature, necessary moisture, and food. This system requires no additional resources for maintenance but can provide a maximum of 5 daily portions of survival resources. Super-Spec Security Surveillance System consumes 2,000 survival points to construct a comprehensive security network composed of high-definition cameras, infrared sensors, sound recognition, and other means, monitoring all biological and detailed situations within the room in real time. It also includes weapon modules such as flamethrowers, instant coolants, and laser surgical tools. Upon detecting any threat, it will automatically activate defense mechanisms and intelligently devise optimal countermeasures. Emergency Evacuation System consumes 1,000 survival points. The room's owner can freely control this system. In the event of an overwhelming threat, they can activate the emergency evacuation device from any area within the room, launching themselves in a special biological capsule into the sky and rapidly escaping the premises, safely landing up to 100,000 meters away. Smart Entertainment and Psychological Support System consumes 1,000 survival points to install a smart entertainment system throughout the room, allowing occupants to engage in various forms of entertainment, automatically providing entertainment programs, virtual games, and physiological pleasures, while simultaneously offering psychological health assessments to ensure the well-being of the residents. Supermicromolecular Robot Omnimodule consumes 5,000 survival points to allocate 10 billion units of supermicromolecular robots throughout the room. All robots possess self-repair and replication capabilities, unlimited units, surgical treatment and disease-curing functions, miniature laser weapon modules, attack methods, cloaking modules, invisibility, room-wide radar scanning modules, anti-invisibility, and the ability to assemble and disassemble large guardian entities capable of forming large robots. That should suffice. There don't appear to be any other worthwhile options available. Sui smacks his lips, shaking his head. No matter how advanced the items may be, I lack the purchasing authority for anything beyond this. This selection should be sufficient, shouldn't it? Sui calculates the total expenditure for all these room renovation projects, realizing that he has spent a total of 18,000 survival points, including the modifications for the storage room. His total expenditure is less than 20,000 points. It's exorbitant, yet incredibly affordable. Sui muses, at this stage, it is rare for any survivor to casually part with such a sum. Yet for Sui, it merely represents a consumption of half his survival points. He still has nearly 20,000 points left to utilize. He confirms the purchase and begins the renovation. With a grand flourish, Sui watches as his survival points dwindle away, enveloped in a shimmering golden light that envelopes his bedroom and the adjacent storage room. The golden glow persists for about 10 minutes, and once it dissipates, Sui's room appears to have undergone a remarkable transformation. The surrounding walls, previously made of aging concrete, have been replaced with a unique structure crafted from high-tech materials, hard and sleek. continuously shifting in color. The walls can automatically adapt to Suyi's current mood, state, and eye fatigue, adjusting the lighting and color accordingly. The entire room's design is more scientifically oriented, featuring various foldable technological modules everywhere, and even the furniture has undergone a complete transformation, seamlessly integrated with the floor, revealing laser ports and gun barrels when necessary. Moreover, Sui notices that the temperature within the room has become warm and comfortable, not from a chilling draft, but rather at the ideal living temperature for the human body, starkly contrasting with the external heat. Even when he experimentally opens the door and windows, the temperature inside remains unchanged. There is no impact whatsoever. Taking a deep breath, Sui can even sense a sweetness and freshness in the air. He feels as if he is undergoing a transformation. His gut is at work, and his body gradually feels more familiar, the previous fatigue and drowsiness dissipating, his eyes brightening with clarity. The micro-robots are conducting checks on Sui's body, improving his latent health issues, leaving him invigorated and alert. This comfort is simply exquisite. Sui marvels as he reclines on the newly renovated bed. To his astonishment, the previously hard single bed has been transformed into one that is perfectly balanced in firmness. He even notices silicone arms resembling human forms extending from the edges of the bed to massage his legs. Furthermore, a silicone head resembling a beautiful woman rises from the center of the bed, identical to a real person, and she is leaning towards Suyi's thigh with her luscious lips parted. Wait, not yet, Sui exclaims in shock. He hasn't even activated the entertainment module yet. This is far too advanced. He hurriedly leaps out of bed and heads to the bathroom for inspection. The room's space is limited, and the bathroom was originally quite cramped, but following the intelligent adaptation and renovation, it appears to have expanded somewhat. The entire restroom environment has become significantly cleaner and more hygienic. Sui discovered that even when he inadvertently urinated on the floor, the flooring seemed to possess a certain sentience, effortlessly absorbing the liquid and maintaining the cleanliness of the room. Of course, there were drawbacks. Just as Sui finished shaking off the last few drops, he noticed a silent crack forming on the wall beside the toilet. Damn it, Sui, feeling indignant, pulled up his trousers. Somewhat perplexed. Do I really appear to need this? This hardly seems intelligent. Before he could finish his thought, a line of intelligent information appeared on the bathroom mirror. According to the micro-robot's physical examination and psychological health assessment, the resident has not engaged in X behavior for over 2 months and has refrained from self-release for 3 weeks. To ensure your physical and mental health, please ensure at least once a week. Sui was taken aback. Goodness, they can even discern that. Truthfully, Sui acknowledged the detection of the intelligence system. Holding back for too long is indeed detrimental. However, the pressing issue was that, in this apocalyptic scenario, he simply lacked the inclination. When a man senses a threat, he is not particularly motivated to engage in such activities, unless he is under extreme pressure and compelled to relieve it. Sui felt a sense of urgency, yet he was not yet in a state of high pressure. After further inspecting the safety and alert systems within the room, he settled back onto the sofa. As it stood, this space should be regarded as one of the highest security level sanctuary core areas in the entire city, right? Sui murmured to himself, aware that many of the projects he had purchased required at least a level 1 sanctuary, with some even necessitating a research-type sanctuary. Among the survivors scattered throughout the city, even if Xiao Baixiong possessed thousands of survival points, he would be unable to acquire such renovation projects. This illustrates the paramount importance of sanctuary levels. Otherwise, possessing points would be futile. Now that I have such a place, my current safety should be well assured. Even if faced with an unconventional assassin like Chen Qiuren, as long as I remain indoors, I am absolutely safe, Sui pondered. With less than 20,000 survival points remaining, how should I allocate them? His aim has always been to expend all points to ensure total investment in his safety and strength enhancement. He certainly did not wish to become one of those unfortunate souls who hoard points only to perish before having spent them, effectively gifting them to others. While Sui was deep in thought, the timer on his watch suddenly chimed. It was time to receive the midday rewards. Before him, new talent information rapidly materialized. Sui merely glanced at it and was instantly overwhelmed with joy. Oh wow! Another grand talent reward. Chapter 63. What? I have actually become a warlord of the apocalypse. Congratulations, you have triggered a high-level talent reward. Congratulations, you have received the talent reward, A-level Technological Arm Task Force, consisting of 500 personnel. A-level Technological Arm Task Force, a task force composed of 500 individuals, featuring command, combat, and support teams. Team composition, Command personnel, captain, deputy captain, chief of staff, staff officers. Combat personnel, combat squad leader, deputy squad leader, combatants, assault groups, firepower groups, support personnel, communications unit, medics, logistics personnel. Types of military personnel covered: infantry, snipers, demolition experts, communication soldiers, medics, engineers, logistics personnel, cooks. Task force armament: light weapons, rifles, submachine guns, pistols, etc. Heavy weapons, portable machine guns, individual mortars, etc. Special equipment: sniper rifles, anti-tank missiles, flamethrowers, drones, etc. Defensive equipment: bulletproof vests, helmets, goggles, night combat systems, and some construction materials for temporary defensive fortifications. Overall combat capability assessment of the task force. This is a multifunctional, highly mobile combat unit cluster, capable of swiftly adjusting personnel configurations based on varying task requirements, adapting to the complex and ever-changing battlefield environments of most modern scenarios. Military personnel ranking of the task force. The minimum is a D-level talent unit, covering at least 10 C-level talent units. At the moment the prompt appeared, a torrent of golden light flooded Suyi's room. Sui widened his eyes, elated as he gazed at the information before him. Incredible, yet another grand talent reward. An A-level reward, which astonishingly provides 500 personnel, all at least D-level talent units. Although the talent ratings may not be particularly high, the sheer number is astounding. A scale of 500 personnel represents at least the combat capability of a reinforced company. Sui inhaled sharply, his excitement reaching new heights in a world devoid of military forces, possessing a standard military reinforced company's combat scale equipped with combat weaponry. It is no exaggeration to say that Sui could potentially seize control of the entire city. Were it not for the bizarre sanctuary talents of the other survivors, Sui could easily establish himself as a local emperor. Just as Sui was reveling in his joy, a new prompt appeared before him. Warning: the current environment is insufficient to summon all personnel. Please promptly designate a new summoning area. If a new area is not designated within 3 minutes, the current talent reward will be considered forfeited. All will be void. Don't mess with me, Sui exclaimed in shock, hastily darting out the door and sprinting to the open space at the back entrance of the building. It was deserted, with a vast expanse of withered and desolate grass. Summon here. Confirm location. As Sui confirmed, golden light surged from the bedroom, cascading down around him. Soon after, 500 golden figures materialized, and as the light dissipated, 500 fully armed soldiers stood before Sui. Greetings, Commander. The soldiers collectively turned to Sui, their voices booming in unison, presenting arms in a display of respect. Have you ever witnessed a National Day parade? It was that sort of grandeur, that kind of spectacle. Clad in pristine special operations camouflage uniforms, each soldier wielded a firearm, standing with feet together, bodies erect, their gazes fixed intently on Sui, each expression imbued with solemnity. Anyone observing would have no doubt regarding their combat capabilities and resolve. Sui nodded with excitement, gesturing. Excellent, excellent, comrades, your hard work is appreciated. The soldiers promptly roared back, serving the people. Sui laughed heartily. Although these 500 personnel merely constituted a task force, lacking the heavy equipment typically associated with a regular military unit, no tanks or aircraft, this was more than sufficient. It could even be described as the ideal configuration. Precisely what Sui needed at this moment. After all, this was a brigade of light infantry. The combat prowess of Huaxia's light infantry is virtually unparalleled. Unique across the globe, Sui felt that from today onward, he could forego beef. Don't ask why. This contingent of 500 was his audacious confidence. The soldiers' roaring voices created quite a commotion, quickly drawing the attention of Jiang Xiaozi, who hurriedly descended with Lin Yu. During their descent, Jiang Xiaozi caught sight of Sui and promptly dispatched Li Jie and Lin Yu to secure the back entrance of the building, preventing others from wandering out to observe. However, there were hardly any people outside, as the interior was much more comfortable with electricity. No one was keen to meander outside. Only a few residents, hearing the commotion, peered out their windows to catch a glimpse of Suyi's silhouette. Able to discern a youthful figure, is this our commander? He appears so young. He must possess a remarkably powerful talent to command such a large force at such a young age. Hiss, is that a new army? A new support force? Goodness, when did they arrive? The Apocalypse War must be joking, right? Wasn't it said that the global military was withdrawn? How come there are still hundreds of them around? The commander must have an impressive background. Perhaps he is some sort of second-generation elite, able to command such a multitude of soldiers? The residents upstairs speculated amongst themselves, gazing in shock out the window. Zhang Xiaozi would not allow them to ascend to the 6th floor. Very few had seen Sui, let alone interacted with him face to face. This was a rare opportunity. Although they could only see his back, at least they could ascertain whether their leader was male or female. Sir, Zhang Xiaozi soon approached Sui, pulling him into the shadows of the corridor. The sun is intense outside. You mustn't get sunburned. I am not that fragile, you know. Have you forgotten? I possess a passive skill that grants me heat resistance. Sui replied with a smile, his good mood evident as his grin lingered. Still, you should exercise caution. Zhang Xiaozi glanced up at the Eve's obstructing prying eyes, her words laden with meaning. Xiaozi, are you worried someone might see me? Sui squinted, smiling. There's no need for such vigilance. Since I am here, I will inevitably be seen. In your behind-the-scenes grand scheme, it cannot be that I am to remain unseen all the time. Right, sir, that was not my intention. Zhang Xiaozi quickly lowered her head to explain. It's just that the atmosphere within the sanctuary is currently unstable. I'm still uncertain how many harbor ill intentions and must proceed with caution. Should you feel lonely, you may seek out those young ladies for conversation. At least they are already loyal to you, unlikely to harbor ulterior motives. As the first batch of female residents, they have gained Zhang Xiaozi's preliminary trust, and they are being trained daily, thus their loyalty is highly assured. Zhang Xiaozi believes that as long as one cannot surpass their own barriers, no one should easily approach Sui. It is best not to even glance in his direction. The head of the agents harbors deep suspicions, fearing that some unscrupulous individual might take advantage of her momentary lapse to harm her partner. Yes, I understand your loyalty. Let us not dwell on this any further. Sui raised his hand, gesturing towards the 500 soldiers standing under the sun. Although sweat trickled down their cheeks, each remained resolute and upright in the sunlight. Sui spoke with undeniable pride. Zhang Xiaozi, what do you think? Have you ever seen so many soldiers before? Well, I have encountered numerous soldiers, but never such a formidable force. Zhang Xiaozi replied delicately, a hint of affectionate admiration gracing her smile. During the tumultuous era of the Republic, she had seen countless armies and interacted with various political dignitaries. In fact, she had even commanded a frontline battle with over 10,000 troops in a time of personnel shortage. Yet, she chose not to mention this. She did not wish to undermine Sui's current sense of pride as a man. Very well, these 500 soldiers are now under your command, Sui declared with a sweeping gesture. You shall arrange their deployment. This is our new force, each one with remarkable combat prowess. With this, he smiled broadly. You shall no longer lament the inadequacy of personnel in our refuge, shall you? A battalion of 500. That is a military assembly larger than our civilian population. Who would dare harbor any ulterior motives? The color of this watch shall not change to red. Thus, the refuge was indeed free from worry. Zhang Xiaozi respectfully responded, with such a strong army at hand, I shall strive to achieve even greater successes for my partner and enhance our overall strength. There is no rush to claim territory. Sui interjected, waving his hand, we are in an apocalyptic scenario. Survival is our primary concern. Your previous mindset of warlords seizing land may not always be applicable. First, we must ensure our safety and secure our resources. You can manage the rest as you see fit. Understood, sir, Zhang Xiaozi replied with a respectful nod. I shall entrust these individuals to you. Sui glanced at the soldiers before summoning a few captains and staff officers to communicate with Zhang Xiaozi. Once he had conveyed his instructions, he turned to ascend the stairs. Sir, are you in such haste due to pressing matters? Zhang Xiaozi inquired, her thoughts continually revolving around Sui, eager to alleviate any new troubles he might face. Indeed, there is something, but you may not be able to assist. Sui pointed upstairs, smiling. I need to find Leia. With so many new soldiers, we must expedite the development of the cooling temperature equipment we discussed previously. Leia had informed Sui that she was researching portable cooling devices suitable for personnel exploring resources, which could effectively mitigate the physical exhaustion soldiers experience in high temperatures. This was the only scientific challenge the refuge had independently overcome, a necessity that Zhang Xiaozi had identified. Now that Sui had acquired these 500 soldiers, he was keen to inquire about Leia's progress rather than wait idly for her developments. If she had not made headway, he would simply purchase the technology using his points. With nearly 20,000 points remaining, even if he spent it all on the army, it would be a profitable investment. Strengthening the military directly enhanced Sui's own capabilities. I truly cannot assist. Zhang Xiaozi replied with a gentle smile, watching Sui ascend the stairs. As Sui reached the 6th floor and approached the research room, a sudden notification startled him. Leah has made a significant breakthrough. Chapter 64. Workers, Technology, an Army. What more do I lack? Congratulations. Due to a substantial influx of new scientific data into the research room, your talent Leah feels a profound sense of fulfillment. She has surpassed her own talent level. Congratulations. Talent Leah has successfully advanced to a C-level talent unit. Wow, she leveled up. Sui stood at the door in astonishment. She spent all her time in the research room, even more reclusive than he was, yet she managed to achieve this. What a prodigy! He quickly opened Leah's latest data profile, discovering that in addition to her specialties in engineering expertise and intelligence, she had acquired a new attribute, Scholar. Scholar. She possesses a remarkable drive for self-learning and a strong capacity for comprehension. Her understanding of any new knowledge in the realms of science and engineering is exceptional. Through continuous study, she can elevate her own level. Incredible, a growth-oriented trait. Sui's eyes widened in surprise. If Leah could continue her studies without interruption, she might continuously ascend in rank, potentially becoming an A-level or even S-level talent unit. Could this be a result of the technology projects I purchased? Sui pondered, recalling that each time he bought new technological projects with survival points, corresponding theoretical knowledge and data would automatically fill the research room. Leah, immersed in the research room, was continuously absorbing this ever-growing pool of knowledge. The notification suggested she was highly satisfied with Sui's purchases, becoming increasingly excited and motivated to learn. This was not merely an innate talent. It was an inherent scholar, a pioneer at the forefront of human innovation. Sui marveled before entering the research room. He seldom visited, as he found such matters uninteresting, much like students who dread academic subjects. Yet, Leah seemed inherently captivated by all scientific challenges. Upon entering, he found her bent over an experimental table, now donned in a simple white lab coat speckled with various stains. A testament to her countless experiments, Leah was so engrossed in her work that she did not notice Sui's entrance. Her hands deftly maneuvered through the instruments, adjusting various parameters with speed and precision. Even as an outsider, Sui could sense her pursuit of perfection in every experimental detail. Leah was wholly absorbed, her expression serious, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only her and her experiment. Sui observed quietly, unwilling to disrupt her focus. He suddenly realized that a woman dedicated to her work possesses an extraordinary allure. Leah was not conventionally beautiful. Her beauty was understated, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky, quietly shimmering in the otherwise dim research room. Her soft black hair was casually tied into a low ponytail, with a few strands playfully falling over her face, gently swaying and obscuring her vision. Leah brushed aside her hair, and in that moment, her peripheral vision caught sight of the man beside her. Oh? Who is that? Ah, it's the boss. Leah snapped back to reality, turning with a smile. Boss, what brings you here? Her smile was refreshing yet tinged with evident fatigue. I just arrived and didn't he want to interrupt your work? Sui nodded. Have you not been resting well? You seem quite tired, Dado. I'm all right, just 2 nights without sleep, Leah replied, waving her hand cheerfully. Recently, this room has filled with a plethora of new data and experimental projects, seemingly related to the structural integrity of the building, as well as intelligent information technology and models for microrobots. I feel that if I can fully comprehend them, I could bring significant benefits to the boss. Have you grasped it yet? Sui inquired. Leah hesitated, then shook her head despondently. Not yet. I can't understand it. Seems I lack many foundational technology modules, so I can't replicate them at the moment. No worries, take your time. Sui reassured her calmly. He understood the difference between innovation and direct purchase. As long as he had points, he could buy finished products without mastering the technology. However, for Leah to comprehend the core technological principles of those products was no easy feat. The pursuit of scientific advancement could be undertaken at any time. There was no need to rush. Sui opened the mall interface and purchased some special potions. Universal Recovery Potion. A box contains 12 vials, costing 500 survival points. Upon consumption, it automatically repairs bodily ailments and fatigue, ensuring the body remains in peak health. This potion cannot replace food and cannot satiate hunger. This item resembled a stimulant native to the refuge, yet without side effects, and it possessed healing properties. Here, take this, Sui said, purchasing 10 boxes in one go, spending 5,000 points without a second thought. He placed the potions before Leah. Drink a little when you're tired. Your health is paramount. Don't overexert yourself. With her new scholar trait, Leah represented an immense elevation in Sui's standing. Given sufficient time, she could potentially evolve into an A-level or even S-level talent unit through continuous learning. Boss. Leah accepted the box of potions, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. Lowering her head, she suddenly teased, Boss, you are being so kind to me. Are you trying to pursue me? Sui was taken aback. Huh. What kind of reasoning is that? In Leah's beautiful eyes, a glimmer of shrewdness sparkled, yet she feigned a sigh. Alas, Sister Shao Ci would be displeased. I certainly do not wish to become her rival in love. She is quite formidable, Sui rubbed his forehead. This is merely the boss's normal concern for subordinates. It's an additional benefit, so don't overthink it. Is that so? Leah instinctively leaned closer. Her body inching towards Sui, her enchanting eyes narrowing slightly. But if the boss truly intends to engage in some underhanded dealings, I am merely a defenseless female researcher, utterly incapable of resisting. I may have to silently endure, tears streaming down my face, at the mercy of the boss's whims. Lowering her head, Leah wore a look of feigned sorrow, seemingly immersing herself in her role. Damn. Sui couldn't help but exclaim. What peculiar quirk is this? Why does it sound as if you are eagerly awaiting to be subjected to my underhanded dealings? Huh. Are we starting now? Does the boss enjoy the ambience here? Leah's eyes sparkled. Boss, then I shall go lock the door immediately. Wait, you must have misunderstood my exclamation. It was merely an expression of my feelings. It does not signify action. Sui hurriedly grasped Leah's arm. Let us discuss something serious. How is the research on the cooling and refrigeration facilities that Shao Ci discussed with you? I have made some progress and even created a prototype, Leah replied as she turned to retrieve several small vests from a nearby drawer. It's not too difficult, but I cannot mass-produce them. Everything relies on my manual labor. We lack raw materials and factories. Many technological projects can indeed be realized, but only in limited quantities. This is indeed a conundrum. Sui remarked, his brow furrowing. A few cooling devices might suffice for our original numbers, but now with an additional 500 soldiers, these few devices will be wholly inadequate. Elia's concerns made Sui acutely aware of the challenges he faced in sustaining this 500-man army, which extended beyond mere shortages of refrigeration equipment. Maintaining an army is far more arduous than caring for civilians. For instance, the weaponry within this 500-man force is substantial, yet the ammunition is limited. In this army, one does not have an infinite supply of bullets. Once the ammunition is depleted, the combat effectiveness of the troops will undoubtedly diminish significantly. Although the individual combat prowess of Huaxia soldiers is formidable, excelling even with cold weapons, Sui truly wished to avoid reaching that point. To sustain such a large force, only to have them engage in close combat. What kind of impoverished warlord scenario is that? It appears we face numerous pressing challenges at present. Sui sighed deeply, and Leah quietly edged closer, her delicate form pressed against him. Boss, is there anything I can assist with? I am quite clever. We lack bullets, assembly lines, and factories, he acknowledged. You are absolutely correct. We cannot rely solely on you to handle all of this. Sui felt a headache coming on, yet Leah smirked mischievously. Boss, I heard our shelter has recently gained quite a few laborers. Laborers? You mean the new residents? Indeed, there are several hundred more. Then why not have them relocate the city's factories, airports, and various facilities back here? Leah tilted her head, grinning at Sui. Without factories, we can simply bring the equipment here. We are merely short on equipment, not on technology or labor. Although these individuals may not be skilled workers, I have already devised the production techniques. I just need to patiently teach them. Elia's hand subtly covered Sui's, her voice barely above a whisper. Boss, you have manpower and technology. Why worry about lacking equipment? Wherever it may be, we can seize it. Do you know how to produce ammunition? Sui looked up, astonished at Leah. She shrugged. I cannot make missiles, but I can produce bullets for basic weaponry. If necessary, just give me a week, and I will strive to establish a production line for rocket launchers. Wow, you can even make those things. Are you a natural at this? Boss, I am not a genius. It's just that there is existing scientific data and a complete theoretical framework and experimental methodology. I merely need to attempt to replicate it. Elia did not take credit for herself. She referred to the technical documentation that would automatically appear in the research room once Sui had acquired the necessary equipment and technology. Yet Sui understood that, despite Leah's casual demeanor, she was the only person in the entire shelter capable of comprehending those technical documents. Her words sounded simple, but without a substantial accumulation of scientific knowledge, even if one were presented with the designs for Dongfeng missiles, an ordinary person would find them incomprehensible, a treasure trove of knowledge, yet utterly useless. You are correct, Sui nodded, narrowing his eyes as a sense of clarity washed over him. Elia was right. He commanded a 500-man army currently in peak combat readiness, with ample ammunition at their disposal. Given this premise, what else was beyond his reach? Anything that existed within this city could be obtained. I have been limiting my thinking to peacetime. I should learn from you. Sui's attitude was sincere. Not having thought of something was not a disgrace, as long as one possessed the mindset to learn and adapt. Hee, boss. Would you like me to provide you with some extracurricular tutoring? Leah draped her arm over Sui's shoulder, adopting a playful demeanor as she looked up at him teasingly. An evening session? Just you and I, absolutely private, designed to facilitate your rapid growth. Well, I wouldn't mind. Why don't you report this to Xiao Ci? Have her reserve a spot for you tonight. Oh no, my experimental project, I almost forgot. You are so wicked, boss. I shall not play with you any longer, Leah exclaimed as she turned, dashing back to the experiment station, unabashedly exposing her exquisite back to Sui, her movements laden with an alluring hint of seduction. This girl certainly exhibited a touch of madness. Sui shook his head and exited the research room, determined to promptly execute the new plan he had just conceived. Sweep the city. Whatever was lacking, he would seize. Chapter 65. Points exhausted. Commencing the Great Sweep operation. After leaving the research room, Sui intended to find Jiang Xiao Ci, only to discover her standing at his door. Ah, Xiao Ci. Sui's eyes brightened, and before he could speak, Jiang Xiao Ci smiled and opened the door, stepping inside. Xiao Ci, were you waiting for me? Sui followed closely behind, somewhat astonished, sensing that Jiang Xiao Ci had been purposefully awaiting his emergence. Yes, sir. How is the arrangement of the army progressing? Sui settled onto the sofa, sipping some chilled water. Also, I presume you are here to inquire about the refrigeration equipment. She has produced it, but we are unable to mass produce it. I am aware, Jiang Xiao Ci nodded, standing before Sui with utmost respect. The army has not yet been organized. They are simply resting indoors. Why not arrange them? I believe that after seeing Leah, Sir may have new considerations. Jiang Xiao Ci paused, speaking with significance. Sir places great importance on Leah, and her character does not favor being bound by rules, so she may provide you with fresh insights. I think that as long as Leah presents a challenge, you will undoubtedly find a solution for her, just like the absence of production lines and factories and the logistical challenges of weaponry. Jiang Xiao Ci lowered her gaze, echoing the very issues that Leah had raised regarding the shelter's current predicament. Xiao Ci, did you discuss this with Leah beforehand? Sui raised an eyebrow. Your statements are remarkably similar. I have not engaged in extensive conversation with Miss Li. I have not mentioned these matters. Jiang Xiao Ci smiled gently. Sir, the emergence of this army has already foretold the most urgent problems we face. The greatest challenge in sustaining an army naturally lies in logistical support. Indeed, Leah suggested that I go seize it. Sui reclined on the sofa, speaking nonchalantly. What do you think I should do? My suggestion aligns with hers. Jiang Xiao Ci paused before softly stating. There are 2 police stations on nearby streets. According to your description, the officers have likely entered the Doomsday War scenario. Therefore, those occupying the police stations are probably refugees, possibly committing misdeeds under the guise of weapons. I believe that a kind-hearted person like you cannot tolerate these marauding thugs. Jiang Xiao Ci's words made Sui chuckle. You want me to raid the police station for equipment? To become the new thugs? We're about to seize territory again. No, sir, wielding firearms would only usher in more peace. Jiang Xiao Ci shook her head. Though the apocalypse has lingered for some time, you have never personally taken a life and have instead sheltered many vulnerable individuals. In this time of national crisis, when heroes emerge, I believe you are the hero that this era demands. We are not engaged in plunder. This is not the conduct of a warlord. Rather, we are cleansing the world for the sake of the nation and its people. Jiang Xiao Ci's impassioned speech left Sui dumbfounded. Xiao Ci. This certainly does not sound like you. Although it may be inappropriate to say, you have always given me the impression of being rather ruthless. Have I? Jiang Xiao Ci tilted her head, suddenly smiling. Perhaps it is due to your excellent guidance. I also believe that great righteousness should lie in our hands, and we should not approach matters with the mindset of warlords. Prioritizing survival while ensuring the well-being of more people is paramount. Wow! What a revelation! What I had casually uttered moments ago had transformed her demeanor from that of an agent of the state to that of a vanguard warrior of communism. I found myself at a loss for words. You were absolutely correct. Sui stroked his chin thoughtfully. Very well, let us proceed thus. We shall seize the existing weapons and equipment within the city. While we may lack heavy armaments, we can at least replenish our ammunition supplies. Yes, sir. Jiang Xiaozi nodded and turned to depart. She had been awaiting Suyi's words, for the primary operational directives of the military required his approval. Even though Sui placed complete trust in Jiang Shaozi, she remained vigilant regarding such details, never daring to mobilize the army without his consent. By the way, sir, Jiang Shaozi paused at the door and suddenly inquired, should we let Lin Yu lead the team? I can remain here to accompany you. Shaozi, are you hesitant to lead the charge? Sui chuckled, and Jiang Shaozi shook her head. I merely believe that if Lin Yu takes the lead, it would better safeguard your reputation. Should Jiang Shaozi command the troops herself, they might indeed morph into a ruthless warlord's force. However, under Lin Yu's leadership, they would more likely be perceived by the public as a miraculous army, almost mythical in nature. Very well then, Sui nodded in agreement, engrossed in browsing the point shop interface, when he suddenly discovered that it was possible to purchase vehicles. Wait a moment, Shaozi, I wish to acquire some supplies for the army. Sui called out to Jiang Shaozi. Vehicles are indeed a valuable asset. In this world where transportation has ground to a halt, with everyone reliant on their own two legs, the advantage of having a few more vehicles is immeasurable. Sui currently had 15,151 survival points remaining, and the vehicle prices in the shop varied considerably, with the models he had his eye on being rather expensive. Naturally, there were cheaper options as well. Even a level 0 shelter could procure one. However, since he intended to outfit his 500-strong army, he resolved to purchase military vehicles, seeking only the best in performance. Let me see. Among the vehicles available for purchase at level 1 shelters, the ones with the highest cost-performance ratio are, I shall select these few. With a sweeping gesture, Sui confirmed his purchases. Armored Personnel Carrier, APC, Model, Tiger 3, Capacity. Each vehicle can accommodate up to 50 soldiers. Weapon System, equipped with one heavy machine gun on top and one light machine gun on each side. Armor Protection, Moderate, capable of effectively resisting light weaponry and small-caliber artillery attacks. Speed, maximum speed of 90 km/h. Purpose, rapidly transport soldiers to the battlefield while providing a degree of fire support. Purchase required, 1,000 survival points. Tactical Support Vehicle, TSV, Model, Thunder X, Function, provides tactical command, communication relay, and battlefield medical support. Weapon System, lacks direct offensive weaponry, but is equipped with powerful electromagnetic jamming devices. Equipment, includes complete tactical communication equipment, battlefield command systems, and mobile medical facilities. Speed, maximum speed of 80 km/h. Purpose, enhances the tactical coordination capabilities of the task force, ensuring seamless communication and battlefield support. Purchase required, 1,000 survival points. Armored Rescue Vehicle, ARM, Model, Guardian R, Function, rapid transport of battlefield casualties and support for battlefield repairs. Equipment, equipped with advanced life support systems, emergency surgical tables, and repair tools and equipment. Speed, maximum speed of 70 km/h. Purpose, reduces casualty mortality rates and enhances survival capabilities on the battlefield. Purchase required, 1,000 survival points. Surface-to-Air Missile Vehicle, SAM, Model, Skynet M. Weapon System, armed with 8 portable surface-to-air missiles. Protection, moderate, equipped with advanced electronic countermeasure systems. Speed, maximum speed of 85 km/h. Purpose, provides low-altitude defense against aerial threats such as enemy drones and helicopters. Purchase required, 2,000 survival points. Supply Vehicle, ST, Model, Hercules S. Load capacity, each vehicle can carry enough supplies for 1,000 soldiers for a day of operations, cannot be automatically replenished, requires consumption of corresponding materials from the shelter. Speed, maximum speed of 75 km/h. Purpose, ensures that the task force has sufficient supplies while operating far from the shelter. Purchase required, 1,000 survival points of these 5 vehicle types, aside from purchasing 5 armored personnel carriers. He acquired one of each of the others. This expenditure swiftly consumed 10,000 survival points. With over 5,000 points remaining, Sui opted to purchase 10 standard cargo trucks without hesitation. Civilian Truck, CT, Model, Giant, T500. Load capacity, maximum load of 50 tons, including cargo and personnel. Cargo capacity, approximately 35 tons of various supplies, such as food, water, and building materials. Personnel transport capacity, up to 10 occupants, including the driver, can be accommodated while ensuring cargo safety. Dimensions, length 10 meters x width 2.5 meters x height 3 meters, usable internal space. Power system, equipped with a high-power diesel engine, maximum output of 350 horsepower. Speed, maximum highway speed of 90 km/h, slightly reduced under load. Purchase required, 500 survival points. Although the civilian trucks were priced lower, their cost-performance ratio paled in comparison to the armored vehicles. Were it not for the need to transport goods more efficiently, Sui would have eagerly continued acquiring armored personnel carriers. Excellent, all points spent. Only 151 remain. Sui clapped his hands and, accompanied by Jiang Shaozi, left the room and stepped into a larger open area, where he withdrew all the vehicles he had purchased from the shelter's storage space. Golden light flickered. A fleet of imposing vehicles materialized before Sui. They surrounded him like a dragon, their bodies reflecting dazzling metallic glints under the sunlight. Lin Yu, Sui called out, and Lin Yu, who had been organizing the troops, instantly responded. Present. Like a spring-loaded mechanism, she hastened to stand beside Sui. The temporary commanding officer of the task force, Lin Yu, reporting for duty. Do you see these vehicles? They are yours to command today. Sui gestured towards the military vehicles. All military vehicles belong to you. Leave the civilian trucks behind and additionally, allocate a combat team of 200 personnel to remain. These military vehicles can only accommodate 300 individuals. Do you believe that taking 300 people with you will affect combat effectiveness? Sui inquired. Lin Yu gazed at the military vehicles with sparkling eyes and replied without hesitation. Absolutely not. I guarantee the completion of all tasks. These are no mere transport vehicles. They represent a significant enhancement to our military might. Just look at these armored vehicles, especially the dark gun barrels on the armored personnel carriers, which provide the soldiers with their utmost sense of security. Lin Yu envisioned arranging a few gunners to take position, driving the vehicle. Which enemy would dare approach? A burst of machine gun fire would decimate them. Even long-range attacks with standard bullets would struggle to penetrate the armored hull, plus the interior features sniper ports for instant counterattacks. These assets could elevate the task force's combat capability by several tiers. Most crucially, Sui added, as it stands, we are the only ones in the city equipped with such gear. These are items available only at level 1 shelters. Of course, there may be some military armaments left behind by state forces, but they are unlikely to surpass our military vehicles, and the opposing side may not even deploy them. You are all soldiers. You should be more adept at operating these military vehicles than the enemy. Lin Yu nodded vigorously, her excitement rendering her nearly speechless. Very well, then let us depart. Sui waved his hand. For the remaining 200 personnel, Shaozi, please see to their arrangements. Allocate some to drive the civilian trucks, allowing the residents to assist in the labor. Understood. Jiang Shaozi bowed her head in acknowledgement. Today shall indeed be a bountiful day. She grasped Sui's intent. He aimed to leverage the transportation capability of the trucks to bring back all available resources from the vicinity. What factories, what shopping centers, what pharmacies, what municipal hospitals. Everything the shelter lacks must be retrieved. If anyone attempts to obstruct us, I beg your pardon. My civilian trucks also carry combat teams, fully equipped. I hereby declare that the grand scavenging operation has officially commenced. With Sui's command, all soldiers began to board the vehicles, one by one departing the community. Meanwhile, Jiang Shaozi organized the remaining military units and summoned Sister Li to head towards the nearby 3 residential buildings, intent on mobilizing the residents who had already rested for a day to commence the task of transporting supplies. Sui returned to his room, standing by the window and gazing down, watching as the trucks slowly rolled out of the community under the protection of the soldiers. His heart brimmed with profound satisfaction. Soon, my shelter shall welcome an abundance of resources beyond measure. Chapter 66. Brother, we are surrounded. Should we engage in battle? Jiang Shaozi's arrangements were remarkably sound. She did not assign all 200 soldiers to the procurement operation. A special operations team of 50 soldiers was tasked with protecting hundreds of residents during their venture. Simultaneously, the remaining soldiers were divided into a 10-member team to proceed to the offline trading location to meet with Chen Qiren. Ensuring the security of the daytime market territory and maximizing booth fees profits. 40 individuals were divided into 2 small teams to commence operations surrounding the new resource locations, trading posts, and survivor rescue missions. Their objective was to enhance the intelligence gathering capabilities of the shelter, increase influence, and bolster the population, among other aims. The remaining 100 individuals were to stay within the community. This arrangement not only ensured close protection for the safety of the shelter and Sui, but also provided an opportunity to continuously renovate and fortify the community's defenses during their time at home. Indeed, Jiang Shaozi was poised to embark on the task of transforming the entire community. Previously hindered by a lack of manpower, now, with the presence of professional soldiers, Jiang Shaozi was determined to construct various military facilities envisioned in the safety plan. Traps, bunkers, hidden sentries, trenches, every military-grade installation would be erected. Moreover, underground shelters, nuclear material reserves, and advanced military early warning systems would be included. None would be overlooked. Jiang Xiaozi's goal was straightforward: to center the security framework around Suyi's bedroom, progressively expanding outward to continually enhance the safety coefficient. Suyi's bedroom would be the highest level of security, followed by the building he occupied and its surrounding walls, then nearby buildings designated as sniper and ambush points, gradually radiating across the entire community. Layer upon layer, even the skies above would have rudimentary aerial defense measures arranged. She aimed to ensure that there were no blind spots in the protective measures, enveloping Suyi in an unparalleled shield of safety. Not only would unauthorized individuals be barred from seeing Suyi, but even a multitude of enemies attempting a forceful breach would find it impossible to reach him. On yet another monotonous afternoon, Suyi pondered what to do. He gazed at the crimson sun and couldn't help but smirk. Perhaps I should playfully engage Li Yajin in some mischief? Better not. I wouldn't want her to misunderstand. She seems like she might take it seriously. Then perhaps a game of civilization? Suyi settled at his computer desk, indulging in a single-player game that could easily consume several evenings. However, he felt it inappropriate to waste time this way. As his shelter grew stronger, he realized he must not become complacent. The more vigorous the development, the more caution and prudence were required. Besides, what could compare to the thrill of utilizing my skills? I could remotely observe, far surpassing mere commands. Resolutely, Suyi reclined on his bed, assuming a comfortable position, and connected to Lin Yu's perspective. To ensure he did not excessively deplete his stamina, he retrieved some stamina-restoring items from his reserves. These were remnants from other shelters, not particularly valuable but effective in replenishing the energy consumed by Suyi's skills. Establishing the connection, the target. Lin Yu. Darkness enveloped Suyi's vision momentarily. When his sight returned, he found himself within Lin Yu's perspective. That moment, Lin Yu was seated inside an armored personnel carrier, flanked by fully armed soldiers, all of whom sat in solemn silence, acutely aware of their operational duties. Lin Yu was intently examining a city map, while simultaneously manipulating an electronic information map, continually updating and refining the latest data, thorough and comprehensive. Sue discerned that this electronic map likely belonged to the command vehicle. Commander? Lin Yu suddenly reacted, murmuring softly. Her keen sensitivity surpassed that of the other soldiers, allowing her to sense Suyi's connection to her perspective. I'll just observe. You carry on. Suyi's voice resonated in Lin Yu's ear. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, yet she remained silent, wholly focused on the map information. Approaching the target location, all units remain alert. Reduce vehicle speed, Lin Yu commanded, grasping the radio to issue operational directives. Command vehicle. Fall back. Snipers disembark and position themselves at suitable vantage points. Communications personnel provide precise operational data. Demolition teams prepare. Combat units disembark in succession to encircle the area. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd armored vehicles continued in formation. Nearing the target location. After issuing her orders, Lin Yu glanced at the soldiers beside her. All personnel, check your gear and enter combat readiness. With a flurry, all soldiers inside the vehicle promptly lowered their heads to inspect their firearms and equipment. Then disengaged their weapon safety mechanisms, rising to stand at the vehicle's door. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Lin Yu commanded, disembark. All soldiers flowed out in a seamless formation, instinctively forming a standard combat line. Vigilant and observing their surroundings, swiftly finding cover to enter a state of readiness. After Lin Yu exited, Suyi also witnessed soldiers disembarking from the surrounding troop carriers. They instinctively grouped into teams of 3. Dispersing into the city's obstacles, Lin Yu re-entered the command vehicle, directing the 3 armored vehicles to approach the central police station in the street. This police station was of considerable size. Bustling with activity, the once open glass doors lay shattered, strewn with shards of glass and debris, forming makeshift defenses. Boss, it seems there are military vehicles outside. A young man with blonde hair remarked in astonishment, lowering his binoculars to address a bald man beside him. Inside the police station, over a dozen men donned bulletproof vests, wielding an array of police weaponry. However, their hairstyles were a riot of colors, and their attire was far from uniform, presenting an incongruous image with the building's somber atmosphere. Military vehicles? The bald man frowned, having initially assumed that the commotion outside was merely survivors seeking to trade for equipment. However, the situation appeared more dire than he had anticipated. He grabbed a military-grade binocular from his neck, ascended to the 3rd floor, and peered outside. To his shock, he saw 3 armored vehicles lined up at the entrance, their machine gun barrels ominously exposed and scanning the surroundings for any signs of enemies. Scattered around the armored vehicles were fully armed soldiers, most of whom were concealed behind cover, rendering it impossible to ascertain their numbers. Only the silhouettes of soldiers could be seen in every direction. Damn, this is a regular army. The bald man was momentarily taken aback. He was no fool. The display outside clearly indicated the presence of a legitimate military force. This was not a group of pretenders or rival scavengers flaunting police equipment. Judging by their demeanor, movements, and equipment, these individuals were undoubtedly well-trained soldiers. Could it be that the army had entered the city to conduct rescue operations? But that mysterious entity had mentioned an apocalyptic war, hadn't he it? That entity even made me vote, and I cast an F. Was all of this merely an illusion? The bald man found himself bewildered. Glancing down at his handgun, then back at the military vehicles, rubbing his eyes for clarity. The armored vehicles remained. With a swift motion, he slapped his hand down, startling a nearby subordinate who yelped, clutching his thigh. "Boss, why did you hit me? Does it hurt?" "Yes, boss, it hurts. Am I dreaming?" The bald man muttered, staring at the military vehicles outside, bewildered. "What the hell is going on? They said the military was gone. How are they back?" Before the bald man could fully grasp the situation, a clear and authoritative voice blared from the loudspeakers of the military vehicles outside. "Attention! We have surrounded this location. All individuals are to lower their weapons and exit with hands on your heads. Do not engage in futile resistance. Stubborn defiance will only result in severe consequences. This is your second and final warning. Surrender unconditionally. We promise leniency for any who voluntarily surrender and cooperate with our inquiries. Should you choose to resist, we will be compelled to take decisive action, and you will bear all consequences." The crisp announcements echoed through the streets, reaching every corner of the police station where the thugs resided. Beside the bald man, his subordinate, still nursing his wounded leg, trembled and inquired, "Boss, what do we do? Should we fight them?" "Fight? With what?" The bald man glared at his subordinate, wishing he could slap him again. "Are you out of your mind? Engage in battle with soldiers? Do you think you're invincible? How many lives do you have to throw away like that? What do we do then, boss? What do we do? We surrender," the bald man declared decisively. "Lower your weapons and surrender on the spot. We'll seek leniency. Do not harbor any delusions. I'd rather serve time than take a bullet." Clearly, the bald man was mistaken. He believed the forces outside were a regular army. Unaware that they were soldiers recruited by Sue. Though he harbored ambitions and aspirations, like all citizens of Huaxia, he understood the terrifying combat prowess of his own military. Resist? That was a recipe for a gruesome demise. Let us not delay any further. Shall we not eliminate the intruders outside? Damn it. I shall deal with you first. The bald giant erupted with fury, delivering a resounding slap that left his subordinate dizzy and feeling utterly wronged. Alas, my elder brother lacks ambition. Just yesterday, he was brimming with aspirations, commanding the winds and waves, aiming for the very heart of the city, ready to punch the little white bear and trample the new rankings. Yet today, it is as if all his fighting spirit has evaporated, leaving him utterly deflated. Relay my words. Ensure everything is in order, and prepare to surrender. The bald giant inhaled deeply, a glint of wisdom flickering in his eyes. This is a chaotic era. We possess both men and arms. This is not surrender. Rather, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. We are merely accepting amnesty. His declaration sent the entire police precinct into a frenzy. Linyu, observing the precinct's movements from outside, noted a significant number of personnel bustling about the upper and lower floors, yet it was clear they had not entered a state of combat. Reports from the sniper indicated that, although armed, these individuals had not assumed combat positions, instead congregating in the first-floor hall. Such a concentrated formation could easily be decimated by a few rounds from mounted machine guns. Just as Linyu prepared to take further action, she spotted the bald giant emerging from the precinct, flanked by several young men, both hands raised high. "Comrades, do not fire. I surrender." "No, I do not surrender. I am merely cooperating with the investigation. I must clarify, I have committed no wrongdoing. Since the calamity struck, I have been safeguarding national property." The bald giant bellowed, displaying both intelligence and eloquence. Seizing a police station could be a grave matter. Yet by emphasizing the apocalyptic crisis and voluntarily disclosing his intentions, he hoped to have his subjective motives understood, allowing for leniency regarding any objective misdeeds. "Commander, the adversary has surrendered," a staff officer spoke solemnly. Linyu nodded. "Send a few individuals to make contact and ascertain their origin. Remain vigilant and do not be deceived. Remember, if they genuinely seek to surrender, we must refrain from committing any harsh acts against them. We must treat prisoners humanely, upholding our army's fine traditions. We are all compatriots, and in times of peril, we need not turn against one another. Certainly, I shall personally attend to this. The chief of staff stepped forward, leaping from the command vehicle, accompanied by several soldiers toward the bald giant. Comrade, upon seeing a figure resembling an officer emerge from the military vehicle, the bald giant's demeanor grew increasingly respectful. He instinctively tensed, hands raised, fearful of misinterpretation of his actions. After all, the area was rife with gun barrels, and he had just realized that countless weapons were aimed in his direction, even spotting numerous tiny red dots on his body, an unmistakable warning from the sniper. "What is your name?" The chief of staff stood before the bald giant, his expression grave, demanding, "Speak plainly about your origins. Seek leniency." Yes, comrade, I shall disclose everything." The bald giant was exceedingly cooperative, even going so far as to squat with his hands clasped behind his head, his actions flowing with practiced ease. "Comrade, I understand our regulations. Honesty brings leniency. My name is Wang Daniu, and I came from Huizhou to work, bringing along a few nephews to labor at the construction site. Recently, the world has descended into chaos, with some ominous voices proclaiming the apocalypse was upon us, accompanied by an unbearable heat. I am not one for many hobbies, merely indulging in novels, and I pondered that with the apocalypse looming and no sign of military rescue. Ah, you must be aware of this. Those voices claimed the army had been captured. Thus, in a bid for self-preservation, I hurriedly brought my nephews to the nearest police station. Truly, my sole intention was to ensure our safety. I swear. Wang Daniu raised his hands, his expression earnest and impassioned. However, upon arrival, I realized something was amiss. In these dire times, with the nation in peril, every citizen has a responsibility. The police station still had equipment unclaimed. If it fell into the hands of criminals, what would become of the safety of the city's inhabitants? What of the safety of the survivors? I thought to myself, this cannot stand. I must protect national property and prevent these weapons from falling into the wrong hands. I would do everything in my power to safeguard the survivors of the city, buying enough time for aid to arrive. Hence, I steadfastly remained at the police station, awaiting your arrival. At last, it seems the heavens have heard my daily prayers and pleas. You have finally come. The bald giant grew increasingly agitated, on the verge of tears, exclaiming, I truly feel that the dawn has broken for Huaxia. The rain has ceased, the skies have cleared, the people's good days have returned. The young men beside him were left dumbfounded, thinking their uncle was an extraordinary actor. His subtle expressions and movements were so vivid. How could he not pursue an acting career and instead be a construction foreman? Such a waste of talent. The chief of staff fell silent, captivated by Wang Dania's words. This fellow certainly knows how to spin a tale. In just a few words, he has absolved himself of blame. You certainly appear to be a habitual offender. The chief of staff's piercing gaze scrutinized Wang Daniu. You have broken the law before and served time, have you not? His eyes seemed to penetrate the soul, prompting Wang Daniu to lower his head. Yet he was forthright, nodding in acknowledgement. In my youth, I was foolish. I injured someone in a fight, unable to compensate, resulting in 2 years in prison. But rest assured, comrade, the government has completely rehabilitated me. I have turned over a new leaf, ready to become a new man. Comrade, I genuinely harbor a love for my country. I am passionate about the people. I understand the importance of being a useful member of society. Wang Daniu's words were filled with righteous fervor, leaving no room for criticism. His cooperation rendered the chief of staff unable to impose any charges, merely nodding. For now, you appear to be a good comrade. Since you have your own grievances, we shall observe you for the time being. As long as you cooperate with the investigation, we will not misunderstand your intentions. Now, call everyone out and surrender the equipment. The chief of staff narrowed his eyes, regarding Wang Daniu. Demanding the surrender of weapons was inherently a sensitive matter. Should Wang Daniu show even the slightest hesitation, the chief of staff would resolve to take immediate action to detain him. However, to his surprise, upon hearing these words, Wang Daniu seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, promptly removing his gear and discarding it on the ground. Handguns, magazines, grenades, bulletproof vests. He even urged his nephews and subordinates nearby to hurry. Move faster. Stop dawdling. The comrades are waiting, brother. Are you truly going to? Do not speak back. Apologies, comrade. My family's discipline is lacking. I am truly sorry. After apologizing, Wang Daniu delivered a sharp slap, prompting his nephews to yelp and hurriedly discard their weapons. Faces filled with reluctance. Well, everything is lost. Just days ago, they had been dreaming of reigning supreme in this apocalyptic era, and now, in the blink of an eye, they were brought back to reality. Many of the young men had envisioned their paths to greatness, only to face a harsh truth. All of you inside, come out. Wang Daniu commanded after surrendering his weapons. Get out, every last one of you. Not a single person is to remain hidden, should anyone dare to flee. I shall be the first to ensure they do not escape. Do not be foolish. Come out now. Under Wang Daniu's bellowing, the individuals inside trickled out in disarray, discarding their weapons before the chief of staff. In less than 10 minutes, the police precinct was taken without a single shot fired, bloodlessly and effortlessly. Su Yi, who had been observing quietly, was left astounded, muttering to himself, "Incredible! The tactics employed by Xiaozi are truly effective." Sui began to feel a stirring within himself. Although his actions might seem morally ambiguous, in this era devoid of military guardianship, why should he not step forward? Wang Daniu's earlier words, although aimed at self-justification, resonated deep within Sui's heart. The world is chaotic. Why should I not become a national hero? Must the apocalypse compel us to turn against one another? Must it breed treachery and deceit? Must it lead to a fight for survival, a dead end for humanity? Why should we, the people of Huaxia, be bound by the narratives of novels? Sui did not share this belief. He suddenly found the notion of taking on the responsibility of the soldiers quite appealing. The weight of such a noble cause is compelling, undoubtedly aligning with the will of the people. While the responsibilities may be heavy, Sui felt unafraid. Lin Yu, in the command vehicle, noted the unfolding scene. The adversary's cooperation surprised her, yet she quickly regained her composure, ordering the combat teams to enter the police precinct in succession, commencing the official takeover. Move out. Maintain formation. Snipers, remain vigilant. Inventory the supplies. Watch for hidden enemies. And be alert to ambushes. With Lin Yu's command, military teams began to stream into the precinct, not only through the front door but also skillfully scaling walls to ensure not all would enter through the front and fall victim to a surprise attack. Wang Daniu trembled, noticing numerous soldiers swiftly infiltrating the precinct, each one resolute and exuding an air of seriousness and lethal intent, causing him to stand even more deferentially before the chief of staff. He felt an immense sense of relief for his astute decision. Had he not surrendered outright, he could only imagine that he would now be negotiating with the King of Hell regarding the procedures for his next reincarnation. Follow me. The chief of staff cast a glance at Wang Daniu before turning to lead their group to a military vehicle. Comrade, will what we did end up in court? Wang Daniu's heart raced with anxiety. The chief of staff turned back, a knowing smile gracing his lips. That depends on your willingness to cooperate with the investigation. Cooperate? I will absolutely cooperate. A spark of inspiration struck Wang Daniu. And he quickly added, Comrade, I know a term called meritorious report. I want to report. Report what? Report the nearby thugs. They commit heinous acts, hoarding supplies, seizing police stations, abducting women, and killing without a second thought. Chapter 68. What if I die? The family tree will have a new page. After an hour of inspection and inventory, the police station was declared fully under control. The supplies within the station were cataloged and systematically transported back to the military vehicles. Half an hour later, a detailed list appeared before Lin Yu, meticulously outlining the inventory of weapons and materials stored in the police station. Weapons and equipment: 126 handguns, encompassing various standard police models. 12 rifles, primarily automatic models such as the Type 95. 1 light machine gun, 2 sniper rifles, 12 shotguns with a frown defensive gear. 215 bulletproof vests, 35 complete sets including explosive helmets, shields, and stab-proof suits. 300 miscellaneous items like bulletproof vests, helmets, goggles, and gas masks. Weapons and ammunition: 32 police grenades, 52 assorted special grenades including flashbangs and tear gas, 3,600 rounds of standard handgun ammunition, 1,200 rounds of rifle ammunition, 600 rounds of machine gun ammunition. Communication equipment: handheld radios, satellite phones, signal enhancement devices, and other miscellaneous items, all rendered unusable. Medical supplies: 335 items including first aid kits, tourniquets, disinfectants, antibiotics, and analgesics. Food and water: compressed biscuits, canned foods, bottled water, etc., sufficient to meet the survival needs of 40 individuals for 2 weeks. Fuel and lighting equipment: gasoline, diesel, sufficient to fill 30 vehicles, along with 45 operational police vehicles inoperable. Lighting equipment included generators, batteries, and electrical devices, with only flashlights functioning normally. Miscellaneous items: including tents, sleeping bags, portable stoves, ropes, toolkits, multifunctional knives, totaling 526 items. The densely packed inventory list left Lin Yu feeling pleasantly surprised. The gains from this operation were indeed substantial. Many of the supplies, although transported by Wang Daniu and his group from elsewhere, were now effectively acquired by Su Yi. Among the captured personnel, there were a total of 85 individuals, over 40 of whom were members of Wang Daniu's construction team, his younger relatives and villagers, while the remaining were local survivors who had relied on Wang Daniu during the outbreak of the apocalypse. Interestingly, all 85 individuals were young men, the eldest not exceeding 45 years of age, with the majority appearing to be in their 20s and 30s, representing the prime of manhood. Lin Yu had inquired with the chief of staff about Wang Daniu, who reportedly had refused the company of women and the elderly, adhering to his nephew's suggestion that bringing such burdens in a post-apocalyptic world was unwise. Thus, he only accepted compliant and obedient men, dismissing those who appeared clever or shrewd for fear he could not keep them in line. As Lin Yu tallied the material gains, the chief of staff returned to the command vehicle. Lin, I believe we are nearing the end of our inquiries. What about that group of people? Most are from construction backgrounds, some harbored fantasies of seizing power amidst chaos, but they largely abandoned those notions now and are quite cooperative. The chief of staff nodded, noting, there are indeed many sturdy men among them, though their courage appears lacking. They haven't dared to act out and seem to speak mostly the truth. The chief of staff found it amusing. Despite being a potentially threatening group of armed men, they displayed no inclination to resist, behaving almost like sheep, perfectly complying with the investigation and questioning. Wang Daniu's submissive demeanor even made the chief of staff feel slightly bashful, often wondering if his tone was too harsh. This is quite normal, Lin Yu remarked, her gaze fixed on the inventory list. In this era, in this country, the public's goodwill towards the military is remarkably high. Exceeding your expectations, that is a good thing, the chief of staff exclaimed with a hearty laugh. We can avoid a lot of trouble. Miss Jiang mentioned that this could be a bad thing. Lin Yu responded, lifting her head to regard the chief of staff with a serious expression. This means we must also bear the burdens of the military's past. Trust from the people is never given lightly. We merely inherit their legacy. Do you understand what I am saying? Lin Yu's words carried weight, recalling how Jiang Xiaozi had repeatedly lamented that if only the people here did not trust the military so much. At the very least, it would make many tasks simpler without having to consider Su Yi's position and opinions. Yes, Lin. The chief of staff's expression turned grave, understanding her implication. Lin, how should we handle that group? Let us take them back first and hand everything over to Miss Jiang for her to manage. Lin Yu replied decisively, we will focus on matters at the front line. As long as there are surrenders, we will ensure their safety and leave everything to Miss Jiang. She is our political commissar, and we need not worry about this. Understood, Lin? The chief of staff nodded, lowering his voice. The leader among them just reported some information, revealing several valuable gathering points in the area. What do you mean? Lin Yu raised her head, frowning at the chief of staff. Oh, you think what he said is true? It is highly likely to be true. Considering our operational objectives, I believe we should investigate. The chief of staff spread his hands, speaking earnestly, whether sooner or later, we must clear this region, and I think we can make contact early, especially since we have Wang Daniu, who is familiar with the area, indeed. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Send someone to inform Miss Jiang to bring people to transport the supplies, leaving a few behind for guard duty. Bring Wang Daniu over. I need to question him. Yes, Lin. The chief of staff quickly exited the vehicle, returning with Wang Daniu. Wang Daniu entered the command vehicle with a hint of trepidation, and upon his first glance, he was struck by Lin Yu's captivating presence. She was petite yet exuded a vibrant energy, her bright eyes shining with clarity, her demeanor exuding the unique elegance of a woman in uniform, instantly captivating Wang Daniu, who inwardly exclaimed that she was a military beauty. This is Team Lin, our current highest commander. The chief of staff introduced Wang Daniu, whispering, you can speak freely with her. If you perform well, she might advocate for leniency on your behalf before the higher-ups. Commander? Higher-ups? The moment those terms were uttered, Wang Daniu felt a jolt of realization. He had indeed placed his bet wisely. The military had truly arrived. Even the higher-ups were present. This was undoubtedly the rhythm of military control in the city. The apocalypse? No longer a concern. As long as he followed the military, they would solve all problems. Wang Daniu felt that perhaps the turning point of his life was upon him. In this chaotic era, if he could achieve merit before the military, surely when peace returned, he would be recognized and rewarded, right? Without considering the implications, Wang Dania's eyes reddened with emotion, his expression overflowing with excitement. Chapter 69. My comrades, I protect. My people, I defend. Wang Daniu, what is wrong? Lin Yu furrowed her brow, inquiring, you seem quite agitated. Have you encountered a dilemma? Speak freely. I will consider advocating on your behalf. Lin Yu attempted to reassure Wang Daniu, recognizing the value he held in securing greater benefits for Sui. Of course, in this process, Lin Yu did not hesitate to wield her military authority to protect the vulnerable. She was astute enough to realize that Suyi's granting of military power was tacit approval of such actions. Commander! Wang Daniu took a deep breath, his demeanor gravely serious, his eyes radiating righteous indignation. I wish to report. There are numerous violent organizations nearby committing atrocious acts. I had intended to intervene, but my voice was weak, and my strength insufficient. I could only watch helplessly as they perpetrated their evil deeds, tormenting me with sleepless nights. Damn it, a group of beasts. They are worse than dogs. Fortunately, you have arrived. Truly, there is hope for the people of Huaxia. Wait, Lin Yu interjected, get to the point. Indeed, let us get to the point. Wang Daniu promptly nodded, his voice low and serious. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, during my days at the police station, many have sought refuge with me. With a sense of duty to my country and my fellow citizens, I have endeavored to care for the survivors. However, some have come not for shelter, but with the intent to purchase firearms and ammunition. Given the chaos outside, possessing a weapon for self-defense seemed prudent, and I considered that the people I support also need sustenance. Thus, I took it upon myself to sell a few. But I assure you, I sold only a limited amount, just some handguns, and I strictly controlled the quantity of ammunition. Wang Daniu thumped his chest, emphasizing his patriotic intentions. Yet, everyone knew he feared selling too many rifles or grenades. Lest they turn against him, Lin Yu nodded, urging him to continue. After selling these weapons, I realized I had been deceived. Damn it, this pack of dogs, upon acquiring guns, began to commit heinous acts. Gunfire erupts daily in the vicinity. Sometimes, when I venture out to forage for food, I witness people assaulting women in the streets, only to murder them afterward. The blood splatters against the glass. Truly, they are beasts. Wang Daniu spoke with righteous indignation. While Lin Yu frowned and inquired, did you not take action to stop them? This question left Wang Daniu momentarily speechless, and he stammered, I was afraid, a bit scared for my life. He had thought that in such dire times, it was wiser to avoid trouble, but he dared not express such cold-hearted sentiments in front of a soldier. In his mind, soldiers were embodiments of justice, akin to celestial beings. To speak so candidly would surely tarnish his reputation. Lin Yu did not press further, merely nodding for him to continue. Having witnessed such scenes multiple times, I began to ponder. What if these individuals became deranged and sought revenge against me? I thought it prudent to gather some people and inspect the surrounding area. Because of my prior dealings in arms, any survivor with a modicum of notoriety has shown me some respect, maintaining a semblance of civility. In my interactions with them, I discovered they had even delineated their territories. Each person occupying specific blocks, behaving like local tyrants, exploiting those less fortunate in the shelters. Wang Daniu paused, suddenly asking, by the way, Commander, do you know about talents? Lin Yu nodded, casting a fleeting glance at Wang Daniu. I was just about to ask you, what is your talent? According to the shelter's mechanics, each individual would be randomly assigned to a habitable room and would also randomly acquire a talent. The police station was not a designated shelter. Did he not fear that his shelter might be destroyed while he lingered there? As Lin Yu's words hung in the air, Wang Daniu felt a mix of anxiety and relief. The inquiry was indeed insightful. The soldiers were remarkably well informed. They were evidently thorough in their preparations. Impressive. To be honest, my talent is rather peculiar. Wang Daniu scratched his head, grinning foolishly. My talent allows me to grow stronger the further and longer I am from home. I haven't eaten or drunk anything for several days, nor have I slept, yet I feel no adverse effects as long as I don't return home. I remain slightly superior to ordinary people. Such a talent, Su Yi, observing from the shadows, was taken aback. This talent seemed to stand in stark contrast to his own Homebody's Haven. However, in terms of effectiveness, it appeared less potent than Homebody's Haven. He decided to inquire further. Sui pondered, then whispered to Lin Yu. Ask him for the specific effects of his talent and have him recite the details. Also, inquire if he fears his shelter being destroyed. Lin Yu understood and conveyed Suyi's message. Wang Daniu quickly recited, my talent is called Wanderer's Aspiration, a B-grade talent. Its effect is as follows. When the resident leaves the shelter, their physical abilities and health will increase based on the time spent outside, while simultaneously entering a state of fasting, eliminating the need for food or rest. The maximum enhancement of my physical attributes can reach 3 times that of my peak condition, including strength, speed, and self-healing abilities, all representing physical fortification. However, should I return to the shelter, these enhancements will dissipate, and I must start accumulating them anew upon my next exit. I estimate it takes around 5 days to reach the utmost state of enhancement. Regarding the destruction of shelters, I am not concerned. I have consulted some knowledgeable individuals, and they say that destroying a shelter requires the resident to be in a special state, such as being physically restrained, captured, or gravely injured and unconscious. Otherwise, even if I am not at home, others cannot destroy my shelter. Wang Daniu spoke with a calm demeanor, suggesting he was not lying, considering the sentiments of the Chinese people towards their soldiers. If this man could lie in such circumstances, it would indicate an extraordinary mental fortitude. Nevertheless, Sui remained cautious and did not fully trust Wang Daniu's words. So, you consider yourself a superhuman? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow and murmured. 3 times the physical prowess. That sounds formidable. Heh, I'm no superhuman. I'm merely a bit more capable than the average person. Wang Daniu scratched his head, appearing quite earnest. And no matter how talented I am, can I match artillery or aircraft? Our country possesses aircraft carriers and nuclear weapons. Those things are far superior to any talent. I didn't mean to imply that I wish to oppose the military. I was merely complimenting. Heh. Wang Daniu's laughter was tinged with awkwardness, yet his words rang true. The Chinese government advocates peace, but they also possess a robust military ethos. Without the capability to obliterate the planet, even the mightiest individual must submit before the Chinese military. Resistance. Did one truly see themselves as a superhuman? However, even if a superhuman were to arrive, they would undoubtedly meet their demise. All of this was predicated on Wang Daniu's belief that Lin Yu represented the Chinese military. Even if he were endowed with remarkable talents, he would not dare to act recklessly. Lin Yu scrutinized Wang Daniu, remaining silent. Her gaze made him uneasy, prompting him to murmur, "Comrade, have I behaved improperly? Please speak. Do not just stare at me. I am frightened." "There is no need to be afraid." Lin Yu shook her head, suddenly inquiring, "Would you be interested in joining the military?" "Oh, Commander, you're showing interest and talent." Sui chuckled, never expecting Lin Yu would take the initiative to recruit a formidable survivor. Joining the military? Wang Daniu was taken aback, incredulous as he pointed to himself. "Me? Someone like me can join the military? I've been to prison. I am aware, but in these extraordinary times, we require exceptional individuals," Lin Yu affirmed, nodding. "You possess commendable combat abilities. I heard your words of surrender earlier. Since you are willing to serve your country and its people, why not step forward to demonstrate your worth?" Lin Yu initially intended to provoke him, yet Wang Daniu, without hesitation, promptly nodded. "I must enlist. I will serve in the military. As long as the nation requires it, I will lay down my life, without a second thought. Even if it means dying here, no. I shall die in battle. I wish to sacrifice myself for my country. Truly sacrifice." Wang Daniu's fervent declaration was impassioned and spirited, prompting Lin Yu to smile. "It need not be so grave. You may not necessarily die. No. If there is a chance of dying, I would genuinely consider it. If I survive, it may not matter much. But if I die, damn. What a windfall, of course. This presupposes the soldiers will triumph over the apocalypse." Regarding this matter, Wang Daniu had unwavering confidence. It was undoubtedly a certainty. Therefore, should he perish, it would hold immense value for his family. Even if his entire family perished in the chaos, he would still make a name for himself in history. Someday, children will read about his remarkable feats in their textbooks, highlighting the illustrious accomplishments of Wang Daniu. "Since you are willing, then let us begin with the role of a soldier, starting from the very basics." Lin Yu paused, looking at Wang Daniu with significant intent. "You are the first soldier I have recruited. I hope you will not disappoint me, Commander. I will certainly perform admirably." Wang Daniu immediately puffed out his chest, proclaiming loudly, "Commander, when do we depart?" "Depart for what?" "To eliminate the wicked and protect the people." Wang Daniu pointed towards the nearby street, exclaiming, "I know where those individuals are hiding, and I am aware of their military capabilities. I am willing to take the lead. I will undertake the most perilous tasks. I will protect my comrades. I will safeguard my people." "Damn!" Sui exclaimed in disbelief from home, utterly astonished. Just an hour ago, this man was a member of a violent faction, and in the next moment, He transformed into a legitimate soldier. His change in identity brought about a swift transformation in demeanor, exuding righteousness and authority. Who could tell he had once been incarcerated? Who would not praise him as a valiant man? Especially with such stirring rallying cries that stirred Su Yi's blood, making him yearn to charge into battle against the villains? Indeed, Lin Yu glanced at the chief of staff and nodded in agreement. We still have time today. Let us go take a look. Wang Daniyu is right. We cannot stand idly by while the lives and safety of the populace are at stake. Lin Yu is more capable of understanding the profound weight of these words. She is even more willing to dedicate herself to this cause. The chief of staff nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "Indeed, I shall make the necessary arrangements." With that, he prepared to exit the vehicle. However, Wang Daniyu hurriedly called out, "Brother, take me with you. I will truly lead the charge. I am exceptionally fierce. I am indeed formidable." Lin Yu nodded in agreement. "Bring him along. The commander wishes to see." "Very well," the chief of staff replied without further inquiry. Simply nodding in affirmation, "Wang Daniyu." "Present." Wang Daniyu responded. "Follow me. Don your military uniform, arm yourself, and collect ammunition." "Understood."